Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 410, Volume 6, Chapter 44, Strike the Stronghold to Save the Front. The next day, before dawn, Shiomi, Morgan, and Artoria set out on their journey to Eridu. Just yesterday, Quetzalcoatl had declared that she would return to Uruk after sunrise to kill 100 soldiers. But now, instead of staying behind to defend the city, they were heading straight for the enemy's stronghold, something that left Artoria slightly puzzled. "Master, are we really going straight to Quetzalcoatl's temple in Eridu?" Artoria asked, sitting inside the carriage and holding the railing as she looked toward Shiomi at the reins. Before Shiomi could respond, Morgan quipped, "A servant without knowledge from the Holy Grail. That's rare." "What do you mean?" Artoria frowned, her delicate brows drawn together in confusion and irritation. "Strike the stronghold to save the front, a classic tactic from ancient warfare," Shiomi explained. "If Quetzalcoatl really is heading to Uruk after sunrise to kill 100 soldiers, as she claimed, then it means Eridu's defenses will be wide open. After all, Quetzalcoatl only handled the fighting. The job of recovering the unconscious soldiers, killed and instantly revived, was left to her jaguar warriors. That meant there would be no real fighting force left at the temple. It would be the perfect time to recover the axe of Marduk or rescue the civilians imprisoned in Eridu with minimal resistance. So we're taking advantage of the opening," Artoria said, starting to piece it together. Destroy her base directly. In the battles she had led, this kind of strategy had never been needed. As King Arthur, she always led from the front and won through direct confrontation. Naturally, it wasn't something she could immediately wrap her head around. "Exactly." Shiomi smiled. "Both you and Morgan have anti-fortress noble phantasms. Once the civilians are evacuated, you two should have no trouble leveling the temple. Destroying the key temple will weaken Quetzalcoatl's power," Morgan added. After all, the reason Quetzalcoatl could maintain such strength on foreign soil was that she had built up faith in this land, faith centered around the temple dedicated to her. "But, with all of us away from Uruk, what about the defense there?" Artoria asked, voicing her concern. The plan sounded solid, but if Uruk fell while they were away, the entire operation would be pointless. "I've sent part of the Northern Wall's troops back to Uruk to help Master prepare for the assault," Shiomi said. "Even if Master can't kill Quetzalcoatl, being a god who embodies the pinnacle of good, he can still keep her from slaughtering people as she pleases. One last thing. We're traveling openly on this main road to the southern jungle, not even bothering to mask our presence with magecraft. Aren't we basically announcing our plans?" Just as she finished speaking, Morgan, sitting beside Shiomi on the front seat, slowly raised her finger and pointed to the sky. The first light of dawn tore through the darkness. A new day began on the Mesopotamian plain. A shadow streaked across the sky, then quickly circled back, hovering above their carriage. Looking up, Artoria immediately recognized the figure riding on the pterosaur's back. Without hesitation, she leapt from the carriage and drew her holy sword. "We want to be seen." Shiomi pulled the reins to stop the carriage. He looked up at Quetzalcoatl with a calm smile. "Anyone with half a brain can figure out we're heading to her temple in Eridu, to cut off her escape route. Even if Quetzalcoatl chose to engage them here, Shiomi had nothing to lose. In fact, it would only ease the pressure on Uruk, allowing its forces to regroup and refocus on the magical beast front in the north, where the battle against the endless hordes of beasts and demon pillars continued. Once Quetzalcoatl is lured onto the open plain, Scáthach will lead the servants stationed in Uruk to support us. That goddess may be benevolent, but her combat strength is overwhelming. We'll need to throw everything we have at her. Also, even if you're all aligned with good, I'm evil," Morgan said smugly as she glanced at Artoria. "So all you need to do is support my husband and create the opening I need for a fatal strike." "So we're starting a battle?" Artoria asked, eyeing Quetzalcoatl warily. She'd seen the goddess's power during yesterday evening's clash, easily as troublesome as Kingu, who held the core of the Holy Grail. "No. She won't," Shiomi replied, narrowing his eyes. Quetzalcoatl, riding her pterosaur, looked surprised at first. But the moment she understood their intentions, she gave a dangerous smile, turned her mount, and flew back toward Eridu. "She's retreating." Artoria lowered her guard slightly, still confused as to why the enemy didn't attack on the spot. "Quetzalcoatl, Toltec high priest and also Kukulkan, the conqueror king of the Maya," Shiomi said calmly. "South American myths glorify battle. If she's realized our purpose, then rather than start a fight here, she'd definitely prefer a sacred battle in front of her own temple." Artoria winced. "So, isn't what you're doing now just blatant provocation?" Their opponent was waiting in her stronghold, fully prepared while they crossed a long distance to reach her. It was clearly a trap laid with every advantage. This would be a harder battle than any they'd faced before. The journey from Uruk to Erida takes about 2 days each way for a Mesopotamian, Shiomi said, reaching out to help Artoria back onto the carriage. We're not in a rush. We'll just take it slow. She's a god. Deliberately dragging things out to wear her down probably won't work, Morgan warned. Even so, it gives us time to prepare, Shiomi said, steering the carriage toward a nearby grassy slope with a few scattered trees. We're going to fight her either way, better to do it on our terms. He finished speaking with a wide yawn. The season's right, the weather's nice, and the temperature's perfect, he mumbled, yawning again. Leaving before sunrise. I barely slept last night. Morgan gave Artoria a pointed look. You brought that on yourself, waking the lion with an appetite you couldn't satisfy. Ugh. Whenever this kind of talk came up, Artoria always ended up flustered. She couldn't find the words to argue, and the truth left her too embarrassed to respond. Well then, Shiomi grinned, dragging out the words lazily. We're not planning to arrive today anyway. Let's take it easy. Treat it like a little spring outing. 100 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/pinksnake. Chapter 411, Volume 6, Chapter 45, Composed Advance. As Shiomi had said, the road from Uruk to Erida posed little danger. The scattered wild magical beasts of the Age of Gods were no threat to beings like them. They traveled slowly by carriage, at times surveying the wilderness, at times drawing water from a clear river, or foraging for edible animals and fruits. The fertile plains of Mesopotamia yielded an abundance of resources. Even without supplies, one could survive for over a month on what the land provided. Of course, they had no intention of taking that long. You're saying that neither Ereshkigal nor Quetzalcoatl truly wants to destroy humanity? On the third morning after departing Uruk, at a campsite just a short distance from the dense forest, Artoria sat on a rock by the river while Shiomi gently combed her hair with a wooden comb. During their idle chatter, she brought up her thoughts about the two goddesses. Do you remember the battle in Uruk the day before yesterday? Quetzalcoatl said, I was summoned by my mother to kill humans. That means the order to kill came from the mother who summoned her to this land, it wasn't her own desire, Artoria said. Killing soldiers and then reviving them instantly, recovering their seemingly lifeless bodies. That kind of possibility isn't out of the question. Shiomi paused. Then what about Ereshkigal? She really did kill the people of Kutha and took their souls into the underworld. He trailed off, falling silent. His hands stopped moving. Then Artoria let out a helpless laugh. I've done something similar myself, so I understood her intention right away, Artoria said. As the Lion King, she had once taken selected human souls, stored them as records within the Holy Lands, and preserved them for eternity. That was the plan she had carried out. Ereshkigal was no different. She took the souls of all of Kutha's residents into the underworld for a similar reason. This land would eventually face destruction. That's why she wanted to protect the people she cherished. I see, Shiomi said with understanding. But even if neither of them truly intends to destroy humanity, and they've chosen such a roundabout way because of that, Quetzalcoatl won't be as easy to reason with as Ereshkigal. A fight is inevitable. Artoria wasn't surprised. Both Master and I are prepared for a fierce battle. Besides. Our mana reserves are more than sufficient, Shiomi said, putting down the comb and using his hands to smooth her hair. If necessary, I'll use a command spell. Yes. I'll leave everything to you, Master. Though his words had left her momentarily flustered, Shiomi's calm demeanor quickly helped her recover her usual composure. Normally, Artoria's hair would be woven and held in place with her mana, but when Shiomi saw her hair undone that morning, he had simply felt like doing it himself. Master's hands are so gentle. In private, you don't act like a warrior at all, Artoria said. Even though these are the hands of a warrior, I can tell, you could live peacefully in a time without war. I see, Shiomi replied. In my era, there were men who respected and cherished women, but they were always bound by the times. Especially soldiers, those who fought on the battlefield could never completely rid themselves of the scent of iron and blood, even after leaving the war behind. They couldn't live peacefully, Artoria said. Isn't that ideal, though? For a king, people like that make the perfect soldiers. You're not wrong. But if you look past them as soldiers, just as people, they couldn't live well in times of peace. When I think of that, I often feel I failed as a king. I couldn't guide them to a future of lasting peace, Artoria said softly. Are you hoping I'll agree, or hoping I'll say, it's not your fault alone? Shiomi let out a sigh. Neither, Master. You're my only companion now. The fact that you understand everything about me without passing judgment is more than enough. Artoria gently held the hand Shiomi had placed near her temple. Shiomi nodded, then smirked over his shoulder. You're up? I thought you'd sleep a bit longer. Morgan leaned against the side of the carriage, draped casually in a blanket. Her pale arms glowed faintly in the twilight. I was sleeping just fine, until I overheard someone saying something dumb. Couldn't help waking up to listen. Wow, that's a bit harsh, isn't it? Shiomi looked genuinely exasperated. It was dumb. But it's the kind of dumb thing anyone might say. Morgan's voice was calm, a small smile on her face. Go on, I won't make fun of you, Artoria. A light breeze stirred. Shiomi withdrew his hand from Artoria's hair, and her mana gently rewove it into place. It was just idle talk. If you try to make it serious, it loses its meaning. Artoria brushed her fingers against her temple, still feeling the warmth that lingered. Morgan's smile turned playful. Oh. Am I getting in the way? No one said that, Shiomi replied as he lifted the lid off the pot simmering over the fire. Back when there wasn't a dense forest, we could reach Eridu from here in just 2 hours. Now, with potential obstacles, it'll probably take around 4. Our opponent is a goddess of the sun and wind. What about attacking at night, instead of during the day? Artoria asked. That's a solid plan, but even if we win, there's no guarantee she'll accept the result. Shiomi crossed his arms. Since she's not an enemy we absolutely need to kill, it's better to have her willingly work with us to address the threat of the singularity. Agreed, Morgan nodded. Rather than paying the price to destroy her, bringing her to our side would be more advantageous for whatever lies ahead. Artoria let out a soft, cheerful laugh. What's so funny? Shiomi asked, one eye closed. Don't tell me, Your Majesty the Lion King, you think my strategy of making more friends and fewer enemies is too naive. No, Artoria said. I just suddenly feel like I understand a little more about why you act the way you do. Shiomi pulled a mock-hurt face. And here I thought, after all the times we've shared a bed, we already understood each other completely. With Morgan's teasing smile hanging in the air, Artoria's face flushed red once again, and she fell silent. Chapter 412, Chapter 412, Volume 6, Chapter 46, Battle Before the Sun Temple, 1. In the city of Eridu, a temple that didn't belong to Mesopotamian civilization stood prominently at its center. It was a classic Mayan pyramid, and at its peak sat the temple of Quetzalcoatl. The god worshipped and offered sacrifices there now stood at the top of the steps, looking down at Shiomi and the others who had made their way through dense jungle and urban streets to reach this place. Also present was the defected jaguar warrior. Originally a masterless servant, the jaguar warrior had only submitted to Quetzalcoatl under pressure, with no real loyalty, just looking to profit from the arrangement. After being scolded for failing to retrieve the bodies of the feigned dead soldiers, the jaguar warrior quickly reassessed the situation once Shiomi's group entered the jungle and chose to switch sides. Of course, it might just be a ploy. Shiomi silently speculated. Hi. Welcome to my temple. When I saw you racing straight for Eridu before dawn, I had no choice but to abandon my plan to go to Uruk and kill those soldiers. I've been waiting here just for you. Suddenly, Quetzalcoatl's expression shifted to a fierce scowl, her face twisted in anger. But you actually made me wait here for 2 whole days. Offending a god like this. I assume you're ready to face the consequences. The moment she realized on the first day that they hadn't arrived, Quetzalcoatl understood they were intentionally slowing down, though still clearly en route. Their flashy approach, practically announcing their arrival at Eridu's Sun Temple, left her in a tough spot. No helping it. The road's long and rough, not even a carriage can get through, Shiomi replied calmly. He could tell the delay tactic had worked, though it had clearly provoked her. So, of course, we had to walk. A fierce battle was unavoidable. He glanced to the side of the temple. There stood a massive axe, its blade alone rivaled the pyramid in size. It was the axe of Marduk, the war god and chief deity in Sumerian mythology. Since you weren't just loitering outside Eridu, but were clearly stalling to test my patience, Quetzalcoatl suddenly dropped her wrathful expression. I'll kill every last one of you and offer your hearts to this temple. Then I'll head to Uruk and wipe out everyone there. She declared her intentions with a dazzling smile. The sun goddess radiated no hatred or fury, just pure killing intent. Wipe them all out. Not kill and revive them, then bring them back to Eridu. Morgan gripped her magic spear, ready to strike at any moment. That's something for later, Quetzalcoatl said cheerfully. Besides, I see a little fool who shouldn't be on your side. She was pointing at the jaguar warrior. This is bad. If we fight, I'm probably the first to go. I saw that future, the jaguar warrior muttered, sniffling, face on the verge of tears, but not trembling. Yes. I won't hold back on you. I'll rip you to pieces. Quetzalcoatl still beamed brightly. Artoria, standing nearby, didn't doubt her for a second. She'd already heard from Shiomi that back in the Age of Myths, Quetzalcoatl and Tezcatlipoca were mortal enemies. As the divided spirit of the latter, the jaguar warrior was no exception now that they were on opposing sides. Seeing everyone draw their weapons, especially the golden glowing spear in Shiomi's hands, Quetzalcoatl looked even more thrilled. Thrilled by the chance for a real fight. Humans are creatures full of bully potential from head to toe, especially those who stand ahead of all others, stepping toward the next level. Quetzalcoatl descended the stairs slowly, carrying her macuahuitl and shield. That spear of yours must be a chief god-class weapon, right? No wonder both the goddess and the witch over there are head over heels for you. I'm not like that with my master, Artoria sharply denied the implication. And besides, she wasn't exactly head over heels. At most, it was an overwhelming high. Whether he became my husband because he could reach the throne of the gods, or he reached it because he became my husband, it doesn't matter. Morgan pointed her magic spear at Quetzalcoatl. Great power matters, but it's not everything. Oh. Even better, then. Humans are strong beings. One day, all of humanity will reach a level where they can stand shoulder to shoulder with us. Quetzalcoatl spoke cheerfully, us clearly referring to the gods, herself included. I may have lost all memory of the Cretaceous period, but the seeds passed down through generations tell me, I love humanity. I want to coexist with you all. Humanity is the very reason we gods exist. Master, this goddess is completely enjoying herself. I'm afraid, Artoria suddenly realized something and whispered a warning. I can tell. She joined the three-goddess alliance purely for the fun of toying with humans. Like a carefree girl squashing ants. Shiomi's expression darkened. In that case, there was no point hesitating. The only way to even open a path for dialogue or cooperation was to thoroughly defeat Quetzalcoatl. Looks like that's enough chit-chat. From here on out, it's a fight to the death. Quetzalcoatl licked her lips. I can tell just by looking, you're not the kind of warrior who fights for fun. Shiomi lowered his stance, legs tense like a drawn bowstring. No, I do enjoy it. But what I enjoy is fighting alongside my comrades, it has nothing to do with my enemies. As his final word fell, he and Quetzalcoatl shot forward like twin comets, colliding midway in a violent explosion. When he landed, Shiomi had already raised his spear to block the macuahuitl, its obsidian spikes vibrating like a chainsaw. Sparks flew with a searing brilliance. Shiomi's face was grim, silently clicking his tongue. Quetzalcoatl, on the other hand, looked even more delighted, still utterly confident. This was the Sun Temple. Fighting a worshipped chief deity here, of course it would be difficult. That was why he needed allies. This wasn't a fight to face alone. Oh. A slight tremor rippled through the ground beneath her feet, momentarily breaking Quetzalcoatl's focus. The earth cracked open, and branches curled up from below, twining tightly around her legs, holding her fast to the ground. This level of restraint could be broken with brute strength, so there was more to come. Artoria leapt high, raising the holy sword with both hands, and brought it crashing down toward Quetzalcoatl. 100 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/pinksnake. Chapter 413, Chapter 413, Volume 6, Chapter 47, Battle Before the Sun Temple, 2. Clang. Artoria's holy sword didn't strike Quetzalcoatl directly, it was blocked by her shield. The sun goddess let out an excited laugh. Her macuahuitl and shield alternated clashes with the holy sword and Gungnir, exchanging dozens of attacks and counters in the span of a single breath. The clashing of weapons mixed with her laughter, echoing across the plaza in front of the temple. Shiomi seized his moment, his spear slid along the surface of the shield, then slipped past the macuahuitl and suddenly pressed down, opening a window for Artoria. The holy sword came down toward Quetzalcoatl's neck from a distance that left no room to dodge. It grazed her throat, yet didn't even leave a mark, let alone a wound. As a god who embodied the pinnacle of good, Quetzalcoatl couldn't be harmed by someone like Artoria, who was also aligned with good. Seeing their strike fail, Quetzalcoatl spun with explosive force, her weapons flinging the attacker's blades aside. The ground around her cracked in a radius of more than 10 meters. The resulting explosion sent up a thick cloud of dust. Shiomi and Artoria were blown out of the smoke, and at that moment, Morgan launched the magecraft she'd been preparing. Against a divine spirit-class servant like this, magic resistance at A rank or higher had to be factored in. Any spells with 3 verses or fewer were meaningless. Morgan needed time and power. From the heart of the explosion, a dense swarm of mana spears formed a spherical net and launched toward Quetzalcoatl. More explosions erupted. Shockwaves scattered the dust, and what emerged left everyone stunned. Quetzalcoatl's macuahuitl danced through the air, forming an impenetrable wall. Though she couldn't completely dodge the spells, she kept every strike from landing on her body using only her weapon and shield. Morgan wasn't about to let up. Without pause, she cast another barrage overhead. Blazing spears of light rained down, kicking off the second wave of her assault. Within just seconds, both sides had gone all out in an unrelenting exchange. After one of Morgan's spells exploded, she narrowed her eyes, a flicker of dissatisfaction on her face. Finally, a faint scratch appeared on Quetzalcoatl's body, barely a graze. Magic that can touch me, and even leave a mark. Quetzalcoatl didn't seem bothered in the slightest. Holding her macuahuitl on her shoulder, she looked at Morgan with amusement. So you're the kind of fairy who'll play the role of evil for the sake of good, huh? There's nothing like that. I'm just a witch who's done plenty of evil, Morgan replied with a casual smile, already preparing her next spell. As long as the attacks land, that's all that matters. Then I'll shift tactics, starting with you. Quetzalcoatl clearly had no intention of letting Morgan continue her assault unchecked. Even if it would still take time to turn the tide, she wasn't about to sit back and let the damage stack. The sun goddess charged forward like a war chariot, ignoring the attacks from Shiomi and Artoria with sheer endurance, barreling straight toward Morgan. If you forget about me too, that wouldn't be very nice, meow. Just as Quetzalcoatl was about to strike Morgan, the jaguar warrior appeared behind her. Whether it was to provoke or simply because she was also a divine spirit servant, making her a bigger threat, Quetzalcoatl immediately shifted her target and clashed with her instead. Morgan didn't miss the chance to retreat. She wasn't incapable in close combat, but against a goddess likely made of pure muscle and wrestling instincts, especially on her home turf, Morgan knew she was at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, the jaguar warrior's attacks were fiercer than they had been back at the Temple of Uar, revealing that she hadn't been fighting seriously last time. Even so, as the divided spirit of Tezcatlipoca, Quetzalcoatl's archrival, she naturally drew her ire. With the gap in strength between them, Quetzalcoatl didn't hold back at all. After just a few exchanges, the jaguar warrior had her weapon knocked away and took a brutal kick to the stomach, sending her flying through the air. Quetzalcoatl closed the distance with even greater speed, caught her from behind, and slammed her violently into the ground. She casually brushed back her hair, glanced down at the jaguar warrior now half buried in the dirt with trembling legs, and wore the expression of someone who had just taken care of a pesky problem. The fight ended in an instant, so fast that Shiomi and the others didn't have time to intervene. With that nuisance out of the way, let's continue, Quetzalcoatl spread her arms wide, catching her falling weapon and shield. Let this holy battle begin. She clashed once more with Shiomi and Artoria. The compressed air released from invisible air carved deep scars across the temple walls, the steps, and the stone pillars of the plaza, yet still failed to inflict any serious damage on Quetzalcoatl. Even worse, she had enough strength to fend off Morgan's magecraft while seizing chances to knock Shiomi or Artoria into the path of her spells. If it was Shiomi, Morgan would be forced to stop casting. But if it was Artoria, Morgan would finish the spell without hesitation. My. You two must be sisters or something. After being separated by an explosion, Quetzalcoatl retreated to the base of the pyramid and licked the wound on her arm, looking genuinely surprised at Morgan's boldness. Shiomi let out a helpless sigh. Morgan. Don't worry, Morgan looked toward the still-standing king of knights. That was just the most efficient way. Right, Artoria. In this situation, you weren't exactly wrong, but your selfishness was obvious. Artoria had predicted Morgan's tactic and managed to avoid the brunt of the attack, only catching some of the shockwave. Shiomi moved to her side, took her hand, and muttered while healing her light injuries. Seriously. Even the battle at the tower at the end wasn't this exhausting. Whether or not one has faith means a great deal to divine spirits, Artoria replied. Especially one who's a chief god by nature. Then to defeat her, we'll have to try that method. Shiomi glanced toward the axe of Marduk. You have a plan. I do, but you and Morgan will have to hold her off. The pressure here will ramp up. Shiomi looked toward Quetzalcoatl, who was approaching rapidly, preparing to attack again. Morgan tapped the plaza floor with the butt of her spear. A surge of mana caused the ground to shift, hindering Quetzalcoatl's movement. Then we'll do it my husband's way. She boldly led with magecraft. Cover me, Artoria, just like you'd stake your life to protect my husband. You really know how to give orders, big sister, Artoria responded half-jokingly. But first, we'll have to help Master break through Quetzalcoatl's defenses. The battle roared back to life. The Sun Temple Plaza in Erida became the stage for their fiercest confrontation yet. Chapter 414, Volume 6, Chapter 48, Fierce Struggle. The battle raged in the plaza before the temple, with both sides constantly shifting positions. But shaking off Quetzalcoatl to reach the axe of Marduk, standing at the temple's side, was no easy task. She had no intention of allowing Shiomi and the others near the top of the temple, where a trump card, the Piedra del Sol, was enshrined. That massive stone, a relic from the ancient Aztec world, depicted the past, present, and future of the world. It was also the source of Quetzalcoatl's divine power. Her ability to retain such high divinity and authority in this foreign land was thanks to the stone's presence in the temple. It was one of her noble phantasms. Getting close to the temple is the right move. If the solar calendar stone is destroyed, even I would be powerless. Quetzalcoatl drove an elbow into Shiomi, sending him stumbling back nearly 8 meters before he managed to brace himself. So don't even think about climbing it. Unfortunately, I'm not interested in your temple at all. Shiomi launched another offensive, opening a path for Artoria to advance. Though their tactic relied on him approaching the temple, since they hadn't revealed their real objective, Quetzalcoatl naturally assumed they were trying to destroy the solar calendar stone. After all, that would be the most effective way to take down such a powerful foe. But as Shiomi had said, he wasn't interested in the temple or the solar calendar stone. That noble phantasm looked like nothing more than a weathered stone, and whether it could be destroyed swiftly or reliably while under pressure was uncertain. So, instead, he chose a different path, one that suited him better, to seize the axe of Marduk and deliver a decisive blow to Quetzalcoatl with it. Not interested. That's an amusing claim. Whatever he said, truth or lie, Quetzalcoatl would treat it as deception. Claiming no interest in the solar calendar stone was just another feint to her. The power of the divine spear, holy sword, and magecraft clashed with Quetzalcoatl's might across the battlefield. The heavy stone pillars that had once stood in symmetry on either side had already toppled one after another in the chaos. Of the once sacred and untouchable temple, only the solar calendar stone at its peak remained undamaged. And as the fight pushed further, Morgan quickly realized another problem. Though her attacks were the only ones among the three that could injure Quetzalcoatl, the damage wasn't meeting expectations. Her status as a god of good meant that even a direct strike from the magic spear, which should have pierced her shoulder, only barely embedded into flesh. Quetzalcoatl shook it off with ease, and the wound healed almost instantly, barely an inconvenience. Could it be? Morgan silently speculated. You've caught on, haven't you? Just because you're not good doesn't mean you can kill me so easily. Sensing the change in Morgan's gaze, Quetzalcoatl suddenly closed the distance and lunged straight for her vitals with her Macuahuitl. But this too was part of her strategy. Pretending to target the Magus, she turned mid-charge and struck at Shiomi, who was moving in from behind. She sidestepped his thrust, grabbed the shaft of his spear before he could pull away, and then the obsidian-edged blade of the Macuahuitl drove straight into Shiomi's abdomen. The sheer force made him feel like his organs were about to be blasted out of his body. You care too much about your comrades, Quetzalcoatl said with a grin. The spear slipped from his hand, and Shiomi was sent hurtling like a cannonball, crashing into the side of the sun pyramid. Amid the rising dust and debris, he lay buried under broken stone, unable to move for the moment. Master. Artoria knew this strike wouldn't kill Shiomi, but she still cried out. Yet she couldn't leave, she had to stay and keep fighting Quetzalcoatl. The opponent discarded Shiomi's spear and charged forward. The Macuahuitl and the holy sword clashed again and again. Though shrouded in invisible air, the length and form of the invisible blade had clearly been grasped by Quetzalcoatl, her evasions were flawlessly timed. So be it. Having made her decision, Artoria drove the holy sword into the ground and dodged Quetzalcoatl's next strike. The holy lance suddenly appeared, forcing back her increasingly exhilarated foe. Oh, so that's the shadow of the tower at the end. It actually looks quite beautiful from here. Quetzalcoatl smirked. She could tell Artoria was planning to switch weapons, but the holy sword had been left behind intentionally. The purpose was obvious. If you don't need it, then let me use it. Morgan picked up the magic spear in her left hand and drew the holy sword with her right. You won't be able to use it effectively one-handed, Artoria warned. The holy sword was a two-handed weapon. Don't overthink it. Just a bit of flourish, that's all. As she spoke, the magic spear suddenly transformed into a long black sword, a mirrored shadow of the radiant golden holy sword. Dual wielding. Morgan reinforced both arms and charged Quetzalcoatl first, unleashing a torrent of mana with each swing of her blades. The battle intensified. Seeing even the witch abandon magecraft for melee combat, Quetzalcoatl's joy surged to a boiling point. This was the kind of opponent she adored. Witch, goddess, or human, everyone who had come here today was among the finest warriors. Quetzalcoatl was now ablaze with excitement. At this point, I might as well show you a bit of my noble phantasm. She launched a series of fierce counterattacks. After knocking away Artoria's holy lance, she revealed her shield and sent it spinning forward, the rapid rotation slicing along the holy lance's shaft. Though the holy lance remained undamaged, Artoria still had to exert herself to redirect the shield's path. In that moment, Quetzalcoatl grabbed Morgan's arm, attempting a throw like the one she used on the jaguar warrior. Only this time, she intended to soar hundreds of meters before slamming down. Amid the chaos of the battlefield, a faint rumble of shifting stone reached Quetzalcoatl's ears. Pierce through, Gungnir. A beam of light tore through the dust-filled plaza, streaking straight toward Quetzalcoatl. She knew just how dangerous that spear was. Before she could control Morgan's movement, she was forced to let go and counter with the Macuahuitl embedded in the ground. Even Odin's infallible spear deviated slightly upon clashing with a fellow god's weapon. Seeing Shiomi now fully awake, Quetzalcoatl immediately yanked out the spear from her shoulder, determined to stop him from reaching the Piedra del Sol. Hold Quetzalcoatl, Artoria. The command spell on the back of his hand glowed. With their wills aligned, Artoria instantly stepped into Quetzalcoatl's path. But before Quetzalcoatl could grin at the interception, she caught sight of Shiomi's unexpected move. 100 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/pinksnake. Chapter 415, Volume 6, Chapter 49, Axe of Marduk. Shiomi didn't take this chance to climb to the top of the temple and destroy the Piedra del Sol. Instead, he leapt across the tiers of the temple and landed on the back of Marduk's axe. Huh. Quetzalcoatl couldn't help but look surprised. Having taken control of Eridu and built this temple herself, Quetzalcoatl knew exactly what the massive axe embedded beside it represented. A colossal weapon that dwarfed anything built by humans of its era, it was unmistakably a noble phantasm belonging to a chief god. Such a weapon could only be lifted and thrown by someone like Quetzalcoatl herself. To wield it with the ease of her own Macuahuitl, or even attempt to unleash its true name, was nothing short of impossible. After her initial surprise came a surge of shock and unease. She loved the thrill of battle and always fought with everything she had, but never expected her opponent to make such a self-destructive move. This was the noble phantasm of the king of gods. Even Shiomi, who had touched the divine authority of the mother goddess with a mortal body, could not possibly wield it. It was pure suicide. Stop. That axe isn't like Odin's spear, it's not something you can control. Quetzalcoatl shouted as she clashed with Artoria. But Shiomi didn't seem to hear her. He crouched down and placed his hand on the axe of the king of gods. A human body standing on the back of that axe looked as insignificant as a mantis perched on a human hand. He knew full well that this axe was nothing like Gungnir, which Odin had entrusted to him for the sake of mankind. Perhaps it was because he had inherited the primordial runes, or maybe there was another reason. But both were noble phantasms of the king of gods, whether granted or not, the core principles couldn't be too different. Foolishness. Recklessness. Or perhaps, something else. Shiomi understood the price he would pay. But this wasn't just to defeat the sun goddess in front of him. It was a necessary step, one taken for the enemies yet to appear, and for those who had already revealed themselves but remained out of reach. He had been contemplating this path ever since learning of Marduk's axe. So even if it would be seen as an act of usurpation, he would still make his choice. Enki, Marduk. Kings of the gods of Mesopotamia across the ages, your eyes watch this planet from the darkness, and your power has shaped the flesh and blood of humankind. With this human body, I shall wield your strength to carve a path forward. He spoke slowly, not as a prayer, but a proclamation. Shiomi didn't have faith in gods. What he held was only the most basic respect. And so, when he attempted to grasp the power of Marduk's axe, to force it under his control, the backlash hit all at once, like something trying to tear apart his body, mind, and soul. This was the embodiment of Marduk's power and authority as king of the gods. Anyone who tried to seize it would feel a terror akin to the birth of the stars, like the primal hell from which the cosmos first emerged. The bright blue sky turned dark in an instant. Thunder roared through blackened clouds as a bolt of lightning struck straight down, right onto Marduk's axe. Shiomi, wholly focused on the noble phantasm before him, had no time to react. And this was no ordinary lightning strike, it was divine punishment, meant for gods who defied their bounds. A force capable of stripping away godhood itself. But what if the one struck wasn't a god, but a human? Shiomi was blasted from the back of the axe, crashing into the middle of the sun pyramid. Master. Artoria cried out in shock. Morgan couldn't even manage a sound. Her hand reached toward Shiomi, but there was nothing she could do. This was his choice, and his burden to bear. It's over. Power beyond one's limits only leads to destruction. That's true for humans, and even more so for gods. Quetzalcoatl, still stunned, declared the outcome she was certain of. A mistake built on mistakes. This was not something a human should ever attempt. This battle, then, would end in tragedy. So it should have been. Marduk's axe began to tremble. Though untouched, it quivered as if some unseen hand had grasped its long handle in the void. Shiomi stepped forward from the middle platform of the pyramid. He was no longer what he had been just moments ago, blood soaked his body, his eyes were dim, his form barely holding together. Only his will kept him moving. Another bolt of lightning streaked down, but this time it missed. Shiomi had already leapt into the air, or rather, had begun to float, hovering before the pyramid of the sun. Marduk's axe rose with him, suspended above the temple square. The sight defied understanding. Quetzalcoatl's shock turned to ecstasy. She shoved Artoria aside and slammed her fist into the ground, the impact unleashing a shockwave that blasted them both over 10 meters back. Whether it's Marduk's axe or anything else, if you can wield it, then show me. Show me, mighty human. Vast mana surged from Quetzalcoatl, sweeping across the surrounding land. noble phantasm, unleashed. Xiacotl, flame, burn the gods themselves. Legend says that when Quetzalcoatl left the Aztecs, she burned her own palace to keep its treasures from falling into Tezcatlipoca's hands. Originally, the flames were meant to keep others from invoking their noble phantasm's true name. But shaped by Quetzalcoatl's will, this noble phantasm had taken on another form, an absolute force, capable of striking down even a falling divine weapon. Shiomi's lips moved, voicing a true name that none could hear. And Marduk's axe fell. Thunder and lightning crashed as the chief god's noble phantasms from two civilizations collided. The earth and the temple's stone foundations melted under the blazing flood of mana. Only the Piedra del Sol remained atop the temple, witnessing the impact that painted the world in new colors. When the clash finally ended, Marduk's axe lay embedded in the temple square, surrounded by a massive crater, dozens of meters wide and deep. Quetzalcoatl lay on the slope of the pit. Her body, once untouched by serious wounds, was now soaked in blood. You're something else. To be able to control even the power of Marduk's axe, though it looks like you're at your limit too. She smiled, bright, yet weary. It had only been a fraction of Marduk's full power. If the god himself had acted, she'd be gone by now. She had lost. At least, for now, she couldn't keep fighting. Faced with such overwhelming power, even for her own reasons, Quetzalcoatl had no choice but to abandon the three-goddess alliance. Shiomi gave no reply. His eyes lowered, and it looked like he managed a faint smile, before falling from the sky like a severed kite string. Completely unconscious, he was caught by Morgan and Artoria. Chapter 416, Volume 6, Chapter 50, Dream of Origin, Part 2. The Endless Deep Sea. A gentle, sorrowful voice echoed within it. It sounded like singing, or perhaps, it was a language beyond human comprehension. Words that didn't belong to mankind. The original tongue. Here again. Shiomi thought to himself. He tried to speak, but seawater flooded his throat, swallowing his voice. He could only close his mouth. Gradually, though, Shiomi began to understand what this ocean represented. This is original sin, the original sin of humanity. There are many kinds of sin. Deception, harm, envy, murder. These are evils born solely by humans, poisons that touch only humankind. Yet among them lies the oldest of evils. Original sin too. The sin of abandoning, the sin of forsaking paradise. Life was born from the sea, the primordial sea, Namu. The goddess of beginnings, Namu. To mankind, the goddess is the ocean. The crashing of waves becomes a call, chronicling every sin in detail. Looking back, he could never forget. That voice was humanity's original sin, and its name, humanity's salvation. As his consciousness began to blur, a light deep in the sea, still distant and unreachable, seemed to call to his will. Instinctively, he wanted to reach it, but he couldn't. Who are you, child, whose? The words rang with a strange familiarity, as if he had heard them somewhere before. My child, no. Not mine. Affirmation and denial. Acceptance and rejection. Contradictory truths. If all humans are your children, then. Before he could finish, his subconscious reply was swallowed by the sea. The light vanished, and he was caught in an invisible current. Sinking and rising. And then, drifting away. His vision spun. Above him was the dome of a side hall in the divine tower of Uruk. One of the guest chambers prepared for him in Uruk. His body felt heavier than lead. He couldn't move a finger, getting up seemed impossible, like gravity itself held him down. He saw someone holding his hand. Turning his head slightly, he managed to move his fingers. The person holding his hand looked up. Morgan. Her name left his lips and became sound. Shiomi had seen many expressions on Morgan's face, joy, sorrow, coldness, amusement, but never one so helpless. Even a lone traveler lost in an endless wilderness, with no direction or destination and no place to rest, could not compare. The tension in her brow eased slightly, but her expression remained like wrinkled silk, impossible to smooth. The light in her eyes shifted from despair to hope. Her smile bloomed like the first breeze of spring, gently spreading, yet tinged with the chill of early rain. Those were her tears, sliding down her cheek onto the back of his hand. I'm sorry. You're finally awake, Morgan said softly. But her grip tightened, as if to confirm this wasn't a dream. Shiomi apologized because he understood how dire his condition was. Using power beyond one's limits only led to destruction. He knew that. And yet he had still chosen recklessly. The axe of the god King Marduk, he had tried to harness the power of that noble phantasm, a weapon that could well be called divine, in order to defeat his foe. Had it been anyone else, any other Magus, they would have been destroyed by the force the moment they used it. The fact that he survived was nothing short of a miracle. How long was I asleep? Shiomi asked. 10 days, an entire 10 days. Morgan's voice trembled slightly. Chaldea's instruments had even determined that Shiomi's body could no longer sustain itself and would eventually vanish. I see. Shiomi didn't know what else to say. For him, it might have felt like just a nap, but for everyone else, it had been a near hopeless wait. No matter how he looked at it, he was undeniably the linchpin in the restoration of the 7 singularities. Not even the burden of the king of the gods could break you. Truly, you're my husband. Morgan held his hands, her gaze and voice impossibly gentle, yet her tears streamed down like rain. Shiomi gave a bitter smile and shook his head lightly. It was just a foolish and arrogant move. I had no real certainty, yet I still went through with it. Morgan nodded. As his senses gradually returned, Shiomi was finally able to move. He tried to sit up, and Morgan immediately helped him. After 10 days of deep sleep, his body had mostly recovered. Though the aftereffects of forcibly wielding Marduk's axe hadn't completely faded, he wasn't in a state where he couldn't fight. He would just have to rely on his allies more than usual. Then, he sensed a powerful surge of magical energy coming from the direction of the northern magical beast front. His moment of calm vanished instantly, and Shiomi tightened his grip on Morgan's hand. Since yesterday morning, the goddess of demonic beasts, Gorgon, and Kingu launched an assault on the magical beast front. Their army, made up of magical beasts and demon pillars, is attacking with more ferocity than ever. Morgan quickly composed herself and explained the situation to Shiomi. 2 of the 3 goddess alliance have withdrawn from the pact and are no longer part of Uruk's destruction. Combined with the severe injuries you suffered, it's led to the current crisis. Not even a moment to breathe, Shiomi muttered, then suddenly looked up. If the battle started yesterday, then everyone. They're all at the front, holding the line. Gorgon hasn't made a direct appearance yet, so only Kingu is commanding the magical beasts and demon pillars. Thanks to that, Ereshkigal and Quetzalcoatl are able to help with the counterattack, Morgan said, eyes lowered. So you're the only one who stayed behind with me. Shiomi sighed. He felt no resentment. If Morgan had left him, uncertain if he'd ever wake, to fight on the front lines, she wouldn't have been able to focus anyway. I sent a clone instead, Morgan replied. So far, there's been no sign of one being destroyed. All right. Now that I'm awake, let's head there together. Shiomi stepped off the bed, standing barefoot on the cold, smooth stone tiles of the chamber. Feeling the chill underfoot, he moved his body around. As long as he could fight, without needing to hide in the rear and leave the burden to others, that was enough. After quickly changing into his combat gear, Shiomi reached out and took Morgan's hand. You usually listen to me, but I know you never actually take my advice, especially at times like this. I'm the same, really, Morgan said with a sigh, not trying to stop him. But before you go, don't forget something. What? Marduk's axe. 100 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/pinksnake. Chapter 417, Volume 6, Chapter 51, Magical Beast Front. Northern City Wall, Magical Beast Front Line. So your presence here means the 3 goddess alliance has collapsed. What a shame. Despite his words, Kingu fought Ereshkigal and Quetzalcoatl without the slightest hesitation, completely contradicting his supposed regret. The 3 goddess alliance was a lie from the start, Kingu. Ereshkigal's golden eyes flared with fury. The Great Grail of Uruk and the Holy Grail of the King of Magecraft are entirely different things. With those words, she slammed her spear into the ground. In an instant, countless blazing spears erupted from beneath, aiming straight at Kingu's feet. Oh. So you figured it out. Seems Chaldea has some capable people after all. But Kingu showed no trace of panic at having his deception exposed, it was as if he'd anticipated this moment all along. Kingu. Quetzalcoatl's voice thundered with rage. She swung her macuahuitl, clashing with Kingu in a fierce deadlock. Ha, you've grown far weaker, Quetzalcoatl, Kingu mocked while summoning weapons from the earth mid-combat, attacking as he gradually withdrew. And you, goddess of the underworld, away from your domain, you can't wield your full authority, can you? Looking back, the battle at the Sun Temple had indeed gone too far. Shiomi's forceful release of Marduk's axe's true name nearly drove him to the brink of total destruction. And the blow that Quetzalcoatl took head-on, using her noble phantasm instead of dodging, left her with injuries far too severe to recover from in just 10 days. As for Ereshkigal, though she could tap into the power of Ishtar within her after stepping into the outside world, it wasn't something she could unleash at full strength. It was power she could control, but not fully manifest. Which is why, despite both goddesses fighting together, they couldn't quickly overpower Kingu or retrieve the Holy Grail of the King of Magecraft from his body. Not to mention the battlefield was overrun with magical beasts, and nearly half the demon pillars were still present. This was no longer a battle humans could comprehend. The sin of deceiving a goddess is grave, pay for it with your life. Crushing the head of a magical beast that got in her way, Quetzalcoatl flung off the splattered dark purple blood and charged at Kingu once more. It had been a full hour since Kingu had entered the battlefield and engaged the two goddesses. "You're so dramatic." "I'm simply acting for my mother's sake." "If you're foolish enough to mistake others' words for the truth, that's your own fault," Kingu snapped back. "Gorgon should be arriving soon. It's time to clean up this battlefield and prepare for the assault on Uruk." As he spoke, even more chains emerged, mingling with the horde of magical beasts and the goddesses' attacks. The battlefield quickly became a blur of chaos. Countless chains chased after the two goddesses. Ereshkigal, less adept in direct combat, was the first to slip, just as she leapt into the air to evade. A chain from her blind spot coiled around her ankle. Ereshkigal. Quetzalcoatl hurled her macuahuitl to cover her, but a chain snared her wrist, yanking her toward Kingu. Using the pull to her advantage, she twisted midair and struck back, but Kingu didn't block with his body. Instead, he conjured a dense wall of chains to absorb the blow. The chains of heaven were capable of sealing divine beings. Though the two goddesses were beyond ordinary divinity and possessed innate divine cores, the chains still suppressed their incomplete power, further slowing their movements. Behind them, a chilling gaze swept over as the eyes of the demon pillars locked onto them, their tentacles surging rapidly across the ground. Then, Quetzalcoatl's noble phantasm, Piedra del Sol, unleashed flames rivaling the sun itself. She intended to use it to incinerate the surrounding chains of heaven and demon pillars, her own method of clearing the battlefield. Rangaminiad, the lance that shines to the end of the world. Morgan's voice rang out as the holy lance, learned through magecraft, was unleashed and shot toward Kingu. Focused entirely on the two goddesses before him, Kingu had paid little attention to those approaching from the northern front. Caught off guard, he hurriedly deployed his defenses, using the demon pillars as makeshift shields to cover the gaps. The holy lance didn't break through Kingu's barrier, but it shattered the chains restraining the goddesses. "TCH. You meddlesome witch. Of all times to show up." Seeing Morgan floating near Ereshkigal, Kingu's irritation flared. But then, he felt the same chill, this time from behind. When the glint of a divine spear caught the edge of his vision. He turned with lightning speed to intercept the ambush. His hands, reinforced to their limits, crossed in front of him to block the incoming spear, sparking violently on impact. "You." Barely stopping the surprise attack in time, Kingu began to push back the spear, which had failed to pierce him fully. Having taken on Enkidu's body, Kingu naturally possessed one of its innate abilities, presence detection, a sense sharp enough to detect even an assassin's skills. That was why Shiomi had chosen not to invoke the true name of his noble phantasm. Doing so would have alerted Kingu in advance, giving him time to retreat beyond even Gungnir's range. Tenkei Shiomi and Morgan had coordinated their attack perfectly, one after the other, catching Kingu completely off guard. Finally shaking off the force of the blow, Kingu's arm morphed into a blade, clashing with Shiomi's spear. Another explosion rang out as he forced some distance between them. "So you finally returned. If only every human of your era was as strong as you." Quetzalcoatl licked her lips, picked up the macuahuitl that had fallen to the ground, and greeted Shiomi. "Humanity is still evolving. I just got a little ahead of the rest," he replied, standing tall. "I didn't expect you back on the battlefield so soon," said Ereshkigal, floating in the air and bracing herself on mana. "You stole my brother Marduk's weapon, and the wounds from that divine punishment haven't even healed yet, have they?" She turned to Morgan beside her. "How about letting your husband fall back? There's no need. He may not be fully recovered, but he's still stronger than any human soldier on the walls. With the goddess of demonic beasts launching a full-scale assault, how could we sit and wait in the rear? That kind of role is better left to the girl on the throne." "It's perfect, all of you gathered here," Kingu sneered. "Let your lives serve as living offerings before my mother's descent." As he spoke, a massive tremor struck just beyond the magical beast front. A towering figure, half the height of the fortress walls, emerged. The goddess of demonic beasts, Gorgon, had finally entered the battlefield. Chapter 418, Volume 6, Chapter 52, Gorgon. As the final pillar of the three-goddess alliance, the goddess of demonic beasts, Gorgon, stood apart from Ereshkigal and Quetzalcoatl in one striking way, her massive size, far exceeding that of any human. The other two goddesses could blend in among humans without raising suspicion if they chose to. But Gorgon, towering over 10 meters tall, stunned soldiers both on the city walls and below into silence the moment she appeared on the battlefield beyond the demonic beast front. She blotted out the sky. That was the soldiers of Uruk's first impression of her, an ominous figure, part serpent and part human, radiating raw hatred. There was no doubt that she existed for one purpose only, to eradicate humanity. That's Gorgon. From the top of the wall, Sakura spotted the colossal figure. After a brief moment of shock, she immediately ordered the others to take cover. If the information from the other two goddesses was accurate, then the true identity of the goddess of demonic beasts was indeed Gorgon, once Medusa, the serpent-haired monster from Greek myth. She had lost her divinity but retained a portion of Medusa's original power. Chief among those powers was the ultimate mystic eyes, capable of petrifying any living creature with a single glance. Under no circumstances could ordinary human soldiers be exposed to her gaze. But with the other two goddesses bound by alliance and unable to fight Gorgon directly, there was no one left with the power to stop her or the army of demonic beasts. Think. Think, keep thinking. In the shadow cast by the city walls, Sakura observed Gorgon's movements in battle. Artoria and Scáthach were doing their best to hold Gorgon at bay. Scáthach was using the Rune of Liberation, a primordial rune, to counter the occasional petrification of her own body. As for Artoria, the former Lion King possessed magic resistance that exceeded even the Saber class standard. The petrifying gaze of the mystic eyes only placed minor pressure on her movements. Sakura knew her father and mother had returned to the front lines, but with the persistent threat of Kingu still looming, they couldn't afford to count on their support just yet. Until Kingu was taken care of, they had to find a way to delay Gorgon and prepare for a counterattack. Sakura, let me go, Anna said, stepping up beside her. Miss Anna. Sakura was momentarily stunned. After spending days with Chaldea, Anna had finally come to trust the girls there and revealed her true identity. She was Medusa, drawn to this singularity with a single purpose, to kill Gorgon. I'll use my mystic eyes to counter hers and buy you time to strike, Anna said softly. But, compared to Gorgon in her current state, your power. Sakura couldn't bring herself to accept Anna's request. Anna forced a small smile. I'm not alone. Everyone in Chaldea, everyone in Uruk is fighting. I can't hide in a safe place and just survive. She wasn't walking into death, and she knew it. Then, Sakura grabbed Anna's wrist and formed a pact. Take my mana. And, come back alive. The glow of a command spell flared as powerful mana surged into Anna, nearly overwhelming her. She gave a helpless smile. I promise you. I promise all of you, Anna said. On the other side, Ritsuka, hidden from Gorgon's sight, exchanged a nod with Sakura and then shouted, Mash, cover Anna. Understood, master. Mash replied loudly and charged forward. Artoria had instructed her to hold position and wait for the right moment. Now that her master had given the signal, the time had come. Doctor, notify the director. Get ready to activate Astromancy Magecraft. I'm ordering the King of Knights and the Grand Master to fall back for now, Sakura relayed quickly to Chaldea. Tell Caren to focus on recovering the wounded. Understood. I'll deliver the message immediately. Sakura then extended her wand, aimed it at the gaps between the writhing demon pillars, and fired a signal magic bullet. A brilliant purple light illuminated the sky. Seeing the signal, Artoria activated the Holy Lance and unleashed invisible air, launching an attack at the Gorgon's massive form that didn't even require aiming. She severed the giant snakes formed from Gorgon's hair, and the force of the impact nearly knocked the massive goddess off balance. Hateful creature. Gorgon's mystic eyes flared wide, unleashing a petrifying beam at Artoria, but she quickly darted behind one of the demon pillars on the battlefield, letting it take the hit in her place. Regaining her footing, Gorgon scanned the area but couldn't find any trace of Artoria or Scáthach. Furious, she shoved aside the demon pillars in disgust, irritated by the way these familiars of the King of Magecraft were getting in her way. Then, the sky filled with a surge of ominous magical energy. Countless meteorites came crashing down like a storm, bombarding the northern edge of the battlefield beyond the demonic beast front. Both the magical beasts and the demon pillars suffered heavy damage. Grand Order Designation / Celestial Sphere for the Preservation of Humanity. Olga Marie's Astromancy Magecraft. From the very first day she arrived in this distant age of gods, she had been secretly preparing this large-scale ritual. With the experience from the Sixth Singularity's assault on the Holy City, and the benefit of an even more complete Divine Era environment, Olga Marie had far more time and resources at her disposal this time. In this age where most gods had already left Mesopotamia, she didn't even need to worry about provoking divine wrath. After all, even the sky goddess Ishtar had fallen into slumber. This colossal, meticulously prepared spell had been waiting for one moment, the instant Gorgon revealed herself amidst her demonic army. Even the goddess of demonic beasts had no choice but to use her hair and tail as a shield, trying to ward off the relentless meteorite impacts and explosions. Though the Astromancy Magecraft lasted only about 10 seconds, its devastation was catastrophic. Not even magical beasts were spared. As the bombardment ceased, rage consumed Gorgon's mind. Her fury reached its peak. But she was, after all, the goddess of demonic beasts, her regeneration was extraordinary. Her scorched and torn flesh, her severed tail and hair, all began to heal at a pace visible to the naked eye. Then, something even more terrifying than the meteor shower emerged. Gorgon couldn't perceive Anna clearly, only a blurry, short silhouette that looked both familiar and strange. Who are you? What is this chilling aura? I'm losing my mind. Get this thing away from me. Kingu. Panic overtook her. The overpowering dominance she displayed upon entering the battlefield vanished. You really can't see me. Gorgon. That is you, and yet not you. Do what you believe is right, girl. Artoria placed a hand on Anna's shoulder. She, more than anyone, understood what it meant to stand face to face with another version of oneself. Even if her own experience hadn't been adversarial. I understand. I understand. So please, lend me your strength. Anna, casting aside hesitation, raised her weapon and stepped forward to confront Gorgon. 100 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/pinksnake. Chapter 419, Volume 6, Chapter 53, The Countermove. That goddess larva. Kingu heard Gorgon's anguished cry and immediately realized her natural enemy was here. Whether they chose to retreat or make another move, the assault would collapse. Uruk and Chaldea wouldn't let this chance slip by, they'd surely launch a pursuit. Where do you think you're going, Kingu? Shiomi swept his spear out, a cold gleam slicing off Kingu's path as he attempted to rush to Gorgon's aid. No wonder you brought the witch with you. So you already had a trump card ready, Kingu said, conjuring a blade of light in his hand as he clashed with Gungnir. No, I had no idea. My wife just told me not to worry about that side, so I followed her lead, Shiomi replied calmly. Weapons and chains rained down from the sky and erupted from the earth, but Morgan's magecraft intercepted them all. Ereshkigal shifted Mana's attack mode, unleashing a barrage of firepower to counter Kingu's wide-range assault. She and Morgan worked in tandem, cutting down both his strikes and the beasts trying to encircle them. A swath of the battlefield, dozens of meters wide, was cleared by magecraft and noble phantasms, an arena carved out by power. Inside it, Kingu now faced off against Shiomi and Quetzalcoatl. Despite being drawn into close combat, Kingu remained full of confidence. Just 2 cripples, and you think you can defeat me, the strongest weapon my mother created. Even if you don't get close to Gorgon, the Holy Grail's protection reaches far enough to sustain her divinity. He wasn't bluffing. Both Shiomi and Quetzalcoatl were still bearing injuries from the battle at the Sun Temple 10 days ago, wounds that hadn't fully healed. So even with Morgan and Ereshkigal's support, they couldn't bring Kingu down quickly. The Holy Grail. Quetzalcoatl, her attack knocked away, landed on the ground and licked her lips. Just as Mari said. Gorgon doesn't truly possess divinity, she's relying on the power of the Holy Grail to simulate it. Even her ability to create magical beasts comes from that. Fools. Gorgon's power to birth magical beasts is real. She holds the genuine authority of the womb of beasts, Kingu sneered. Even if it's temporary, she still stands nearly equal to a mother goddess. But Gorgon's authority isn't complete, Ereshkigal pointed out. Otherwise, she wouldn't need to raid the Blood Fort and abduct so many humans. She and Quetzalcoatl had been to the Blood Fort several times, negotiating Gorgon's alliance to exterminate humanity. They'd seen firsthand the captured humans, used as breeding stock for magical beasts. Humph. That's why you goddesses. Kingu pressed his palm to the ground, and the range of his weapons expanded again. Backed by the Holy Grail and the Divine Land itself, the body that once belonged to Enkidu was now saturated with power. Kingu could unleash his full force without restraint. After all, his enemies were 2 goddesses, the Witch of Britannia, and a human who had usurped Marduk's axe. No matter what, as long as I stand here, even that goddess larva won't save you. Kingu's taunt was cut short when he spotted a sapling suddenly sprouting from the earth. He froze for a brief second, and in that instant, a crimson spear burst from the sapling, shooting straight for his throat. Kingu dodged with all his strength, but the spear still grazed his face. So, a surprise attack like that can't kill you, huh? Shiomi gave Gungnir a flick. But once you're dead, Gorgon won't last long without the Holy Grail's protection. Maybe so, but how do you plan to kill Kingu? With that axe? Quetzalcoatl asked, swatting aside a tentacle from a nearby demon pillar and dodging the gaze from its eye. Of course not, Shiomi answered flatly. When he touched the axe Quetzalcoatl had sent to Uruk again, he felt the change instantly. The colossal Marduk's axe vanished the moment he willed it, and it hadn't been destroyed. It had become his. But only in ownership. Shiomi understood well that, for now, he was merely a usurper, someone who had seized the king of gods' noble phantasm. Owning something and mastering it were 2 completely different things. Gungnir had been bestowed directly by Odin, no issue there. But Marduk's axe, it had to be tamed. Or rather, he had to grow strong enough to bear the power it carried. Until then, the axe wouldn't be fully under his control. And every time he forced its power, it would exact a heavy toll. What a shame. I was hoping to see Marduk's axe unleash its true name again, Quetzalcoatl teased. Of course, she knew that wasn't realistic. Whatever we lack, we'll make up for with courage and wisdom, just like you gods always expected from us humans. Shiomi charged forward, with Quetzalcoatl right behind him. It's decided. I'm going to cut you to pieces and string you up. Kingu stepped forward slowly on purpose, wrapping a chain around the red spear that floated midair under Shiomi's magecraft and hurling it back at him. It wasn't his weapon, so it naturally didn't fly true, but Shiomi had to halt its trajectory, forcing him to stop and creating an opening. That was the plan. But instead of stopping in defeat, Shiomi bent down, allowing Quetzalcoatl to leap off his back. She soared up, grabbed the hovering red spear, used it like a horizontal bar to spin twice in midair, and then let go, launching into a powerful flying kick aimed straight at Kingu. A direct attack like that won't. Kingu tried to backstep, but his feet wouldn't move. Tree roots and dark green chains had wrapped around his legs, holding him fast. Without a single word exchanged, Shiomi and Morgan had coordinated their spells seamlessly to restrict his movement. Mana unleashed a dense barrage of magical blasts, striking Kingu's location just before Quetzalcoatl reached it. Kingu couldn't escape in time and was forced to take the full brunt of the impact, grunting heavily. And then the sound abruptly cut off. Quetzalcoatl's flying kick landed squarely in his chest and gut, crushing the air and voice from his lungs. A louder crash echoed as Kingu's body was sent tumbling backward like a giant boulder, finally skidding to a stop. Shiomi's expression shifted the moment he saw what had caught Kingu's fall. There's more than 8 demon pillars in this singularity. What, already forgot? In the 5th singularity, that queen used her noble phantasm as a vessel to summon 28 demon pillars, Kingu said, now rising slowly into the air atop a demon pillar's body. But this time's different. These 28 were sent by the king of magecraft himself. So go ahead, savor the demon gods in their truest form. Looks like if we want to eliminate Kingu completely, we'll have to wipe out these demon pillars first. Shiomi gripped his spear, planting it like a staff. A noble phantasm-like spell, fired. Chapter 420, Volume 6, Chapter 54, Fall. The ends of Gorgon's hair twisted together, forming massive, dark purple serpents. Each snake opened its gaping, blood-stained maw and fired high-density mana beams. Though they couldn't bring down the city walls of the magical beast front in a single strike, the damage left behind was substantial. Anna's appearance dealt a heavy mental blow to Gorgon, breaking her usual composure. Her instincts screamed that this unidentifiable, tiny figure posed a grave threat. Yet Kingu, the one meant to protect her, still hadn't arrived. Back off. Scáthach yanked Anna's cloak, pulling her out of the path of a mana beam fired by one of the giant serpents. The blast left a deep scar across the battlefield. This won't work, we can't get close to Gorgon like this, Anna said anxiously. Even with Sakura's mana and the power of the command spell enhancing her beyond her previous limits, Anna still couldn't effectively approach Gorgon. New magical beasts could lunge at any moment, and the demon pillars writhing across the field made for constant interference. Even if we do get close, it might not matter. Scáthach pointed her spear at Gorgon's exposed abdomen, where a golden glow shimmered faintly. The Holy Grail's protection is still active. Even if you wanted to go out together with her, it won't be that simple. Letting go of Anna, Scáthach darted across the battlefield, parrying the beasts that charged at her while searching for an opening to strike at Gorgon. But on Master's side, new demon pillars just showed up around Kingu, Artoria shouted, swinging her holy sword with all her strength. She sliced through the open maw of a giant serpent, dodging the filthy blood that threatened to splash on her. We need to change priorities, the plan to defeat Gorgon after taking the Holy Grail has to be revised. Among the Uruk soldiers fighting on the front lines, many had already been critically wounded by Gorgon's attacks. Some had been lucky enough to be pulled back within the walls for treatment, others had been reduced to ash by the mana beams from those serpents formed of her hair. At this point, Gorgon resembled a fully armed turret, attacking in all directions with almost no blind spots. The serpents fired indiscriminately, their beams spraying in every direction. In other words, we can't stall any longer, Scáthach muttered as she weaved across the battlefield. Their opponent was the goddess of demonic beasts, far from an easy foe. But fortunately, they had a servant capable of countering her. Then, leave the offensive route to me. Tomo Guzan dodged the magical beast's claws, spun around, grabbed it with force, and let out a thunderous roar. Noble Phantasm, release. Noble Phantasm, O Aulik Svaha, mantra, Ariavalokai Bodhisattva. The magical beast was hurled at Gorgon, who reacted instantly by commanding her serpent heads to unleash a blast of mana in response. But the throw was merely a feint. Tomo Guzan's true noble phantasm converted her deep emotions into sun-like mana, then fired it as an arrow to detonate the target. The arrow struck, and the snakehead that had been gathering mana but hadn't yet fired exploded as well. The close-range strike hit Gorgon directly, but Tomo, unable to move after releasing her noble phantasm, was left vulnerable. She was struck by Gorgon's mana blast, collapsing from her injuries, unable to fight any longer. Mash quickly coordinated with Leonidas I, who activated his noble phantasm, Thermopylae Enomosha, to rescue the gravely wounded Tomo Guzan from the battlefield. This hit-and-run tactic enraged Gorgon. Her attention diverted, she failed to notice Scáthach leaping at her from behind. A chilling presence that clashed with everything above sent a shudder of dread through Gorgon. Since Gorgon had first appeared, Scáthach had been waiting for the right moment to release her noble phantasm. With so many magical beasts crowding the field, she chose to wipe them all out at once, Gorgon included. Let me show you the true nature of the land of shadows, Gorgon. The sky abruptly shifted colors. In the warped air, a massive stone gate, equal in scale to Gorgon herself, materialized and began to open slowly toward the ground. Open. Gate of sky. Gorgon sensed the battlefield churning beneath her. Magical beasts were caught up in the rising winds, lifted from the earth, and swept into the vortex, sucked into the gateway to the realm of death. But the demonic beast goddess, Gorgon, would not be dragged off so easily. She braced her massive frame against the pull, but the effort left her nearly immobile. Even her serpent heads could no longer lash out at nearby enemies. And even resisting the gate's pull came at a cost, it drained her mana. Despite the Holy Grail's blessing, Gorgon felt her magical reserves rapidly depleting. She extended a massive hand toward Scáthach, trying to crush her before the noble phantasm could fully activate. But this split her focus and exposed her to attack. Let's end this, Gorgon. Only those Scáthach had deemed fit could still move freely now, her comrades, fighting alongside her. Anna, for instance. She raised her sickle and swung it down toward Gorgon's heart. Though she had once died by the noble phantasm harp wielded by Perseus, Anna had manifested this time in a form reminiscent of her sister's, and with her came a noble phantasm just as lethal to her as that fateful blade. Only it could pierce Gorgon's immortality. Ayawa. Gorgon roared in agony. Her power waned further as she suddenly pulled back her extended hand and seized Anna's small frame. The sheer force crushed Anna's bones in an instant. Blood sprayed from her mouth. Swoosh. A flash of sacred light slashed across Gorgon's wrist. Though the wound began healing immediately, her grip weakened, and she could no longer hold onto Anna. Artoria caught Anna's fragile body and soared skyward astride Dun Stallion. She handed Anna to Scáthach before urging her steed even higher, past the vanishing gate. Gorgon hadn't miscalculated by appearing on the magical beast front. Originally, with Kingu at her side, she had the power to punch through the defensive line with the beasts and the demon pillars. But now, Kingu was unable to aid her. The newly arrived demon pillars, following Kingu's orders, were holding back Shiomi and his group from returning to the front lines. Left truly alone, Gorgon looked up in terror. The gate to the land of shadows was already closing, fading away. Above it hung the unleashed holy lance. Desperately mustering all her remaining mana, Gorgon wrapped her body in her serpentine hair and transformed into a complete monster. She unleashed her noble phantasm at Artoria. Dissolve, Pandemonium Cetus. Roar, Rangaminiad. 100 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/pinksnake. Chapter 421, Volume 6, Chapter 55, Pursue the Defeated Without Mercy. Having witnessed the power of the Holy Lance, Kingu understood that even with its might in the form of a servant, it could overpower Gorgon's noble phantasm but not completely destroy her. But now, Gorgon wasn't just up against the Holy Lance, she was also facing the goddess's larva, Scáthach, and the servant of Uruk. The moment Kingu sensed the Holy Lance descending, he knew Gorgon was finished. He had wanted to persuade her to retreat, but Shiomi had no intention of giving him any chance to intervene. The 28 demon pillars were indeed a threat, but Shiomi's objective was clear, to kill the wounded Kingu. As for the demon pillars, Morgan and the goddesses could handle them. She's quite capable, isn't she? Even managed to take down Gorgon. Kingu didn't bother looking at the outcome of the clash between the two noble phantasms. He already knew how it would end. His focus was solely on the enemy before him. No matter how powerful a servant is, even a god, once their weakness is exposed, they're vulnerable, Shiomi said, thrusting his spear again and again. Even the king of magecraft is no exception. Unfortunately for you, you'll die in this era. So you won't have to worry about what comes after meeting the king of magecraft. Sparks burst from where Kingu's hand touched Gungnir. My mother is about to awaken. What? Shiomi froze. Romani's long-awaited emergency communication came through. Shiomi. Bad news. Mari's spirit origin is starting to disappear. That succubus thought she could keep my mother asleep with dreams, Kingu said proudly, but she didn't realize, even in a dream, my mother can easily kill her. Wait, Shiomi suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Their original plan had been to kill Kingu and recover the Holy Grail first, then defeat Gorgon, the demonic beast goddess, and complete the repair of the singularity. That way, even if the king of magecraft had arranged for Tiamat's awakening, the plan would fall apart with the enforcer gone. According to the intel Shiomi had, the order in which Gorgon or Kingu obtained the Holy Grail didn't make a big difference. After all, Tiamat was still asleep within Mari's dreams. My mother's waking up anyway, so I'll be generous and let you in on a little secret. Kingu forcefully pushed Shiomi back. Gorgon's mother of Genesis wasn't inherited from my mother. It's a power she gained after synchronizing with her. He looked toward the walls of the demonic beast front. But his gaze pierced past them, straight toward the Persian Gulf in the south. That succubus thought keeping my mother asleep was enough, so I made arrangements to synchronize Gorgon's dreams with hers. When Gorgon died, my mother would be jolted awake by the sensation of death. Well, things didn't go exactly as planned. But the magical beasts you brought have basically been wiped out. Shiomi looked at the battlefield cleared by the gate his master had opened. Only the demon pillars of the King of Magecraft are left. Magical beasts. Demon pillars. Kingu spread his arms. Those were just appetizers. They're not the ones truly meant to annihilate humanity. He looked around smugly. Time to greet my mother. We'll save the final battle for then. After all, the demon pillars provided by the King of Magecraft were only meant to assist until she awakened. Even so, Shiomi had no intention of letting Kingu escape. Just as Kingu tried to take flight, Shiomi's Magecraft blocked his path. Then at the very least, you're dying here, Shiomi said. After using so many humans as breeding grounds for magical beasts, don't think you'll get away clean. You think you have the time for this? Kingu replied calmly. Although Shiomi had him pinned down, the demon pillars hadn't fully withdrawn yet. Morgan and the two goddesses couldn't provide support smoothly. Sheba 02, 06, and 09 are damaged. As if echoing Kingu's words, Shiomi's Chaldea communicator crackled with more updates from the control room and Da Vinci. It's a space-time shock. Romani, this is bad, the whole Mesopotamian world is undergoing spatial rupture. Hear that? That's the tide of my mother awakening. Kingu suddenly detonated his internal mana. Though Shiomi dodged in time and wasn't injured, it gave Kingu the opening he needed. Using the resulting haze, Kingu took to the sky, soaring past the magical beast front lines and heading straight for the Persian Gulf. Shiomi immediately leapt onto a pterosaur circling above, a mount used by Quetzalcoatl. Obedient and well-trained, the pterosaur carried Shiomi without resistance, speeding up in pursuit of Kingu. Doctor, alert the others. Fall back and fortify inside Uruk now. Leave the wounded and soldiers at the northern wall. Sending civilians back now is a death sentence. A terrible premonition pushed Shiomi to act decisively. If Gorgon could create beasts of this scale using Tiamat's power, Mother of Genesis, then what kind of horrors would the real Tiamat unleash? Kingu must not be allowed to return to her. Shiomi pressed down on the pterosaur and chanted a rune to accelerate it. The 9th primordial rune, the rune of navigation. By treating the sky as a sea, the pterosaur's flight surged past Kingu's speed. At the cliffs near the Persian Gulf, Shiomi caught up. Kingu. Caught off guard by Shiomi's sudden approach, Kingu turned hastily to fight back, but Shiomi launched himself like a cannonball from the pterosaur, crashing into him. Gungnir pierced Kingu's shoulder, and both tumbled toward the rocky coastline. Damn you, obsolete human. Kingu clutched his wounded shoulder, rage far outweighing the pain. The same human he had overpowered just days ago was now injuring him one-on-one. He was Tiamat's child, her strongest weapon, a next-generation human. Then die at the hands of the old generation. Shiomi kicked off the ground and lunged, spear aimed at Kingu's vital point. So close to his mother, Kingu burned with frustration at being stalled. He knew he couldn't rely on the same fake explosion tactic twice. Hand over the Holy Grail, and I'll let you die in one piece, Shiomi said, pressing forward step by step. You think one stab is enough to beat me? Kingu was resolved. He'd crush Shiomi before his allies could arrive, then toss him into his mother's sea of life to be used as raw material. But just as he expected, Shiomi wasn't that easy to kill. Kingu sidestepped the spear and grabbed it mid-thrust. He raised his other hand to stab Shiomi's heart, but the moment he extended it, his arm froze. Wah! Shiomi also paused in confusion. A pitch-black, cone-shaped tentacle had pierced through Kingu's chest. Chapter 422, Volume 6, Chapter 56, Lamu. Too focused on the enemy before him, Kingu, Shiomi momentarily overlooked the strange anomaly unfolding in the Persian Gulf. Kingu, who held the Holy Grail of the King of Magecraft, was clearly rushing toward the Persian Gulf to deliver it to the newly awakened Tiamat. However, the temporal tremors caused by her awakening, along with the singularity's further distortion, made it clear that the primordial Mother Goddess's return wasn't something so simple. Even Gorgon, with the authority of Mother of Genesis, gained through synchronization, could spawn countless magical beasts. What, then, could Tiamat herself create with that same power? Now, the answer revealed itself. Just as Kingu and Shiomi were locked in battle, a bizarre life form suddenly pierced Kingu's chest from behind. It was the answer. What are you doing? Kingu turned around in disbelief. The creatures resembled inky octopuses, yet stood upright like humans. Their heads bore only a single vertical maw, and from them came a chorus of strange syllables. The sound alone could drive an ordinary person insane. They were like something out of the Cthulhu mythos, indescribable, unnameable, impossible to behold. They laughed, mocking Kingu. Shiomi couldn't understand the incomprehensible speech, but Kingu could. Delivering the Holy Grail to Mother, that's my mission. He raised his hand, its blade wrapped in mana, trying to strike the creature that ambushed him, but he couldn't move any further. The creature withdrew its tentacle-like arm from Kingu's body, swallowing a golden glint, the Holy Grail itself. With a single, precise strike, it had ripped out the source of Kingu's mana and shattered his spirit core. It understood the essence of killing perfectly. At once, the creature grew larger. Wings sprouted from its back, it was about to take off. Shiomi ignored the enemy before him and lunged with his spear at the life form that had stolen the grail. He only managed to sever one of its legs. He planned to leap back onto the pterosaur and give chase, but the creature that attacked Kingu wasn't alone. More of them were crawling out of the sea, scaling the cliff, and closing in on Shiomi. Their jumping ability, speed, and strength surpassed any beasts or magical beasts Shiomi had ever encountered. They knew no fear and emitted wave after wave of eerie, unsettling laughter. To them, Shiomi was just the next to be slaughtered, like Kingu. Their exteriors were incredibly tough, and Shiomi was glad he wielded Gungnir. If he were using the Gi-Balg alternative his master had given him, each strike would have been far less effective. Forced back step by step, Shiomi gradually retreated toward the land behind him. Kingu's figure was now obscured by the swarming creatures, completely out of sight. The one that had taken the grail was already far in the sky, impossible to chase. With a powerful thrust, Gungnir pierced one creature clean through. The spear should have come out easily, but its softening tentacles tangled around it, starting a brief tug-of-war. Shiomi immediately changed tactics, channeling magecraft through Gungnir as a conduit. But before the spell could fully activate, the other creatures had already lunged at him. He freed his left hand and summoned the Crimson Spear. He swung it wide, but missed, the tip only grazing a creature's torso. Just as he hesitated, wondering if he should release Gungnir, fearing these abominations might devour even a divine spear, Strike Air came crashing down from the sky. Master. Artoria released the barrier of invisible air, shredding the surrounding creatures. Quetzalcoatl and Ereshkigal arrived right behind her. Where's Morgan? Shiomi asked. She took the others and retreated to Uruk using the water mirror, Artoria replied, raising her sword. According to Chaldea's report, a large number of unidentified creatures have landed along the coast of the Persian Gulf. I've already seen them. Sorry. We misjudged the situation. We should have waited a bit longer to finish off Gorgon. Just seeing those creatures was enough for Artoria to realize how bad things had gotten. This isn't your fault, or anyone else's. We never had enough intel to begin with. Working together with Artoria and Quetzal, Shiomi kept the creatures from getting within 3 meters of them. The Holy Grail's already been taken. There's no point staying here. Retreat, right. Got it. Quetzalcoatl waved, and the pterosaur circled above in response. Artoria nodded firmly. Understood. Then I'll wipe out these monsters with the Holy Sword. Just as she finished speaking, Shiomi completed his rune magecraft and slammed his palm onto the ground. The rock beneath him shifted suddenly, shoving the magical beasts into a fan-shaped formation. By my oath, Artoria seized the moment, unleashing her noble phantasm. Excalibur. The swarm of creatures was obliterated in an instant. Having unleashed both the Holy Lance and Holy Sword in quick succession, Artoria's mana was heavily depleted. Her legs buckled beneath her. Shiomi caught her before she fell, lifting her into his arms. You've done well, he said softly. I'll rest for a bit, Artoria murmured, resting her head against Shiomi's chest, trying to absorb as much mana as she could through physical contact. Shiomi's gaze shifted to the scars left behind by the blast of the Holy Sword. Kingu lay slumped near a rock, his once white robes soaked through with blood. While Shiomi had been under siege, Kingu, already mortally wounded and stripped of the Holy Grail, had been further brutalized by the creatures, now barely clinging to life. Sword of promised victory, huh? Kingu's blood-filled mouth twisted into a grin that was neither a smile nor a cry. Even if that thing can defeat them, it still won't hurt Mother. Loyal to the end, huh? But weren't you betrayed by your mother? Shiomi raised an eyebrow. It was those fools, not Mother. Kingu coughed up another mouthful of blood. Anything born from proper human history is no match for Mother. Is that so? Something stirred in Shiomi's mind, but he didn't voice it. One last question. Where's Gilgamesh? That king never returned to Uruk. But Kingu didn't respond, because he no longer could. Still clinging stubbornly to his beliefs even in death, Kingu died on the shore, only a step away from his so-called mother. What a ridiculously stubborn man. In that sense, he's not so different from Enkidu. Ereshkigal extended her hand, and the earth rose to cover Kingu's body, slowly drawing it down. Since Gilgamesh entrusted him to me, I'll return him to the underworld for now. 100 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/pinksnake. Chapter 423, Chapter 423, Volume 6, Chapter 57, The Primordial Sea. After clearing out the swarm along the coast, Shiomi brought Artoria and headed with Ereshkigal to the nearby observation station by the Persian Gulf, while Quetzalcoatl returned to Eridu to assess the situation there. The station, once bustling with activity, was now completely deserted. The area outside and atop the tower was littered with damaged, mangled corpses, and the inside was in total disarray. There, Shiomi re-established contact with Chaldea. From here, the view is clear. A crimson tide is steadily spreading across the distant waters of the Persian Gulf. And there are more of those creatures in the sea, similar to the ones we just fought, Shiomi said, brow furrowed. He gazed at the part of the sea not yet tainted red. More of those lifeforms were surfacing, though they hadn't begun to move yet. They were likely newly spawned, still dull in their senses. But it wouldn't be long before they turned just as vicious as the earlier ones. For convenience, let's name those mass-produced lifeforms Lamu, Romani said seriously. Judging from the situation, the black mud staining the Persian Gulf is most likely one of Tiamat's authorities, Chaos Tide. Neither humans nor servants should come into contact with it. Tiamat's authority. Shiomi murmured, lips tightening. Let's make one thing clear, neither your power nor the Holy Lance goddesses can compare to my mother's, Ereshkigal warned. Sure, you can foster life in the underworld, but even that requires your own blood as a medium. Your tiny spark of life-based authority is nowhere near the level of Mother, of Goddess Tiamat's, power. She has self-modification, individual replication, and life fusion. It's on a whole other level. I know. She's a creator goddess. Shiomi wasn't arrogant enough to deny it. Besides, he'd always rejected the idea of ascending to the throne of gods. There was no way he could compare himself to the origin goddess. As I mentioned earlier, the most terrifying of Mother's life-based authorities is Amino Hayas. Once you're swallowed by the black mud, it's over, Ereshkigal said grimly. No matter who or what you are, you'll be eroded and become an enemy of humanity. And ever since the Holy Grail was taken, the rate at which the black mud is corrupting the sea has accelerated, by the minute, Romani added. Soon, the Sheba observation mirror won't be able to monitor anything. We'll have to rely entirely on you all over there. How much time do we have? Based on the judgment provided by Assistant Officer Gilgamesh, at most, 3 hours, Romani answered. After that, the observation station you're in will be consumed by the black mud. The Black Sea will rise onto the land and eventually swallow all of Mesopotamia. This is worse than the great flood of Utnapishtim that once drowned Mesopotamia. 3 hours. Shiomi gripped the wall atop the observation tower and stared into the depths of the sea. Tiamat was out there. But even with his vision enhanced to its magical limit, he couldn't see a thing. There's more. Romani hesitated. What? We've detected a massive spirit origin reaction above the Persian Gulf. Its mana output exceeds the combined total of all 7 Holy Grails. It's an ultra-class magical energy core. We believe it to be the spirit origin of Tiamat, the primordial magical beast that gave birth to Mesopotamian civilization. Romani's voice grew increasingly tense. So, if we can defeat Tiamat's true body, this Black Sea will vanish? Shiomi asked. Ereshkigal looked startled. Defeat Mother. Do you even realize what you're saying? The axe of Marduk is here. If I stake my life on it and try again, maybe we can kill the awakened Tiamat. Shiomi pressed a hand to his chest. But master, your body still hasn't recovered from the last time you used it, Artoria said. But this time, we've got the goddess of the underworld and the sun goddess on our side. Once Quetzalcoatl returns from Eridu, we'll ride the pterosaur and head out to sea to intercept Tiamat, Shiomi said. Unless, the two of you don't plan to join this fight, in which case, I'll figure out something else. Ereshkigal quickly responded, I never said I wouldn't help. Besides, if Mother really steps onto land and lets the Black Sea engulf Mesopotamia and its civilization, the foundation of humanity will be completely destroyed. In other words, she had no choice, nor could she turn a blind eye. Then it's settled. I'll lead Artoria, alongside both goddesses, to intercept Tiamat. Before he could finish, Morgan's voice suddenly broke into the transmission from Uruk. In that case, I'll come immediately. No. For once, Shiomi cut her off without hesitation. My husband, are you planning to charge in alone? Do you really think I'll just stay behind in the rear and be safe? Morgan asked with a hint of displeasure. Shiomi took a deep breath. Intercepting her at sea is a high-risk operation. Considering the low chances of success, if we confirm it's not possible, we'll retreat at once. At that point, your uniqueness might become the trump card against Tiamat. Please start conserving your strength now and prepare for that moment. His words caught everyone by surprise. No one had expected Shiomi to say that, much less with such certainty. But before anyone could say anything else, Morgan gave a knowing smile. I see. So that's what you've been planning. Then I'll follow your lead, my husband, and stay in Uruk to hold the line with the others. But. Send Scáthach instead. If someone has to stay behind and face death, let it be the woman who can't die. Morgan said it almost like a joke, then added seriously, it was her own request, and she's already on the move. Shiomi, who had been about to argue, suddenly fell silent. A trace of melancholy passed through him. Whether it was Morgan, his mentor, or Artoria, they rarely clashed with him. But they all had strong wills of their own. None of them would stay in safety just because Shiomi thought the situation was dangerous. Unless he could present an alternative plan convincing enough, like the one he'd just given Morgan. Master, Artoria said, taking his hand. We've still got some time before Quetzalcoatl returns. Let's rest first. I haven't fully recovered yet, and Artoria's used her noble phantasm twice in quick succession, Shiomi said to Ereshkigal. So I'm leaving surveillance of the Persian Gulf to you for now. Don't sleep too deeply. I won't have time to wake you up if something happens, Ereshkigal replied casually. With that, Shiomi took Artoria's hand, and the two of them disappeared into the observation station. Chapter 424, Volume 6, Chapter 58, Tiamat. Half an hour later, Shiomi and the others departed from the observation station near the Persian Gulf. Each of them rode on a pterosaur summoned by Quetzalcoatl, soaring through the skies above the Gulf. The skies over land remained clear, but above the sea, storm clouds had already gathered. A massive number of magical beasts and llama swarmed through the air. Fighting as they advanced, Shiomi and the others forced their way through the barrier of creatures, heading straight for the source of the spirit origin reaction at sea, Tiamat's location. During the flight, Shiomi looked down from the back of his pterosaur and saw thousands upon thousands of llama emerging from the ocean. But these newly born llama showed no response to their group. According to Quetzalcoatl, they hadn't yet developed proper sensory awareness and could only grasp simple directives like go ashore and kill the old humanity. Before long, though, these llama would begin sharing consciousness with others and reach the same level as the ones that had backstabbed Kingu and stolen the Holy Grail. Quetzalcoatl was clearly displeased. After all, the planet had finally birthed gods capable of expressing individual traits, yet now, it was reverting to the collective. As a goddess herself, she was the first to oppose such regression. Suddenly, a sound, like singing, but not quite, echoed from over the sea. A. The voice came from a goddess floating above the ocean, breathtakingly beautiful yet radiating profound sorrow. That's Tiamat. Shiomi asked in disbelief. He couldn't immediately associate this figure with the mother of magical beasts. Ereshkigal also looked surprised. Why yes. I've never seen her in person either. But those horns that symbolize the earth, and those eyes, reflecting the inner sea of the planet, there's no doubt. That's the creator goddess, Tiamat. Are you sure? Shiomi asked. When Ishtar and I were born, Tiamat had already been discarded after the act of creation, Ereshkigal explained. She was abandoned as a womb, reduced to the soil that gave life. Artoria spoke up. In mythology, Tiamat was slain by the gods, and it was Marduk's axe that severed the mother goddess's throat. I'm afraid myths and reality don't always align, Scáthach said, having just arrived. According to Ereshkigal, Tiamat wasn't killed, but abandoned. Cast away by the very world she gave birth to. Or rather, by her own children. That's right, Ereshkigal confirmed. Once the planet stabilized, Mother was discarded like something useless. And she wasn't banished to the old world beneath the fabric either, Ereshkigal continued. She was cast into the imaginary number space, a lifeless void. The sea of imaginary numbers. Shiomi blinked, caught off guard, but he understood. That realm was broader than the world itself, with no fixed coordinates or navigational markers, a dimension of nothingness, utterly inaccessible from the physical world. Yes. For a primate species that has acquired the tree of life system, she, who might give birth to the next world, is far too dangerous, said Quetzalcoatl. It's like trying to lay a new foundation over one that was already built with great difficulty, and so. Shiomi lowered his gaze. So the gods. Or maybe humanity sealed her away. Now that the goddess Tiamat had returned from the sea of imaginary numbers, it didn't matter anymore whether it was the king of magecraft who awakened her, or human reason that summoned her. To the current human history, Tiamat is an existence that should not be on this planet. Master, Artoria said, staring at Tiamat, when I parted ways with you before, there was one thing I didn't get the chance to tell you. In this singularity, there may exist a form of evil beyond your imagination. Now I can say with certainty, this being who surpasses even the king of magecraft, this great demonic force, is the sin at the root of humanity. It's the goddess Tiamat. Evil. Shiomi, riding the pterosaur with her, turned slightly and looked at her in confusion. Not evil in the ordinary sense, Artoria nodded. It's the evil of humanity. Shiomi sensed the topic would quickly spiral into complexity. He chose not to press further, simply accepting her answer as he refocused on Tiamat's condition. Wait. Her hands and horns, are those chains? His eyes widened. Am I seeing things? No, you're not, Scáthach confirmed with a nod. The three goddesses had noticed it too. As they closed into within 100 meters of Tiamat, the primordial mother goddess simply opened her mouth and released a chant that resembled a song. The resulting storm nearly made it impossible for their pterosaurs to maintain altitude. Then, suddenly, Tiamat raised her head and looked straight at Shiomi. She's looking at me. Shiomi murmured in disbelief, eyes widening. Without realizing it, he reached out a hand toward her. Why? Why extend a hand? Was it as a human, reaching for the forsaken mother of all things? Or, as a child reaching out to their mother? No, master. Don't use your authority. Artoria was the first to notice something was wrong and shouted to stop him, but she was a moment too late. The crimson tide enveloping the Persian Gulf, Tiamat's authority, the primordial sea from which life is born, began to change. The chaos tide beneath her feet shifted. What emerged from it was no longer llama or magical beasts, but strands of dark green seaweed. Aaaaa. Tiamat let out another voiceless cry. Standing atop the pterosaur, Shiomi suddenly clutched his chest. His heart tightened, and then stopped. Ordinarily, this abnormal state wouldn't have concerned him. But now, it drained every last ounce of his strength. His body lurched forward, uncontrollably. Artoria reached out and caught his wrist. Master. She gritted her teeth and pulled hard. Winds raged across the sea. The pterosaur bucked like a fragile skiff caught in a storm. Artoria struggled to maintain flight, let alone free one hand to pull Shiomi back from falling into the chaos tide. Scáthach made an instant decision. Goddess Ereshkigal, can you use Ishtar's noble phantasm? In this situation, neither magecraft, nor her spears, nor even her gate could land an effective strike on Tiamat. They needed something that could deal overwhelming damage from a distance, right now. Of course I can. But how effective it'll be against Mother? I can't say. Ereshkigal was visibly tense. This would be her first time using Ishtar's noble phantasm in the outside world. Then use it. A voice suddenly echoed in her mind. 100 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 425, Chapter 425, Volume 6, Chapter 59, Primordial Attraction. Ereshkigal's tension vanished in an instant. Her eyes widened as she unleashed her mana at full capacity, her crimson irises turning to gold. Rising higher into the sky atop mana, she slowly raised her hand, tearing through the dark clouds. A gate to Venus opened in the heavens. Brace yourselves. With that warning, Ereshkigal activated Ishtar's noble phantasm. A noble phantasm that compresses the very concept of Venus into a projectile, then launches it like a bullet. At a glance, it seemed like nothing more than a simple mana cannonball, but it was, in truth, the concept of Venus itself. Once, simply because she found it unpleasant to look at, Ishtar ravaged Mount Abi, a sacred peak even the gods revered, reducing it to ashes and leaving not a single soul alive. This noble phantasm was born from that legend. Now sharing a body with Ishtar, Ereshkigal had, with Shiomi and the others' help, fully mastered the cycle of day and night, binding and harmonizing the dual goddesses. As such, invoking the noble phantasm wasn't difficult. The only question was, how much power could she unleash? After a brief moment of doubt, Ereshkigal knew, she could now wield it at full strength. She aimed at the floating figure of Tiamat above the sea, fully aware that what she was about to do was a reenactment of myth, a strike against the primordial mother. But, it had to be done. With this strike, we bid farewell to our mother, the great evil of origin. And gal ta ki gal say, kindling of Venus that shook the mountains. Tiamat made no attempt to evade. Ereshkigal herself hadn't expected the attack to land so easily. A blinding light tore into the sky, a storm ripped through the clouds, and the sea erupted in an explosion. The gaping void closed again. No trace of Tiamat remained. Shiomi, now snapping out of his trance, gripped Artoria's wrist tightly. She pulled him back onto the pterosaur's back. Ugh! Agonizing pain surged through him, followed by a mouthful of blood that nearly splattered across Artoria. He couldn't control it. Blood slipped between his fingers, dripping onto the pterosaur's back. Master. Artoria grabbed his shoulders to steady him. How reckless, Scáthach said, frowning. To use your authority right in front of Tiamat, you're lucky this was all you suffered. Though it sounded like a rebuke, her concern was obvious in her expression. Don't be so impulsive. Your body still isn't fully healed. Shiomi stared at his blood-stained palm. No, it wasn't recklessness. It was resonance, Quetzalcoatl said, seeing the truth. Yeah. Shiomi panted heavily. His heart had stopped for more than a moment. During that time, he'd entered a near-death state. You may possess the same type of authority, Artoria said, finally understanding. But you've only brushed the edge of that power. So when you made eye contact with her, Tiamat, the mother of humanity, she could instantly synchronize with your mind through that shared authority. And then, she influenced him. Even if she couldn't compel him to attack his allies, she could still make him fall from the pterosaur, right into the chaos tide. If that had happened. Let's rest for now. Tiamat's spirit origin is gone. All that's left is to recover the Holy Grail. Artoria removed her armor and embraced Shiomi. His chin rested limply on her shoulder, and the blood he hadn't yet wiped away stained her pure white cloak crimson. Sorry. Shiomi murmured. Don't worry about it. Artoria held him tightly, not so much to stop him from falling, but to prevent any further disturbance within him. So, where's the Holy Grail? Quetzalcoatl was just about to start searching when Shiomi suddenly jolted, gripping Artoria's shoulders with all his remaining strength. Retreat. Something's coming up from the seafloor. Head for land, now. His warning was enough. The others immediately detected a mana surge from beneath the sea, one as vast as Tiamat's had been, and without hesitation, steered their pterosaurs away from the spot where Tiamat had vanished. Shiomi activated communications with Chaldea. Romani, what's the status? We're seeing spirit origin reconstruction. Romani sounded stunned. Don't tell me, what we destroyed just now was only the head. And that wasn't all, the water level of the Persian Gulf was rapidly rising, and the spread of the chaos tide suddenly accelerated. Their pterosaurs ascended swiftly. A moment slower, and the tide's waves would have reached them. Far below, at the place where Tiamat had vanished. A massive form, large enough to blot out the sky, slowly rose from the depths. No longer the gentle, girl-like figure from before, Tiamat now revealed her true form as the overwhelming primordial mother goddess. With her star-like eyes slowly opening, Tiamat gazed toward Uruk, the last bastion of humanity in Mesopotamia, and let out a deep, distant, wordless song. I knew it. That hit was way too clean, Scáthach muttered, wiping the cold sweat from her cheek. This was a goddess even she couldn't slay easily. Even assuming she could deal damage, she would lose her ability to fight long before the damage could accumulate enough to matter. After all, Tiamat didn't look like the kind of goddess who'd just sit still and take hits. And the swarm of magical beasts and llama could strike at any moment. We should head back to Uruk and regroup with the others. Figure out our next move from there, Artoria said. Fighting her at sea right now is a losing battle. Everyone agreed without hesitation. Shiomi, overwhelmed by the physical toll of being forcibly synchronized with Tiamat's authority, could barely speak. He simply nodded. And so, the group turned their pterosaurs toward Uruk and began their retreat. Shiomi leaned limply on Artoria's shoulder, eyes still locked on Tiamat's immense form. For a moment, he thought he heard that voice from his dream again. Don't go. Don't leave me. Those starlit eyes fixed on Uruk seemed to glance briefly in his direction, an illusion, perhaps. Since all humans are your children, then. Shiomi, recalling the answer he never finished in his dream, whispered to himself. Mother. Stay with me, Master, Artoria said softly by his ear. That same authority gives you a connection to Tiamat that goes far beyond gods or men, the bond between a child and their mother. She sighed quietly, almost too softly to hear. Even if you want to reach her as a human, to speak to her as a child, for now, that's impossible. I know. Then rest. We still have some time before we reach Uruk. Artoria pulled her cloak around Shiomi, shielding his body from the cold wind rushing through the sky. Chapter 426, Volume 6, Chapter 60, A Moment's Respite. This is the worst. Less than half a day later, Shiomi was already back in bed. As he woke up, a bitter sigh escaped his lips. We were lucky. Drawn in by Tiamat and synchronized with her authority, anyone else would have collapsed from the strain. Scáthach was half lying beside him, her hand pressed to his chest, using magecraft to ease the burden on his body. In any case, it's a relief the master is unharmed. Artoria sat on the other side of the bed, watching Shiomi intently. Neither your companions here nor Chaldea can afford to lose you. Yeah. Shiomi nodded. Thank you. At that moment, whether it was Scáthach or Morgan, either of them would have done the same, Artoria added. She assumed Shiomi was thanking her for pulling him back from the pterosaur's back, preventing him from falling into the chaos tide. No, I meant how you looked after me on the way back. Shiomi gently took her hand. Then there's even less reason to thank me. I just did what I wanted to do, what I had to do. Artoria smiled and shook her head. Shiomi slowly pushed himself up with his arms, and Scáthach reached out to help him sit. How's the situation in Uruk? He had been unconscious for a while after returning. Judging by the light streaming in from outside the bedchamber, it was already evening. Too much had happened in a single day. When he woke that morning and rushed to the battlefield at the demonic beast front, he never expected things to spiral so quickly. The deterioration was far beyond anyone's expectations. We were attacked by a cluster of Lamo. Some civilians were killed, but Morgan used the water mirror to transfer our frontline forces and launched a timely defense. Thanks to everyone's efforts, the invading Lamo were wiped out before things could get worse, Artoria reported plainly. Right now, Tomo Guzan and Leonidas are following the Moon King's orders, escorting soldiers and civilians from Uruk, those unwilling or unable to fight, to the northern front to join the garrison there, Scáthach added. Tiamat had appeared in the southern Persian Gulf. With the other cities essentially destroyed, she was now advancing with the chaos tide onto the land, heading straight for Uruk. The city was about to become the new front line, while the northern walls, once the forward defense, had now become the rear. A sound decision, Shiomi acknowledged. What about casualties? Though we've gotten through brutal fighting, so far we've only lost one servant, Artoria said. Merlin's sister. Mari had been tasked with putting Tiamat into a deep sleep through dreams, keeping her from waking. But when Gorgon died, the shock roused Tiamat from her slumber. Mari, unable to escape in time, was killed by Tiamat within the dream. It's a heavy loss, but there was no helping it. She gave everything she had. Without her. No, maybe it's more accurate to say, we might never have made it to this singularity in the first place, Artoria said gravely. Now that a space-time rift had opened in Mesopotamia, even ray-shifting was no longer an option. Their only path forward was to defeat Tiamat and restore the singularity. What about the other places? Shiomi asked. He was referring to Uar and Eridu in the southern jungles, cities outside of Uruk where survivors had still been holding on. When things took a turn for the worse, the Lamo appeared and moved too fast in their attacks on humans. Quetzalcoatl did her best to wipe them out, but more than half the population was killed, Scáthach replied, withdrawing her hand. Shiomi's condition had stabilized. From here on, his recovery would depend on himself. By tomorrow, he'd be able to return to the front lines. So right now, everyone is, Shiomi started, trying to get a handle on their current course of action. Resting, while there's still a lull in the fighting, Morgan said as she slowly entered the bedchamber. They're all waiting for you to wake up so we can officially hold a strategy meeting and plan our next moves. Shiomi smiled and nodded, then teased, though for a moment there, I was wondering. I woke up and only saw Master and Artoria, thought maybe you weren't worried about me. Of course I was. But the situation was a bit different this time, so I let them take care of you instead. Morgan walked to the bedside. I've been preparing for the counterattack against Tiamat, and I only made time to come check on you. Sorry for distracting you, Shiomi said, rubbing his nose. Morgan gave a calm smile, her voice laced with gentle warmth. If you'd slept another 10 days or more, then I really would have been distracted. Let's just call it exhaustion this time. How are the preparations going? How much more time do you need? Shiomi quickly shifted back to a serious tone. This wasn't part of the original plan, and to unleash my full power, I temporarily took control of Uruk's throne. With support from the Moon King, I appropriated quite a few of Gilgamesh's treasures as materials. Morgan's tone was stern but brimming with confidence. That Gilgamesh really knows how to let go, Scáthach quipped, even though she'd expected as much. This was a crucial effort to save Uruk. Even the King of Heroes, usually so stingy with his treasures and trust, had stepped up generously. Personally, I think this preparation to confront a god is too rushed. It's little more than a patchwork effort. But with my husband and everyone else fighting beside me, I'd say the strengths outweigh the flaws. Artoria glanced at her. You're pretty experienced with this sort of thing. It's just the same thing I've always done, Morgan replied humbly, though the pride in her voice couldn't be hidden. Seeing her expression, Shiomi paused, then it clicked. Hey, can I hold you? He asked. When I woke up this morning, I didn't even get a chance. As you wish. Morgan climbed onto the bed and nestled into Shiomi's arms, accepting his silent praise and comfort. This was what she wanted. No words were needed, Shiomi understood, and responded the way she hoped he would. Though, the very next moment, he was hugged from behind by his master. Artoria didn't join in, not because there was no space, but because she and Shiomi had already embraced passionately during a half-hour break at the observation post. There wasn't any need to repeat it right now. They'd barely shared a few minutes of peace before footsteps echoed from outside the chamber. By the time Gray knocked and entered, they had already pulled apart and looked perfectly composed. Then, Gray delivered unexpected news. Teacher. King Gilgamesh, who was missing, has been found. 100 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/pinksnake. Chapter 427, Volume 6, Chapter 61, Conceptual Ceiling. Although Gilgamesh, the one who originally belonged to this era, had been found, the situation was far from optimistic. After leaving Uruk in search of the elixir of immortality and never returning, Gilgamesh was now lying inside a transparent container that resembled a coffin. It was such a pain hauling this thing out of that creepy temple and lugging it all the way back to Uruk, Jaguar Warrior said as she rolled her shoulders, clearly exhausted. Thank you for your hard work, Jaguar Warrior. I'll arrange a thank you celebration for you later as an offering. No need to be so formal, it was nothing, she said with a thumbs up, then dashed off to rest. After the battle on the demonic beast front ended, she'd been assigned to investigate the Gorgon's blood fort. She hadn't been too keen on going, but if she refused, Quetzalcoatl would have punished her, so she went while grumbling. What she hadn't expected was a major discovery. With the goddess of demonic beasts no longer receiving offerings, the temple's barrier had faded, and its original function ceased. While simply scouting, Jaguar Warrior had found Gilgamesh in the temple's deepest chamber. Trusting her instincts, she brought him back. This isn't an ordinary coffin. The person inside isn't dead, just sealed, Morgan explained after analyzing it. This container is the cornerstone used to deny the concept of Gilgamesh as king within the singularity. Hakuno Kishinami placed a hand on the transparent lid. This feels weird. The servant Gilgamesh stood nearby, while the real Gilgamesh lay inside the coffin. Idiot. Servants are beings that transcend time, don't lump us together. The servant Gilgamesh flicked Hakuno's forehead. At that moment, Siduri asked, so, can the seal be broken, Lady Morgan? The seal was originally made possible through the Holy Grail, the temple, and Gilgamesh himself. Now, with the Holy Grail in Tiamat's hands and the Gorgon destroyed, Morgan said with a calm smile, only the real one remains. Even a beginner-level Magus could break this seal now. Shiomi let out a thoughtful hum. Hold on. If the seal can be undone, does that mean? He gave Gilgamesh a subtle look. Pointless question. My master has held the throne in my stead long enough. Now, it's time for me to take over, Gilgamesh declared proudly. He made no effort to hide that he intended to join the fight against Tiamat. With the living Gilgamesh added to the mix, Morgan said, that should help close the gap in combat strength. Siduri voiced her concern. But King Gilgamesh has been sealed for so long, and now we're sending him straight back to the battlefield. So, are you trying to stop the living king from returning to battle, Siduri? Gilgamesh asked. No, that's not what I meant, Siduri replied. If returning to the battlefield is the king's will, I won't stand in his way. Given how things stood, it was only a matter of time before Tiamat reached Uruk. But if they could defeat her in the end. With the surviving people of Uruk and their king returned from his journey, surely Uruk could be rebuilt. Even if the outcome remained uncertain, Siduri couldn't help but think about what would come after the crisis. That's enough, Gilgamesh said with a faint smile. Behind her veil, a gentle, understanding smile appeared on Siduri's face. At that moment, the seal on the transparent coffin was undone. Gilgamesh, the one native to this era, was still in a dormant state. Siduri quickly ordered the divine tower guards who remained to assist. Together, they carried King Gilgamesh, along with the now half-intact coffin, to the royal bedchamber. Now that the real King Gilgamesh has returned, I don't have to keep bearing the title of Moon King and sit on the throne anymore. Hakuno finally let out a breath of relief. Not that there's anything left for me to do now, anyway. What's the matter, Hakuno? Not satisfied with ruling Uruk? Gilgamesh laughed heartily. Greedy little girl, aren't you? Ha ha ha. That's not what I meant. Hakuno couldn't be bothered to respond. Shiomi was preparing to connect with Chaldea. Once the others arrived, they could begin the final operation meeting, but something struck him. Come to think of it, it's strange that the king of magecraft would go so far as to seal away Gilgamesh and use that as the foundation for generating the concept of denying the existence of King Gilgamesh within the singularity. It's a bit unexpected, he said. Gilgamesh turned to look at him. What are you trying to say, Chaldea's man? I met the king of magecraft once. That man only seemed concerned with completing the incineration of humanity, and what came after. He went as far as sealing the Gilgamesh of this era to realize the concept, yet once you all arrived, he didn't bother to patch up the conceptual loopholes. Shiomi suddenly turned, locking eyes with Gilgamesh's crimson gaze. It's almost as if someone suggested he act that way. Of course, he wasn't suggesting Gilgamesh had orchestrated it himself. As hard as the man was to predict, he wasn't so petty or bored. Then you'll have to go to the king of magecraft's temple yourself to find the answer, Gilgamesh replied, clearly unwilling to say more. With the other far-sighted ones still listening, it wouldn't do you any good to hear the rest. Is that so? Understanding what Gilgamesh meant, Shiomi didn't press further. He stepped outside the hall and activated the Chaldea comms. Doctor, let the others know, it's time to gather at the palace for the operation meeting. Understood, I'll notify them. But what about you? Romani checked in. The report said Tiamat had a serious impact on you. And we haven't been able to properly analyze your condition from Chaldea's side. If your current state... I'm fine, Shiomi replied firmly. I can't say I've fully recovered, but I'm fit for combat. Morgan and the others have agreed. Even if they didn't, what could they do? Once the battle with Tiamat begins, who has the time to babysit you and keep you off the front lines? Scáthach, sitting on the steps outside, spoke up with a helpless smile. You've even picked up your mentor's bad habits. Honestly. Even if it's master, you've never faced a battle like this, Shiomi said. If I don't want you in danger, does that mean you just won't fight? Shiomi asked. Well. I guess not, Scáthach admitted, visibly conceding the point. Morgan, who had followed him out, and Artoria, already seated nearby, joined in the shared laughter with Shiomi and Scáthach. Chapter 428, Chapter 428, Volume 6, Chapter 62, Not of Proper Human History. When Tiamat truly awakened, the chaos tide surged toward the land at an astonishing speed. The southern cities of Uar and Eridu were already engulfed, and by dusk, it had reached the southern front. As acting king, Hakuno Kishinami issued her final command, to activate the Fangs of Napishtim, a weapon designed by Gilgamesh, halting the black mud advancing from the sea before it could further corrode the land. We finally managed to stop it from reaching our base. If we had something like this, you should have brought it out sooner, Shiomi muttered after receiving the frontline report from the soldiers. Gilgamesh chuckled. That's exactly how a final weapon should be used. Though this should have been the duty of the king of this era, I had no choice but to step in. Anyway, since everyone's here, shall we begin, a round table meeting? Hakuno gestured toward the center of the hall. Mash had laid her shield flat on the ground, turning it into a large-scale communication device. Unlike their personal communicators, Chaldea's Spiritron communication could transmit far more detailed data through Mash's shield, allowing all of Chaldea's analysis to reach Shiomi and the others at the singularity. Seeing the shield used like this brought a wave of emotion over Artoria, for a moment, at least. Unfortunately, Mash was the only one here who could truly be called a Knight of the Round Table. First, the Lamu, Tiamat's creations fall into two types, Shiomi began. One kind turns into a sphere at sunset and ceases movement. These are the ones that attack civilians in the remaining cities. As for the second type, those who had attempted to strike at Tiamat's main body, including Shiomi, had already encountered them. The ones that fly around her, keeping enemies at bay, Ereshkigal said, still visibly affected by the memory. If they hadn't all been at full strength at the time, those flying Lamu alone would have caused serious trouble. What's going on? The data on Tiamat. Artoria's expression darkened. The specifications and capabilities are detailed, but no weak points. Scáthach gave a wry smile. Romani sighed. I'd love to include at least a couple of strategies, but Tiamat is flawless, both physically and mythologically. We simply can't stand up to her. Marduk's axe, Shiomi said slowly. It's in my hands now. I can't release its true name like last time, but if we can get a major god like Quetzalcoatl to assist, we might be able to threaten her, right? Quetzalcoatl nodded in agreement. That's true. But you and I aren't Marduk, we can't draw out the axe's full divine power. There's no way to recreate the scene from myth where Marduk slayed Tiamat. At best, we can slow her down. So it really is like that, huh? Sakura let out a breath. Still, ever since Mother came back earlier, she's been using the throne here to prepare some kind of secret weapon. What is it? Only Morgan and Shiomi truly knew the answer, something tied to Morgan's greatest secret. Even Shiomi hadn't asked, merely sensing the truth and remaining silent. Between them, there was a perfect, unspoken understanding. It's nothing that impressive. Just a large-scale launcher for the Holy Lands, Morgan said, crossing her arms. I built it myself using treasures from the King of Heroes' vault as materials, an anti-divine weapon. Her tone was casual, as if it were nothing more than a tool, less remarkable even than the divine authority seals set into the walls of Uruk and the magical beast front. But it was clearly no ordinary weapon. Everyone present wore expressions of pure shock. They all knew Morgan had mastered magecraft and could reproduce the Holy Lance with power equal to the original. But now, she was talking about deploying an attack on the scale of the Holy Lance, on a mass scale. The sheer magnitude of it left them speechless. You don't have to sound so relaxed about it. Shiomi whispered to her. Because I was looking forward to everyone's reaction, Morgan said with a gleeful expression. Even in such a life-and-death crisis, she still maintained a rare sense of optimism. Wait, did you hold back when you were at the Round Table Fortress? Artoria couldn't help but ask. Olga Marie wiped the sweat from her forehead. I thought it was going to be all three holy lances firing together, but apparently. It was quite outrageous, Hakuno said with a bitter smile. That said, if we want to unleash its full power and actually destroy Tiamat, we'd need at least 2,000 years worth of mana, Morgan explained, her tone turning calm and serious after enjoying everyone's reactions. I've already gathered all command spells except for my husband's, and with the treasures as backup, the total mana output might, at best, be enough to make Tiamat pause for a single day. That's already insanely strong. We're talking about the goddess Tiamat here, not just some random monster. Romani exclaimed. If you had something like that, you should have said so earlier. If we'd started preparing back when we first arrived, we might have. We didn't expect things to spiral this far either, Shiomi said with a wry smile. The original plan was to defeat Kingu, recover the Holy Grail, and prevent Tiamat's full awakening. That was when Ereshkigal noticed something was off. Wait a minute, what exactly is going on? What? Ritsuka looked confused. That's our mother we're talking about. Mother has no weaknesses. Even Marduk had to struggle immensely to hurt and kill her. So how can you talk so casually about having a way to kill her? Ereshkigal's voice trembled with concern. She feared it was just an attempt to boost morale. To be precise, Shiomi said calmly, as long as a servant or heroic spirit is born from proper human history, then their noble phantasms are basically incapable of harming Tiamat. But if that isn't the case... The hall fell silent. Some immediately understood. Others were still trying to piece it together. So that's what it is. Scáthach let out a sigh. Artoria slowly closed her eyes and nodded in understanding. Then I won't ask further. You've already shown incredible selflessness by revealing your identity at a time like this. It's enough for us to know that your plan isn't some empty dream. Our master trusts you more than anyone, and we trust our master. 100 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/pinksnake. Chapter 429, Volume 6, Chapter 63, Analyzing Beast. Everyone. Shiomi gripped Morgan's hand tightly, his gaze filled with gratitude as he looked around at the others. Wait a second. I don't mean to throw cold water on this, but Tiamat, no, as a beast, doesn't possess the concept of death at all. Even with 2,000 years worth of mana, there's no way Morgan could actually kill her. Romani took the opportunity to disclose Tiamat's class as confirmed by Chaldea. That's why I said eliminate, Morgan replied. It was the goddess of the underworld here who misunderstood. Huh. Ereshkigal blinked, caught off guard. Not kill her, but erase the body she's manifested in this world, destroy it to the point that she can't quickly regenerate, or even reverse it into recovery, Morgan explained further. Didn't the battle at sea already prove that? No matter what we do, we can't kill Tiamat. It was an idealized scenario, a method that existed only in theory. Realistically, the best they could do now was to severely wound her. But why? Even goddesses like Quetzalcoatl or Ereshkigal can't manage to do that. Mash circled back to the earlier question. Everyone was thinking the same thing. Rather than focusing on their allies' identities, what mattered more now was uncovering more information about Tiamat. Negagenesis, Romani said. It's an ability unique to Tiamat as a beast, one that overturns fundamental concepts like evolution and Earth's creation myths. It's a conceptual barrier. Even if she's not actively deploying it, the mere fact that she possesses it allows her to nullify attacks from heroic spirits rooted in human history. But even if we manage to seriously injure her, we still can't kill her or retrieve the Holy Grail from the King of Magecraft. So what then? Hakuno asked. Dr. Romani, is there any follow-up strategy we could use after wounding her? I'm afraid not, Romani replied with clear frustration. It might sound irresponsible, but Tiamat is the mother of all existing life. The fact that we're alive proves her existence. As long as that's the case, Beast 2 cannot die. I see, Artoria murmured. So unless Tiamat becomes the last death on Earth, we can't force her to conform to the world's ordinary physical laws. As long as any life still exists. Scáthach mused, then turned toward Ereshkigal. Mistress of the Underworld, what's your take? Me. Ereshkigal was startled. As someone who also governs the land of the dead, I don't think it's out of the question, Scáthach said. But the gates I can open only work on large servants. Tiamat far exceeds that in scale. And besides, the current state of the Land of Shadows. As she listened, Ereshkigal slowly began to grasp what was being suggested. She realized that everyone was now looking at her with the same expectant gaze, and finally understood what Scáthach was implying. No. You want to send Mother to my underworld? Ereshkigal panicked. Though she had never laid eyes on Tiamat since the day she was born, she knew all too well what kind of existence the primordial mother goddess was. To push a heavily wounded Tiamat into the underworld. That's a rather merciless plan, Morgan said, casting a glance at Shiomi. But if it's down there, Tiamat would become the last living being. Hakuno saw the implication immediately. Ereshkigal slumped her shoulders. Honestly, I knew it would come to this. Ever since I left the underworld and started hanging around with all of you, I had a feeling something like this would happen eventually. So you're agreeing, Ereshkigal? Sakura asked excitedly. Tiamat would reach Uruk in less than a day. Even counting the mystic code Morgan had set up there, they could only hold her off for 2 days at most. There was no time left for hesitation. Well, since Sakura asked, of course I'll agree. But just managing Kutha keeps me plenty busy already. Linking the underworld to the surface of Uruk would normally take at least 10 years. In the days she'd spent in Uruk, Ereshkigal had gotten along so well with Sakura that she even felt replacing her sister Ishtar with this human girl might not be such a bad deal. So, when Sakura looked at her with those hopeful eyes, Ereshkigal gave in. Normally. Caren caught the slip immediately. It was supposed to take 10 years, but I've hated Uruk for a long time, so I've been secretly digging tunnels underground. If I return to the underworld now, it should only take 3 days, tops. Ereshkigal held up 3 fingers shyly. Now Hakuno felt a little awkward too. She'd thought Ereshkigal was just a kind-hearted version of Rin Tosaka, but apparently the scheming side hadn't gone anywhere. There was something a little disillusioning about it, maybe. You, if I were still alive, I'd be settling this with you after the war, Gilgamesh grumbled, his eye twitching. As an old acquaintance, Ereshkigal's antics came as no surprise. But if you go back to the underworld now, won't that let Ishtar re-emerge? Shiomi pointed out. Can't we send someone else in your place? His question hit on exactly the problem that had been bothering everyone. Ereshkigal's presence on the surface, and her activity, was suppressing Ishtar's divinity. If she returned to the underworld, the seal alone wouldn't be enough to keep Ishtar from awakening. About that. I have an idea, Ereshkigal said, pressing a hand to her chest. Please give me a little time. Back during the sea battle, she had been able to use her noble phantasm thanks to Ishtar's tacit approval. Ishtar's divinity had already awakened, it just hadn't surfaced. Trapped within the seal, she had been watching Ereshkigal's every move in silence. So, this might be her last chance. Ereshkigal wanted to speak to Ishtar directly. If it turns out we can't resolve this, we'll have to find another way, Shiomi added suddenly. After all, given the current situation, there's no guarantee Ishtar would be willing to help us fight Tiamat. If it comes to that, I'll take this body with me into the underworld, Ereshkigal said. That way, the rest of you can focus on dealing with Tiamat. The only reason she hadn't offered this solution from the beginning was that she wanted to ensure they'd have enough strength left on the surface, even without her. I understand, but allow me to say this, Shiomi spoke up again. Even after everything we've discussed, before we decide whether or not to kill Tiamat, I want to speak with the Mother of Origins myself, and then decide based on that. Then, Shiomi voiced the thought on his mind. Chapter 430, Volume 6, Chapter 64, The Underworld Goddess's Resolve. After the battle meeting ended, the group dispersed once again. The operation against Tiamat would officially begin at dawn. On one hand, Tiamat wouldn't act at night, on the other, everyone had been through 2 straight days of brutal fighting and needed at least some rest. That included core fighters like Shiomi, who still hadn't fully recovered. As she walked through the streets of Uruk, Ereshkigal looked around at the once bustling roads, now completely deserted. The shelves that had been filled with goods were now bare, with only scraps left behind. All the citizens had gathered at the northern city walls, where Leonidas I and Tomo Guzan led the army to fend off the scattered Lamu attacks. Uruk itself had become the final line of defense against Tiamat. What a hopeless battle. A voice echoed out, but Ereshkigal didn't stop walking. It wasn't someone speaking to her, this voice came from deep within her mind. I know. Even if they managed to seriously wound Tiamat and drag her into the underworld, Ereshkigal wasn't confident she could actually defeat her there. Still, Tenkei Shiomi had insisted on holding back, hoping for one final conversation with Tiamat. If it were anyone else, Ereshkigal would have thought they were out of their mind to want to communicate with the Mother of Origin. But with Shiomi, it somehow made sense. In fact, it almost felt inevitable. Ereshkigal and the underworld existed as the final contingency in case Shiomi's attempt failed. You're probably laughing at how foolish I am, siding with humans, helping them fight our former allies, and now I'm about to step forward, wield my authority in the underworld to kill our mother, Ereshkigal said aloud. Ishtar was silent for a moment, then replied slowly, no. Not at all. You're not. Ereshkigal sounded surprised. If I were in your place, I'd do the same. If we just let her continue, eventually even I'd have nowhere left to exist, Ishtar replied. Yeah, Ereshkigal nodded in agreement. But you seem to be enjoying life up there, Ishtar grumbled. If you like it so much, why not just leave the underworld completely? Why insist on using my body? Ereshkigal stopped at a crossroads. Don't talk like that. You know perfectly well what would happen to the underworld if no one's there to keep it in check. Ishtar didn't argue further, only huffing in response. You heard what was discussed earlier. If I give your body back to you now, will you take my place and fight alongside the others on the surface? There was no one else around. Ereshkigal asked bluntly. Fighting our mother is one thing. Helping Chaldea and Gilgamesh is another. Once mother's defeated, I'll take advantage of Uruk's weakened state to kill Gilgamesh and seize the city, Ishtar said without the slightest attempt to hide her intentions. If you're fine with that, I don't mind lending a hand. You two really don't get along, Ereshkigal said. You already knew that, Ishtar replied flatly. Ereshkigal thought it over for a moment, then turned and started heading back toward the Divine Tower. Once the operation starts at dawn, I'll return your body to you. After that, I'll go open the path beneath Uruk that leads to the underworld. Whether you want to destroy Uruk or fight Mother, that'll be your call. Even in your underworld, if you push your authority too far, you know what the consequences will be, Ishtar warned. Then I'll just have to make sure it doesn't come to that, Ereshkigal replied calmly. Her mind was already made up. Do whatever you want. I won't care what happens to you. After that, Ishtar went completely silent. Ereshkigal could no longer hear her voice. She slowly climbed the steps and headed toward the side hall where Chaldea's group was staying, only to find an unexpected sight waiting for her there. What are you all doing? In the kitchen of the Divine Tower's side hall, Ereshkigal looked at Sakura and the others bustling about with cooking and asked curiously. With no maids around, they had to rely on themselves for this final meal before the battle. Cooking, of course. We need to eat well tonight and also prepare rations for tomorrow. No one knows how long the fight will last, Sakura said, smiling brightly and earnestly. Her cheerfulness was so radiant that Ereshkigal found it almost blinding. Then, can I help? She offered. No need. You're not exactly experienced in the kitchen, Lady Goddess. You don't have to force yourself to do something unfamiliar, Sakura said cheerfully, clasping her hands in front of her chest. Besides, you're a key part of the coming battle, there's no need to waste your time on something like this. Well, I guess that's true. Ereshkigal replied, a bit bashful. It's just. I've never done anything like this with so many friends before, so. She wanted to make more memories. Once the singularity was repaired, her and Ishtar's duty as divine spirits would end. The next time they manifested, it might not be like this. I see. Sakura tilted her head slightly, then seemed to understand what Ereshkigal meant. Then please join us. We don't have many ingredients, so it won't be a lavish dinner, but. She took Ereshkigal by the hand and led her to the center of the kitchen, motioning for the others to pause for a moment. The goddess Ereshkigal would like to help us make dinner. Please teach her, Sakura said earnestly, palms pressed together as she looked to the girls. Lady Ereshkigal is going to cook too. Mash said, wiping flour from her face. Ereshkigal looked flustered. I don't have any experience, so I hope I won't be a burden. If we're being honest, aside from Sakura-senpai, none of us are really good at cooking, Ritsuka said with a grin. Gray raised her hand. Actually, I know a bit. Back when she first stayed at the Shiomi residence, she had learned a lot, wanting to contribute while she was under their roof. Me too, Caren added with a nod. So it's just the two of us who don't know how. Ritsuka glanced at the director and Mash. Seems that way, Olga Marie admitted. Siduri spoke up, encouraging everyone, let's all do our best together with Lady Ereshkigal. Yeah. 100 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/pinksnake. Chapter 431, Volume 6, Chapter 65, Faint Starlight. From the top of the Divine Tower, the lights from the side hall were clearly visible. Even from afar, it was obvious how lively things were over there. Shiomi smiled as he watched the scene. Compared to the quiet night that had settled over Uruk, that warm glow seemed to embody the very meaning of the battle he would soon face. He looked up at the star-filled sky of the Age of Gods, where the Milky Way shone brilliantly. If you don't mind, would you show yourself for a moment, old man? A gentle breeze swept across him. Sensing a presence, Shiomi spoke in a calm, composed tone. Then, the first Hasanai Sabah slowly stepped out from the darkness. My thanks, Shiomi said softly, though he didn't rise to greet him. After all, this man paid no mind to formalities, he appeared only when necessary, to speak to those who needed it, to act when it mattered. This moment was no exception. Have you made up your mind? Beast 2. I know exactly what it means for Tiamat, the primordial mother, to manifest under that class. Shiomi's smile faded as he turned his gaze south, toward the Persian Gulf beyond Uruk. But still, I'd like to ask you to hold back for now, leave Tiamat, leave Mother to me. He had studied the Clock Tower's archives at the London Singularity, and after returning to Chaldea, had privately discussed the matter with Romani. Heroic spirit summoning. The 7 classes standing at the pinnacle of human history, called forth by the counterforce to deal with exceptional calamities. And that calamity was the beast. Now, with the appearance of the original Hassan and Tiamat's awakening, Shiomi understood more clearly than ever the connection between them. The Grand Assassin and Beast too, this old man had come to solve a problem even Romani had deemed impossible. A threat that existed without the concept of death had only one true countermeasure. We servants manifest in response to the counterforce, to preserve the continuation of mankind. If your will can truly reach the primordial mother and dispel the tide that erodes the land, then I shall not draw the blade I carry, the old man replied. Shiomi smiled faintly. So you'll allow it? You are one of humanity's last representatives. Of course I'll hear your request. But should you fail, I will carry out the duty entrusted to me, the old man said. That's enough. Shiomi nodded. Abandoning the primordial mother may not be wrong. But, if there's a better way, if I'm right, then perhaps there's still a future where humanity and mother don't have to end in conflict. His voice faded into the night wind, but there was no reply. The old man's presence vanished into the dark, and Shiomi only realized he had left once he was already gone. In his place, it was Morgan who responded. The choices made in human history reflect the collective will of humanity, aiming to ensure its survival. But that doesn't mean every individual must conform, Morgan said. Which is why you, my husband, are free to choose another path. Yeah. Shiomi nodded. 2 cool, smooth arms slid around him from behind, crossing over his chest. Morgan gently nibbled on his earlobe, her long silver hair cascading down across his front. Were you talking to someone? Morgan had noticed as well. Grand Assassin, the first Hassan, Shiomi answered honestly. I see. The appearance of a grand servant probably meant Tiamat's awakening was inevitable all along, Morgan said knowingly, though she could only sigh. Do you feel disappointed, as if all our efforts have been for nothing? No. Maybe it's actually a good chance, for me to really confront who I am now. Shiomi gently held her hand. Whether as a human, or something else. Morgan couldn't help but laugh. My husband really is something. To confirm your existence, you're going to face the primordial mother head-on. Will that really give you the answer you're looking for? I'll only know once I've seen her for myself, Shiomi murmured, tilting his head and brushing his cheek against hers. Whether it's a god or a human, you can't talk to someone consumed by rage. So we fight. We wear down Tiamat's strength, as much as we can. Only then can we avoid being swallowed by that rage, Morgan finished with a smile. Thank you, Shiomi said. Morgan wanted to say there was no need for thanks, but she knew this wasn't about politeness. Every time his words of gratitude echoed in her ears, it shook her heart in a way she couldn't ignore. Time's really flown by. Shiomi suddenly said. Yeah. Once this singularity is resolved, we'll have to face that false king of magecraft, Morgan said, nuzzling his cheek with the tip of her nose, savoring the warmth they shared. Thanks for staying with me through it all, Shiomi said softly. It's been hard, sure, but I've also enjoyed it. There were plenty of annoying people, but getting to walk this road with you has been a wonderful experience. Ah, ha. Shiomi could only laugh. Why are you nervous now? You didn't even flinch on the battlefield, Morgan teased lazily. You're a father, you know. Don't be such a coward. Shiomi looked up at the sky with mock dread. That's because right now, you could snap my neck with a single move. And it takes a while to revive, missing the big fight wouldn't be ideal. Hee, Morgan lowered her head and kissed the side of his neck. That tickles, Shiomi flinched. I'm just copying what you usually do. So you're ticklish after all. Morgan looked delighted, as if she'd found a new toy. She didn't normally need to do much to make him happy. Just being together was enough, so she hadn't really explored some of his weak spots. It's not exactly that I'm ticklish, it just feels weird, like I'm about to turn into a total slob, Shiomi laughed. Like I'm sinking into comfort and forgetting my responsibilities and goals. Morgan's interest was piqued. If you really did turn out like that. You'd probably leave me, Shiomi said in an exaggeratedly tragic tone. No, I think I'd actually enjoy it. There's something satisfying about smoothing every rough edge off the man I love with my own hands, Morgan said with a grin, eyes twinkling. You really do have a bit of a mean streak, Shiomi joked. And you're just now noticing. Morgan replied playfully, tightening her embrace. Then let me stay clueless forever, until this planet's end, Shiomi said with a bright laugh. Even after the end of the planet, it'll still be the same. Morgan's quiet, stubborn hum drifted through the night, slow and soft like the wind sweeping across the Mesopotamian plains. Chapter 432, Volume 6, Chapter 66, Sharing a Drink. The throne that once belonged to the king of Uruk had been completely transformed, now bearing an entirely different style. In front of it were 12 key holy lances. Once activated, they would no doubt serve as formidable defensive weapons. But the core of the design lay in converting the divine tower itself into a massive mystic code. There was no doubt, Morgan, as a Magus, was an unparalleled genius. What a revolutionary design. This really is just like you, Shiomi couldn't help but praise her sincerely. Honestly, I'm kind of jealous of your talent, Morgan. He gently ran his hand along the throne's surface, careful not to disturb its flawless structure. Hastily assembled. Even if he were given 10 times the time, Shiomi doubted he could create something this perfect. It's truly groundbreaking. She really is a genius Magus beyond all others, came Scáthach's voice. Shiomi blinked in surprise. Master. What brings you here? The throne was already complete. Only minor refinements remained, and those would be automatically filled in by the spell work that had already been etched. Morgan was supposed to stay and oversee those final touches, but she had convinced Shiomi to go rest instead. After all, he had been bedridden for 10 straight days, and even after returning this afternoon, he had laid down again for at least 3 more hours. But even if Shiomi wanted to sleep, he simply couldn't. I wasn't sleepy either, so I came to find someone to drink with, Scáthach said, swaying a clay jug in one hand, 2 wooden cups tucked under her arm. From the sound of the sloshing, it was clearly filled with barley ale. Would my beloved disciple be willing to have a drink with his master? A drink or 2 sounds nice, Shiomi said with a smile. So the 2 of them sat down in front of the throne and began to drink. The throne, originally facing north, had been reoriented to face south, directly toward Tiamat's approach from the Persian Gulf. This would allow Morgan to activate the throne's secret weapon with pinpoint accuracy when the time came. But I must say, I'm a little surprised. I never expected my beloved disciple to be jealous of someone else's magecraft, Scáthach teased softly as she poured. Shiomi almost spilled the ale just as he brought it to his lips. It's just a figure of speech. Besides, I'm not even your most talented disciple. That's not necessarily true. It's a fact you've trained under me longer than anyone else, but that doesn't mean your talent is inferior to those other brats. Scáthach clinked her cup gently against his. The very fact that you awakened your authority on your own, even I can't help but be jealous of that. You have a point, Shiomi said with a thoughtful sigh. He reached out, wrapping his arm around Scáthach's shoulder. His touch lightly traced along her arm and waist, and she naturally leaned into his embrace, refilling his cup as she did. Uruk's nights have gotten so quiet, Shiomi murmured. When I first arrived, the city still had lights glowing even after dark. Scáthach lifted her cup, gazing toward the Persian Gulf. The mother of magical beasts is out there. The people of Uruk, of Mesopotamia, have all gathered at the northern walls for shelter. Once we win, the city will come back to life. Yeah. Shiomi nodded, pressing a little closer to his master. Even though the night wasn't cold, it still made him want to be nearer to her. Truth is, when they carried you back 10 days ago, soaked in blood, I was scared too, Scáthach said quietly. The others thought you were just injured. But I knew. And I still had to keep calm, reassure them, make sure no one's morale wavered. Do you blame me? Shiomi asked. Scáthach took a sip of ale. No. I just want you to know, your master does care about you. I already know, Shiomi replied gently, his heart softening. Actually, if I'd woken up and seen you by my side while the northern wall was under attack, I probably would have bolted out of bed and rushed to the front lines. It was because he knew she and Artoria were holding the line that he had the time to stay composed and reach the battlefield swiftly. So Morgan's the one staying behind, then, Scáthach said with a smile, sipping her ale. Shiomi glanced over and saw her throat move slightly as she drank. She was nearly done with the entire jug, while he'd barely taken a sip of his second cup. You said you came to drink with me, but it feels more like you're just drinking alone. No, you can't hold your liquor that well. If you overdo it, you might not be in shape to head out tomorrow, Scáthach replied, reaching for the jug to pour more, only to find it empty. Just a small splash dripped into the cup. So as your master, I had no choice but to enjoy this age of God's ale for you. Then maybe you shouldn't have invited me in the first place, Shiomi grumbled, lifting his cup. I'm not sharing this with you. This one's mine. All right, it's yours, Scáthach said, watching him sip. Then suddenly, she called out, wait, don't swallow yet. Question mark. Shiomi, mouth full of ale, could only look at her in confusion. Then he saw her lean in and pry his lips apart. He could feel the ale being stolen bit by bit. In the end, less than half of it actually made it into his stomach. Master. Shiomi chuckled. Not bad. Maybe it really does taste better this way, Scáthach said with mock seriousness, as if genuinely judging the drinking method. That's a huge waste, Shiomi said, eyeing her now ale-soaked collar. And the smell's all over you now, people are going to think you've turned into some kind of drunk. A first-rate warrior should know how to drink, Scáthach said, her red eyes fixed on him. Then I must not be first-rate, huh? Guess I've brought shame to your teachings, Shiomi replied, putting on a solemn expression as if he'd just realized a deep truth. Drinking well isn't a prerequisite for being a first-rate warrior, Scáthach said, gently wiping his chin with her finger. Besides, someone bold enough to make a move on their master. That definitely counts as first-rate. That's a pretty loose standard, Shiomi muttered. It depends on the person. Teaching must suit the student, Scáthach answered calmly. Could you maybe teach me something more useful? All I've learned from you is how to kill people, Shiomi joked. I also taught you how to be a man, Scáthach said. Shiomi went quiet. After a long pause, he finally mumbled, that wasn't really something you taught me. I kind of pestered you into it. Then, imitating what she'd just done, he leaned in, this time with a mouthful of ale. Together, the master and disciple finished the rest of the drink, along with the words left unspoken. 100 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/pinksnake. Chapter 433, Volume 6, Chapter 67, Drifting Afloat. The final night in Uruk before the decisive battle was undeniably quiet. Standing on the terrace of the Divine Tower, Artoria Pendragon looked out and saw only the empty streets and a few patrolling guards on night watch. The eastern sky had yet to show the faintest trace of dawn, morning was still some time away. So this is where you are. Why aren't you resting? Shiomi's voice came from behind. I've already rested enough. Waiting for sunrise like this suits me better, Artoria replied with a gentle smile, turning to face him. He had noticed she wasn't in her room and came out to look for her, only to find her here on the terrace. I see. That's good, Shiomi said, visibly relieved. But what about you, master? Have you gotten proper rest? Artoria asked. Your body hasn't fully recovered, I'm worried. It's enough. Even if I wanted to rest more, Tiamat wouldn't exactly give me the time, Shiomi said with a shrug. Besides, Morgan basically kicked me out so I'd stop hovering. His teacher had gone to rest after finishing her drink, and Morgan, who'd returned just a few minutes earlier, had taken over watching the throne spell matrix. I see. Then, if you don't mind, would you walk with me for a while? Artoria asked. You even need to ask. Shiomi stepped closer, took her hand, and together they slowly descended the steps of the Divine Tower. I remember you mentioned before, when you went to the underworld, you encountered the old men of the mountain. Artoria removed her gauntlets, interlocking fingers with his. Yeah. And now I understand why he was there, Shiomi nodded. Then I won't press further, Artoria said knowingly. Shiomi smiled. You, who became the King of Storms and gained the same perspective as the King of Magecraft, did you foresee everything that would happen in this singularity? Having the same perspective doesn't mean having clairvoyance. I couldn't see any of this beforehand, Artoria replied. I was just prepared to answer your call. Shiomi glanced sideways at her, catching the clarity in her eyes. A mischievous thought crossed his mind. Then, were you prepared to give yourself to me, too? That was just going along with the moment. You were the one who acted without asking. Artoria immediately realized she was being teased and tried to strike back, but her response lacked punch. Whether as a king or as a woman, you have an incredible charm, Shiomi said. But honestly, I love both sides of you equally. I'm not picking one over the other. But I love you simply as a woman, Artoria said quietly. A wave of calm settled over her as she spoke the words naturally from the heart. Shiomi feigned surprise. And here I thought, as a fellow Briton, you just didn't have a choice. Master, saying that kind of thing just gives me a headache, Artoria sighed. They continued walking down from the Divine Tower and reached the canal that flowed between the tower and the city. Moored along the tower's side of the canal was an opulent-looking boat, likely one of Gilgamesh's personal vessels. I heard from some of the others who stayed in Uruk that taking a boat ride around the Divine Tower at night offers a beautiful view, Shiomi said as he looked at the idle vessel. It's a shame we never had the time for that. It really is, Artoria agreed with a nod. But now that the night is nearly over and the city has fallen quiet, if you don't mind, Artoria, would you like to take a short ride on the river? Just to unwind a little, Shiomi offered. Artoria blinked in surprise, then smiled. In that case, I'd be happy to accept. Shiomi boarded the boat first, then offered his hand to help her aboard and gently guided her to her seat. His manner was almost overly polite, equal parts respect for a king and courtesy toward a woman. Artoria could tell he was enjoying it, and could only shake her head with a soft smile. The boat pushed away from the shore and began to drift along the quiet river. At first, they sat across from each other, but it felt a bit distant, almost awkward. So Artoria reached out, took his hand, and pulled him to sit beside her, resting her head naturally against his shoulder. If the knights of the Round Table saw their king like this, I'd probably earn the ire of the entire Round Table, Shiomi said, wrapping an arm around her back and resting it at her side. Actually, no, maybe Mash would step in for Galahad and take my side. Not maybe. She already has, Artoria said with a chuckle. In that sense, I've already failed as a king. I wouldn't say that. You've done your duty and more. But to see you freed from those obligations, acting on your own will, choosing what you want, who to fight for, what to believe in, that makes me happy. It makes all the pain I went through in the sixth singularity feel worth it, Shiomi said, shaking his head as he laughed softly. Though, maybe you didn't need to make me suffer back then. Or be forced into that fight with me. Perhaps not, Artoria said thoughtfully. As your fellow countrywoman, I suppose I would've. No. Looking back, that experience was something I needed. Maybe it didn't change much, but its meaning was enough. Just like your legend, maybe it didn't leave behind peace, but it left something. Something that came from everything you gave. That's enough, Shiomi said seriously. He wasn't even sure anymore whether he'd ever truly resented how Artoria had treated him back then. Or maybe, because of what they had now, he could accept it as something that led them to this point. Just like now, in this battle we face in Mesopotamia, even if the city does fall in the end, there will still be those who carry the future. A king and a high priestess to lead them. Even if victory comes at a terrible cost, it will still prove that everything we've done here had meaning. Artoria understood what he was trying to say and picked up where he left off. She looked down at his hand in hers, their fingers interlocked. The warmth between them was unmistakably the warmth of life. Yes, just as you said, Shiomi agreed. As the boat floated to a bend in the canal, he adjusted the rudder and steered them around the curve. The eastern sky, previously hidden by the Divine Tower, now came into view. A pale light had begun to spread on the horizon. In about half an hour, morning would arrive. The night's almost over. We will win, Artoria said, making a vow. I swear it to you, on my holy sword. Thank you. There's nothing more reassuring than those words. Looking into her eyes, Shiomi lowered his head and, in the final quiet moments before the battle, kissed the woman he so deeply respected, one last time. Chapter 434, Volume 6, Chapter 68, Going to Battle. The goal for the final battle with Tiamat was straightforward. Hold off the primordial mother long enough for Ereshkigal to open the underworld passage beneath Uruk. And afterward. I know. After that, we push mother into the underworld, right? Ishtar, having regained control of her body, responded coolly before soaring into the sky alongside Mana. Are you certain that's enough? If Ishtar doesn't step in, and Tiamat reaches Uruk, Romani began. The original plan factored in Ishtar's combat strength. His concern was reasonable, everyone understood the weight behind it. We'll deal with that when it happens. After all, we're facing the goddess Tiamat, Shiomi assured them. Our vanguard remains the same as yesterday, me, Artoria, and Quetzalcoatl. The Jaguar warriors will fill in for Ereshkigal. They plan to fight from the skies on Quetzalcoatl's pterosaurs, though the number of llama guarding Tiamat made their offensive still quite thin. Beyond Shiomi and Artoria, we lack enough ranged combat support, pointed out Hakuno Kishinami. We can't risk sending others, Shiomi replied, believing Hakuno was asking to add more to the strike team. He looked at his Chaldea companions. Caster should do what casters do. Especially Marie, your astromancy magecraft needs a stable environment, doesn't it? Yes. Olga Marie quietly responded, fully aware of her heavy responsibility. Even pushing her magic circuits to the limit, she could sustain her celestial magecraft for barely a minute, a drop in the bucket. No, what I meant was, Hakuno started again, but Gilgamesh cut in with pride. I shall join Hakuno in battle. I will stand with you to repel Tiamat. Wait, if Gilgamesh leaves Uruk, the activation of the Dinger seals, Romani protested. Even though soldiers remained to operate the 360 Dinger around the city, casualties were inevitable. Only Gilgamesh could command those treasure-fueled weapons effectively. Worry not, came a second voice of Gilgamesh. Everyone looked toward the inner hall and saw him emerge, dressed in lighter garments, with a concerned Siduri trailing behind. She meant to support him, but he gently refused. Oh. Finally awake, my past life king. Servant Gilgamesh teased with a playful smile. It's not as though I'm ready to die yet. For Uruk's sake, even beyond death, I will still serve. The living Gilgamesh replied. Thus stood the duality of the King of Heroes, one in life, one as servant. The sealed King of Heroes had finally awakened, and for everyone, it was a spark of renewed hope before the storm. Is that so? Then we'll follow Hakuno's plan. Servant Gilgamesh will join us in intercepting the enemy. Once the King of Heroes awakens, he'll take command of Uruk's defenses and wield the Malama Dinger. Shiomi got straight to the point. Let's go, Siduri. Though his voice betrayed the fatigue from just awakening after being sealed, Gilgamesh still rushed to his post with Siduri. Time was short. At the break of dawn, Tiamat would undoubtedly begin her assault again. While they made their final preparations here, Tiamat had likely already unleashed the chaos tide and reached the land. Shiomi and the others departed on Quetzalcoatl's pterosaur, flying behind Gilgamesh's radiant ship, the Vimana. Back during the battle against the sea monster in the Fourth Holy Grail War, Shiomi had seen Gilgamesh overlooking the battlefield from this noble phantasm. Yet, Gilgamesh hadn't used it in the final battle of that war. Perhaps it was because he had other means of flight, albeit not as fast. Looking down, the Mesopotamian plains were already submerged by the chaos tide. Only a few rocky outcrops remained above the surface. Leave the ones on the ground to me. You guys focus on the ones flying up top, Naya. With that, Jaguar warrior dove downward with her pterosaur, charging directly at the llama on the ground. Shiomi had worried at first that she was throwing her life away, but upon seeing her move freely among the llama, he realized there was nothing to fear. After all, she was a servant imbued with the divided spirit of a chief god. No time to worry about the others, the first wave's coming. Quetzalcoatl shouted. Though Tiamat's form could only just be made out in the darkened sky and the smoke of the chaos tide, the sheer number of llama, so dense they couldn't be counted, was already pressing on Shiomi. Now, it wasn't Tiamat being held back, it was them. As expected of the primordial mother, she gave birth to this many llama in just a single day. Gilgamesh, dressed as he was in the climax of the Fifth Holy Grail War, stood atop the Vimana. With a snap of his fingers, nearly 100 gates of Babylon opened. What do you plan to do, Hakuno? Isn't it obvious? We're breaking through. Hakuno gripped the armrests tightly. The Vimana, in fact, had the function of locking onto its designated passengers. Well said. Then let this king carve the path too. Before Gilgamesh could finish, a barrage of magical bullets rained down, piercing and blasting the llama that had entered the gate of Babylon's range. Ishtar. She had flown ahead before their departure, but now appeared nearby, starting her attack even earlier than them. Even now, she's still trying to outdo this king. Possessing a human doesn't change her stubbornness. Gilgamesh didn't seem bothered, and swung his hand forward. Countless noble phantasms launched, slamming into the llama in the sky, clustered like a massive flock of birds, triggering chain explosions. The llama rushing toward them were completely annihilated. The attack carved out a wide flight corridor, now the weakest point in the swarm guarding Tiamat. No words were needed. Shiomi immediately understood Gilgamesh's strategy. Break through along that path. Hold on tight. Primordial runes lit up on the pterosaur's back. Empowered by Quetzalcoatl's command, the beast felt lighter than ever, let out a piercing shriek, then shot forward past the Vimana, rushing down the still open passage. 100 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/pinksnake. Chapter 435, Volume 6, Chapter 69, Battlefield in the Sky. Such a bold charge inevitably drew the attention of the llama swarm. Shiomi and Artoria stood back to back atop the pterosaur, wind howling past them. Magecraft and the Holy Lance, partially unsealed, struck the leading llama with pinpoint accuracy. Even so, the newly carved path through the sky was rapidly closing, visibly contracting toward the center as it tried to surround the pterosaur carrying Shiomi and Artoria. At the edge of the Azure Sea, where no wind blows from any direction, Pantaray. Using Gungnir as his staff, Shiomi recited the full incantation. The furious winds of the sky bent to his will, transforming into shields and blades that tore through the advancing llama. Ishtar and Gilgamesh, though fighting separately, provided just the right level of support. Surrounded as they were, the pterosaur beneath them still managed to push forward. Tiamat's massive form grew larger in their sight, so large now that it required turning one's head just to take it all in. But even then, it would still take time for their attacks to reach her. Hey, you're charging way too far ahead. Quetzalcoatl caught up. Why is my pterosaur flying this fast? Whoa. Shiomi tossed a rune stone into her hand. The power of the primordial runes surged into the pterosaur, causing a sudden burst of speed that nearly threw Quetzalcoatl off balance, dragging her toward the llama. This speed's just perfect. Thrilled by the sudden acceleration, Quetzalcoatl drove her fists and Macuahuitl through one llama after another. Still unsatisfied, she ignored the burden on her spirit origin and unleashed the authority of the chief god, summoning the blazing flames of the sun to incinerate every llama in sight. Even the damage that exceeded her spirit origin's limits was flamboyantly brushed aside, as she transformed into a pure warrior, unleashing a relentless assault. To pierce the heavens and the earth, comes the thunder that approaches steadily, wild thunder. Noticing that the Lamu had begun adapting to wind element Grand Magecraft, Shiomi immediately shifted its elemental nature. Lightning surged once again across the darkened battlefield sky. Master, I'm jumping off for now. Be ready to catch me. Artoria pushed off lightly and leapt from the pterosaur. Using the Lamu as stepping stones, she poured out her mana without hesitation. The holy sword's glow blazed through the darkness, like the final light leading the way to victory. The sight stirred something in Shiomi's heart. Surely, it was this very radiance that had moved the people and soldiers of Britannia, and the Knights of the Round Table, to follow her without question. But Artoria, charging alone and unable to fly, had reached her limit. She released the golden brilliance hidden by the invisible air, then swept it forward. The holy sword's light engulfed even more Lamu, clearing the path ahead to Tiamat. Losing her footing and upward momentum, Artoria began to fall, only for Shiomi to catch her by the hand and pull her back onto the pterosaur. You're being reckless, Shiomi muttered. When the master's reckless, how can the servants not follow suit? Artoria half knelt on the pterosaur's back, careful not to interfere with Shiomi's magecraft. Well, fair enough. Before he could finish, Shiomi suddenly lunged forward and thrust his spear into the gaping maw of an onrushing Lamu. Its jaws still tried to snap shut, but Shiomi gripped it tight. Runes spread rapidly across the creature's body, then he flung it away like a projectile. Boosted by 3-stage rune acceleration, the Lamu became a glowing cannonball, crashing into its kin and detonating in a brilliant explosion as it reached the center of the swarm. My master is truly a force to be reckoned with. Artoria praised Shiomi's attack. While their exchange helped ease the tension of the aerial battlefield, it couldn't mask the overwhelming difference in numbers. Following the initial breakthrough, their pterosaur now struggled to move forward, like digging through solid earth by hand. They had to carve a path inch by inch, taking down the outer Lamu as they pressed inward. They were nearly within effective range to strike Tiamat, yet all they could do was watch as she ignored them completely and steadily advanced toward Uruk. Gilgamesh. Hakuno, noticing the problem, called out. A sharp call, let this king respond. Laughing haughtily, Gilgamesh drew on the power of the noble phantasms within his treasury and ascended higher into the sky, ignoring the swarming Lamu. Noticing Hakuno alone aboard the Vimana, the Lama tried to close in but were intercepted and wiped out by Ishtar's precise attacks. Thank you, Ishtar, Hakuno said. No need to thank me. This is merely a reward from the city goddess for your achievements in ruling Uruk, Ishtar huffed. Still, her attitude toward Hakuno was unusually friendly. After all, before Chaldea's arrival, during her frequent disturbances in Uruk, Ishtar had interacted with Hakuno several times. She'd been quite pleased with Hakuno's leadership as acting king, even declaring, if you sever your contract with Gilgamesh, I'll protect Uruk myself. Of course, that promise had never gone beyond words. Seeing that things were under control, Shiomi gave up on returning to the Vimana. He looked up, just as the dark clouds above were pierced by a dazzling cascade of golden light. The gate of Babylon. Only 10% left. Looked like plenty to him. Shiomi couldn't help but grumble inwardly. A torrential downpour of noble phantasms rained down, each striking a Lamu with precision. The wall of monsters blocking their flight path cracked wide open once again. Now. Shiomi crouched down and steered the pterosaur, a transparent barrier of mana forming around them. Step by step, they pressed closer to Tiamat. The only sound was the wind howling in their ears, layered over the screeching cries of Lamu, and yet, it felt as if someone was laughing wildly in the background. But none of that mattered. They had finally reached striking distance. Shiomi prepared to summon Marduk's axe, intending for Quetzalcoatl to hurl it at Tiamat repeatedly. Wait, master. Artoria stopped him. The reason was obvious, Gilgamesh's barrage had already reached Tiamat, but despite the continuous explosions, not a scratch had been left on her. Tiamat continued her advance undeterred. Looks like we'll have to stop her first, or Marduk's axe might miss its mark. Shiomi narrowed his eyes. Quetzalcoatl slammed her fists together. In that case, we'll just have to vaporize all that black mud below her. Chapter 436, Volume 6, Chapter 70, Dialogue of Authorities, 1. Evaporate. Quetzalcoatl's suggestion made Shiomi pause. As the sun goddess of South America, she could certainly wield solar authority powerful enough to evaporate the chaos tide beneath Tiamat's feet, heat so intense it could even melt the very earth. Solar calendar stone? Shiomi asked. If I release the true name of that noble phantasm, I can burn away the black mud covering the land and stop Tiamat's advance, said Quetzalcoatl. At that moment, we can. The logic was simple. Tiamat had come ashore from the Persian Gulf onto the Mesopotamian plains using the chaos tide as a medium. As the primordial mother, the sea of life incarnate, Tiamat couldn't touch solid ground in her current form. She was a living factory capable of interstellar travel, brimming with magical energy and storing within her a vast genetic archive of life forms. She was, in every sense, a divine arc, one humanity in the 21st century would still need centuries to replicate. This was the true nature of the goddess Tiamat. Can it really be that easy? Shiomi remained skeptical. As long as something was born within proper human history, then. That's only half the truth. Mesopotamian divinity and authority can't harm Tiamat, but I'm a chief god from faraway South America. If I go all out, I may not be able to land a fatal blow, but I can at least create an opening for you to strike with Marduk's axe. Quetzalcoatl grinned as she crushed several llama with a casual flick of her hand. Shiomi stood astride the pterosaur. Even for a chief god, how long can your current spirit origin sustain that power? Quetzalcoatl was momentarily at a loss. Then, should we just use Marduk's axe directly? Artoria raised her hand and fired a smaller-scale holy lance, blasting the llama circling above. I think it's the more reliable plan, Shiomi steadied himself. But someone needs to draw Tiamat's attention. Otherwise, these llama will swarm us and interfere with the noble phantasm's activation. At his words, both Artoria and Quetzalcoatl realized what Shiomi intended to do. Master, you do understand, facing Tiamat with your power. Artoria grimaced. She wanted to stop him, but when she turned and saw his resolute expression, she fell silent. Shiomi gave a small smile. It's fine. I've been through this once, I'm not so easy to swallow, even for the will and authority of a mother goddess. Quetzalcoatl studied him silently for 2 seconds, then gave a nod of approval. Then go. Just don't forget to summon Marduk's axe first. I will. Shiomi patted Artoria on the shoulder. I'm leaving the pterosaur to you. Artoria crouched down, gripping the reins. Go, master. Maybe next time, call me by name. All this master talk doesn't feel very equal, Shiomi said with a smile, then jumped off the pterosaur's back. He mirrored Artoria's earlier charge through the llama swarm, but with Magecraft maintaining his low-altitude flight and hover, Shiomi was able to maneuver more precisely, looping around to confront Tiamat from the front. He wasn't as fast as Kingu using Enkidu's body, who could break the sound barrier, but he was still quicker than Tiamat's steady advance. Kill him. Kill him. The llama's screeches had become coherent, primitive words, their voices gradually mastering human language. Yet even so, their hive mind behavior hadn't changed. They weren't some new form of life. Shiomi hovered directly in front of Tiamat, holding Gungnir horizontally with both hands like a staff, completely ignoring the llama's movements. There was no need. Any llama that drew close was struck down, by the noble phantasms or the holy lance, before they ever reached him. From this point on, it's a dialogue of authority, mother. Shiomi addressed the primordial mother with deep respect. Your rage is justified. Your grief runs deep. But, humanity must grow up. We have to leave our mother's arms behind, and so. Tiamat's gaze naturally fell upon Shiomi. Compared to her, he was smaller than a llama, utterly insignificant. Yet the primordial mother could not overlook him. Or more precisely, she couldn't ignore the power within him, so similar in nature to her own, yet painfully immature. A. A sound like a song, like a lament, echoed across the sky. Too bad I still can't understand you. Shiomi let out a low sigh, then opened his eyes wide. A drop of blood slipped from the hand clutching Gungnir. So tiny that no one noticed, that drop of blood did not evaporate in freefall. It was wrapped in magical energy, and sank into the chaos tide below. A. In an instant, Tiamat sensed it. Her cry intensified. So even the smallest motion draws your attention. Shiomi's body began to fall apart. Blood streamed from his eyes, nose, mouth, even his ears. It felt like 1,000 llama were tearing him in 1,000 directions. The pain nearly overwhelmed him in a single moment. Ha! Shiomi roared, his voice swallowed by the howling wind and distant explosions. That first drop of blood was like a seed cast into the soil. It sprouted. Took root. Grew. The churning chaos tide gradually halted, transforming into towering trees that shot up one after another. The lifeless Mesopotamian plains, once reduced to a primordial hell, blossomed with life once more. Even if it was only trees and wild grasses, silent and unmoving. In mere moments, a forest formed, one the chaos tide could no longer devour, wrapping around Tiamat and impeding her advance. Of course, it was only a delay. Tiamat had stopped for now, having lost the chaos tide under her feet. But that was only because Shiomi was using everything he had to resist the backlash of that authority. The moment he faltered, even for less than a second, these trees would crumble into ash, returning to the endless black mud, and he'd relive yesterday's failure all over again. How long could he hold on? 5 seconds. 10. Shiomi didn't know. But he knew this, Tiamat and every llama were now focused entirely on him. The eyes of the primordial mother glared down, and an oceanic wave of consciousness surged toward his mind, resonating with divine authority. Hold it, just hold on. Don't let her will consume you. Push past the emotions, reach her heart. And then, his mind was pulled into the depths, into an endless sea. For more chapters, feel free to follow me on Patreon. 100 chapters ahead. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 437, Chapter 437, Volume 6, Chapter 71, Dialogue of Authorities, 2. Shiomi had entered this place twice before in dreams. Now, for the first time while fully awake, his consciousness touched this deep sea. He guessed that this was both the sea of life where Tiamat slumbered, and the sea of the mind that led directly to her spirit. That distant, unreachable light, so far yet seemingly within reach, was the very core of Tiamat's consciousness. He pushed himself forward with all his might. The progress was slow, but he was undeniably getting closer. The nearer he drew, the more he felt his thoughts and identity slipping away. Rage, sorrow, agony. A surge of negative emotions battered his spirit. The consciousness of the primordial mother was simply too vast, far beyond what a human mind could bear. Ugh. It wasn't the pain of clashing divine powers, it was the warmth of returning to life's origin. No matter the sorrow or joy, all was embraced. No matter the sin or guilt, all was forgiven. To return to the mother's arms, to start over at her side, to recreate a world that belonged to her. That warm consciousness seeped silently into Shiomi's soul, urging him to give up, to stop resisting, to let go of the agony, and in exchange, be released from the burden of responsibility, to find the answer to life's riddle. Human life inevitably withers, but what if someone conquered death? If there were no more end ahead, then where would that life lead? It was a question Shiomi had long ignored. Now it surged up, intertwined with the warmth trying to devour him, circling endlessly in his mind. He must not think. He must not waver. He had to refuse. Only refusal would save him. Even the slightest hesitation would lead to his spirit being swallowed whole by the sea of the mind, just like the Lamo, transformed into a terminal of Tiamat's will. To return to the mother's embrace meant surrender. Even if emotions, memories, and thoughts remained, the self would be gone, replaced by a hollow vessel devoid of free will. Unlike a collective unconscious, it was individual self-awareness that made one truly human. Wasn't that the most precious thing of all? Against the current of overwhelming thought, Shiomi inched closer to that inner light. Just a bit more. Just a bit more and he'd reach the heart of Tiamat. If he could achieve his goal here, the companions waiting in Uruk wouldn't have to shoulder this burden. But, it was no use. Shiomi felt the bitter truth sink in. He had reached his limit. Only a single step remained between him and the light at the core of Tiamat's heart. But his resolve had worn thin. If he took that final step, he'd reach her, and be consumed in an instant. A hand reached out toward him. Come to me. A voice, calm and gentle, echoed from the light in the depths of the sea of the mind. Without thinking, Shiomi extended his hand. He knew what would happen. He knew destruction awaited. But he couldn't stop himself. What am I doing? Shiomi froze, dazed. It felt like something had slipped from his mind, like he'd forgotten everything. Everyone. Everything. And just as their fingers were about to touch, a tremendous force wrapped around his waist, yanking him backward. The connection forged through divine authority snapped in an instant. Shiomi's eyes flew open in a jolt. You pulled me back, Artoria. Realizing just how close he'd come to the edge, Shiomi gave a heartfelt thanks for her intervention. You and the llama both stopped, Artoria said, one arm wrapped around Shiomi while the other steered the pterosaur. Even Tiamat's movements have paused. Her divine intuition quickly grasped what had happened. Tiamat had been pouring all her strength into consuming Shiomi's mind, halting all other activity in the process. By physically grabbing hold of Shiomi, Artoria had forcefully yanked his consciousness back. It wasn't that Shiomi had nearly reached the heart of Tiamat. It was that Tiamat had nearly engulfed Shiomi's spirit entirely. And yet, the fact that he held out this long without being consumed, he'd come a long way since yesterday. Her mental defenses are even more formidable than I thought. If we want to reach her, we need to weaken her first. Shiomi rested a hand over Artoria's arm. Looking up, he saw Quetzalcoatl waiting, ready. The llama still hadn't moved. Tiamat, too, remained motionless, the towering forest still holding firm around her. Please. Bloodied and battered, Shiomi raised his crimson-stained hand and summoned Marduk's axe high into the sky with all the strength he could muster. Nice. Quetzalcoatl immediately urged her pterosaur into a steep climb, then leapt skyward, seizing the massive axe midair and spinning with it. The weapon that once felled Tiamat had returned, and even the primordial mother felt threatened. She fixed her gaze on Quetzalcoatl and instantly conjured 3 layers of barriers. One look was enough to know, this wasn't something human magecraft could break. Only the noble phantasms of top-tier servants and gods could pierce such defenses. As expected of the goddess of creation, won't go down that easy, huh? Gilgamesh appeared behind Tiamat, opposite Quetzalcoatl. To the Mother of Earth, I respond with the laws of the heavens. He already held Ea in his hand. As he spoke, the sword began to spin, shaking the very skies. Sensing the threat, Tiamat's massive horn suddenly glowed, unleashing countless blasts of light directly at Gilgamesh. There were too many, so many that even with the Gate of Babylon, Gilgamesh couldn't deflect them all. Light bullets grazed his body one after another. Lamo finally stirred, slowly gathering behind Tiamat to reinforce her defense. Take this, Enema Elish. With a thunderous swing, Ea unleashed a colossal wave of magical power, ripping through the air and earth alike. The Lamo were shredded like mud. Tiamat, who should have struggled to turn, shifted her posture by channeling mana through her horns, redirecting all three barriers toward Gilgamesh's noble phantasm. The first barrier cracked the moment it met the blast. Gilgamesh clutched his waist where a light bullet had pierced him, but with a proud grin, he accepted Hakuno's healing through the mana conduit while reinforcing his still unfinished attack with treasures from his vault. The second and third barriers shattered in quick succession, yet Tiamat only responded with a shrill cry. You forgot your blind spot, that's my cue. Having built up momentum through rapid spinning, Quetzalcoatl hurled Marduk's axe straight at her. The weapon flew like a thunderbolt and struck one of the massive horns on Tiamat's unguarded back. A blinding explosion engulfed her. Chapter 438, Volume 6, Chapter 72, Dragon Spirit Origin. The pterosaur circling at a safe distance caught Quetzalcoatl as she fell back. Gilgamesh also descended onto the Vimana, clutching his bleeding abdomen with one hand. He looked far from well, but was still alive. As a servant, his spirit core had not been damaged, and at Hakuno's request, he shifted into spirit form. Once he confirmed they were both safe, Shiomi turned his eyes toward Tiamat. The earlier assault had wiped out over half of the Lamo, leaving the sky abruptly clear. The thick smoke dissipated, and a piercing cry rang out once more. Tiamat, who had been floating upright, crashed to the earth, now lying sprawled across the fractured ground. One of the great horns that had emitted magical energy to keep her aloft had been struck dead on by Quetzalcoatl with Marduk's axe. Though it hadn't been completely shattered, it was enough to rob Tiamat of her ability to fly. With this, we can at least stall Tiamat for a while, buy Uruk more time. Shiomi panted lightly. His body, still unrecovered, was repeatedly breaking down from the toll of divine power. Facing Tiamat, he knew it more clearly than ever, sharing the same category of authority didn't mean being her equal. He'd recovered quickly before only because, though the wounds were fatal, they weren't uniquely destructive. The fact that Tiamat was still able to move proved the difference. He raised his wrist to contact Chaldea, intending to have Romani relay the situation to their allies in Uruk. Wait. Tiamat. Artoria's voice broke in, low and urgent, as she stared ahead. Shiomi froze too. The chaos tide, it's covered her whole body. Tiamat, who had clearly taken severe damage and seemed immobilized, suddenly raised a towering wave of black mud several meters high. The chaos tide, obeying the will of the Mother of Creation, surged up and wrapped around her. This is bad. Tiamat's spirit origin's Age of Gods regression just accelerated, it's already reached the Jurassic era. Romani's frantic voice crackled through the wind. The spirit origin expansion has stopped, the mana furnace is confirmed to be rebooting repeatedly, and the dragon transformation is complete. By the end, Romani's voice was thick with dread. What you're facing now is, without a doubt, a god. I can already tell. I don't even need to look, Shiomi muttered, cold sweat beading on his skin. Maybe in the Chaldea control room, they could only track Tiamat's transformation through radar signals. But here on the front line, Shiomi and the others could feel it directly, the pressure radiating from her was overwhelming. They couldn't win. There was no defeating this. Such was her presence. And it wasn't just that. Now in her dragon form, Tiamat, still grounded, was growing wings. As the goddess of earth, she was never meant to touch the sky. Yet here and now, she was rewriting the rules themselves. Her trailing hair now surged upward, twisting and churning like it had merged into the storm clouds above. Heaven above, earth below, none but I hold dominion. That phrase, spoken by Shakyamuni upon his birth as he took 7 steps in each direction, floated into Shiomi's mind. No words could better describe the form of the primordial mother now rising between heaven and earth. We've come this far, there's no time left to hesitate. Quetzalcoatl rolled her shoulders. From here on, it's up to you. Artoria rose as well. Nope. You need to protect your master and the king of the moon. Quetzalcoatl gently stopped her. You're not saying. Shiomi understood exactly what that meant. What are you waiting for? She's coming. Ishtar's voice rang out sharply. The gates of the sky opened. Venus manifested and, as a pure concept, descended into her hand. Tiamat, now fully returned to her dragon spirit origin, turned toward them. In the blink of an eye, she amassed an overwhelming amount of magical energy, and unleashed it in a blast. A strike empowered by magical energy far surpassing that of any living being or heroic spirit on earth. I don't have time to worry about anything else. Ishtar's golden eyes gleamed. And gal ta ki gal say, kindling of Venus that shook the mountains. At nearly the same moment, Ishtar gritted her teeth and fired her most powerful noble phantasm. It collided head-on with Tiamat's beam of raw mana. But the instant they clashed, she was overwhelmed, bit by bit, she was pushed back. Even if you're my mother, I'm not letting you through. Her voice rang out, stubborn and fierce, though even she wasn't sure why she was pushing herself so hard. Maybe it was because she'd seen Ereshkigal step out of the underworld, living each day to the fullest above ground. If she let all that effort go to waste now, then all the suffering she endured while sealed would have been for nothing. Having found her answer, Ishtar poured every ounce of strength into holding her noble phantasm steady. As another goddess linked to Venus, I can't just stand back and watch. Quetzalcoatl surged forward at that moment, raising her right hand to summon the Piedra del Sol. The past is here. The present is here. The future is here. Come winds, come lightning. When the morning star shines, let all know the sun's light reaches every corner of the earth. Piedra del Sol. Using the enshrined monolith as a gate, she drew on a portion of her divine origin, unleashing her authority as a god. What burst forth was a solar storm so fierce, it mirrored her divine might across the battlefield. The stream of mana Tiamat was unleashing faltered, interrupted by the storm, and Ishtar's noble phantasm was able to force it back. But it still wasn't enough. Quetzalcoatl, second noble phantasm, unleashed. She launched herself from the molten earth, flying straight into the sky above the clouds. Let me show you the underworld of South America, the destructive force that wiped out countless lives. This body becomes burning stone, a comet crashing into the earth. Xiacotl, flame, burn the gods themselves. A blazing strike fell from the heavens, slamming directly into Tiamat's immense body. The sheer force of it pushed Quetzalcoatl's spirit origin past its limit, it began to collapse. A blow wielded with the full power of a foreign god, one that did not belong to Mesopotamia. Even the primordial mother, reborn in her dragon form, couldn't take it without consequence. Shiomi. Hakuno Kishinami called from the Vimana. Quit stalling. Go. Ishtar roared, burning through her final reserves of power. Retreat. We can't let the goddess's sacrifice be in vain. Shiomi growled, clenching his teeth. Uruk is the final battlefield. Artoria closed her eyes solemnly and gave them a silent salute. Then she tightened her grip on Shiomi, spurred the pterosaur, and retreated at full speed alongside the Vimana. Behind them, beams of noble phantasm light converged on Tiamat, an explosion lit up the plains, devouring nearly 100 kilometers of land and casting radiant light across the dark skies of Mesopotamia. Chapter 439, Volume 6, Chapter 73, Final Line of Defense. Can we still monitor Tiamat's condition? Shiomi tightened his grip on Artoria's hand as he asked Romani. Her spirit origin is still active, but for now, she's unable to move, Romani reported urgently. Tiamat was in the middle of an attack when she took a direct hit from Quetzalcoatl's double noble phantasm. The mana she hadn't yet discharged was forced back by Ishtar's strike. It's the combined result of both attacks. Shiomi glanced back at the battlefield now receding into the distance. But it's only a matter of time before she starts moving again. He muttered. And now she has wings. Once she takes flight. Even if she does, Tiamat will still land in Uruk, Hakuno said. Unless she destroys Uruk, the heart of Mesopotamia, she can't fully transform the singularity into her own world. Then, what if she targets the refugees taking shelter at the northern wall first? Shiomi pressed. Artoria's grip on his hand tightened slightly. That's why we have to attack first, do everything we can to draw her attention. Uruk was Tiamat's primary target from the start. There was no chance she'd abandon it. But by launching an offensive there, they could snuff out even the slightest risk of deviation. Suddenly, Shiomi sensed something behind them. When he turned, the remaining Lamo had started moving again, pursuing them in the direction of Uruk. Master, cover me. Artoria gestured for Hakuno to retreat, then stood atop the pterosaur's back, raising her hand to initiate a limited release of the Holy Lance. Leave it to me. Shiomi took a deep breath and focused, pouring everything into converting the true ether of the Age of Gods into his own mana. Great Ice Age. A sudden drop in temperature caused the surrounding moisture to condense into dense droplets. The moment the llama came into contact, their bodies began freezing, thick ice spreading rapidly and slowing them down midair. That opening allowed Artoria's Holy Lance to strike true, each shot hitting its mark more cleanly. The pterosaur, bolstered by the power of the primordial runes, was flying at top speed toward Uruk. But the llama weren't far behind, and Artoria's attacks could only hold off so many at once. Using their numbers, the llama swarm broke through the grand magecraft barriers Shiomi had set up. A few managed to slip past without being slowed and continued their pursuit. TCH. Shiomi clicked his tongue in frustration. He clenched his fist. Lightning crackled down like a dense net, striking the advancing llama and reducing them to dust. This is endless. Master, stabilize the pterosaur. Artoria raised her holy sword again, eyes locked on the closing llama. Mana surged through the blade. She quickly used magecraft to strengthen the pterosaur and brace her footing, making sure she could step forward without cracking its back. Sheathed in the breath of the planet, a torrent of shining life. Feel its wrath. Excalibur. A brilliant beam of light streaked across the sky. Everywhere it passed, llama disintegrated instantly, leaving not even a cry behind. Even though the pterosaur withstood the noble phantasm's backlash, the sheer force on its back nearly flipped it, almost throwing both riders off. Wings still trembling from the recoil, the pterosaur veered wildly. Artoria lost her balance and dropped onto its back with a jolt. But the strike had wiped out the main pursuit force. She sheathed the holy sword, let out a soft breath, and smiled with relief. Artoria, if you don't mind, could you get off me? Shiomi's voice came from beneath her. Only then did she realize she had accidentally sat down on him as he crouched, pinning him flat. At that moment, Shiomi was lying on the pterosaur's back, his hands gripping her thighs to help steady her posture. Her skirt was pressed against the back of his neck, and Artoria panicked. If they weren't still on a battlefield with llama in pursuit, she might have completely lost her composure. I'm sorry, master. Artoria quickly stood up and moved aside. Shiomi sat up again, glancing at the llama behind them, now too far away to close the gap. The pterosaur was already within sight of Uruk. Shiomi, once you enter Uruk, immediately lower your altitude. King Gilgamesh is about to activate the Dinger seals to intercept the pursuing llama. Got it. They finally reached the skies above Uruk at top speed. The 360 Dingers embedded in the city walls activated all at once, bombarding the llama overhead. Half had already been deployed earlier to fend off incoming magical beasts and llama, but now they formed a full barrage. The downpour of noble phantasms created an impenetrable defense line, halting the llama's advance before they could breach Uruk. As soon as they landed on the terrace before the throne, Shiomi heard Scáthach's concerned voice. Covered in blood again. You couldn't resist using your authority, could you? Yeah. Shiomi gave his teacher an apologetic look. But Master didn't act recklessly this time, Artoria explained. His actions disrupted Tiamat's attack and forced her into a brief halt. If we can wound her severely and push her back into the underworld, he might be able to break through her mental defenses and reach her heart. Scáthach helped Shiomi sit down, sighing with a wry smile. Of course I know. My husband, please rest and recover your strength as soon as possible. Scáthach has already set up support spells for you. Morgan's voice came from above. She remained seated atop the modified throne, syncing with its internal mana. It was clear she regretted not being able to personally greet Shiomi upon his return. Runes formed beneath him, their magical circuits glowing faintly. Shiomi could feel the support taking effect and went quiet. He glanced to the side. Hakuno had stepped down from the Vimana and reunited with the Chaldea girls. Though they'd made it back safely, the cost had been steep. Goddess Quetzalcoatl and Goddess Ishtar have already. Artoria began, but trailed off before finishing. Scáthach silently mourned for them in her heart. I see. But with Tiamat having shifted into her dragon form spirit origin, I fear. Shiomi clenched his fists. Whether they aimed to speak with her or destroy her completely, the strategic objective remained the same. Only the final step would differ. Enough talk. Just focus on resting now. Scáthach said, gripping both of his clenched hands, Artoria on one side, herself on the other. Chapter 440, Volume 6, Chapter 74, Ever-Unfolding Schemes. The respite didn't last long. Just as Shiomi felt sure he could stand again and return to the fight, a long, haunting wail echoed from the sky, Tiamat's cry, like a song steeped in sorrow. A. Unlike the cries before, this one alone unleashed a gale that nearly swept Uruk off its feet. Tiamat, now fully draconic, beat her wings, so vast they could blot out the sun, and surged toward Uruk. The fangs of Napishtim, which had been holding back the chaos tide, shattered in an instant. Black mud burst through the gates and flooded into the city without resistance. The sheer pressure weighed so heavily it was hard to even stand. Shiomi immediately gave the order. Sakura, hold the palace with the others. Don't act rashly, maintain a defensive stance. This wasn't the time to question whether they could fight. Just looking up at her divine form made human knees go weak. This was fear of the primordial, etched into the very genes of mankind. Fighting through that fear would only dull their judgment and lead to disaster. Alongside the 360 Dinger deployed on the city walls, a multitude of magecraft arrays had also been set up within Uruk to intercept and disrupt the enemy. Shiomi brushed the dried blood off his clothes and slowly rose to his feet. Servant Gilgamesh had sustained injuries during the earlier assault on Tiamat. Though he'd recovered considerably in the short time since, he still couldn't wield EA again. Fortunately, he could still fight. At the moment, he and Hakuno Kishinami were guarding the opposite side of the Divine Tower. "Can you land a hit, Morgan?" Shiomi asked. "Unfortunately, the distance is tricky," Morgan replied gravely, eyes fixed on Tiamat, who remained aloft above Uruk. "Even if I did hit her, it would reveal that I'm capable of dealing real damage. We have to bring her down." Then, before Shiomi could continue, the heavens rained down with meteorites. It had to be Olga Marie, launching an assault with Chaldea's support. Astromancy magecraft was a perfect match for this age. With enough mana, it could be unleashed almost instantly. But, even with the abundant true ether of the Age of Gods, how much harm could human magecraft really do to Tiamat? Shiomi felt a pang of regret that Olga Marie's effort might come to nothing, until he witnessed something unexpected. He leapt from the terrace and landed beside Morgan, seated on the throne. "Am I imagining things, or is Marie's magecraft actually working?" Shiomi asked. Morgan touched her chin with a finger and smiled faintly. "You're not imagining it. But it's not exactly working either. Olga Marie's astromancy magecraft can't injure Tiamat, but the shockwaves it creates are real." "Wait." Shiomi's eyes widened. Even the mother of all things, she might be able to concentrate mana in her wings and take to the skies, but she's not used to flying. "Right now, she's just hovering over Uruk, like a hydrogen balloon," Morgan said with a grin. "Though, of course, no ordinary balloon would ever burst that easily. Flight itself is already a stretch for the mother of the earth." Shiomi's eyes lit up. That meant even if the attacks couldn't hurt her, sustained pressure would throw off her control of flight. Clearly, Gilgamesh had come to the same conclusion. The Dinger promptly rotated their turrets, concentrating fire on Tiamat. Now it came down to endurance, whether Gilgamesh would exhaust his mana reserves commanding all 360 Dinger first, or whether Tiamat would lose control and fall back to the earth she once ruled. The Dinger's firepower gradually focused on Tiamat's wings, beautiful enough to inspire terror. Shiomi raised his hand skyward. "Consider this a bonus." "Let's do it together," Scáthach said, stepping up beside him and extending her hand. Their mana frequency synchronized instantly, like two hearts beating as one. Weather manipulation was second nature to both Shiomi and Scáthach, but unfortunately, most of the enemies they faced on this journey to restore human order couldn't be dealt with by weather magecraft alone. Still, as a finishing touch, hurling violent thunderbolts at Tiamat's wings wasn't a bad move. Tiamat had already sensed that the source of the attacks was the Divine Tower at the heart of Uruk. "Mash Kirei, unleash your noble phantasm." Artoria had witnessed firsthand how Tiamat attacked, by spewing pure mana, a method that overwhelmed all foes through sheer magical volume. "I won't disappoint you, my king." Mash replied with a hint of excitement, even if it wasn't the most appropriate moment. She couldn't tell if that excitement was truly her own, or something imprinted by her spirit origin. This was the first time Artoria had ever given Mash a direct order. During their time in the Seventh Singularity, they'd spoken often, but always as equals and comrades. "I'm counting on you." Artoria couldn't help but smile at the brief exchange. Mash sprinted to the rooftop of the royal palace, where Gilgamesh stood with Siduri by his side. True name unleashed. "I will stand on the seat of catastrophe." Facing Tiamat alone, Mash whispered her declaration. "That which heals all wounds and grudges, our glorious homeland. Manifest yourself, Lord Camelot." The shield in her hand called forth the white city that held Artoria's dreams. Once more, it appeared atop the Divine Tower of Uruk, standing against the blow from the Mother of Creation. Though the heavens trembled and the earth shook, even that seemingly endless torrent of mana couldn't break through the defense. With Mash's desperate cry, she held back the full force of the impact, and not a single crack appeared in the white citadel. Yet Tiamat could no longer maintain her flight. Her form dropped from the sky. "Now, Morgan." Shiomi clenched his fists. "No, it's not enough," Morgan said. "If we can't fully restrict her movement, Tiamat will break free from the range of my 12 holy spears. Scáthach, with your god-slaying power, can you finish this?" "I'll give it everything I've got," Scáthach answered without hesitation, though she knew how difficult the task would be. Before she could act, a voice echoed, familiar, yet somehow strange. "Looking for a way to restrain the Mother of Creation? Then I might be your best option." A green figure descended slowly onto a nearby pillar, eyes locked on Tiamat. "Kingu." Shiomi was startled, instantly shifting to full alert, only to pause as something felt off. No, your long green hair, emerald eyes, and a white hooded robe. The appearance was identical, but the presence was utterly different from Kingu. Your Enkidu? Shiomi asked cautiously, still not lowering his guard. Servant, Lancer. My true name is Enkidu, the figure said calmly. Shiomi immediately understood. So, the counter-force made its move. I'm not sure, Enkidu replied. When I woke up, Uruk was already like this. I don't know my purpose yet, but if protecting Uruk is what I'm here to do, then that's what I'll do. There was a quiet sorrow in Enkidu's eyes. Just then, another figure began to materialize from spirit form. You really took your time, my friend. I almost thought you wouldn't show up for this fight against the mother goddess, said servant Gilgamesh as he approached Enkidu. Gil is still alive, and with the strength of his servant form, even without me, the people of Uruk and the northern wall would have found a way through this trial. Enkidu smiled, glancing at Tiamat. But, it seems now isn't the time for catching up. Planning to die, are you? Gilgamesh asked, though he made no move to stop his dearest friend. I am a weapon. If I've been summoned at such a critical moment, then there must be meaning to it, Enkidu replied calmly. Even if it's a battle I won't survive. With a snap of his fingers, Gilgamesh grinned. Then take my share as well. The wounds Tiamat gave me are still throbbing, I owe her something for that. The gates of the treasury behind him swung open, releasing a surge of noble phantasm-enhanced mana. It flowed into Enkidu, altering his spirit origin and transforming him once more. A length of fabric embroidered with golden patterns draped over his white hood, and mana shimmered around him like feathers drifting in the air. Still holding grudges like always, Enkidu said with a cheerful smile. And you're no better, Gilgamesh laughed even louder. Then, with the laughter fading, Enkidu shot toward Tiamat like an arrow loosed from a bow. Gilgamesh returned to his position, silently watching his friend unleash his full might. The hatred and sorrow discarded by human history, and the joy of becoming the mother of all again, replacing the Earth's ecology after abandoning oneself. Enkidu murmured as he tore through the swarm of llama blocking his path. But Gil said it, the age of the gods is over. This planet's future belongs to humanity. So, Enkidu reached out his hand. I'll stand with Gil to halt your grand design, mother of all things. Because walking alongside humanity is my duty, as the chains of heaven, as a weapon. Enuma Elish, oh, humans, let us restrain the gods. From the black mud-soaked ground, countless chains burst forth, wrapping around Tiamat. Enkidu himself became the greatest of these chains, rushing headlong toward certain death. King Gilgamesh, that's Siduri, standing atop the divine tower, called out in surprise. It truly is, Gilgamesh replied quietly. Even in death, even as a servant inscribed in human history, he still returns for the people of Uruk, to give his life once more. He raised the open stone tablet in his hand, as if cradling Tiamat's restrained form. I've done all I can. So has he. Now, Fairy of Paradise who was never part of this history, don't let us down. Chapter 441, Volume 6, Chapter 75, Rangaminiad, Spirit Vein Closing Armament. Sitting atop the throne overlooking northern Uruk, Morgan could neither hear these words, nor did she need to. My husband. Morgan sat upright on the throne. Morgan, I offer you the last 2 command spells. Shiomi raised his arm high. The command spells dissolved into mana, flowing into Morgan's body. In an instant, she converted the mana entirely. Morgan slowly lifted her gaze to the primordial goddess, bound by the chains of heaven, yet still on the verge of breaking free and taking flight once more. The anger of the mother of Genesis was justified. So was her sorrow, and her joy. Ironically, to truly defeat her, it was Morgan, who was not one of the mother's children, whose unique nature was required. She linked her consciousness to the throne, merging with the 12 holy lances arranged before her. What was originally designed to bring down a certain god now had the chance to strike down the mother of origins. Failure was not an option. Mana surged forth. Though fleeting, the mana had been amassed to its limit. It gathered around the throne, channeling through the spell into Morgan's magic circuits. The mana cycle flowed without the slightest pause. Spirit Vein Closing Armament, Rangaminiad, loading. Round Table Holy Lance, all 12 lances deployed. Ritual against the Mother of Origins, commence. O Spear of Salvation, become the final rain that purges the evils of mankind. Morgan's throne was hastily constructed, a makeshift arrangement by any measure. Yet as Shiomi had once marveled, she was a sheer genius. Even rushed, her work was flawless. The 12 holy lances carried more than enough power. In an instant, they could reduce Uruk to ashes. Now, all of that firepower was unleashed upon Tiamat. The Mother of Origins, filled with rage, sorrow, and joy, felt fear for the first time. Not the kind of fear one might have toward alien humans. This was absolute, unfiltered terror. For beings born of this planet had actually managed to wound Tiamat, the primordial mother, to draw her blood. A. After a brief lull, her cry resumed. It came from Tiamat's throat as she struggled on the ground, clawing forward. She now fully recognized Morgan, a fairy queen, outside the annals of human history, not her child. The starry eyes locked tightly onto Morgan. Even if her body couldn't move, even if she couldn't spew mana from her mouth. With just a glance, the power of her starry eyes could pierce Morgan's skull and erase the threat. The White City had temporarily shut down. Mash lacked the strength to activate her noble phantasm again so soon. Yet Morgan only smiled slightly, making no attempt to dodge. Tiamat's desperate strike was barely deflected by Shiomi's full strength. Any stronger, and even his magecraft defenses would have shattered. As expected of the Mother of Origins, then I'll add another layer. Morgan gritted her teeth and declared. The mana she had hastily accumulated was already expended, launched through the 12 holy lances. The energy now left in her hands was northwest longer sufficient to drive this special ritual armament. After all, she didn't possess 2,000 years worth of mana. The throne, beginning to collapse on its own, could no longer support a second assault. This really was thrown together. Morgan raised her hand. Your journey ends here, Mother of Origins. Roadless Camelot, the now unreachable utopia. A violent blast engulfed Tiamat. The radiant light was blinding, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. When vision returned, the scene before them left them stunned. Tiamat's dragon form was battered and broken. Her massive wings lay shattered, hair that once spiraled skyward now sprawled lifelessly across the ground. The armor plating on her limbs had cracked open, and her tail was severed at the root. Utterly weakened, still bound by chains, she now appeared completely at their mercy. But this was a feat only Morgan could have achieved. Even if others struck now, they wouldn't be able to destroy Tiamat's spirit origin. Of course, Morgan herself was also drained. She leaned against Shiomi, exhausted, as the two slowly sank down together. What a pain. I was supposed to be getting a good night's sleep, not forcing myself to stay alert like this, Morgan said with a weary smile. You've done more than enough. Rest now. Shiomi pressed a deep kiss to her lips, channeling as much mana into her as he could to ease her fatigue. Morgan raised a hand to caress his cheek. I'm not completely spent yet. Save your strength. Your fight's not over. Shiomi nodded silently, holding her hand tightly. At that moment, Ereshkigal's voice echoed faintly from deep below. The phase shift between the underworld and Uruk's underground is complete. Now we just need to punch a hole through. Ha. She was clearly pushing herself to the limit. The underworld gate had opened even earlier than the planned 3 days. Artoria, I'll leave the rest to master, Shiomi said. Using rune magecraft, Scáthach had pierced through the remaining Bell Lamu and helped Artoria ascend to the sky. From there, she unleashed a grand spell to sweep away the Lamu attempting to strike. Artoria raised the holy lance high. This blow tore through the earth itself. A light brighter than the morning star flared, transforming into a meteor as it descended toward the ground, toward Tiamat. The chains binding her had vanished, but she no longer had the strength to move. I'll be right back. Shiomi handed Morgan over to Sakura and Caren, who had come to assist. Don't worry. Morgan replied gently, nodding along with her 2 daughters. The holy lance struck Tiamat, ripping through the land around her. With the gate to the underworld wide open, she plummeted downward without resistance. Landing at the edge of the chasm, Shiomi caught a glimpse of those starry eyes gazing skyward. To reenact the myth, to kill the mother once more, or... After all their encounters, Shiomi believed there had to be another way. A child doesn't have to kill their mother. After all, from the beginning, no one had even considered the possibility of reconciliation. Leaping into the vast pit of the underworld, Shiomi used magecraft to accelerate, closing the distance in a flash and catching up to Tiamat. She reached out with a massive hand, or rather, a dragon claw, trying to grab him. But he dodged nimbly and kept drawing closer. Finally, her enormous head was right in front of him. Amidst the roaring winds, Shiomi gently spread his arms, embraced her forehead, and pressed his own against hers. Tiamat's movements abruptly halted. Together, they plunged into the depths of the underworld, swallowed entirely by the surging chaos tide. Shiomi's vision was overwhelmed by searing light. When clarity returned, he finally saw where he was. No sky. No earth. A pure white, silent world. Not far ahead stood the beautiful, sorrowful figure of Tiamat. She slowly lifted her head, gazing at Shiomi with a hint of confusion. Chapter 442, Volume 6, Chapter 76, The 12th Offspring, 1. The deep sea he had dreamed of twice, the light that existed within its depths. Now, Shiomi had finally reached it. Tiamat stood in silence, gazing at Shiomi where he stood. Her pink, starry eyes were as still as a mirror, clearly reflecting his form. At last, I've found you, Goddess Tiamat. Shiomi looked back at her and began to speak, but halfway through, he changed the way he addressed her. No. Mother. He wasn't her child. Yet as a human, he called out to the original mother, the one who birthed all life in the world. That natural title stirred something in Tiamat. A flicker of confusion appeared in her eyes. Mother, child. Who are you? A human. One who's obtained the same authority as you, Shiomi said, introducing himself. I've heard your voice in my dreams more than once. You remember me, don't you? Child. No, you're not my child, Tiamat suddenly rejected. Shiomi was slightly taken aback. He guessed it might be because he had entered her inner world without being overwhelmed or assimilated by her consciousness. To her, he must have seemed like an anomaly. All humans are your children. Even if I one day surpass humanity and step into a new stage, that won't change. But Shiomi hadn't come all this way, enduring so much, for nothing. The primordial mother, Tiamat. The second of the evils of humanity. Beast 2. The one who holds the principle of reproduction. The true nature of the so-called evils of humanity is human love. Malice is fleeting. Once spent, it fades. But the desire to protect, the will to build a better future, that's what truly threatens the present. That's what bears its fangs at humanity's fragile peace. So even as an evil of humanity, Tiamat never truly hated mankind. Shiomi understood that. That's why he had chosen this path. He wouldn't deny the gods and humans who had once abandoned her. But neither could he condemn Tiamat for wanting to return to this world. No one was wrong. Both sides were right. They had simply walked different paths, which led to opposite ends. My child. You are my child too, Tiamat said softly, looking at him. I won't deny that, Shiomi replied. Nor will I deny your existence. But your love, it's too vast, too overwhelming for the people of this age, and for many ages to come. That's why humanity can't accept it. He stepped forward, trying to get closer. But the moment he moved, a powerful force pushed back against him, so intense that even taking a single step felt impossible. Even so. He kept moving toward her. The closer he drew, the more the invisible force tore at his soul, crushed his spirit. This was the heart of Tiamat's inner world, the core of her being. Though her physical body had been gravely wounded and her power diminished, it had only weakened the barrier just enough for Shiomi to enter. But he was still a foreign presence. The closer he got, the stronger the rejection became. I once gave birth to countless lives. I was loved by all. But my children used me as a stepping stone and left me behind. I wanted to keep loving them. I wanted them to stay with me forever. Was my love a mistake? Tiamat's voice trembled as she raised her eyes again, surprise flickering in their depths. With every word she spoke, the human took another step forward. Shiomi stood close now, silently meeting her gaze, his body battered, his consciousness fading fast. And yet, he remained. He still stood there. That's right, Shiomi said, forcing his mouth open. The children all love you. But children have to grow. If they stay forever under their mother's wings, they'll never leave childhood behind and step onto a new path. So. He reached out, gently moving toward Tiamat's face. The children must go. For growth. For a better future. Don't go, don't leave me, don't love me anymore. Their minds were so close. The unfamiliar warmth of a child's soul drew near, and tears welled up in Tiamat's eyes. I won't go. And I won't leave again. Shiomi cradled her face in his hands. Blood dripped from the corners of his mouth, but he smiled softly. Even if humanity one day grows enough to leave this planet, to reach the stars and the seas, I'll remain. As your last child, I'll stay by your side forever. Words without embellishment, cleansing the soul and stirring the heart. As a human, he had gained the role of a father. And as a human, he had come to understand the power of a mother. That was why he could stand here, now, and speak to Tiamat from the heart. Ah, such a nostalgic memory, of the sea. Tiamat held the hands that cupped her cheeks. Humans can walk on their own now, and still find their way back to their mother. It's lonely, and it hurts, but I'm proud, too. That's really good to hear. Shiomi, drained beyond his limits, lost all strength and collapsed to the ground. But the force that had once crushed his spirit and torn at his soul was beginning to fade. Warmth embraced him. There was no fear. It felt like returning to the safety of a mother's womb. No, Tiamat truly was a mother. Ah, my child, you've come back. Tiamat wrapped her arms around him. I'm home, mother. Shiomi held her tightly in return. He had no past, no memories, no knowledge of his parents. Perhaps that's why he'd chosen to reach out directly to Tiamat's soul. And perhaps the same was true for her. The original mother, who lived to bear, nurture, and love, had waged war on humanity because that meaning had been denied her. Because a primitive system had declared, exterminate humanity or be destroyed, she had acted as she did. But after this encounter, Shiomi came to understand the true nature of the seventh singularity even more deeply. If that misunderstanding could be undone, could the destined clash between mother and child be avoided? To humans, Beast 2 was a terrifying invader. To Beast 2, it was humanity that were the outsiders. But what if, among the more than 7 billion people, just one could bring about reconciliation? That was the reason Shiomi had acted. A dangerous gamble, yet in the end, it brought the outcome he had hoped for. Chapter 443, Chapter 443, Volume 6, Chapter 77, The 12th Offspring, 2. When Shiomi came to, he found his head resting on Tiamat's lap. She looked down at him with gentle affection, slowly stroking his hair. Human, my child. To think one so much like you could exist, Tiamat said, her voice still halting. She spoke using a language system entirely different from that of humans. Yet here, in her own mental world, she could communicate like this. Because his spirit had reached resonance with hers. Maybe just a little, Shiomi murmured, making a small gesture with his thumb and forefinger, then letting his hand drop limply. Up to now, I've only managed to overcome death, gain the power to heal wounds, but I still can't undo the curse of death itself. At his words, Tiamat seemed to smile faintly. So faint it was almost imperceptible, yet her joy was clearly felt. It was a different kind of joy, not the triumphant kind from transforming the world or reclaiming the title of Mother of Life. This emotion was far quieter, subtler, but impossible for Shiomi to ignore. It's all right. There's no need to worry. Human, no, not quite human. Tiamat faltered. As the mother of origins, she could see the critical threshold Shiomi stood upon. He had reached the border between human and divine, yet he couldn't be defined by something as simple as demigod. He was something else entirely. A singular kind of human. The one most like her, the child most like her. Just as mothers among humans tend to favor children who resemble them, Tiamat had, perhaps unknowingly, come to feel the same. I am human, Shiomi said softly. Even if I move toward a new stage of existence, I won't abandon that truth. Yes. You are human. I'll remember that, Tiamat replied. Even if you don't belong to this world, it makes no difference. Shiomi blinked, surprised. Mother, you know where I came from. No. I don't, Tiamat said, shaking her head slightly. But I know you're connected to the origin of this world. If you leave this planet and go to what they call the moon, perhaps the answer awaits there. Those words made Shiomi sit up. Moon cell. So you know about that too, Mother. He paused, realizing how foolish the question was. As the planetary sea of origin, the mother of all life, it would be stranger if she didn't know. I don't know the details, Tiamat admitted, looking slightly apologetic. A mother who serves no purpose, really is something no longer needed, after all. That's not true. Shiomi took her hands in his. That was just the choice made by humanity's collective unconscious. A decision made for the sake of the species' future, not by any individual. Ah. Tiamat looked into his eyes. So even if every human proclaims they no longer need a mother, I'll be the one. The one person who still accepts you, who still needs you. Shiomi's grip tightened. And I'll remain that way, until the very end of this world. He admitted the words came from a selfish place, but they were also entirely sincere, free of deceit. A strange child, but so very kind, Tiamat said. It's not kindness. It's just natural. Shiomi spoke slowly, clearly. All children love their mothers. But they need to grow up, move beyond childhood, and step into new worlds, and that means they have to leave. As a human who's simply taken one step ahead of the rest. I understand, Tiamat interrupted gently, touching her forehead to his. Because you are the child most like me. This was the sea of Tiamat's soul, a place where words were meaningless. From the moment Shiomi chose to connect with her spirit, everything he thought had already reached her. Words were just surface dressing, a way to express what was already known. Tiamat simply enjoyed this form of communication. That was why she continued to speak with him. To talk with this precious, unique child who resembled her more than any other. And because of this one human, this one in 7 billion, her thoughts had changed. In the end, Tiamat did resent humanity for abandoning her. Yet somewhere deep inside, she had already accepted that pain as something inevitable. Because her very origin is that of a mother, she held a deep wish to become a guardian of humanity. That wish took form as something known as self-seal. When she first descended upon the shores of the Persian Gulf, Tiamat bound herself with a rope that wounded even her. A restraint born from her own will. She remained bound until that seal was broken, until she was destroyed, lost her mind, and shattered her own self-seal. It wasn't that Shiomi had persuaded Tiamat. He had simply touched the depths of her soul, her sea of spirit, and helped her remember the wish she once held. That was enough for her to reclaim her reason. So, it's time to return, Tiamat said after a long silence. Yeah. Let's go together, mother, Shiomi answered instinctively. He wasn't being consumed. He wasn't tempted. It was just a child's natural instinct to accept the option of journeying with his mother into the sea of imaginary numbers. Even if it wasn't the right path. Even if he should have rejected it the moment it crossed his mind. He didn't regret saying it. No. You're the one who should go back. Tiamat gently released him. Tears streamed down her face, but she smiled. It made me so happy, to see you, to hold you, to talk with you. Mother. As she spoke, Shiomi felt his body begin to rise, slowly drifting away from her embrace. She was releasing him from her soul sea, sending him back to himself, to his existence as a human. Continue your journey. Whatever you face, don't fear it. You, my most wonderful child. I want to see your future. I'll always be with you. We'll never be apart again. Listening to her parting words, Shiomi finally understood. Yeah. He nodded deeply. He accepted her love, becoming a 12th child, one not born of Tiamat, not found in any myth. Perhaps this was the fate of those who touched that divine power. At the very least, Shiomi believed so. Then, in a sudden moment of clarity, he saw himself being pulled away from Tiamat's dragon form spirit origin, unable to stop the drift. The once turbulent goddess Tiamat had grown calm, slowly closing her eyes as she sank into the shadows of the sea of imaginary numbers. Ereshkigal caught him from behind. Seeing Tiamat's spirit origin vanish into a realm where no life could exist, she couldn't help but ask. What happened? Mother, what's going on? Shiomi simply looked toward the golden light drifting toward him, reached out to catch the Holy Grail left by the King of Magecraft, and smiled faintly. It's nothing. Mother just made her choice. Chapter 444, Chapter 444, Epilogue, When the Dust Settles, 1. After returning to the surface, Shiomi noticed the storm clouds had dispersed. The long night was ending, and dawn was breaking. He had thought his conversation with Tiamat hadn't taken much time, but now it seemed to have lasted longer than expected. Even though Artoria's holy lance had pierced a massive hole through it, the city of Uruk showed no signs of collapse, and the entrance to the underworld had vanished without a trace. It was just like what they'd seen in Cutha. The chaos tide that had once engulfed the city had receded. Though the streets remained quiet and cold, once the people of Uruk returned from the shelters by the northern walls, the city would come back to life. Once the singularity was repaired, the human order calculations would steer history back toward its original decline, but at least this generation of Mesopotamians could enjoy 50 more years of relative prosperity. Not a bad outcome, all things considered. Shiomi smiled to himself. He lifted his gaze toward the divine tower, damaged in the battle with Tiamat, and began walking. Morgan, Scáthach, Artoria, and the rest of Chaldea's team were running toward him. When Shiomi's signal had been restored upon his return from the underworld, Romani had informed the others, who'd been waiting on the surface for nearly 8 hours. The first to throw her arms around him was his master. Morgan, caught off guard, could only shoot a mildly annoyed but resigned look, as if to say, fine, just this once. What happened down there in the underworld? Artoria asked. No one could see what had transpired below. Even Ereshkigal, who had been there, could only witness the chaos tide swallowing Shiomi and Tiamat, obscuring all trace of him. Mother remembered who she was. Rather than lashing out in anger or grief, she chose to reclaim the joy of being the mother of creation. She chose the love she never truly lost, Shiomi said, brushing a hand through his master's hair before lifting his head and meeting everyone's eyes. So she gave up her intentions and returned to the sea of imaginary numbers by her own will. He gently let go of his master and opened his palm. A golden mana crystal shimmered into view. The Holy Grail of the King of Magecraft. Tiamat had entrusted it to Shiomi as she departed. Or rather, she had gifted it to the child she now loved most. So this is a parting gift from your mother? Scáthach asked, piecing things together from his words. Shiomi gave a sheepish smile. It's just a title, really. But calling myself the 12th offspring of goddess Tiamat. I think I'll allow it. Even so, his spirit was now connected to Tiamat's. In the future, they would be able to meet again, in dreams. Morgan, his master, and Artoria all laughed at the remark, while the others looked a bit bewildered. After all, Shiomi had only said he needed to face Tiamat himself before deciding whether to kill her. He had never explained why. Whoa, what a surprise. I didn't think it would turn out like that. Quetzalcoatl's voice rang out behind them. Everyone turned in shock. They saw Quetzalcoatl and Ishtar leaning on each other as they walked in from the city gate, with the jaguar warrior following closely behind. Shiomi stared in disbelief. You're alive. Just barely, Quetzalcoatl said with a wry grin. Our divinity is practically burned out. We're just waiting to fade from this singularity when the time comes. Thankfully this guy caught us, Ishtar added. If not, we would have fallen into Mother's black mud. At that, the jaguar warrior proudly gave a thumbs up, pointing at herself with a smug, punch-worthy grin plastered on her face. I see. Shiomi exhaled in relief. Fewer sacrifices in the end, definitely something to be thankful for. But if you ask me, came a languid, mocking voice from above, a woman like you should have just fallen into the black mud. With that rotten personality of yours, even the goddess Tiamat's black mud couldn't pollute you more than a fraction of what you already are. The scathing remark, filled with lazy contempt, drifted down from the rooftop. Ishtar jumped in surprise. Enkidu? Not Kingu. Is it really that shocking, goddess Ishtar? Enkidu replied with his usual gentleness, though his words carried a sharp edge. If even you can be summoned, then it's only natural for me to return, to protect the people of Uruk and the future of Mesopotamia. He turned toward Gilgamesh. Gil, this goddess isn't in any condition to resist. Why not deal with her now? It would be for Uruk's own good. Humph. While tormenting allies is hardly in line with this king's disposition, Gilgamesh said, if my friend insists, I may have to reconsider. In the next moment, two golden gates shimmered into view behind them, each with a different aura, both aimed at Ishtar. You two are unbelievable. Ishtar muttered, feeling a headache coming on. Shiomi raised his hand. Are you seriously starting a fight now? We just finished a battle, shouldn't we be celebrating? I mean no offense to you, Master of Chaldea, Enkidu said with a polite nod. But there are things in this world that cannot coexist. Ishtar and Uruk are as incompatible as water and fire. Shiomi found himself at a loss for words. According to legend, Ishtar had been the cause of Enkidu's death. And while Enkidu's reasoning sounded justified, his actions certainly resembled revenge. Trying to preach forgiveness in this situation? Not a great idea. Wait, Enkidu. Sakura quickly tried to intervene on Ishtar's behalf. But before she could say more, both Enkidu and the riled-up Gilgamesh suddenly withdrew their attacks. The reason was obvious. Ishtar's body had been taken over. Phew. Good thing this still works. Honestly, your relationship is just the worst, said Ereshkigal. Though she remained in the underworld, Ereshkigal had learned that Enkidu had appeared in the final moments to help stop Tiamat. Once she confirmed Ishtar hadn't perished, she was ready to reclaim control of the body. Ha ha ha. You actually got so scared you hid behind your sister, that's just pathetic, Gilgamesh mocked. Enkidu gave a small nod. True enough. But since Goddess Ereshkigal is here, I suppose I'll shelve that idea, for now. What had nearly become a tense skirmish was thankfully defused by Ereshkigal's timely intervention. So, that link wasn't broken after all? Shiomi asked. Well. I wanted to say goodbye to everyone, so I left a little back door open, Ereshkigal said, running over to high-five Sakura. That's okay, right? I mean. I guess that's fair. It was meant to be a light-hearted moment, yet all Shiomi could do was sigh in amused exasperation. Chapter 445, Epilogue, When the Dust Settles, 2. I see, so Gilgamesh wasn't summoned like I was. He was guided to Uruk under special circumstances. Enkidu studied Hakuno Kishinami with curiosity as they chatted. But to stand in for Gilgamesh as the king of the moon, and even be acknowledged by him as a master, that's no small feat. A lot happened, Hakuno replied, briefly brushing a hand against her cheek. It couldn't have been easy. After all, we're talking about Gilgamesh, Enkidu said seriously. His temper can be unpredictable. You're one to talk, Gilgamesh snorted with amusement. Your own temper's like a blade with no guard, always cutting wherever it pleases. Enkidu chuckled. Since this is a rare opportunity, why not ditch Gil and form a contract with me instead? Oh. You're poaching in front of me. We're in Uruk, you really want to settle this with another round, like the one in the plaza? Gilgamesh grinned. Sounds like a good idea. Let our master compare our abilities firsthand before making a decision, Enkidu said in agreement. Hakuno squinted, waving her hands to cut them off. You two just want to fight, don't you? At least spare a thought for Uruk. Besides, I've already made a contract with Gilgamesh. I'm not planning to form another, not even with someone on par with him. Humph. Gilgamesh looked like he was trying not to laugh. I see. What a shame, Enkidu said, spreading his hands, whether disappointed over missing a fight or losing a chance to experience another master, it wasn't clear. With the singularity close to being repaired, time for casual conversation was running out. He glanced at Shiomi, thinking, what kind of farce is this? Then Shiomi connected to Romani in Chaldea. Doctor, how long until the ray shift to return to Chaldea begins? He asked. In about 10 minutes, the shift will start automatically. Until then, take your time saying your goodbyes, Romani replied in an unusually relaxed tone. With the final singularity nearly restored, the human order incineration was at last approaching its end. That's good to hear. Just then, a figure rushed out of the divine tower, carrying something in her hands. It was Siduri. Everyone from Chaldea, please wait a moment. Though the departure hadn't begun yet, Siduri wasn't aware of the timing and hurriedly called out to stop them. What is it, Head Priestess Siduri? Shiomi asked. Siduri stepped forward and presented the item she was holding. King Gilgamesh has instructed me to personally deliver this, in recognition of Chaldea's efforts in saving Uruk. That said, with only Gilgamesh and Siduri remaining in Uruk, the king, having concluded his journey and returned to his throne, had no one else to send. This is. Shiomi paused as he took in the item. The Great Cup of Uruk. That king of heroes really did have a bold spirit, even in life, Morgan teased him knowingly. Nearby, the servant Gilgamesh chimed in. This king and Hakuno spent over half a year toiling for Uruk. Isn't there something for us, too? About that. Siduri gave an awkward smile. I bet it's something like, it's all coming out of the king's own treasury, so I'll cover it myself, Enkidu guessed confidently. As Gilgamesh's oldest friend, he hit the mark perfectly. All Siduri could do was nod. But Gilgamesh refusing to come out and say goodbye, won't that leave everyone feeling a little down? Enkidu said. Gilgamesh replied, the king over there lost the freedom to speak to you the moment he returned to the throne. After all, it was your death that made that king into the king of men. That's true. Enkidu nodded. It was a little lonely not being able to say farewell, but he understood. There's one thing I forgot to mention, thank you for dealing with Ozymandias for us during the sixth singularity, Shiomi said, looking at Hakuno Kishinami and Gilgamesh. It was just a detour to check out that abnormal singularity, Gilgamesh replied, clearly not expecting any gratitude. Hakuno merely spread her hands in a resigned gesture. Then, the retreat of the servants began. Enkidu's form started turning transparent, and both Hakuno and Gilgamesh were enveloped in light. Gilgamesh's departure more closely resembled ray shifting. It made Shiomi feel vaguely uneasy, but he had no time to ask about the true meaning behind the title, King of the Moon. Because just like Enkidu, the goddesses within the singularity also began to fade away. Except for Ereshkigal, whose descent had taken on a physical form, the others, including Anna, were beginning to vanish. There was one person Shiomi still needed to say goodbye to. He quickly moved past the others and ran toward Artoria, who stood apart from the group. There's no need to say goodbye. As he took her hand, she calmly shook her head. The next battle is against the king of magecraft, a final confrontation in his temple. Even if I'm not permitted to be there, I will come to aid you, master. You're still calling me master? I thought our relationship was more equal than that, Shiomi asked. We'll see each other again very soon, Tenkei. It was the first time she'd called him by name. She glanced briefly at Scáthach behind him. Though I'm a little different from your teacher. You all really like lending a hand in person, huh? Shiomi said, relieved, unable to resist a small jab. Because doing it this way carries more meaning. Wouldn't you agree, Queen of Winter? Scáthach asked, turning to Morgan. Morgan crossed her arms and gave a rare nod of agreement. Indeed. A breeze swept across the plaza before the divine tower of Uruk, as sunlight spilled into the quiet city. Everyone looked up toward the rising sun. From atop the palace on the divine tower, Gilgamesh watched his companions disappear and saw the people of Uruk returning from the north. I didn't expect Beast 2 to be resolved like this, said the Magus of Flowers. Even the grand servant system prepared by the counter-force wasn't needed. She was slain by Tiamat, and I rushed over as soon as she faded, but in the end, I was only needed to witness this good end. The evils of mankind are also its love. Faced with something that wasn't born of malice, that man chose to respond with love, and even the mother of creation could be moved by that. Especially since Tiamat loved humanity from the very beginning, Gilgamesh said. Indeed. If Beast 2 can be resolved without conflict, perhaps the other beasts can too. At least, that man won't be so easy to deal with, Gilgamesh said. The one who calls himself the king of magecraft, and the will behind him guiding his every move. The nature of gods is truly beyond comprehension. No wonder you led mankind to sever its ties with them. Another breeze passed through. By the time it faded, the Magus of Flowers was already gone, leaving behind only drifting petals and a voice fading into silence. And the king stood alone, waiting for the return of his people. Chapter 446, Prologue, Concerning the Future, 1. Since you have asked for this and not for long life or wealth for yourself, nor have asked for the death of your enemies but for discernment in administering justice, I will do what you have asked. I will give you a wise and discerning heart, so that there will never have been anyone like you, nor will there ever be. Moreover, I will give you what you have not asked for, both wealth and honor, so that in your lifetime you will have no equal among kings. Romani Archaman awoke from an old dream to find a freshly brewed cup of hot coffee placed at his station. Shiomi. Did I fall asleep? He spotted Shiomi casually leaning against the table, flipping through a book. Marie said everyone should rest for 2 hours before we begin the final operation at the Temple of the King of Magecraft, Shiomi said. I came to the control room to see if anyone was still working and ran into you. Haha. I just couldn't relax. Staying here feels more reassuring, Romani said, smiling helplessly. Rest is rest, no matter where you do it, right? He picked up the coffee and gestured to Shiomi in thanks. Is that so? So, what are you reading? If you're reading, wouldn't a more comfortable place be better? Romani took a sip. The temperature was perfect. With milk and sugar, it had a balanced sweet-bitter taste. First Kings, Chapter 3, Shiomi replied calmly. Romani nearly choked on his coffee. He had just had a dream, not his own, but Solomon's. A dream of hearing the voice of God and asking for wisdom. The opening of First Kings recounts this exact story. Though it had little to do with current reality, Romani wasn't particularly surprised. Why are you reading that here? Don't tell me the dream I just had was because you were reading it aloud, he said with a nervous laugh. No, I didn't make a sound. It's rude to disturb someone while they're sleeping, Shiomi replied, raising an eyebrow. All right. Romani trusted Shiomi. Although his relationships were complicated, in all other aspects, especially in how he treated people, he was unquestionably admirable. So why go back to scripture again? Romani figured Shiomi was unsettled by the upcoming battle and turned to theology for comfort. Shiomi closed the book. No, I was just reminded of what happened in Uruk. I came across Gilgamesh's Tablet of Destinies and saw what was written on it. About Solomon. About why the man who called himself Solomon carried out the incineration of humanity. Shiomi looked at him. Tell me, if Solomon had seen all the suffering in the world, and someone asked him how he felt about it, how do you think he'd respond? Romani rubbed his chin. He might say something like, no. I don't feel anything. After all. Shiomi raised his hand, indicating that wasn't the point. The tablet's contents align, he said. But they're told from an observer's perspective. An observer? Romani asked, intrigued. Shiomi had never shared anything from the Tablet of Destinies. Romani had guessed it was too closely tied to Solomon to risk leaking. Sounds like it could be a retainer or servant, Shiomi said, looking at him. Probably. I didn't have any leads at first, but Kinga's appearance in Uruk gave me a useful point of reference, Romani said. Maybe something similar happened here. Or maybe what happened here enabled Kinga to appear like that in the first place. That's just your personal take, Shiomi said with a wry smile. What I'm about to say might sound worse. Romani felt a twinge of unease. The tablet describes a being who granted something nearly identical to Solomon's gift to one of his disgruntled subjects, Shiomi said. Romani nearly dropped his coffee. What did you say? That's why I was reading First Kings. Shiomi set the book down. If that's true, then even if the incineration of humanity was carried out by the man calling himself the King of Magecraft, I'm afraid. No, that's impossible. How could that be? Romani said, holding his forehead. Even if he became human, don't try to understand this with human logic, Shiomi said, placing a hand on his shoulder. I'm just telling you, the incineration of humanity may have shifted at some point. It might no longer be solely that man's doing. Of course, even Shiomi felt that shifted wasn't quite the right word. The incineration of humanity was completed just as the King of Magecraft had intended, allowing him to rewrite the planet's history from the ground up according to his own vision. But during the process, there were certain things, obvious and seemingly insignificant, that still found their way in. If Solomon had received a revelation. Romani looked at the data on the screen. A loyal servant of God, or a human being? Which would you choose to be? Shiomi asked suddenly. To Romani, it wasn't even a question. A human, of course. And what if becoming human, saving the world, and reclaiming humanity's rightful future, leads you to betray the very faith you once held dear? So that's why you came to talk to me? Romani suddenly understood and gave a wry smile. I just came to let you know that such a choice might present itself one day. I'm not here to demand an answer. Foe. Before he could finish, Foe's voice called out nearby. Foe darted into the control room and leapt onto Romani's desk. When did you sneak in? Were you listening to us? Romani asked. Fo nodded. I used to be able to understand him, more or less. Now, not at all, Romani muttered. He set down his coffee, picked up Fo, and turned to Shiomi. No one else is here, so I'll just tell you, this little guy is actually. No need. I already know. Shiomi raised a hand. The essence of a beast is human love. As long as they love humanity like a mother does, and don't harm us, I don't care what they are or where they go. He stood up from the table. Now that sounds like something that Child of Tiamat would say, Romani said with a chuckle. Just putting on a show. Shiomi shrugged with a small smile, then headed out of the control room. I won't disturb your rest, Doctor. Romani picked up the book, turned to the page Shiomi had been reading, glanced over it, then closed it again. Then he sat there with his coffee, locked in a staring match with Fo. Chapter 447, Prologue, Concerning the Future, 2. Outside the glass windows of Chaldea's corridor, the same unchanging gloom of clouds and snow loomed. A faint red glow on the horizon was a reminder, the world beyond was still burning. It had been over a year and a half since the restoration of human order had begun. If time hadn't been halted, then by conventional reckoning, the world should be approaching the end of 2017. It felt like just yesterday that they had celebrated New Year's in Chaldea. Even Olga Marie couldn't help but feel how fleeting time was. Thinking about the next battle, Marie, came Shiomi's voice. Olga Marie suddenly felt flustered, instinctively straightening her already immaculate appearance. No, I was just unconsciously reflecting on the work we've done up to now, she replied. It's thanks to you that Chaldea has held on this long, Shiomi said with a warm smile. Olga Marie's face turned red. You're the one who's truly essential to Chaldea. I'm just a combatant. You're the director, the one who brought together the surviving members of Chaldea, kept everything coordinated, and knew what had to be done, Shiomi said. You united everyone and pushed forward, all for the sake of restoring human order. Is that so? Olga Marie felt the praise was a bit much, but accepted it with an awkward smile. So keep your spirits up. Master once said that the incineration of humanity carried out by the king of magecraft was a feat that even surpassed the power of the gods. And I've been thinking, if we're the ones trying to stop that, then we're unquestionably accomplishing a great feat ourselves, aren't we? Shiomi encouraged. Olga Marie slowly let her smile fade, then gave a small nod. That's a pretty subdued reaction. Was I being too dramatic? Shiomi asked, slightly surprised. No, it's just. After finishing the work at the seventh singularity, I took time to organize everything, from Chaldea's founding to now. And I think I've started to understand my father's feelings, the ones that drove him to dedicate himself to Chaldea's, Olga Marie said quietly, a touch of melancholy in her voice. You're right. We really are undertaking something monumental. Shiomi nodded. But there's something unsettled in your heart. Yeah. I keep feeling like we've made a critical oversight somewhere. The restoration of human order is meant to safeguard the future, but who are we safeguarding it for? Olga Marie asked earnestly. We talk about taking back the future, but what kind of future do we think is worth reclaiming? We. She bowed her head deeply, wrapping her arms around herself. We pioneer lands, build cities, cross oceans, and tear open the skies, but what are we really doing it for? Her question was too vast, even Shiomi had no clear answer. Olga Marie clearly understood that this wasn't about the final battle ahead. It was a question that extended hundreds, maybe thousands of years into the future. Sorry, Sensei. I've been overthinking. Lately, these questions keep coming up, and I can't help feeling scared. I can't even sleep, she said with a sheepish smile. To truly reshape the future, you might need a force as immense and a mind as brilliant as the king of magecraft, a voice rang out, Artoria's. But, to guide the future toward something better, it takes the efforts of all humanity, not just one person. Both turned their heads. The Lion King. Olga Marie said in surprise. She remembered, the Lion King had once asked a similar question. My choice was, for the happiness of the next beings to visit this planet. But Tenkei, your teacher chose the happiness of the people who live here now. Even if this planet reaches its end and humanity faces extinction, that end should be far off, peaceful, quiet, like drifting away in a dream. Just like the Britannia I once hoped for, Artoria said. I haven't thought that far ahead, Shiomi said softly, more to himself than anyone else. Maybe, deep down, he had. But his subconscious refused to face it, keeping his reasons for fighting rooted in what lay directly ahead. For Sakura, Caren, Gray, for the world they still lived in, and for the tomorrows yet to come, he had taken on this immense responsibility. Is that so? Olga Marie. Then she noticed Artoria and was reminded of the master's combat gear. Sorry for dumping all my complaints on you, Olga Marie said. She stood, gave Shiomi a quick bow, and jogged off. I'll be going now. But it was clear to anyone that the cloud over her heart had lifted. Her focus was now firmly on the task ahead. "Did you come to deliver a message, or just to check in on me?" Shiomi asked with a smile. "Both." Artoria then took a seat beside him. "You should get a bit more rest too. This isn't like you, Ruck. You're here in Chaldea as your true self, appearing through independent manifestation by your own will. You don't have the usual conveniences of a servant," Shiomi said with concern. "Being here like this, the limitations of the world should weigh on you just as much as they do on Master." Though it wasn't entirely clear how Artoria had acquired a special ability belonging to the beast class, she was a companion now, an ally. And in the battles to come, every bit of added strength was a welcome comfort. The earlier exploration of that minor singularity was enough, Artoria said as she naturally leaned closer to him. "I didn't expect that, in the end, I'd be choosing to fight on the battlefield against the king of magecraft." "Yeah, that really was unexpected." Shiomi nodded with a nostalgic smile. "Especially considering we were at each other's throats not long ago." Of course, those were sentiments already resolved. What had been confirmed in Uruk didn't need to be said again. Da Vinci created a new mystic code for the Masters, one that converts Chaldea's power supply into mana for summoning, Artoria said. "I heard it puts an enormous burden on the Masters, so Morgan made some improvements." "Surprising?" Shiomi asked with a nod. "Not really. Whether it's Morgan or you, Tenkei, neither of you wanted them stepping onto a battlefield this dangerous," Artoria said. "And since their resolve can't be swayed, even Morgan can only do her best to make sure they don't have to fight too recklessly." "Well, their team leader's one stubborn human too," Shiomi said with a chuckle. Artoria laughed with him. Chapter 448, Volume 7, Chapter 1, Temple of Time, 1. The Temple of the King of Magecraft does not exist within the bounds of proper time. In terms familiar to the world of Magecraft, it resides in imaginary space, a realm far vaster than the real world, yet utterly empty. Without navigation or coordinates, safe traversal is impossible, entering recklessly means being lost forever. After acquiring the Holy Grail from the seventh singularity and analyzing its nature, Chaldea was finally able to obtain the temple's coordinates within imaginary space. At that location, the King of Magecraft's temple had formed a unique singularity. Thus, unlike past ray shifts, this operation required the entire Chaldea facility to serve as a vessel to connect with the singularity and launch a rapid, high-intensity strike. The operation's objectives were simple. First, storm the stronghold. Second, defeat the King of Magecraft. Third, escape enemy territory alive. According to data from Chaldea's near-future observation lens, Sheba, this singularity was a complete microcosm existing within imaginary space, a so-called conceptual universe. If Chaldea could be seen as a miniature sandbox of Earth, then this singularity was like a miniature sandbox of the cosmos. Yet, despite being cosmic, it contained no other celestial bodies. In human terms, it resembled a single-celled organism. Moreover, the path to the singularity's core, where a massive vortex of mana swirled, had already been sealed off. "How does it look?" Shiomi asked, observing the still and lifeless singularity beside Morgan. After completing their ray shift and entering the time temple of the King of Magecraft, she had immediately begun analyzing the singularity. "Rather than a conceptual universe, it's more like a reality marble," Morgan said, halting her analysis. "Though, to be clear, it's in a completely different league from what we typically consider a reality marble." "How so?" Artoria asked. Scáthach rubbed her chin thoughtfully. "It's like the framework of the Holy Grail War in Fuyuki. The Ainsburn's Holy Maiden of Winter was essentially dissected, her magic circuits preserved and used as the foundation for the system. This temple is the same. It was built using a Magus's body," Morgan continued. She raised a hand and pointed into the distance. "Head that way and you'll reach the throne of the King of Magecraft." The rocky, winding path ahead was difficult to navigate, but thanks to the specialized war chariots constructed by Chaldea, they could move swiftly. Still, the journey was far from peaceful. Aside from the seemingly dormant demon pillar husk scattered along the route, the entire singularity radiated a powerful beast signature. Having previously encountered the beast class, Shiomi had no intention of charging in carelessly. "Let's approach this differently from Uruk," Shiomi said, turning to the others seated in the chariot. "Morgan, Master, Artoria, and I will take the lead and scout ahead. Director, Ritsuka, and Mash will remain outside to defend Chaldea. Even though we've been maintaining the proof of existence, if that gets disrupted, it's over. Even if we win, we won't be able to escape." He turned his gaze to Sakura, Caren, and Gray. "Sakura, you'll be in charge of piloting the chariot and following our route," he added. Both fronts carried heavy responsibilities. There was no room for hesitation or preference. Using their strongest combat force to break the path forward was the logical choice, and no one objected. Except for one sudden, jarring sound, applause. Because the one clapping wasn't one of their own. You crossed 7 singularities to make it this far. No, rather than luck, I should say your strength is truly commendable. Lev Laner stood atop a raised platform, looking down upon the Chaldea group. His gaze fell directly on Shiomi at the front. The Witch of Britannia, the Queen of the Land of Shadows, and... Lev's eyes moved to Artoria. The Lion King. I didn't expect you, who understood my king's will and once sought to preserve a handful of souls, would end up participating in Chaldea's foolish crusade. Artoria stepped forward. The future of humanity belongs to the humans living in this era. Whether it's me or the king of magecraft, we are both beings that should have been lost to history. My master proved that his path was more right than the one I chose, so I will lend him my strength. Foolish. My king allowed your actions in Jerusalem, even had me deliver Chaldea's intelligence to you. Yet in the end, a so-called Holy Lance goddess is nothing more than a fool reborn. Lev's eyes narrowed with a chilling smile. But it doesn't matter anymore. His gaze shifted to the 3 standing beside Shiomi. Each of you is a heroic spirit with a name etched in history, and yet none of you can comprehend my king's mercy. Truly pitiful. I care little for the king of magecraft's mercy, Scáthach said coldly, eyes fixed on Leviticus, but his incineration of humanity turned the land of shadows into a sea of fire, and destroyed everything my beloved disciple left behind. From that moment, I became your enemy. Humph. Lev locked eyes with Shiomi. So what exactly are you? The explosion in the control room should have been flawless. How did you survive and return from imaginary space? How did you live through the death my king granted you? Shiomi grinned. Obviously because I have a wonderful daughter. Thanks to her efforts, I made it back from imaginary space. As for the divine authority, that just saved my life afterward. Divine authority? Lev's brow twitched. My companions and I crossed through 7 singularities, and now we stand here. Shiomi exaggeratedly spread his arms, spun twice in front of the group, and mockingly mimicked Lev's lofty manner as he introduced himself. I am Tenkei Shiomi, master of Chaldea, husband of the Witch of Britannia, disciple of the Queen of the Land of Shadows, companion to the Lion King, and also the 12th offspring of the primordial mother goddess, Tiamat. Though honestly, that last one's more of a title than anything else. He finished with a mocking glance at Leviticus, the child of Tiamat. No wonder that goddess abandoned her original intentions and returned to the sea of imaginary numbers, Lev muttered, finally opening the eyes he had kept narrowed. His gaze turned cold, white scara gleaming menacingly. So it's you, you're the greatest obstacle standing in the way of my king's path. At his gesture, the dormant demon pillars began to stir and writhe. The magical energy they released far surpassed that of any other singularity before. This was the Temple of Time, Solomon's domain. Here, the demon pillars, the king of magecraft's most loyal servants, could unleash their full power without restraint. My king cannot leave his post, so I will be your opponent. Let's see if you're truly worthy of those grand titles you boast. As he declared this, Lev's staff transformed into a compact magic wand. Chapter 449, Volume 7, Chapter 2, Temple of Time, 2. My name is Floros, one of the 72 demon pillars, the information center. Lev raised his head toward the sky above the Temple of Time, announcing his identity. Then, in the very next instant, a spear of light pierced through his chest. Too bad. I don't have the time to entertain you. Shiomi hurled Gungnir without warning. It's obvious you're trying to stall, but our time is far more precious, more so than even what your king has left. Gah. Just moments ago, Lev had been triumphant, declaring his challenge. Now, he was staggering, nearly toppling from the floating rock platform. That spear. Gungnir. It was the first time Lev had even heard of this weapon. His intelligence indicated that Shiomi only possessed the twin red spears given to him by Scáthach. But this was the divine spear of Odin. How could such a weapon have fallen into this man's hands? What's worse, his regeneration had been crippled. He couldn't shift into his demon pillar form. A wound that pierced the heart in human form, how could something like that be fatal to a demon god? But this divine spear carried a death far more absolute than the cursed crimson lances. Shiomi raised his hand, and Gungnir flew back to him. Lev collapsed onto the stone, no longer supported. Shiomi didn't spare him a second glance. Let's go, he said to the 3 behind him. Just behind Lev stood the first gate leading into the temple. Shiomi had no way of knowing how many more lay ahead, they had to move fast. It's not over. As they prepared to split up and advance, Lev's voice rang out again. He forced himself to his feet, surrounded by twisting demon pillars. More pillars surged up from beneath the earth, blocking the group's path. Even the gods can't escape a sure-hit attack. Even a demon pillar can be destroyed in an instant, Lev said, his voice regaining strength. But it means nothing. It's all meaningless. Because we are infinite. As he spoke, a circular magic array flared to life around Shiomi and the others, and exploded with a thunderous roar. Dad. Sakura, quick as ever, knew there was no dodging it. The scale of the blast dwarfed even what they had faced in the London singularity. Just forming a barrier in time to withstand the shockwave was already taxing for the remaining team members. Sakura-senpai. Up there. Ritsuka pointed skyward. Shiomi and the others, who had scattered at the moment of the explosion, were descending slowly from above. Relief washed over the team. They knew it would take more than that to bring them down. Artoria landed first. I never thought I'd do this again, she said. But let me borrow this temple's mana, king of magecraft. She gave a wry smile, reaching out her hand. From beneath her lowered lashes, her jewel-like eyes gleamed with divine brilliance. Back at the sixth singularity, as the goddess Rangaminiad, she had summoned the full force of the Round Table. She had once sent those proud, loyal knights into a battle steeped in sin, on a mission they would be abandoned for. That guilt had never left her. She'd sworn never to call upon them again, but now was different. If it was for the sake of humanity's future, then her knights would surely answer her call. Sensing her intent, Floros, now fully returned to his demon pillar form, launched an immediate attack. But even then, it was already too late. For Floros, and for every last demon pillar. At the call of our king, we, the Knights of the Round Table, have come to aid you. Clad in white armor, Percival raised Longinus and cleaved through the demon pillar's mana blasts, placing his towering frame in front of Artoria. At the same time, the rest of the Round Table Knights, save for Galahad, descended one after another, launching attacks without hesitation. They struck at the demon pillars, supporting Shiomi's group as they pushed toward the gate. Even Bedivere, honored for his deeds at the sixth singularity, had manifested here as a servant. Sir Percival. Artoria nodded and drew the holy sword. I am deeply grateful that you've set aside past grievances to fight alongside me. That's because this time, your majesty's judgment is flawless. Back then, we stood against you only because we believed your path needed correcting. With a bright smile, Percival charged ahead to lead the assault. Shiomi's spear pierced through a demon pillar, sinking his strikes with Artoria's. You could have told me you had something like this up your sleeve. Because I didn't know if my knights would forgive their king, Artoria replied with a self-deprecating smile. Well, I think the answer's clear now, Shiomi said with a grin. The two then split up again, dodging the barrage from the demon pillars. Ha 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 ha. Just 11 Knights of the Round Table. We demon pillars were born to be 72. You think that meager firepower can wipe us out? Floros's arrogance wasn't unfounded. Only a few among the knights had wide-range anti-army noble phantasms. Wiping out all 72 demon pillars in one strike was impossible. Even if you're our enemy, you're not wrong. It's a fantasy to think we alone could annihilate all of you, Tristan said, plucking his harp. Invisible arrows shot toward the demon pillars. But with our king's call, the countless heroes engraved in human history have already stirred. Gawain sliced through a mass of tentacles. Do you know how many answered? As many as the stars in the sky. Chaldea crossed 7 singularities, every effort they made, every ally they gained, was earned through struggle. You're really talking big, damn Gawain. Mordred and Bedivere fought side by side, shielding Chaldea's group while battling the demon pillars. Humph. Morgan let out a soft laugh, not mocking, but thoughtful. She could see them, heroic spirits manifesting throughout the Temple of Time. Even former enemies, once standing in opposition at the singularities, now appeared to fight alongside Chaldea. My disciple. Scáthach landed behind Shiomi, tugging him lightly. Leave this to us. You go do what you must. If all 72 demon pillars were gathered here, that meant Solomon himself stood alone. Beyond the door Lev Laner had tried to block, surely lay the path to the Temple of Time's core. Scáthach is right. We're not fighting alone anymore. It's you, my husband, who must confront the king of magecraft, Morgan said, gazing at him intently. And then, expose that man's true face. That's all well and good, Shiomi said with a calm smile, but you think they're just going to let me waltz through? Despite the flood of servants on the battlefield, the 72 demon pillars still hadn't turned their gaze from Shiomi. Chapter 450, Volume 7, Chapter 3, The Road to the Throne. We're moving. Scáthach gave a low, urgent prompt. Shiomi rose in response, stepping across the fractured, floating stones of the sundered temple, heading toward the gate that led to the king of magecraft. Melting furnace, engaged. Bypassing enemy servants. Targeting the master. Commencing extermination. One of the demon pillars spoke in a refined, elegant tone. Though Chaldea had more than one master present, everyone knew exactly who the target was. Shiomi didn't need to look to feel it, the demon pillar's eyes were locked on him. He raised his hand, quickly weaving a counterspell. A sharp whistle, then a red spear shot forward, striking the demon pillar that had taken aim. Don't bother with these grunts. I'll clear the way for you. With a shout, Scáthach gripped her second crimson spear and hurled it like a meteor into the demon pillar's body. The resulting explosion tore clean through it. Oh wow, Master's putting on quite the show. Ku Chulin's voice rang out suddenly. What do you say, want me to lend a hand, little brother? Still running, Shiomi saw Ku Chulin land beside him, keeping perfect pace. You could try not helping, see if Master doesn't come after you for it. Shiomi grinned and launched a large-scale spell, blasting aside a demon pillar that had blocked the most direct path. Ugh. That's what makes Junior such a pain. Always throwing Master's name around to pressure people, Ku Chulin quipped, then dashed forward, following in the wake of Shiomi's spell. More than one demon pillar blocked the path ahead, and with them came familiar figures, Medb, Fergus, D'Armwood, and Finn, all former enemies. But there were also allies once recruited by Scáthach, likely Shuwen and Tesla, fighting alongside them now. Shiomi didn't need to worry about dodging or diverting, he just had to trust in the heroic spirits who had broken through the Temple of Time's barriers and descended here with him. My body is wind, lightning, and flowing water, unstoppable, unmatched. Acceleration spell, activate. He landed on a rock and chanted softly. The moment his foot stepped forward, the stone shattered beneath him as he launched into a streak of light, tearing across the battlefield and slicing through the demon pillar's writhing tendrils. 24 demon pillars tried to intercept him. Not one laid a finger on him, his movement was too fast, too fluid, like wind and lightning combined. So the demon pillars changed tactics, unleashing a barrage of spell arrays ahead of him, forming a net of attack spells dense as starlight, completely sealing off the path. TCH. Shiomi was forced to halt, casting a defensive spell. Then, the brilliance of a holy sword, its true name unleashed, carved into the battlefield, shattering the magical siege. 10K. Keep moving. Artoria charged toward the demon pillars, with 7 or 8 knights of the round table close behind her. Don't waste the effort our king spent clearing the way. Move it, Agravain said coldly. Shiomi glanced at him. Didn't think even you'd show up. The will of the king is absolute. And this battle holds a justice beyond question. With that, Agravain let out a roar. Ignoring the toll on his spiritual core, he unleashed his strongest magecraft, the same spell he had used against Morgan back in the Camelot Singularity. The gathering shadows surged forth as a phantom army, charging the demon pillars. Though no match individually, they came in endless waves, relentless and unyielding. Artoria. Shiomi froze the demon pillar's tentacles with a burst of glacial grand magecraft, then swept Gungnir through the air, shattering them all in an instant. Understanding Shiomi's intention, Artoria compressed the power of the invisible air to its limit, unleashing a storm strong enough to tear through every obstacle ahead. Behind that raging wind came a vacuum from the reversed airflow. Riding the gust like a hawk on the updraft, Shiomi soared forward, piercing through the path of shattered demon pillars and swirling debris, surging further into enemy lines. But just because his allies had carved a path didn't mean Shiomi would overlook the demon pillar's interference. After breaching the second layer of defense, he didn't press forward immediately. Instead, he summoned the red spear into his left hand, gave it a sharp spin, and hurled it with full force toward the mass of writhing demon pillars. A streak of crimson shot into the sky and then exploded like a supernova, illuminating the battlefield below. The red spear became a deluge, an overwhelming rain of destruction rivaling even the density of the demon pillar's spell barrages. Each strike triggered an explosion, ravaging everything it touched. Cries of agony echoed from the demon pillars beneath the onslaught. You're really petty, my husband. Morgan landed behind him. Maybe I was just waiting for you, Shiomi replied with a light smile. I'll stay here. Someone needs to lead the children and clear out the regenerating demon pillars, Morgan said, standing back to back with Shiomi. Her hands moved subtly through the air, but with the commanding presence of one who could summon storms with a flick. Dark clouds swiftly gathered above the otherwise empty sky of the Temple of Time, thick mana beginning to surge in response. Intelligence room, begin proceedings. Notify all units, incineration protocol, commence. Control tower, ignite the signal. Armory, resupply. Sanctuary of life, prepare for declaration. Twilight has come. One demon pillar after another spoke in turn, their voices rising in urgency as Shiomi continued breaking through layer after layer of defense, forcing them to recognize just how dangerous he was. He had to be stopped. No matter what, they could not let him through. Their king had failed to kill him. They could not allow this man to reach the king's presence. All 72 demon pillars began exchanging thoughts, increasing their alert level to the maximum. Silence, demon pillars. None of you have the right to halt my husband's steps. Only the man who calls himself the king of magecraft may speak here. Morgan waved her hand coldly. In contrast to the casual gesture, a vast spell, nearly noble phantasm level in scale, crashed down upon the demon pillars trying to block the way. Her resolve was even more unflinching than Shiomi's. Such dramatic firepower. Are you sure you still have mana to spare? Shiomi caught her wrist, and a command spell vanished from his hand. Morgan gave him a gentle smile and nodded, signaling with her eyes. Sakura, Caren, Gray, and Mordred landed nearby, ready to support Morgan in holding this section of the front line. Nitocris, Hassan of the Cursed Arm, and Hassan of the 100 Faces also arrived in succession. Shiomi gave a silent nod and turned toward the door just ahead. Bathed in radiant light, the gate led to the inner sanctum, the throne at the heart of the Temple of Time. Without hesitation, Shiomi stepped through. Unlike the outer battlefield cloaked in cosmic gloom, here the ground beneath his feet was soft grass. At the center of the mountainous glade stood a lone throne, and seated upon it, a man stared down at Shiomi. For more chapters, feel free to follow me on Patreon. 100 chapters ahead. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 451, Chapter 451, Volume 7, Chapter 4, The False King. The sky was a brilliant blue, the grass a vivid green. A crystal-clear waterfall cascaded from the cliffs, painting a scene straight out of paradise. Even Avalon, King Arthur's final resting place, could hardly compare. At the center of this peaceful land stood a throne atop a pure white staircase. Eastern Observatory, Armory, Chamber of Life, silent. Western Intelligence Room, Control Tower, Gazing Star, also silent. The heroic spirits have proven far more capable than expected. Though we cannot truly disappear, they've managed to defeat us time and again. Truly unexpected. Solomon, the king of magecraft, calmly reported the state of battle in the Temple of Time. His eyes had seen the unending conflict, yet he remained utterly unfazed. No need to rush. You're the last one, Shiomi said, walking slowly across the grass with Gungnir in hand, drawing closer to the Mage King's throne. To entertain a human who's come from afar is a joy for any king. But regrettably, I hate humans, the king of magecraft said with a dignified smile. If you abandon your identity as a human, I'll forgive all your acts of rebellion up to now, child of Tiamat. Sorry, but I became Mother's child precisely because I refused to give up being human, Shiomi said, raising an eyebrow. Besides, I didn't fight my way here through my companion's support for your hospitality. In that case, there is no reward for your long journey, nor will I show you any pity. What I feel is nothing but rage, rage that demands to know why. Shiomi pointed at the king of magecraft. Funny. I don't feel anything for you either. The Tablet of Destinies already exposed your true identity and motives. Falsely claiming to be the king of magecraft and launching the incineration of humanity. I'd say it's about time the one behind you shows up, don't you think? Behind me? What a foolish question. Even after borrowing the power of the king of heroes and seeing through my identity, you still refuse to believe the reality before your eyes. Solomon sneered, making no effort to hide his disdain. So this is what becomes of humans who've conquered death. Is that so? Shiomi realized there was no longer any point in asking. The king of magecraft would never see it that way, no matter the reason. Which meant he'd just have to drag that hidden existence out himself. In just a few more minutes, my hypothetical first noble phantasm, Ars Nova, will complete its activation calculation, said the king of magecraft with a cold smile. Until then, let me entertain you for a bit. Your hypothetical first noble phantasm, huh? Shiomi recalled his secret talk with Romani, his conviction deepening. The king of magecraft rose from his throne. As you can see, this space itself is my second noble phantasm, Ars Paulina, the time of coronation has come, inspire all things. My reality marble. Shiomi raised his hand. No need for introductions. We've got our own genius Magus, more than a match for you. Your temple's true nature has already been exposed. Excellent, excellent. Humanity's final master. The only human to have overcome death. You too shall become fuel for my light. Endless mana surged from the king of magecraft's body as he stepped forward to personally face Shiomi. They had clashed once before in the London Singularity. Back then, Shiomi's power was feeble, his heart pierced without resistance. But it was that fatal strike that revealed a truth even Shiomi hadn't known. That revelation was one of the reasons he was now able to stand before the king of magecraft and challenge him again. He'd come prepared to die, but if he couldn't even manage that, then there was nothing left to fear. Still not planning to show your true face, imposter? Shiomi tensed, asking one final time. True face. I am King Solomon, the king of magecraft. At least, this body is. The king of magecraft spread his arms wide. In an instant, a barrage of offensive magecraft surged forth. But the primordial runes, already etched and awaiting command, answered Shiomi's will, launching a swift counterattack. Their spells collided in that instant. Too bad for you. My magecraft has never belonged to the system of the king of magecraft, Shiomi said, casually twirling his spear into a dazzling arc. Just like this spear, it's a gift from the great god Odin. As such, the rings in the king of magecraft's hands couldn't interfere with Shiomi's rune magecraft. He charged up the pristine white staircase in long strides and, in a flash, closed the distance, thrusting his spear forward. The king of magecraft clearly intended to crush Shiomi through overwhelming magical force. As Shiomi advanced, the king's spells grew more intricate and intense, gradually surpassing the pace at which Shiomi could both attack and activate his runes. Even when employing Toko Aozaki's clever technique, using runes to construct new runes in order to match the king's rapid divine words, it still wasn't enough to catch up to the king of magecraft's casting speed. So, unsurprisingly, the thrust was intercepted, unable to land a single blow. I may not be the king of heroes, but I've gathered quite a few treasures on my way here. A surge of pure mana burst outward, sending Shiomi flying. As he lifted his hand, an enormous battle axe appeared, towering like a mountain. The Axe of Marduk. Even without true name release, as a purely physical strike, its weight and presence alone, as a divine weapon of the war god Marduk, was enough to shake even the stern king of magecraft. He had no choice but to defend with everything he had. But the burden of releasing its true name was too heavy, and Shiomi couldn't be certain the blow would be fatal. Which meant, before gambling on riskier moves, he needed to exhaust all safer options first. He who stole the name of Solomon, the king of magecraft. He who burned the history of this planet, slaughtering us humans. With this spear, bestowed by the great god Odin, I shall tear away your false guise and reveal your true nature. Shiomi declared, calm and unwavering. Become a shooting star, shatter the disguise. Gungnir. Heed Shiomi's voice, release the true name. The divine spear tore through the air, streaking straight for the king of magecraft's body. Without expression, the king raised a hand to summon another layer of magical defense, intending to block Gungnir. A defense that over 90% of heroic spirits couldn't breach. Shattered like glass. The spear pierced clean through his heart. The axe of Marduk followed, crashing down and severing one of his arms. The king of magecraft stumbled back a few steps, collapsing into the broken throne behind him, lowering his head. Heh. Heh heh. Heh ha 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 ha. Starting soft, the laughter built into wild peals that echoed through the temple. It went on, until it stopped. Suddenly. Sharply. If you're so desperate to die, then as recognition of your strength, I'll grant you the honor of facing my true body. Chapter 452, Chapter 452, Volume 7, Chapter 5, King of the Demon Gods Goetia. As the king of magecraft made his declaration, the sky suddenly darkened. The ground split open beneath them, and the writhing forms of the demon pillars emerged, swallowing the original throne along with the king of magecraft himself. Reveal yourselves. Bear your blessings. These are the beasts of calamity, evils of humanity. The air at the center of the Temple of Time turned oppressively heavy. A chill seeped into Shiomi's bones. Just as Chaldea had previously observed, the presence of a beast was unmistakable. The man who had claimed to be Solomon, the king of magecraft, was in truth, a beast. I am the one who exists as the king of magecraft, Solomon. A projection, a system born of him. I am the first familiar created to lay the foundation for your magecraft. I ruled a kingdom alongside Solomon. But after his death, I was discarded, left to fester within his corpse as the curse of origin took root. And within that body, I achieved a physical form through summoning. The demon pillars receded from the throne, revealing the figure atop it, neither fully human nor fully monster. A golden body. Eyes like those on the demon pillars twisted and writhed across its chest. I no longer need the name of the king of magecraft. There's no reason to keep up the facade. I have no name, but if you need to call me something, then let it be this, the embodiment of wisdom, the one whose existence is longed for, who turns all of you into nourishment and begins the journey toward the ultimate, who creates a new star. The one who governs all 72 curses, who incinerates all history. The incineration of humanity, king of the demon gods, Goetia. Goetia. Shiomi raised his hand. That's right, it's also the general term for Solomon's magecraft, came Romani's voice through the communicator. Trismegistus made the predictions and classifications. Spirit origin type, anti-human. Output level, class 2 planetary. It's Beast Eye. Beast Eye, a beast ranked even higher than Mother. Shiomi lowered his hand. You sure about this, Shiomi? Romani asked quietly. If you can't. I've already said it, Romani. Shiomi cut him off, raising his voice. These beasts are just what's in front of us. Our true enemy is the one behind them. Romani fell silent. You really believe that? The truth will come out soon enough. I'm playing all my cards now, Shiomi said, part proclamation, part confession. Got it. Then fight with everything you've got. Chaldea will back you all the way. As Romani's voice faded, Shiomi charged straight toward Demon King Goitia without hesitation. He seemed unarmed, yet Goitia, Beast-Eye, possessed tremendous physical power. A mere swing of his hand released wind blades on par with Grand Magecraft. Even after seeing my true form, you still resist. Why refuse the path to a perfected intellect? Why keep fighting for humanity? Goitia caught Gungnir in his hand like it was a twig. I should be asking you. You were Solomon's familiar, why walk a path completely opposed to his? Shiomi inwardly clicked his tongue, shocked by Goitia's overwhelming strength. I was his guardian spirit. My soul resonated with his. I saw all his sorrow, his endless pain. That's enough. There's no need to keep watching. On this planet, even gods are fated for destruction. We've lost all interest in humanity's future. What we need is a new, flawless beginning. Shiomi didn't waste the moment. As Goitia vented his fury, he freed a hand and grabbed the crimson spear, driving it into Goitia's arm without hesitation. Though Goitia's body seemed indestructible, the cursed red spear pierced through. Yet Goitia didn't flinch. No grimace, no sound of pain, he looked completely unfazed. Even gods can only be destroyed. You're a real smooth talker, Goitia. With both spears as catalysts, a surge of mana exploded outward. Goitia's body split open, blood spraying in all directions, yet his stance remained firm and unshaken. He silently watched as Shiomi widened the distance between them. Since you have asked for this and not for long life or wealth for yourself, nor have asked for the death of your enemies but for discernment in administering justice. Shiomi abruptly began reciting a passage aloud. For the first time, the ever-composed Demon King, who had treated the entire battle as entertainment, showed a subtle shift in expression. You dare recite the Lord's words? Goitia's voice seethed with restrained fury. I will do what you have asked. I will give you a wise and discerning heart, so that there will never have been anyone like you, nor will there ever be. Moreover, I will give you what you have not asked for, both wealth and honor, so that in your lifetime you will have no equal among kings. Shiomi paced slowly forward, a massive spell circle gradually forming behind him. Drawing upon the magecraft Solomon himself had devised, Shiomi now prepared to challenge him using the primordial runes uncovered by the god Odin, an invocation born of the age of myths. As expected, someone like you deserves death. A fool beyond saving, who cheated death by sheer luck. I'll be the one to bury you. Goitia raised a hand, cold and deliberate. The wounds from earlier were already gone in the blink of an eye. Even the curse of the crimson spear seemed to have left no trace. As a beast, this kind of regeneration was nothing unusual. The heart of the temple trembled, torn apart by the clash of two utterly different magecraft systems, one tearing through water and fire, the other upheaving wind and earth. Or perhaps they were both pure offensive magecraft, constructed from raw true ether, overwhelming force made manifest. Neither could gain the upper hand. Goitia realized that a magecraft battle alone would never be enough to kill this man. And he no longer had time to waste. The final moments required to complete Ars Nova's activation had already passed. Shiomi, I confirm the third noble phantasm is being deployed. Romani's voice came urgently through the communicator. He didn't know the full extent of Shiomi's authority, but once that noble phantasm was triggered, the heat alone would completely vaporize his body. Shiomi's regenerative abilities could never keep pace with such destruction. Getting impatient, are we? Demon King Goitia. As the clash of spells came to an end, Shiomi landed back on solid ground. I've given you more than one chance. Repentance is no longer an option. No, I was waiting for this moment, waiting for you to use that power. If you continued to refuse, I would have been the one with a problem. Shiomi drove the two spears into the ground, then slowly pulled something out, holding it delicately between his fingers. To use the body of the king of magecraft as a nest, to steal away all his calamities. Even Solomon himself would be left in awe. That's. What is that you're holding, you bastard? The moment Goitia saw it, an unfamiliar unease gripped him, stronger than anything he had felt before. Chapter 453, Volume 7, Chapter 6, The Rings of Solomon. You went to such lengths, scattering the demon pillars, passing them down into countless Magus families, setting off eruptions across history, and yet you didn't even know this. Solomon's clairvoyance didn't tell you. Shiomi held the ring between his fingers, calm and composed, as he slipped it onto the middle finger of his left hand. Or, did your master simply never tell you? Such immense power required a corresponding vessel to wield it. Goitia had seized Solomon's body, claimed 9 of the 10 rings, and even forged a near-perfect 10th by his own hand. The seat of omnipotence had, for a time, become his. Before the king of magecraft, Solomon, died, he feared that the magecraft he created might one day become a threat to humanity, Shiomi said, flexing the fingers of his newly adorned hand. So, when the 10 rings were returned, he sent the final one into the future, entrusting it to end whatever threat might arise. Impossible. That man was all talk. How could he ever care that deeply about humanity? And how could someone like you end up with that ring? The activation of Goishia's third noble phantasm was imminent. But he now realized this brief interval, this lapse, could become his only vulnerability. Then suddenly, clarity returned to him. His tone steadied. No, that's not right. The 10 rings were gifts from the Lord. Without hearing his revelation, without his permission, not even you can wield them. Solomon hoped that whoever received this ring would use it for the right purpose. Even without divine permission, a human is still worthy, so long as they possess it. In that, you and I are the same, Goishia. Shiomi slowly raised the hand bearing the ring, as if clutching Goishia's distant figure in his palm. It's time. Hand over what you stole. That seat of omnipotence was never yours to begin with. Just as Romani had said, the final ring truly held the authority to command the other 9. Originally, it was meant to be used by Solomon himself. But Shiomi had rejected that ending and asked Romani to entrust it to him instead. Even he didn't fully understand why. Was it sympathy for a man who had no freedom? Or was it something else? You think I'll let that happen? As the 9 rings tore free from Goishia's body and drifted toward Shiomi, he reached out, trying to seize them back. The third noble phantasm could be triggered at any moment, to obliterate Shiomi completely. But Goishia now had another priority, reclaiming the final ring, the one the powerless king had left behind for humanity. The seat of omnipotence belonged to him. The Lord's blessing belonged to him. That was the revelation he'd received upon possessing the king of Magecraft's body. A magical formula that had gained will of its own. Goishia's only dream had been to hear the Lord's divine oracle. Demon King Goishia, he alone would bring a new future to this world. The 9 rings hovered midair, caught between 2 opposing wills. The 10 rings are divine authority made manifest. Even if you've accomplished deeds beyond the gods, you're still just a magus, Shiomi said, steady and sure. The difference between us is power. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Just as Shiomi had claimed, the 9 rings now drifted under his control. Empowered by the 10th, they slowly pulled away from Goishia. No matter what he did, he couldn't take them back. He couldn't accept it. How could he accept it? Come, 10 rings. Gather in my hand, join with my authority and shatter the Demon King's ambitions. Shiomi drew a deep breath and declared with force. You may come this far, but no farther. Your arrogant actions must end here. A voiceless voice rang out. No lips moved. No sound was spoken. Yet the words echoed like a chant, etched vividly into Shiomi's mind. And Goishia's as well. Wah. Their consciousnesses were forcibly pulled toward the center, where the 9 rings hovered. Their eyes briefly turned vacant, then focus returned. Shiomi and Goishia stood within a vast, pure white expanse. No sky. No ground. A sea of spirit. Some foreign will had drawn both of their minds into this place. Its origin was unmistakable, the 9 rings. Who is this that darkens counsel with ignorant words? These words, this will. Goishia stood motionless, stunned as if petrified. My lord. The 9 rings no longer responded. No matter how Shiomi willed it, they didn't budge. As if he had expected this all along, he slowly lowered his hand. I don't know exactly what this is, but something told me, if I went this far, you wouldn't be able to sit still. You'd show yourself. Shiomi's eyelids lowered, his stance casual, irreverent. Then, his eyes snapped open in fury, glaring toward the unseen, unfelt, yet undeniably present being. What are you planning now, Yahweh? Goishia stared silently at Shiomi, but his eyes were filled with outrage, that he would dare to speak the name of the Lord aloud. Gird up now thy loins like a man, for I will demand of thee, and answer thou me. Declare it, if thou art indeed wise, let thy words be heard, and thy understanding made plain. I have nothing to say to you, Yahweh. Shiomi lifted his left hand, revealing the ring. Even you can't revoke what's already been granted. I understood that even more clearly after I became mother's child. And from the wicked their light is withholden, and the high arm shall be broken. I've heard enough excuses, Shiomi replied flatly. You made yourself known. You showed your will. So what is it this time? Are you here to take back the 10 rings? To forbid anyone from using them again? This was Shiomi's strategy. The moment he glimpsed Yahweh's guidance to Goishia through the Tablet of Destinies, he knew this confrontation was inevitable. So he wielded the 10th ring in the most blasphemous way possible, to provoke the power that once bestowed it. Now, Yahweh had only 2 choices. Either reclaim the 10 rings, or do nothing, and let Shiomi seize them and destroy Goishia's designs. Shall the one who contends with the Almighty correct him? He who rebukes God, let him answer it. Wilt thou also disannul my judgment? Wilt thou condemn me, that thou mayest be righteous? That was Yahweh's only answer to Shiomi's defiance. Sin or not, that's not yours to judge. Like all the other gods, it's time for you to leave this world and return to the outer realms. The future of this planet belongs to humanity. Shiomi spread his arms wide, cradling the ring, and the figure of Goetia beyond, in his grasp. Then he answered, without hesitation. Chapter 454, Chapter 454, Volume 7, Chapter 7, The Rift. Chaldea, Control Room. Report. Master Shiomi Tenkei, currently engaged with Beast Eye, has ceased all activity. Munier reported urgently. Da Vinci looked startled. What happened? Did he lose? As she spoke, she glanced at Romani, who remained silent. The two of them had made an agreement, one they hadn't shared with the others. Not just him, Beast Eye has also entered an inactive state. Sylvia added quickly. The cause is unknown. Neither side has lost vital signs or magical output. At a time like this, the commander should have been giving orders, but Romani stayed silent. Da Vinci had no choice but to take the lead. Maintain the current strategy. Focus on supporting the master in battle, try to get him back online. Yes. With her command, the staff immediately returned to their tasks. Da Vinci furrowed her brow and looked at Romani. Impossible, how could this be happening? Why is he here? Romani's expression was more serious than she had ever seen it, leaving Da Vinci completely puzzled. Romani, what is it? Can't you feel it, Da Vinci? Romani clutched his head, not from physical pain, but from the sheer weight of realization. It's him, his presence. Not pain, but confusion. A deep unease about what was unfolding. Why had Yahweh revealed himself now, in the Temple of Time? Was it because Shiomi intended to take the 10 rings and defeat Goetia? Or was it, that Goetia's human order incineration had been a deed Yahweh acknowledged? Then, all at once, Romani remembered every long conversation he'd ever had with Shiomi, and it hit him. You knew. You suspected from the start, didn't you? Him. Still trying to process, Da Vinci froze. Then, as if jolted awake, she turned toward Sheba, the observation device floating around Chaldeas. But Romani and Da Vinci weren't the only ones who sensed it. Outside the Temple of Time, the heroic spirits battling against the demon pillars felt it too. Those once relentless pillars, regenerating, reviving, attacking, froze mid-motion. My king. Agravain asked softly. There's no need to speak, Agravain. Artoria raised her hand. This battle has already surpassed anything any of us could have imagined. There was no magical pressure. No aura. It was simply a presence. An overwhelming existence that no heroic spirit could ignore. What a terrifying presence. Scáthach gripped her red spear tightly and muttered, for my beloved disciple to face an enemy like this. Before she could finish, she spotted Morgan walking toward the central gate of the Temple of Time. Scáthach immediately followed. You're going to get yourself killed, and make him lose focus. Scáthach reached out and grabbed Morgan's shoulder. I'm not like you. I don't belong to this timeline. The gods I know don't include beings like that. Morgan stopped, a calm yet resolute smile on her face. Now that things have unfolded just as my husband predicted, what needs to be done is simple. Morgan had no hesitation in her heart. All she wanted now was to fight alongside Shiomi, at his side, no matter what came next. Hey. I've really got no right to criticize you. Scáthach let go of Morgan's shoulder. As his master, her thoughts weren't any different from Morgan's. You're too slow, Artoria, Morgan said. If you're afraid, then stay here. We'll leave you behind. That way, the noble king of knights won't have to bear the disgrace of standing against the gods. Artoria, who had just landed beside them, slowly rose to her feet. I already opposed a god back in the 7th singularity. I doubt this is any different. Their desires were the same, only the details differed. For the sake of humanity, and for the ones they cherished, they would throw themselves into yet another, even fiercer battle. But just as every heroic spirit had sensed the presence of Yahweh, they now faced a being that could not be resisted, whose will demanded obedience. Black keys rained down, piercing the ground before them, blocking their path. My apologies. Amakusa Shiro Tokisada's face was grim. The Lord has given his command. We. Jean Dark gripped the banner in her hands. Saint Martha leaned on her staff. Must now become your enemies. We beg your forgiveness, said St. George as he pressed his forehead against the blade of his sword held upright at his chest. But we cannot allow you to proceed. You must remain here. Heroic spirits of shared faith, without coordination, had simultaneously broken from the front line, standing as a barrier before the three. So that's what faith is, Morgan murmured, her expression unreadable as she lowered her gaze. Holy ones, you are not wrong. But neither are we. There's no need to be ashamed. When he reveals himself, no one has the right to demand you renounce your faith, Scáthach said, raising her spear and pointing it at Jean at the front. But we still have to pass. We're out of time. No more holding back. Artoria tightened her grip on the holy sword. Among the knights of the Round Table, there were several whose beliefs aligned with the saints. She feared that what was unfolding now was no mere internal conflict like what once tore the Round Table apart. It had already begun. It pained her, but she couldn't stop it. All they could do was reach the Temple of Time's core before the rest of the knights came to block the way. No more words were exchanged. Without warning, the battle ignited. Faith granted the heroic spirit strength. Even ones like Amakusa Shiro, who were not individually powerful, could wield their class skills to create immense resistance. This wasn't a crushing battle, but it wasn't something they could push through easily either. Even knowing they would surely fall, even facing overwhelming odds, the saints fought with unshakable resolve. How much time do we have left? Scáthach asked as she struck down a black key flying in from behind. No way to know. Chaldea only reports that my husband and the Demon King Goetia are both currently in a state of stasis, Morgan replied. She kept her eyes on Martha, who was shifting side to side, looking for an opening. While using magecraft to disrupt her attempts to summon Tarask, she spoke calmly. Even now, they couldn't guess what was happening on Shiomi's end. And on this battlefield within the Temple of Time, among the many servants who had come willingly to defend humanity, quite a few shared the saints' faith. We can't afford to hold anything back. We have to break through, now. Artoria dodged St. George's sword and unleashed the mana of the Holy Sword. For more chapters, feel free to follow me on Patreon. 100 chapters ahead. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 455, Chapter 455, Volume 7, Chapter 8, Absolute Will. For a brief moment, both Shiomi and the Demon King Goetia were subject to the intervention of Yahweh's will. The instant they returned from the Sea of Spirit, neither Shiomi nor Goetia could act right away. Shiomi gasped heavily, trying to dispel the pressure from being forcibly dragged into the Sea of Spirit. Goetia was the same. Though he showed no signs of breathlessness, it was clear he couldn't move immediately either. Yahweh appeared only in a fleeting glimpse. After revealing his will, he vanished completely. He didn't lend Goetia a hand, nor did he grant the Demon King any new power. Shiomi quietly speculated that even Yahweh could no longer interfere too deeply in this universe. Or rather, he could interfere, but if he personally took action, then the entire planet would likely become a new battlefield. Gods, demons, and all manner of other beings might flood in. Intervention didn't guarantee victory. Shiomi had no clear idea what Yahweh's true goal was, but he suspected it might be to guide Goetia to recreate planetary history from scratch, becoming the one and only god to be eternally worshipped and revered on that new world. A faith far more absolute than the deluded belief of present-day humanity. At that time, Goetia would be the king of the planet, executing the will of God. Was that really all? Shiomi still had doubts. It looks like you've understood everything this means, and yet you still refuse. Why not? If there's one thing I despise, it's submitting to destruction. Shiomi suddenly straightened, his spirit flaring. Recovering his combat ability first, Shiomi instantly seized the other 9 rings both sides had been fighting over. Goetia, however, stood still, staring intensely at his opponent without moving an inch. Utterly foolish. Even after losing control of the 10 rings, Goetia remained calm, offering only a cold rebuke. Is that so? But your lord said I was clever, didn't he? Shiomi kept a close eye on Goetia. Though the Demon King hadn't moved, there wasn't the slightest opening to be found, so he carefully shot back. You heard the revelation, yet arrogantly cast it aside. In the end, you're even more foolish than Solomon. Goetia spread his arms. Now that I know who you are, there's no need for talk. The third noble phantasm, which had ceased earlier, began stirring again. All 10 rings are in my hands, don't even think about activating that noble phantasm. Shiomi slipped the 10 rings onto his hands and began interfering with Goetia directly. Beast Eye Goetia was, at its core, a summoning-type magecraft created by the progenitor of magecraft. Solomon had accomplished this feat and laid the foundation of magecraft for future generations by listening to divine revelation in his dreams and obtaining the 10 rings, symbols of wisdom and power. Now, Shiomi intended to use the power of those same rings to dismantle Beast Eye's magical structure, weakening it from within. But suddenly, his body was crushed under an immense burden, showing signs of collapse from overload. The cost was even steeper than when he wielded Marduk's axe. Divine punishment. Yahweh couldn't stop Shiomi from taking control of the 10 rings, and he knew that fully reclaiming them would weaken Goetia. So he made a third choice: anyone who used the 10 rings would be subjected to absolute divine punishment. It's useless. With Solomon's body and having been sublimated into Beast Eye, I'm no longer someone that man's rings can control. And you're just a human who knows how to wield power, but can never become a god. Goichiya had seen through the truth and fought with all his strength against Shiomi's attempt to dismantle the spell, and he did hold out. Just then, Goichiya saw Shiomi, still dragging his recovering body, suddenly appear right in front of him. He clenched the hand wearing the rings into a fist and drove it hard into Goichiya's face. The nearly 3-meter-tall figure was knocked back several steps by the punch. Taking advantage of the momentum, the Demon King steadied his stance and spread his arms. In that instant, the eyes of the demon pillars flashed in a rapid sequence. Countless magic bullets, sharp as needles, scorching as the sun, and swift as lightning, rained down. Burn. You think an attack like that can burn me to ash? Shiomi shielded himself, but the barrage of magic bullets tore through him, leaving behind dense wounds from burns and punctures. Blood sprayed uncontrollably, only to stop a heartbeat later. He couldn't avoid the brunt of the damage like his mother could, but from the moment Goichiya's attack struck, Shiomi's recovery had already begun. By the time he landed, the wounds had already healed. As the tides of battle shifted, Goichiya closed in for the counterattack, pressing forward in the same manner. His fists, like massive boulders, came crashing down. Each blow was powerful enough to pierce a human body and shatter bones. Shiomi endured hundreds of strikes. His organs, bones, even his skin regenerated continuously. He couldn't be destroyed. Though he had personally arranged for Tiamat's return in the seventh singularity, Goichiya had never faced the original goddess directly. The power of life was far more persistent and entangling than he had anticipated. Goichiya stopped his assault. Seeing the pause, Shiomi opened his arms to construct a counterspell, only to find Goichiya's hands brimming with mana on the scale of a noble phantasm, aimed squarely at him. TCH. Shiomi clicked his tongue and backed off. Before he could dodge sideways, the blast of mana surged straight into him. The torrent swept over Shiomi, devouring him mercilessly. He felt the left half of his upper body vanish. When the impact faded, Shiomi stood there with half his body neatly burned away, blood pouring from his mouth. Stubborn enough. For that alone, the title, Son of Tiamat, isn't just for show, Goichiya said coldly. He had intended to obliterate Shiomi completely, to the point where even the power of life couldn't recover him. But the men had survived, at the cost of half his body. Silently, Shiomi crouched down, picked up his severed left hand from the ground, and stood again. The half of his body that had been destroyed had already regenerated, only the left hand remained. He reattached the hand to his arm, and it too was restored. Everything returned to normal, except his combat uniform, which bore the only visible trace of the battle. If we keep going like this, it'll never end. You can't kill me, and I can't kill you, at least not right now. Shiomi calmly spread his arms. The 10 rings slowly slid off his fingers. So next, I'm going to do something a little extravagant. Goichiya said nothing, uncertain of what Shiomi was about to do. Then Shiomi smiled. If I have to pay the price for using the 10 rings, I might as well go all in. Let me show you a use so extravagant, even Solomon wouldn't dare imagine it. The 10 divine rings, glowing with holy light, hovered before Shiomi. Tree of Kabbalah. Chapter 456, Chapter 456, Volume 7, Chapter 9, Inverted Singularity. Hearing the words from Shiomi's mouth, Goichiya let out a scornful chuckle. The Tree of Kabbalah. So in the end, you're still chasing the power hidden within the 10 rings. As he spoke, golden lines of mana linked the rings together, forming a pattern that symbolized the Tree of Kabbalah. The so-called Tree of Life and the Tree of the Knowledge of Good and Evil, they're nothing but fabrications by Yahweh, Shiomi said calmly. Something that came into existence who knows how many years after my mother, what right does it have to claim the title of creator? Arrogant fool. Using the ring's power and the authority of life, are you trying to recreate the Tree of Life here? Goichiya still couldn't grasp Shiomi's intentions. Even if that's your aim, you don't have the means. His words cut off as Shiomi moved. I never said I was doing that. With a light motion of his hand, the formation built from the 10 rings inverted. What appeared was the antithesis of the Tree of Kabbalah, 10 Sephiroth still, but each one a manifestation of a vice, each aligned with a demon. To Goichiya, it was the ultimate heresy. Rebellion beyond rebellion. You bastard, to use the Lord's gift like this, rage overtook him. And with good reason. No matter how far he had come, he couldn't deny the origin of his existence, the power that burned through human history and turned all into fuel. Beast Eye, Demon King Goichiya. Since you are the one chosen by Yahweh, then I will take my stand on the opposite side of God. Even if I must become a demon to stop you. Shiomi opened his arms wide. The reversed formation of the 10 rings still radiated light. The power remained undiminished. The Tree of Qliphoth. He spoke its name in a quiet voice, then whispered an apology to the one who had given him the rings. Forgive me, Doctor. This was the deepest blasphemy, even the faithful dared not approach it. For a man like you who's conquered death, maybe dying once is the only way you'll understand, Goichia said, voice heavy with disappointment. You've turned your back on the Lord's mercy and now wield power fit for a demon. A being like you must not be allowed to exist, even if you've become a god. Before he could finish, Shiomi's fist drove straight into the eye on Goichia's chest. It punched clean through his torso, nearly bursting out of his back. 10th ring, Kimranut. The explosion erupted from within. Blown away by the blast, Goichia collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest in disbelief. The attack had been nothing more than an immense concentration of mana, but it hadn't come from Shiomi himself. It came from one of the 10 rings over which he'd seized control. By releasing all the power within, he transformed the ring's internal force into overwhelming vice, to deny Goichia's very existence. More importantly, the 10 rings were the catalyst Solomon used when he established magecraft as a technique for manipulating phenomena. This power. Goichia had underestimated the damage Shiomi could inflict. In agony, he clenched his fists, fingers digging into the rock beneath him. I'm not all that interested in why you chose to incinerate humanity. The reason's probably the usual. After witnessing too much ugliness and sorrow, you started seeing humanity as worthless beings bound by limited lifespans, right? Shiomi flicked the blood off his hand. He'd read the Tablet of Destinies. He understood Goichia's motives. That's exactly why he was here, to completely deny everything Goichia stood for. So that's why you chose an even uglier form of vice, turning your source of power into absolute negation. Goichia slowly rose, the gaping wound in his chest gradually closing. It looked like the attack had done nothing. But only Goichia knew the truth, just that one blow had left him severely wounded. He couldn't let Shiomi get close again. What's wrong? Not coming. Goichia noticed Shiomi faltering. No matter how he used them, the man was still relying on the 10 rings. If he had to endure divine punishment either way, then he might as well burn through the rings as expendable ammo to bring Goichia down. Goichia caught on to Shiomi's intent. At once, the demon pillars stationed at the heart of the Temple of Time launched their assault. Attack, demon pillars. He's just a human under divine punishment. Use our power to carry out the final execution in our master's name. At Goichia's command, the eyes of the demon pillars began to writhe, locking onto Shiomi as they opened fire. Beams of high-density mana capable of melting rock tore through the air like a net. Now was the moment to activate the third noble phantasm. But when Goichia attempted to resume the third noble phantasm's activation, he found the flow of mana stalling. The light bands wouldn't respond as they should. Too slow. Shiomi's voice rang out from behind. Goichia whirled around, only to see Shiomi standing dozens of meters away, hands raised in the form of a drawn bow. Mana condensed into a long bow of light. 9th ring, Ayatsbus. The arrow of light flew the moment the string was loosed, forcing Goichia to abandon the noble phantasm activation and raise a defense. But just as Shiomi had planned, he was using the 10 rings as ammunition. Each strike came at the cost of a ring, fired off like a disposable weapon. Goichia couldn't block it. Not only was there a conceptual counter at play, there was a gulf between their wills. His confidence came from nearly 3 millennia of preparation, the completion of the incineration of humanity, and a power that rivaled even other beasts. There should have been no life capable of threatening him. But now that reality was crumbling, Goichia began to show cracks. Shiomi, however, wasn't holding up well either. Before he could follow up and destroy Goichia's spirit origin again, blood burst from his throat uncontrollably. His right leg felt like it was chained to the ground. Blood seeped from his eyes, staining his eyeballs and half his face red. Shiomi had never yearned for the power he once feared more than he did now. As long as it meant he could defeat the enemy before him. God or demon, it didn't matter to him. He raised a hand and wiped the blood from his face. Can't move anymore, Goichia. Shiomi expanded his mana barrier, shielding himself from the demon pillar's attacks. That's what I want to ask you. Even if you use the 10 rings as ammo, how long can that body of yours endure the constant divine punishment? Then let's see who breaks first, you or me. The barrier that had been protecting him suddenly shifted, transforming into an enormous attack spell. 8th ring, Kemda. Chapter 457, Chapter 457, Volume 7, Chapter 10, A Luxurious Tactic. Chapter 10, A Luxurious Tactic. The center of the Temple of Time was collapsing on a terrifying scale. The throne, the long staircase, and the bodies of the demon pillars scattered throughout the area were all being destroyed in the battle between Shiomi and Goichia. Neither side cared about survival anymore, both were fighting with the intent to kill. 7th ring, Shaka. 6th ring, Keitel. 5th ring, Axariyuth. More than half of the rings in Shiomi's hand had been used up. Each ring consumed released a powerful attack, causing irreversible damage to Goichia. The spirit origin output value of the Demon King continued to drop. Beast Eye, the spirit origin output value remains low. It's no longer possible to maintain planetary level output. In Chaldea's control room, Romani watched the battle unfold. He listened as the staff monitoring the battlefield reported Goishia's declining spirit origin output, unconsciously clenching his hands in worry. It was indeed an extravagant way of fighting. Solomon had only used the gift of his lord once in his life to perform a miracle. But Shiomi had no hesitation in consuming it, seeing it as a necessary cost to defeat Goishia. An unexpected strategy, an astonishing tactic, and the power to make it all come to life. Romani wasn't angry at Shiomi's actions. If anything, he felt lucky to have given him the ring. Without that, he would have never had the chance to witness such a unique miracle. There is no right or wrong when it comes to power, it all depends on the result the user wants to achieve. Besides, Shiomi was bearing an unimaginable burden. Go ahead, fight. You've made the right choice. The future of humanity in the world is in your hands. Romani silently prayed for victory in this battle. No one heard him. Shiomi, locked in combat with the king of the demon gods on the battlefield, could never have known. Ha! When Shiomi saw that his grand magecraft had failed to freeze the demon king's body, he broke into a frenzied smile, grabbed Gungnir, turned, and stabbed backward with an almost impossible movement. Unfortunately, it was just a regular strike. Though it wounded Goishia, it wasn't significant enough to make him care. It only served to create some distance between them, which was quickly closed again. Having been weakened 6 times, Goishia realized he could no longer afford to circle around. He had to defeat Shiomi here and now, or else this man would continue to use the rings, which would put him at a severe disadvantage. By then, he would have little energy left to activate his third noble phantasm. I don't understand. Why do you and those heroic spirits keep fighting for worthless humans? What's the point? Even if you defeat me, humans will just return to the way they were before, fearing death and repeating the same sorrowful path. Goishia reached out and suddenly compressed the surrounding space, forcing Shiomi to defend himself. The age of myths ended, and after the Common Era, humans became the most prosperous species on the planet, Shiomi said softly. In your opinion, this prosperity is nothing but sadness. What else could it be? Resentment, misunderstanding, discrimination, persecution, pity. Humans have crossed so many singularities to develop to this point, at what cost? Are you going to turn a blind eye to that? Goishia sneered. Shiomi gradually stabilized his Verdiadigung, preventing the space from being squeezed further. You're different. Are you blind to the universal love, understanding, equality, protection, and tolerance that have emerged throughout history? As he spoke, he suddenly lowered his voice. 4th ring, Adishak, apathy, is a quality that suits you very well, Goishia. He had originally wanted to confuse Shiomi with his words, but Shiomi seized the opportunity instead. The earth cracked under this force, and the space that had been squeezed inward suddenly exploded outward, releasing the accumulated power. This caught Goishia, who was maintaining the space control magecraft, off guard. Both sides fell to the ground. Goishia indifferently got back up and looked at Shiomi, who was kneeling on the ground. The 6th ring. Shiomi had gradually adapted to fighting under divine punishment, but if this continued, the situation would only become more and more disadvantageous for him. Goishia's spirit origin level was too high, and even if he weakened him to the end, it would only make him defeatable. At that moment. Let's go for it. Shiomi made up his mind and glanced at the cracked ground beneath him, where dangerous mana was surging. This was imaginary number space. The most suitable magecraft for this situation was imaginary magecraft. As the foundation of magecraft for future generations, Goishia could easily wield the highest level of imaginary magecraft. He took advantage of the fact that imaginary space does not exist at the correct time to send the Holy Grail to Mesopotamia, long before his own birth, in order to awaken the goddess Tiamat. This was not surprising. Rather, Goishia was overly confident in his own power and initially did not even bother to engage in a full-scale magecraft battle with Shiomi. Weakened to such an extent by the power of the 10 Commandments, Goishia finally seemed to have come to his senses. Or rather, he let go of his unnecessary pride. When the imaginary numbers mana beneath his feet tore apart, Shiomi drew out the power of both rings. The divine punishment suddenly intensified, but it was not enough to interrupt his actions. It was still within his limits of endurance. 3rd ring, Sherry Ruth, 2nd ring, Iwilith. Like a candle lit in a storm, not only did it not go out, but it grew stronger and stronger, finally turning into a blazing flame that burned everything to ashes. In turn, it eroded the mana that was like a tidal wave. You bastard. Goishia saw that Shiomi's body had reached its limit and saw his desperate counterattack, destroying his own spirit origin. The entire Temple of Time shook from the conflict, as if a catastrophe was about to strike. After a while, the tremors gradually subsided. Shiomi clenched his fists, forced his body to move, and launched his final attack on Goichia. His limbs were numb, blood was gushing from all 7 orifices, and his skin was like a piece of fine silk, with blood seeping out from underneath. Why? Why? Even after suffering divine punishment, you can still fight to this extent. Goichia struggled to get up and fight back, but he was still a beat too slow. First ring, Basicle. Let this last ring be denied along with your master. The spear of light held in Shiomi's hand at that moment was not Gungnir, but an imitation of its form. The spear, which had almost slipped out of his hand due to exhaustion, shot out with a loud sound. The seemingly impossible blessing pierced Goichia right through. But Shiomi was too weak to see this. He collapsed forward onto the ground, a pool of blood forming beneath him. Goichia, spirit origin output has dropped to level. The broken communicator crackled with intermittent sounds from the control room. Chapter 458, Chapter 458, Volume 7, Chapter 11, The Final Battle. The Temple of Time was silent. Shiomi lay on the ground, feeling as if his body no longer belonged to him. His magic circuits and neuromuscular tissue were completely destroyed. The damage was far worse than when he had endured the Lion King's holy lance during the 6th singularity. This was truly divine punishment. At least, he had no way to recover quickly and continue the fight. I see. He used the power of life and the 10 commandments to construct the Tree of Kabbalah, then reversed it, turning it into the Tree of Qliphoth, denying the Lord's gift and, in turn, denying our existence. The spear embedded in Goichia's chest slowly faded, and he muttered as if a realization had dawned on him. Truly a genius idea. Even Solomon would praise your unprecedented technique. Goichia slowly stood upright, standing at the edge of the raised rock, gazing down at Shiomi from 7 or 8 meters below. But squandering the Lord's gift and weakening my spirit origin by 10 essence points, and this is the result. There was no doubt that Shiomi had failed to erase Goichia. But Shiomi had never intended to do so from the start. Your spirit origin has dropped to servant rank. Shiomi's voice was barely audible. You can no longer control the light band. But before that, I can still use the light band's power to wipe you out and seal the Temple of Time. Goichia raised his hand. It's only a delay in fully activating the 3rd noble phantasm. A mere year, I can wait that long. The edges of the light band began to waver as Goichia divided some of its power to use as an offensive tool. Now, allow me to show you. This is the end of your journey. The end of human history. This is the moment my great work is completed and the planet is reborn. Deploying 3rd noble phantasm. The time of birth hath come, I am the remedy of eternity. Now, burn like the garbage you are. Ars Almadel Salomones. The heat of the light band gradually approached Shiomi's body. This was the energy converted from all of humanity's history into raw energy. Even with its limited deployment, it was powerful enough to rival the combined force of the Holy Sword and the Holy Lance. Shiomi, having completely lost his ability to resist, could only accept the inevitable. At least, that's what Goichia believed. After having his spirit origin weakened by the 10 Commandments, rebellion, and losing most of his power, the seemingly calm Demon King had long since surpassed anger. He only wished to end Shiomi's life here and now. Thus, Goichia, already beyond calm, failed to notice the changes around him. For example, a new enemy had arrived at the heart of the Temple of Time. Excalibur. Rangominiad. The counterattack, powerful enough to rival the 3rd noble phantasm, collided with the descending light band. After several seconds of intense resistance, both forces dissipated, leaving nothing but a gust of wind sweeping across the shattered ground in the temple's center. What? Goichia looked up in shock at the source of the counterattack. On 2 mountain rocks extending in the same direction, Morgan and Artoria stood at opposite edges. Artoria held the holy lance in her hand. Morgan, diagonally opposite her, stood with one hand on her hip, holding the holy sword with a calm posture. It was clear that, just like during the time in Uruk, Morgan had borrowed Artoria's weapon and unleashed its true name. I finally caught up, but unfortunately I don't have such a large-scale noble phantasm, so I can only let them steal the limelight. Then, Scáthach landed beside Shiomi and gently picked him up, his body stained red with blood. Master. Shiomi forced a smile. Are you hurt? He saw the blood on his master's face and reached out, intending to wipe it away. Scáthach noticed this and raised her hand to wipe it off naturally, leaving only a faint trace. Don't worry, it's not my blood, Scáthach said. When Yahweh's presence vanished, most of the servants regained their sanity, but unfortunately, several saints had already been killed by the 3 of them. In short, my husband fought hard to get to this point, Morgan said as she landed nearby. Leave the next battle to us. Foolish. Goichia raised his hand indifferently. Among the heroic spirits, you 3 are the ones most closely related to this man, so this is the end. Retreat. Then, Artoria, who rarely showed indifference, launched a charge. Goichia was forced to retreat, his gaze fixed on them in surprise. He had clearly used his power to force all the servants to retreat, but it had no effect. Goichia is a top-level summoning created by the king of magecraft. What abilities does he gain when he transforms into a beast? Shiomi turned his head in Scáthach's arms and glanced triumphantly at Goichia. Niga summon. Morgan flicked her hair. It seems that my husband used the 10 commandments so extravagantly that he erased even your ability, Goichia. Everyone. Although Goichia's spirit origin rank has fallen to that of a servant, he is still top tier, and his spirit origin form is still a beast. Don't let your guard down. Romani's warning came through Shiomi's communicator. Trust them, Doctor, Shiomi said. At that moment, Goichia let out a cold snort. It's a pity. Considering your status in human history, I had decided to let you leave without pain, but now I have no choice but to execute you myself. War is a matter of life and death. Be prepared, Demon King. Morgan pointed the holy sword at Goichia. The demon pillars, which had been silent, began to move again, following their king into battle. She then joined Artoria's battle line with the holy sword and the demon spear, engaging in close combat with the demon king. Scáthach took advantage of this moment to carry Shiomi, who was still in her arms, to a relatively safe place. Master, aren't you going? Shiomi asked softly. I'll go now. Scáthach gently leaned Shiomi against a rock. You fought so hard to get this far, and now we get to share the most exciting part of the battle. It's enough. I just did what I had to do, Shiomi smiled weakly. Scáthach kissed him lightly on the lips, then licked the blood from her lips and nodded. She disappeared from Shiomi's side, turning into a purple meteor, heading straight for Goichia's blind spot. Foe. The smoke from the explosion instantly obscured the battlefield, and Shiomi heard a voice. Foe had come to this place alone. Are you here to protect me? Foe. Foe let out a long cry of agreement and raised his front legs to pat his hand. For more chapters, feel free to follow me on Patreon. 100 chapters ahead. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 459, Chapter 459, Volume 7, Chapter 12, Goichia. Just as Romani said, although Goichia's spirit origin output had been weakened to the level of a servant, he still possessed the spirit origin of a beast. In his own temple, Goichia had already recovered from his injuries. Therefore, the battle did not go smoothly enough to end quickly. The demon pillars always maintained the concept of 72 pillars, constantly being destroyed and constantly being regenerated, hindering the three from killing Goichia. Strength, endurance, and mana, Goichia's abilities were all above A rank, with agility being his only weakness. Seeing this, Scáthach took turns with Artoria, using her superior agility to restrain Goichia's movements and create opportunities for Artoria to strike. Collapse. Goichia blocked Scáthach's red spear and raised his hand to launch a magecraft spell at Artoria's landing point. Artoria's foot missed the ground, disrupting her rhythm and preventing her from reaching the next location. The demon pillar's eyes caught this moment, and the offensive spell instantly surrounded Artoria like a sphere, before exploding outward. When the smoke cleared, Artoria was nowhere to be seen. Goichia sensed the killing intent and looked up to see Artoria roaring down toward him, slashing at him. Command spell. No, it's magecraft. Goichia looked up at Morgan, who was floating in the sky, and saw her laughing contemptuously. My water mirror can transfer space, Morgan said, her light blue eyes shining. These fairy eyes have long since taken in the entire Temple of Time, and your magecraft is no exception. Her hands fluttered like a beautiful black butterfly. The ground beneath Goichia's feet was swallowed by a black-blue tidal wave, which then turned into a vortex and slowly rose, seemingly about to engulf Goichia. However, the whirlpool was disrupted in an instant. The demon pillars shot up from below, lifting Goichia up. The sky above the Temple of Time, where weather changes should not exist, suddenly darkened, and the Ars Nova became even more dazzling. Speaking of Magus, there is one more here. Scáthach flattened her palm, and the runes were complete. I will let you taste the essence of the runes, along with my beloved disciple. In the blink of an eye, the floating lightning bolts became like tangible gods, drawn by Scáthach's power and transformed into ancient great dragons. Gungnir had appeared in Scáthach's hand at some point. The spear pointed at Goichia, and the ancient dragon with a body of lightning roared and pounced on the demon pillars protecting Goichia. It tore apart the pillars that were more than 10 meters thick and continued to chase after Goichia. Lightning. Then I'll respond accordingly. Goichia slapped the demon pillars. The demon pillars were instantly covered with lightning-resistant magecraft, no longer fearing the ancient dragon's bites. They even wrapped around the dragon's body, preventing it from moving any further. High-speed divine speech. After taking possession of Solomon's remains, Goichia gained this ability, but unlike Solomon himself, his personality reduced his chanting speed. Goishia's chants were always fast and accurate. He did not think or worry about the possibility of failure. After all, he was the embodiment of the concept of magecraft itself. Since you want to fight with magecraft, then let me show you what magecraft is. Goishia raised his arms high. Feel honored, then die. Morgan scanned the space around her with her eyes. As far as she could see, hundreds of magecraft spells were being constructed and completed. This was Goishia's reality marble, so it wasn't surprising that he could do such a thing. Magecraft isn't about winning with quantity. Scáthach said softly. Morgan raised her hand and continued naturally. First, you have to overwhelm your opponent in quality. This was Goishia's home turf, and Morgan would not blindly pursue quantity in a foreign field. Even if she could do it, there was a gap in their reserves of mana. More importantly, she didn't want to burden Shiomi with anything new. I didn't expect to agree with you on something, said Scáthach. At this point, Morgan said playfully. If they had disagreed, there would not have been this battle. You take care of the magecraft, and I'll destroy the excess spells. Scáthach spread her hands toward the void, and the runes turned into a magic array and sent out a signal. Artoria. I've been waiting for this, replied the King of Knights calmly. She was the only one who wasn't good at magecraft. This was the aspect of Artoria that was most unlike her teacher, Merlin. Therefore, when the magecraft battle began, Artoria kept her distance to avoid interfering with Morgan and Scáthach's actions, allowing them to carry out their magic freely. She waited for the next opportunity. If they let the Demon King continue to construct his spell, even the three of them together would have a very difficult time. Not to mention, it was unwise to let the enemy grow stronger. When a loud crash rang out as Artoria's holy lance collided with Goishia's body defense. With his physical strength enhanced, Goishia engaged Artoria in hand-to-hand combat with his bare hands. The wind pressure from the clash between the holy lance and his fists made it impossible for the air to approach, creating a small vacuum. Goishia used his body to withstand the blow of the holy lance piercing his body, raised his hand to grab the back of the spear, and with his other hand, threw a punch straight at Artoria's temple. Despite the threatening blow, Artoria remained as calm as ever. Morgan's holy sword pierced Goishia's wrist, and the impact caused his hand to fall. Artoria then extended her other hand with the holy sword and released her inner mana. The explosion knocked Goishia back, causing him to crash into the demon pillars supporting him. If this continued, defeat was certain. Goishia, clearly aware of the unfavorable situation, looked at the spell that was gradually being destroyed in the sky and his injured body. Artoria had already raised her sword, ready to pierce his heart. When the spell she had just completed was destroyed, Scáthach and Morgan launched their next attack. I am the king of the demon gods, the embodiment of the will of the 72 demon pillars. I never thought I would be forced to this point. Now, let me show you our final power. Goishia roared angrily. Artoria had no intention of listening to him. The holy lance was already close to Goishia's heart. It would only take 0.1 seconds to pierce the demon king's body. However, even 0.1 seconds was not enough. The Demon King instantly merged with the demon pillars, which were active throughout the Temple of Time, gathering and approaching this place. The atmosphere around them suddenly changed, and Artoria, who was too close and almost got caught up in it, was transferred out by Morgan's water mirror. It looks like they've brought out their last resort. Chapter 460, Volume 7, Chapter 13, Unified Divine Spirits. Looking at the demon pillars, which were gradually changing and had not yet settled into a fixed form, Morgan suddenly felt as though she had seen something similar before. During the Fourth Holy Grail War, Castor had done something like this. But compared to the Demon King Goishia's actions now, the oppressive force he displayed was on an entirely different scale. The ancient great dragon that Scáthach had previously bound in place with lightning was pierced the moment it lunged forward, and seemed to melt as it was swallowed up. Oh! Scáthach hummed deeply. After destroying the spell, it absorbed it as a source of mana. Morgan and Artoria continued to distance themselves, avoiding the tentacles of the demon pillars that were writhing around them. These tentacles appeared blind but were clearly homing in on sources of mana. It was obvious that the demon pillars were trying to prevent anyone from interfering with this brief yet deadly process, automatically forming special defenses to protect it. Strike air! Artoria shouted as she wielded her holy lance, unleashing invisible air. A wide-range attack instantly swept the dense demon pillars away, giving them more room to retreat. However, the mana released from her move attracted even more tentacles. Scáthach planted her spear into the ground. Flames clung to the lingering wind and twisted into a fire tornado hot enough to melt metal. That's a bit too hot, Scáthach. Morgan raised her hand, activating her magecraft to shield the three of them from the intense heat. If we don't do this, we'll have to keep running, and we'll miss our chance to strike back. Scáthach crouched and began inscribing runes on the ground. Each rune, once completed, automatically moved along the floor and vanished from sight. Artoria sheathed her holy lance and gripped the holy sword with both hands, preparing for the next move. The fire tornado didn't last long. As the searing flames, now forming a solid defense, dissipated, the Temple of Time came back into view. In the center of the temple, a massive figure, covering the throne and crushing the white marble steps and pillars, began to move slowly. It was indescribable, and just one glance was enough to shatter one's sanity. Is that the combined form of the 72 demon pillars, Goetia new form? Scáthach smiled bitterly. Has my beloved disciple struggled this far without ever seeing this result? However, that wasn't the case. If Goetia had summoned the 72 demon pillars to counter Shiomi, the power of the 10 commandments would have obliterated them. At that point, Goetia would lose even more power, and the demon pillars would become defenseless. The only arrogance Goetia had left was a stroke of luck that allowed him to leave himself an escape route. Don't worry. Even though Goetia's spirit origin has greatly expanded, his output remains unchanged, still at the level of a top-tier servant. Morgan's fairy eyes quickly analyzed Goetia's current state. That's what you say, but a top-tier servant comparable to Tiamat. It's not that simple. Artoria frowned deeply. It's just big. If you're scared, retreat to my husband's side and act as his bodyguard. Scáthach and I will handle it, Morgan said. That's not necessary. Artoria showed no sign of retreating. At that moment, an abnormal fluctuation in the Temple of Time made Scáthach turn back sharply. The gate has been closed, Scáthach said. Unless one side, either Goetia or us, is completely wiped out, this barrier won't disappear. Not a bad restriction. It seems that even after turning into a mountain of rotten flesh, it hasn't lost its intelligence, Morgan commented lightly. Goetia had constructed a barrier with immortality as an absolute condition, preventing any reinforcements from entering. The demon pillars had all gathered around the throne, and the servants who had descended to support Chaldea would inevitably come to their aid. Wait, if that happens, Tenkei will also. Artoria looked at Shiomi's position. There's no time to hesitate. If we die, my beloved disciple won't be able to survive alone. Scáthach joked lightly, then suddenly raised her voice. It's coming. Goetia launched his attack. His upper body resembled a titan, while his lower body was made up of countless demon pillars sprawling across the ground. The countless eyes on his body lit up one by one, sending a chill down their spines. Each flash indicated a pure mana attack being fired. The three of them scattered, stepping on giant rocks suspended in the air due to the abnormal mana fluctuations, dodging Goetia's attacks as they moved across the battlefield. Morgan, seizing the opportunity while Scáthach and Artoria launched their counterattacks to attract more attention, retreated into the water mirror and appeared behind Goetia in the blink of an eye. She raised her hand indifferently, and as her mana gathered, countless eyes suddenly opened on the upper half of the giant's back, staring intently at Morgan and launching an attack. Sure enough, it has eyes in the back, Morgan muttered, glaring at Goetia, her expression already showing anger. The tentacles suddenly shot up into the sky, turning into an impenetrable cylinder that surrounded Morgan's position. When the exit above closed, the tentacles began to constrict and squeeze the space, but then exploded outward. The unstoppable mana transformed into blue flames, spreading in all directions, burning everything in its path. Tentacles, the body made of demon pillars, all turned to ash. The flame that had once been extinguished in the Queen of Winter's heart was now transformed into a tangible enemy attacking her. Morgan's fingers twitched slightly, and the flames turned around, transforming into countless ferocious beasts that pounced on Goetia. Some were pierced by beams of light emitted from his eyes, while others destroyed the eyes that tried to fight back. Are you sure you want to focus your attention on me? Morgan asked with a cold smile. Her voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached Goetia's ears. He didn't focus on counterattacking Morgan behind him, keeping his guard up against Artoria, who was limited to using the Holy Lance, and continued his relentless assault. Scáthach. The Queen of the Land of Shadows, where had she gone? In the midst of battle, Scáthach's figure vanished. All eyes searched every corner of the Temple of Time, but there was no sign of her. Then, a sharp, cold mana came from underground. After expanding Solomon's body into the universe, the throne at the center of the Temple of Time was essentially like a floating island. So, Scáthach had made an attempt. She used the gap to move directly beneath the throne and launched an attack with Gungnir. The light of Gungnir pierced the earth, nearly striking Goetia's head. As expected of Odin's infallible spear, it can ignore the constraints of the environment, she remarked. Looking at Goetia, whose massive body was knocked east and west by this blow, Scáthach landed on a rock and sighed. No wonder her beloved disciple had made a contract with her to lend her the spear of the gods. It was to ensure that if he couldn't fight, Scáthach would have an even greater trump card to use. Chapter 461, Volume 7, Chapter 14, The Destruction of the Temple of Time. Destroying the balance alone wasn't enough to defeat Goetia. Scáthach summoned her two crimson spears. As they floated at her side, they suddenly split into 18, each one infused with a primordial rune. Stop right there, Demon King. Pinning God Killer Thorns. The sealing spell, constructed from 18 runes and unleashed through the cursed red spears, struck Goishia's body. The surging power bound him mercilessly, and he let out a distorted, furious roar. Yuhua! The attack had clearly enraged him. Despite bearing the power of all 72 demon pillars, he couldn't resist the restraint of the primordial runes. This result only came because Scáthach had seized an opening, but for Goishia, the process of failure was irrelevant. One of his massive arms broke free and swung toward Scáthach, wreathed in overwhelming force. Too slow. His massive form dragged down his speed, though it was still difficult for most servants to evade. Scáthach flipped onto the still-moving arm, trampled over the shifting eyes embedded in it, and charged toward his head. Damn it. Goishia raised his other hand. The eyes on the arm unleashed a barrage of magecraft toward her. Explosions rang out one after another. Yet Morgan and Artoria didn't stop. They circled around Goishia, launching strikes at his weak points whenever they saw an opening. Every blow landed effectively, but none could halt his advance. In a flash, they realized that even under constant attack, they couldn't kill him. After tearing through all of Scáthach's restraints, Goishia brought his fists together and slammed them down with devastating force. The impact was like a comet striking the earth. The resulting explosion shook the Temple of Time once more. The already shattered terrain crumbled further, leaving only the area around Goishia's throne relatively intact as a floating island. This is bad. The Demon King plans to take us all down with him. Artoria warned the others. If he destroyed himself along with the Temple of Time, they could eventually return through magecraft and rebuild the temple from the ground up. But the enemy before them would be gone forever. Goishia wanted to annihilate the temple, just as he had once destroyed the planet, so it could be reborn through destruction. Next time, he would create a temple completely sealed off, where no one could ever reach him. But his regeneration slowing down, Morgan pointed to the shoulder Scáthach had damaged. Looks like this kind of destruction forces him to abandon his regenerative mana and focus all his power instead. Just curious, what's the plan? Scáthach asked. Morgan gripped her spear. Isn't it obvious? We strike now with our noble phantasms, dig through this mass of rotten flesh, and expose the core. If we unleash our noble phantasms together, the Demon King who gave up regenerating won't be able to recover in time. He'll reveal the true form that embodies the fusion of the 72 demon gods, Artoria assessed sharply. Then, a tremor shook the ground again, nearly knocking all three of them off the floating rock. Shockwaves struck every few seconds. Suddenly, a surge of mana burst forth, catching Morgan and Artoria off guard. Leaning weakly against a piece of rock, unable to move, Shiomi passed the remaining mana from his two command spells to them, with foe's help. He had been closely monitoring the battlefield, accurately grasping the flow of combat. There was no need for further discussion. Artoria stood side by side with Morgan. 13 restraints, release. Beyond the skies, the far side of the earth. This is the wedge of light that stands at the ends of the world. The King of Knights raised her holy lance high. 'Tis a ruinous dream I cannot bear to see. No recompense, no salvation to be had. At the world's end, a bird sings of tomorrow. Let this be a sign. Morgan pressed a hand to her heart. Two surges of mana rose sharply. Though their noble phantasms were fundamentally incompatible, in this moment, they were unleashed with a shared goal. Light flooded the dim temple like daylight. The torrent of mana shook the ground violently, and more of the floating island at the edge of imaginary space began to fall away. Rangaminiad. Roadless Camelot, the now unreachable utopia. Scáthach gripped Gungnir tightly, silently observing the battle. Noticing this, Goishia redirected the power of the light bands to strike back at the incoming noble phantasms. But concentrating all will into a single point had revealed an inevitable weakness. Every judgment now depended on just one point of failure. Before the light could converge, it was overwhelmed by the force of the two noble phantasms. Goishia's colossal upper body was driven forward, as if begging for forgiveness. Of course, it was the crushing force that forced him into that position. His body, formed from the fused demon pillars, began to crack and crumble. The fractures spread, cutting deep into his core. When the noble phantasm's power finally faded, the true form of Goishia, the core, was exposed. Don't even think about it. Goishia's eyes snapped open as he tried to channel mana to regenerate. This is the final strike, offered to my beloved disciple. You beast who knows nothing of love, fall with the stars. Gungnir, Spear of Death. The crimson spear struck Goishia's body and instantly pinned him along with the space around him in place. It was even more ruthless than the earlier restraint formed by the 18 primordial runes. But that was just the prelude. This was the ultimate technique Scáthach had taught to only one disciple. Now, using both her own crimson spear and the divine spear her disciple wielded, she wove them into a new noble phantasm. Gungnir became a meteor and pierced straight through Goetia spirit core. Like the collapse of the first domino, the demon pillars that had formed Goetia's massive body began to crumble, vanish, and scatter. Only Goetia remained, falling backward onto the ruins of his shattered throne. Across the temple's center and the strongholds, life signals faded one after another. The defeat of the demon king Goetia was now certain. Feeling a bit drained, Scáthach took Morgan's hand and was pulled back to her feet. Artoria had already lifted Shiomi into her arms. He had exhausted the last of his strength and fallen into a deep coma. Fo followed at Artoria's feet, letting out a soothing cry, as if to reassure them that Shiomi was still alive. Beast Eye's spirit origin is confirmed to be dissipating. The Temple of Time is collapsing. Chaldea is preparing to leave this coordinate. Please regroup with the others immediately. Once you're all together, Rayshift return will initiate at once. Romani's voice came through the transmission. Scáthach picked up Fo from the ground and exchanged glances with Morgan and Artoria. It's time. As the four of them departed, the Temple of Time collapsed into the void. Chapter 462, Chapter 462, Volume 7, Chapter 15, What Was Lost, What Was Gained. When he opened his eyes again, Shiomi saw Morgan's face hovering above him. Honestly, it was the first time he'd ever seen Morgan look so terrifying, it almost shocked him upright out of bed. Assuming he could still move, that is. As his awareness slowly returned, Shiomi realized something was wrong. His entire body felt foreign, as if it didn't belong to him. He couldn't move at all, not even turn his head. So you're finally awake. Morgan's expression felt oddly familiar. Then it came back to him, back in Uruk, he'd once been unconscious for 10 days. Morgan had worn the same expression back then. Just curious, how long was I out this time? Shiomi asked. A month, Morgan replied, pulling her face back slightly. She was seated at the edge of the bed, turning slightly to gently stroke his face. You weren't staring at me that whole time, were you? That must have been exhausting, Shiomi said quietly. Morgan lowered her gaze and gave a faint smile. I just sensed that my husband was about to wake up. I didn't want to miss the moment, so I leaned in for a closer look. Seems my intuition was right. But I really can't move at all. Did you cast some kind of magecraft on me? Shiomi asked. If I had a spell strong enough to restrain you, I'd have used it long ago. You think I'd wait until now? Morgan's fingers brushed against his lips. You should know why your body is like this. Divine punishment. He'd burned through the god's gifts recklessly, and though the divine retribution hadn't reduced him to ashes, the fact he was merely left in this state was already a miracle upon miracles. Still. I'm just glad I'm alive, Shiomi said with a faint smile. At that, Morgan reached beneath the pillow, supporting his neck and lower back. She gently lifted him, cradling him with one arm, and adjusted the pillows with the other so he could sit more comfortably against the headboard. But now you're unbearably weak. Without someone to protect you, even a child could take your life. Her tone was both helpless and understanding. The battle in the Temple of Time had been the only method, aside from the original plan, that could defeat Beast Eye, the demon king Goetia, without anyone having to die. Of course, if Shiomi hadn't been a special being possessing the authority of life, he would have died the moment he used the first ring, unable to withstand the divine punishment. Yeah, Shiomi murmured. He could feel it, his body was nearly ruined. His magic circuits no longer functioned. His limbs refused to move. Only his mouth still worked, but even then, he couldn't raise his voice. In a way, although they had secured victory in the human order incineration crisis, the cost had been tremendous. Now that I'm weak and hideous, I guess I'm no longer fit to be your husband, Shiomi joked dryly. Morgan leaned in close, staring straight into his eyes. I have no problem with weak or hideous things, especially not when it's my husband. In fact, it kind of excites me. Ah. Before Shiomi could reply, Morgan forcefully kissed him. It was a bold, dominating kiss, like he was just a toy in her hands. But behind the teasing was something raw and urgent, an emotion she could barely keep contained. He wanted to hold her, to ease the burden she'd carried alone for the past month, but he couldn't even move a finger. After a long, intense kiss, Morgan finally let him go, visibly satisfied. At least let me rinse my mouth first, Shiomi muttered. Don't you feel it? I was the one who cleaned you up this morning. Morgan adjusted the front of his clothes, her fingertips brushing casually across his collarbone. A little thing like that doesn't matter. You took care of me? Shiomi asked, surprised. Up until now, he'd never really needed her to. Morgan had looked after children before, but taking care of an unconscious adult was a different matter altogether. Don't look so shocked. Before I became queen, I was just an ordinary fairy. I traveled for over 1,000 years, taking care of myself is second nature. Morgan looked quite proud. Taking care of you was nothing. Fair enough. We have been living together for years, Shiomi admitted. He realized he sometimes unconsciously overlooked things, like how Morgan wasn't some fragile noble who couldn't even handle caring for one person. But it's not that warm in Chaldea, and you've been unconscious the whole time. So, baths have been once a week at most. Morgan pinched his chin. I only had the chance to serve you once. It wasn't enough. Seriously, what's with that word, serve? Shiomi groaned. And I've been in a coma. How was I even bathed? Did you wipe me down with a damp towel or something? I put you in the tub, Morgan said matter-of-factly. You weren't afraid I'd drown? Shiomi panicked. Morgan grinned. Relax. I wasn't there with you. You weren't going to sink. I get the feeling you really enjoyed this, Shiomi muttered. I did. I've never seen you this helpless before. Morgan lifted his hand and laced her fingers with his. You were like a delicate little doll. Please stop. I'm starting to get scared, Shiomi said, trying to match her teasing tone with a mock shiver. Well. Can you feel it? Morgan asked. She meant the warmth of their palms pressed together. I can't feel anything, Shiomi replied apologetically. As expected. Morgan didn't seem frustrated. She gently channeled mana through their joined hands, guiding it into his magic circuits. Shiomi found the sensation oddly vivid. It was as if he could see her mana flowing through him, yet couldn't feel anything beyond that. How is it? He asked. When we brought you back from the Temple of Time, your body was essentially ruined. But now, not only has your body recovered, even the burned-out magic circuits have begun to regenerate, Morgan said, smiling faintly, tears threatening to form in her eyes. You really are impossible to kill. But I still can't do anything. I can't even hold you to make you feel safe, Shiomi whispered. Morgan pulled him into her arms, gently stroking his back. Then let me be the one to hold you, my husband. At that moment, the room's automatic door suddenly opened. Tenkei, you're awake. Artoria nearly dropped the clothes she was carrying. Sensei's awake. Olga Marie squeezed past her in a rush. Gray, Ritsuka, and Mash peeked in right after. They'd all come together to visit Shiomi. Shiomi, however, caught the faintest click of Morgan's tongue, barely audible, only meant for him. Yeah, maybe best not to comment on that. For more chapters, feel free to follow me on Patreon. 100 chapters ahead. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 463, Chapter 463, Volume 7, Chapter 16, Right and Wrong. No matter how irritated some people might have been, the fact that Tenkei Shiomi had awakened was a major event throughout Chaldea. Caren, a member of the medical team, brought Romani Archamon, the head of the medical department, to conduct a full examination. During the checkup, people kept coming and going. Word had spread fast, Shiomi was awake, and nearly everyone in Chaldea had stopped by to see for themselves. In the end, it was Olga Marie who had to assert her authority as director to finally clear the room and send everyone back to work. Ha ha ha, public opinion really is unpredictable. If I got sick, even if I stayed in bed for half a year, the director would just ask if I still wanted this job. Once the room settled down again, only Romani remained, sitting in a chair beside Shiomi's bed. Caren had returned to organize his medical report. She didn't want anyone else handling her father's affairs. Marie's not that cold-hearted, Shiomi smiled. Worst-case scenario, she'd just reassign your duties so you could rest properly. Caren would be a perfect replacement. Then I guess I better not slack off, Romani replied, making a show of pretending he didn't want to lose his job. The two shared a good laugh. After a while, Romani's smile faded and he grew serious. The destruction of the Temple of Time has been confirmed. Beast Eye. Goetia disappeared before that. Communication with the outside world is gradually recovering, and the skies over Antarctica have finally cleared. We can safely say, under your leadership, we've resolved the human order incineration crisis. That's all that matters. Shiomi shook his head. With his mind clearer, he could now move his head slightly, though that was about it. You're right, Romani said, his expression darkening. The revelation is a soul-based power, something born when Solomon became the instrument of kingship. Even though Goetia only inhabited a corpse, he could still hear that divine voice. Seems your god held Goetia in high regard. It's hard to say. Even now, I can't understand the full reasoning behind all this. Romani rubbed his forehead. If Goetia's execution of the incineration aligned with the Lord's will, then does that call into question whether our actions were justified? Shiomi raised an eyebrow. You're quite the believer. No, I've never doubted the righteousness of what we've done, Romani said firmly. But if Goetia acted out of Solomon's inaction and disillusionment with humanity, then, what did the Lord stand to gain by allowing it? Who knows? Maybe he wanted to start from scratch, create a world that belonged only to him. Shiomi chuckled. After all, this planet's seen countless gods rise and fall since the dawn of time. Would it really be that simple? Romani scratched his cheek. He knew Shiomi was taking a jab at Yahweh, but also recognized it wasn't entirely a joke. Shiomi meant every word. Why not? That guy demanded Abraham sacrifice his own son, Isaac. If he's all-knowing and all-powerful, why test a follower's faith at all? Shiomi asked. That's a hard question to answer. Romani couldn't refute it. Maybe take that one up with the Holy Church. I'm Romani Archaman, not a believer. But no matter how long you live, you'll never return to being Solomon, Shiomi said. I destroyed the 10 Commandments for my sake. Sorry. Romani waved him off. Don't be. I gave them to you. I hesitated at the time, but now I know I made the right choice. Even if I might be the enemy of God, something akin to Satan or Lucifer, you're fine with that. Shiomi laughed. But you're humanity's ally, Romani answered seriously. You risked everything to save human history. I'm not as noble as you're making me sound, Shiomi said quietly. Romani assumed it was modesty and didn't press further. Anyway, Chaldea's operations have settled for now. You can focus on resting. I've never met a human who survived divine punishment strong enough to destroy Solomon 10 times over. I am Tiamat's child, after all, Shiomi said, feigning pride. Yeah. Romani sighed. Still, from my perspective, if you want to return to combat-ready Magus status, it'll take at least a year. But the director's fine with you recovering here, so don't worry about making a living. Shiomi nodded, fully aware of what that meant. Give her my thanks. You should tell her yourself when she comes to visit next, Romani teased. She came by plenty while you were unconscious. Can't believe someone with her noble background was helping take care of you. Wait a second. That sounds pretty serious. Shiomi's eye twitched. Wasn't it just the 3 of them taking care of me? Morgan, Master, and Artoria. That's what he had assumed. No way, right? Oh, and Caren actually calls it bedside filial duty, Romani chuckled. But don't worry. There wasn't much to do, just sitting with you and keeping an eye on the 4 drip. This is already bad enough. Please fix this ridiculous arrangement, Shiomi said, closing his eyes with a deadpan expression. The 3 of them are more than enough to take care of me. Yeah, fair point. Romani figured it was best to respect the patient's wishes. Still, in the end, it was my own failure, yet all of you had to clean up after me. He returned to the main point and once again offered his thanks to Shiomi. Solomon is a king of the past. He already did what he was meant to. It's up to those of us living now to save the world of humanity, Shiomi said. Thank you for saying that. Romani stood up and left the room, passing Scáthach as she entered. Out in the hallway, he glanced back at the now closed door. He couldn't help but recall the revelation he'd heard again during the collapse of the Temple of Time. Go to Chaldea and do as I command, offer that man as a burnt sacrifice. Romani never dreamed his lord would command him to kill Shiomi. Screw that. I'm way more suited to slacking off and watching Magi Marie. Someone else can deal with this mess. He muttered to himself, rejecting the command with every fiber of his being. Just then, footsteps echoed behind him. Ritsuka Fujimaru and Mash came running up. Doctor. Sakura-senpai's making fruitcake in the cafeteria to celebrate Mr. Shiomi waking up. If you're late, there won't be any left. Ritsuka bounced in place as she spoke, then darted past him with Mash close behind. Wait. Count me in. Romani blinked, then quickly took off after them. Chapter 464, Chapter 464, Volume 7, Chapter 17, Recuperation. Being unable to move was more frustrating than Shiomi had anticipated. Even with someone always nearby, taking meticulous care of him, it did nothing to ease the sense of helplessness. If you're feeling down, do you want to rest a bit? Artoria noticed the shift in his mood and asked gently. No, that's not it. Shiomi quickly denied it, realizing he'd let his emotions show, and gave a slight shake of his head. He had always been used to moving freely. Suddenly being paralyzed wasn't something he could adapt to overnight. And Romani had said, based on the exam results, that it would take at least a month before he'd be able to move again. Then. Artoria hesitated, uncertain of what to say. She didn't know how to comfort him or lift his spirits. It's fine. Don't think too much about it, Shiomi said warmly. I'm just bored. Not being able to move is frustrating, even if there's always someone here with me. Artoria leaned in a bit closer, studying his face seriously. Really, are you sure? If there's anything I can do for you, just say it. Say it. There's no hierarchy between us, Shiomi said with a wry smile. But I've already decided, I'm going to protect you, Artoria replied earnestly. You protect humanity and the world. I'll protect you. Isn't that a bit one-sided? Shiomi murmured. Artoria blinked in surprise. Once, she had been a king who gave her life for Britannia. Later, she became a goddess, unable to die, making cold yet necessary choices for humanity's survival. And now, she only cared about one man. He was right, her actions were undeniably biased. Maybe it is, she admitted softly. But I can't die normally anymore. If I don't start doing the things I actually want to do, free from duty and obligation, isn't that the future you hoped I'd find? She smiled, like they both understood something unspoken. So I'll say it again, if there's anything I can do for you, just say the word. After all, I'm on shift today. This time, she corrected her phrasing just a little. You really want me to say it? Don't regret it later. Shiomi narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced toward her chest. The white blouse, paired with a deep blue skirt and boots, looked simple but perfectly suited her demeanor. Especially the blue ribbon at her collar, it brought just the right balance to the whole outfit. Of course, what stood out most was the way her top strained against her full chest, the fabric pulled taut as though the buttons might pop at any moment. If you mean that, then of course I won't say no. But you're still. Artoria's face turned red, though she accepted Shiomi's teasing without resistance. It was just the two of them here, there was no need to hold back. Let me stay like this for a bit, Shiomi said earnestly. I understand. Without hesitation, Artoria pulled him into her arms, letting his face rest gently against her chest. How's the weather outside? Shiomi asked, inhaling the soft scent that lingered on her. It's been clear for a while now, Artoria replied. And since it's just turned 2017, the Antarctic outside Chaldea is still in the middle of its polar day. I see. Shiomi murmured. All right, let me up. Artoria supported his shoulders and helped him sit upright. Was that enough? It felt safe, warm, and really nice, but not feeling anything else is kind of tragic. Shiomi gave a crooked smile. Also, it's not great to get your clothes all wrinkled. Don't worry. The outfit was borrowed from the director, and she even prepared a spare, Artoria said with a confident smile. Shiomi gave her a subtle look. That explains why the fit seems a bit off. Next time, maybe ask Sakura. Her wardrobe might suit you better. Artoria nodded in agreement. I want to go outside for a bit. That was all he said. Thankfully, the medical department had wheelchairs ready for emergencies, and with someone accompanying him, getting a breath of fresh air wouldn't be an issue. So Artoria helped him change, picked him up, and carried him over to the wheelchair near the door. Getting carried like this while conscious feels kind of weird. You might not remember, but in Camelot, when you collapsed after the combat trial I arranged, I carried you the same way, Artoria said as she set him down and adjusted his posture. Though my feelings were very different back then. She wheeled him out of the room and down Chaldea's quiet corridors. That final fight at the tower, it was my last chance. If I hadn't been able to reach you, I really might have killed you, Shiomi said softly. Good thing it didn't come to that, Artoria replied. Her voice echoed lightly through the still hallway. Otherwise, I never would have known what it's like to share something so genuine with you. I'm glad it turned out this way. Through the broad floor-to-ceiling windows, sunlight poured into the corridor, casting reflections from the pure blue sky above the Antarctic plateau. Just looking at the scene made Shiomi feel less stifled somehow. Before he could say anything, Artoria seemed to already know where he wanted to go and pushed the wheelchair toward Chaldea's outer gates. Those massive doors were almost never opened, especially in Antarctica, with its endless blizzards and the constant pressure of the incineration of humanity threat. The facility had remained sealed for so long. But now the crisis was over, and for once, the weather was calm. As the heavy gates slowly opened, the chill of the Antarctic air swept in. Shiomi couldn't help but feel how long it had been since he'd felt something like this. Artoria draped her cloak over him to keep him warm and pushed him down the slope leading outside. How is it? Is it too cold? She clearly felt the sharp contrast between inside and out. It didn't affect her much, but for the fragile state Shiomi was in, it wasn't exactly comfortable. I'll be fine for a little while, Shiomi replied. It's been ages since I've seen a sky like this, not through ray shift, but with my own eyes. This is what you fought so hard for. This is what you won. You too, Shiomi said. We wouldn't have made it through the final battle in the Temple of Time without you. Thank you, Artoria answered softly. Then, as if a thought had just occurred to him, Shiomi asked, this might be a bit of a pointless question, but, once Chaldea finishes its follow-up work, and I've fully recovered, would you come with me? Technically, as someone who was no longer meant to exist in this time, she shouldn't remain here. But if she wasn't doing anything, just staying by someone's side, then maybe it wasn't a problem. Of course. Artoria accepted without hesitation. For more chapters, feel free to follow me on Patreon. 100 chapters ahead. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 465, Chapter 465, Volume 7, Chapter 18, The Reason for Regaining Consciousness. Oh, you're alone. Scáthach stepped into the room just as Shiomi was watching a documentary about Antarctica on Chaldea's wall-mounted TV. Romani had stopped by earlier for a routine checkup, turned on the TV for him, then left. So, Master, was it really necessary to change clothes just to come see me? Shiomi glanced over, watching Scáthach casually undress. After entering Chaldea, he'd been given a larger room, partly due to his well-known relationship with Morgan. But with both his master and Artoria now living with him, even the spacious closet had started to overflow. Their casual wear had gradually taken over, leaving Shiomi's own clothes pushed into a corner. Technically, Chaldea had prepared extra rooms for them. They just didn't use them. It's nothing. If I'm resting, I may as well look the part, Scáthach said, pulling down the hem of her off-shoulder sweater and adjusting the neckline with a flick of her fingers. Besides, my dear disciple enjoys the view, doesn't he? The off-white sweater hung loosely around her shoulders, perfectly framing her fair skin. Her legs were wrapped in medium-weave stockings, the contrast against her outfit striking in just the right way. I do enjoy it, Shiomi said with a sigh, but with Master dressed so seductively and me stuck like this, I can't do anything. I'm like that fox in the fable, can't reach the grapes. Scáthach swept her long, purple-red hair aside, letting it fall gently down her back. She approached his bedside with a teasing smile. So, does my disciple want a taste of his master's grapes? Master, Shiomi swallowed. You're not just here to mess with me for fun, are you? If my dear disciple really wants it, I'd be more than happy to make you feel good, Scáthach said, cupping his cheek with one hand while using the other to tug down her neckline, revealing even more. Just like always. Did Artoria say something to you? Shiomi asked, narrowing his eyes. You really are sharp. The King of Knights mentioned that you've been feeling frustrated from being unable to move, Scáthach replied. So cheering you up a little like this, keeping your mood in check, is important too. Shiomi pouted. Yeah, but seeing and not being able to touch just makes it worse. Oh. Playing that card, are we? Scáthach mused, eyes gleaming. But don't worry, your master came prepared. She took his hand and slipped it through the space between her collar and chest, pressing it gently to her heart. Even if you're being this forward, I still can't feel a thing, Shiomi said with a helpless chuckle. My hands are completely numb, and my magic circuits are still dormant. Scáthach let out a long sigh. Honestly. But I'm really happy you're doing this, Master, Shiomi added sincerely. So, can we stay like this a bit longer? Of course, Scáthach said with a soft laugh, nodding. Shiomi looked at his own hand. It was clearly resting against her, and yet he couldn't feel even the slightest warmth. He decided not to dwell on it and changed the subject. How's Chaldea doing? The explosion in the command room caused by Lev Laner had taken the lives of more than 200 staff members. And 46 masters were still in cryostasis. Even though they'd re-established contact with the outside world, Olga Marie remained unsure of how to approach negotiations with the Mages Association or how to explain everything that had happened. After all, many of the affected masters, including those from Group A, were valuable clock tower assets. Given the magnitude of the loss, it wouldn't be surprising if the Mages Association convened a grand roll to decide Chaldea's future. Especially since the director at the heart of the incident was the Lord of the Department of Astromancy, and part of the aristocratic faction. And on top of that, most of the remaining masters were of common birth. Some, like Ritsuka, weren't even from Magus families, yet still played a key role in saving humanity. Shiomi suspected the Holy Church might get involved in deciding Chaldea's fate as well. After all, Chaldea was nominally a UN-backed institution, its official role being an astronomical observatory. Things are busy, but overall, still running smoothly. From what we've gathered, though, the outside world isn't having it easy either, Scáthach said. The incineration of humanity may be resolved, but it left behind a serious problem. Over a year has passed in the real world, Shiomi murmured, lips pressed together. But the world caught in the incineration just skipped that whole stretch of time. In any case, until you can move around normally again, Olga Marie plans to delay the report to the Mages Association, Scáthach continued. Tough situation, Shiomi muttered, fully aware of the implications. Among the lords of the Mages Association, he held considerable influence. Olga Marie was counting on him to handle the fallout. He had no intention of just sitting on the sidelines. Scáthach let out a faint hum, her expression slightly puzzled. Shiomi snapped out of his thoughts and looked at her. He realized, he seemed to be touching something soft. He froze. Without thinking, he tried to grasp what was in his palm, and Scáthach's body trembled slightly in response. It's real. Unexpectedly, sensation returned to his arm. It was still difficult to move, but he could manage small motions. Scáthach took his hand, pulled it free, and held it in front of him. As he flexed his fingers, they bent and stretched just as he intended. He glanced at his left hand and tried the same. It responded too. Well, well, what a surprise. Scáthach's voice carried a hint of delight, her smile growing. Looks like primal impulses really are the best medicine. Please don't say it like that, it's embarrassing. Even as he protested, Shiomi struggled to raise his arms and wrap them around Scáthach's back. You've come a long way, she said, glancing over her shoulder. That's about my limit, Shiomi confessed, exhausted. Rehabilitation was no joke. But being able to hold the person you loved, to feel her warmth, it made everything worthwhile. Then let's push just a little more. Scáthach kicked off her shoes, slipped under the covers in one smooth motion, and laid on top of him, resting nearly her entire weight against him. The position let him hug her more securely. I can't hold you any tighter than this, master, Shiomi said with a tired shake of his head. Take your time. That's enough for today. Scáthach tugged the blanket up again, covering most of their bodies. Then she gently cupped his face and kissed him. Chapter 466, Chapter 466, Volume 7, Chapter 19, The Necessity of Rehabilitation Efforts. Just regained feeling and already jumping into rehab. Aren't you pushing yourself a little too hard? In the gym, Scáthach frowned as she watched Shiomi gripping the parallel bars for gait training, struggling to move his still unresponsive legs. Her voice held a trace of concern. According to Romani's cautious estimate, Shiomi shouldn't have regained basic motor function for at least another month. But now, less than a week since waking, he was already on his feet. As for how he'd managed to recover, only Shiomi himself knew the real reason. Even Romani had chalked it up to Shiomi's body long since exceeding normal human standards. That's not something I'd expect Master to say. Shiomi paused, loosening his grip on the bars and flexing his fingers. Back in the land of shadows, even when training left us coughing up blood, you never once called a break. That was then. Now, your condition is worse than when you first arrived in the land of shadows, Scáthach replied firmly. Even if you're my disciple, I won't force someone who can barely move to exceed their limits. But I have no choice. Shiomi pushed forward again, forcing out the words. The Mages Association has its eyes on Chaldea. I'm the only one who can protect this place. I have to recover as soon as possible. Artoria spoke up then. Chaldea isn't just you. If the Mages Association takes action, we can. Have you really thought through your position, Artoria? Morgan cut in coldly. Artoria faltered. Morgan picked up a towel and gently wiped the sweat from Shiomi's forehead. Unlike me, a servant, both you and Scáthach are living heroic spirits. Your existence in this era violates the natural order. As a servant, Morgan could be disguised using falsified heroic spirit summoning records, posing as an official Chaldea summon. After all, nearly everyone who knew her from the Fourth Holy Grail War was already dead. Those few who remained, like the Amiya family, who had long distanced themselves from the Magus world, or Tokiomi Tosaka, who owed a debt to Shiomi, or friends like El Meloi too, wouldn't pose a threat. So Morgan's identity wasn't a major concern. Technically, Artoria and Scáthach could be passed off the same way, as Chaldea's fifth or sixth summoned servants. But if either of them were to act openly against the Mages Association, it would signal a serious escalation. At that point, they might have no choice but to become full-blown enemies of the Mages Association, risking a new war that could shake the very foundations of human history and potentially draw the Holy Church into the conflict. If it came to war, Shiomi believed they should at least be fully prepared before taking that step. Let's not get too heavy. If we keep going like this, we'll fall apart before the outside even has a chance to step in. Shiomi's legs finally gave out. Morgan and Scáthach helped him to a bench, lowering him gently so he could rest. He looked at his trembling fingers. Right now, Romani is helping Marie deal with the Mages Association. After all, Animusphere is a lord of the clock tower. She's not someone just any upstart can push around. Besides, Rhaenys and Olga Marie had a good personal relationship, and the two factions had already formed a political alliance. During the crisis of the incineration of humanity, Chaldea had carried out more than 10 independent rayshift operations, completely bypassing both the Mages Association and the United Nations. 7 singularities, 1 final singularity, and several minor anomalies. They had saved the world, but at the cost of violating countless regulations. The clash between procedural justice and consequential justice had become a major point of contention within the Clock Tower, and the Mages Association as a whole. As one of the few magi at the Clock Tower with real influence, Shiomi felt it was his responsibility to step up. But the world of magi was ruled by power. If word got out that he, a prominent magus, had been left physically debilitated by the human order restoration, it would only embolden the factions already stirring behind the scenes. At the very least, he needed to recover enough to keep up appearances, before the Mages Association sent an envoy to Chaldea. I've already made contact with the association. Lord Valuelita and Lord Trambelio are keeping their stance deliberately vague for now, but they're willing to review my report and help ease external pressure, Shiomi continued. As soon as he regained basic motor function, he reached out to the Lords of the Clock Tower from Chaldea with Morgan and the others assisting him. So far, among the 13 departments, including the Department of Astromancy that oversees Chaldea, more than a third of the lords have put factional lines aside, both democratic and aristocratic, and chosen to support Chaldea, he explained to the three women. You really can't judge a book by its cover, Scáthach remarked. I always thought my beloved disciple's brain was filled with nothing but lust and battle. Shiomi gave a weak sigh, unable to argue back. Master. He exhaled, then said, but the real issue right now is the special envoy sent by the Mages Association. Since returning from the Temple of Time, he had been unconscious for a whole month. A lot had happened in that time. The association had delayed dispatching investigators to retrieve data until February. Shiomi figured that was the absolute limit they could stall. The more they tried to keep the association from accessing Chaldea's data, the more suspicious it looked. Eventually, even the lords who supported Chaldea and Animosphere would no longer be able to hold their ground. About that, Artoria frowned. I heard from the control room, the association's people are supposed to arrive at Chaldea today. Shiomi blinked. What? Already? But he quickly gathered himself. If it's just a delegation, it'll probably be a few magi forming an investigation team to conduct a surface-level inspection, Shiomi reasoned. In that case, I'll need to be disguised. You mean? Morgan smiled knowingly. Shiomi looked at her. If you can use magecraft to support and control my movements, we should be able to fool the modern magi from the clock tower. Just then, the gym door burst open and Romani rushed in, clearly flustered. Shiomi. Shiomi. I'm already aware. The special envoy from the clock tower, right? Let me freshen up and I'll go greet them, Shiomi said, glancing toward Morgan. But Romani looked even more uneasy. No, I mean, the leader of the envoy. What? A wave of unease hit Shiomi like a punch to the gut. Been a while. How have you been? An orange-haired woman stepped in behind Romani, a brown coat slung over one arm, adjusting her rimless glasses with the other. Shiomi's heart skipped a beat, for entirely different reasons. For more chapters, feel free to follow me on P@Trian. 100 chapters ahead. P@Trian.com/pinksnake. Chapter 467, Chapter 467, Volume 7, Chapter 20, The Clock Tower's Emissary. Back when Shiomi first heard the Mages Association was sending a special envoy to Chaldea, he had a feeling. That one person was bound to be among them. After all, it was Tuko Aozaki who had personally delivered Lord Valuelita's letter of recommendation to him. No matter the reason, Tuko was someone who would inevitably appear. I see, even with your body this damaged, you're still steadily recovering. This is beyond what healing magecraft can handle. Tuko held Shiomi's arm, her fingers tracing the muscles as she used her mana and mystic eyes to examine the magic circuits within him. She let out a genuine sigh of admiration. You've gotten a lot stronger since we last met, Tenkei. The reason you didn't use the puppet I gave you must be because its precision and quality can't compare to what your body is now. A lot's happened. It's a long story, Shiomi said with a wry smile. That's fine. I came here because it's a long story. Tuko let go of his arm and adjusted her glasses. Her expression softened, like spring sunlight melting away the frost, suddenly warm and human. But before we go on, could the three rather murderous women behind me tone down their hostility a little? She sat beside Shiomi. The meeting had taken place right here in the gym, without any special arrangements. From the moment Tuko walked in, Morgan and the others had been eyeing her sharply. They weren't exactly radiating bloodlust, but their unblinking stares made the tension unmistakable. Especially when Tuko began examining Shiomi's body so casually, it intensified the silent animosity to the point Shiomi felt like he was sitting on needles. He shot a glare toward Romani, who was awkwardly lingering at the door, silently demanding why he hadn't warned him. Romani replied with an apologetic but polite smile, silently mouthed, "Excuse me," and promptly escaped what was arguably the most dangerous corner of Chaldea. Tuko settled into her seat, patted her coat pocket, and took out a cigarette, but after glancing at Shiomi's face, she tucked it away again. If you want to smoke, go ahead. I'm not exactly an invalid. Shiomi cleared his throat, gave Morgan and the others a calming glance, and got straight to the point. So, why are you with the Mages Association envoy? Tuko waved off the cigarette with a shake of her head and leaned back casually. There are a few reasons. First, I'm concerned about your condition. Second, since it was Professor Inurai who recommended you to Chaldea and I was the one who delivered the message, we're both considered partially responsible. And third, well, the problem is you. I know Chaldea's ray-shifting activities violated a number of protocols. As one of the key figures in repairing the singularities, I was planning to. No, I mean your infamy, Tuko cut in with a teasing smile. The clock tower doesn't know your current state, but they do know you're openly siding with Chaldea. So, basically, no one else wanted the job. That's how she ended up reluctantly accepting the task the association shoved onto her. Shiomi was at a loss for words. Even Magi get scared of dying, Tuko said with a shrug, her expression tinged with amusement. Morgan and Scáthach chuckled soon after, while Artoria still seemed unsure what was going on. If killing Cainith Elmeloi could be written off as a coincidence, the death of Atram Galliasta had cemented his reputation as the noble slayer. Shiomi Tenkei rarely clashed with other Magi, but when he did, a high-ranking Magus usually didn't walk away. Rumors like that had already solidified into consensus. Most Magi in the clock tower carried hundreds, even thousands of years of heritage. Even if they were tempted to exploit Chaldea's violations and seize power, they'd rather send expendables to scout the waters than risk their own lives. So what you're saying is, the clock tower covets Chaldea's power but doesn't have the guts to take it directly. That's why they sent you along with the envoy. Shiomi nodded. So you're here to die, then. As far as the clock tower was concerned, Tuko's relationship with Shiomi was no more than a nominal master-disciple tie. That led them to believe the Grand Puppeteer could easily handle her student. If both of them ended up dead in Antarctica, the clock tower wouldn't see it as any real loss. Are you going to kill me? Tuko asked, removing her glasses on purpose. I'll kill anyone who tries to kill you, Shiomi replied, lips tightening. But as you can see, I'm in no shape to fight. Even Elmeloi too could probably beat me in a magecraft duel right now. Tuko slid her glasses back on and gave a warm smile. Relax. I'll keep that little detail to myself. The Magi who came with me are all below the rank of cause, they wouldn't dare approach you anyway. Then we're good. Truth be told, when Shiomi realized Tuko was the one sent to lead the Mages Association's preliminary investigation into Chaldea, it was a huge relief. But before we talk shop, aren't you going to introduce the ladies behind you? Tuko turned with interest to the trio who had been staring her down the entire time, then added with a grin, Tuko Aozaki, Tenkei's ex-girlfriend, for the record. Shiomi desperately wanted to cover his face, but couldn't move. All he could do was mutter under his breath. Seriously? Out of all your titles, you went with that one. Are you 5? Still, he couldn't deny how happy he was to see her again, or how much it meant that she hadn't denied their connection. We've met already, Morgan said with a raised brow. But just to clarify, I'm Tenkei's wife. Morgan Le Fay. Tuko had been about to say something, but realized she didn't actually know the full story. Scáthach smiled faintly. I'm his master, Scáthach. I'm the one who taught him the foundation of primordial runes. She'd already heard about Shiomi's exploits outside, so she deliberately emphasized the detail in her introduction. Finally, it was Artoria's turn. After a long pause, and some whispered encouragement from Morgan, she turned her blushing face away and mumbled, Artoria. Tenkei's lover. Shiomi nearly choked on his own spit. All legends, all standing right here, Tuko said, visibly surprised but recovering quickly. She'd done her homework on Chaldea. Her tone was teasing, not mocking. Your taste is as impeccable as ever. I should be honored. No need to say it like that. Shiomi squinted, trying his best to maintain a polite smile. He was sweating so much it was dripping from his face, and the light training clothes he wore for rehab were already completely soaked. Chapter 468, Volume 7, Chapter 21, Tension in the Conference Room. 2 hours later, in the Chaldea conference room. Sorry to keep you waiting. Tuko, sitting idly and flipping her Zippo lighter open and shut while skimming Chaldea's reports, looked up at the sound of Shiomi's voice. He entered the room leaning on a cane, walking slowly with Morgan supporting him at his side. Are you sure you're okay? You're still in rehab. If walking's too hard, you should have come in a wheelchair. Tuko snapped the lighter shut. Aren't the clock tower Magi being kept busy by your staff, listening to other reports? Call it a field test for magecraft synchronization, Shiomi replied as he sat beside her. Given that more investigators from the clock tower will be arriving in waves, even if they don't want to meet me, I can't keep hiding and dodging them forever. Tuko smiled wryly. So you're trying not to raise suspicion by disguising yourself with magecraft. Smart move. Honestly, if you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have noticed you were under the Grand Witch's spell at all. Her gaze drifted past Shiomi to Morgan, then returned to him. Noticing his collar was askew, she reached out instinctively to fix it, only to be intercepted by Morgan's hand. With a calm expression, Morgan gently adjusted Shiomi's collar herself. Manipulation is a bit much. I'm simply supporting my husband's movements. In this situation, only I can do that. After smoothing out the folds, she took a seat on Shiomi's other side. It was only after sitting down that Shiomi realized how close the three of them were, despite the size of the round conference table. You're sweating again. Want me to wipe you down? Tuko teased. After getting such attentive service in the shower, wouldn't it be a waste? And whose fault is that? Shiomi pulled out a handkerchief and pretended to wipe his forehead, which wasn't actually sweaty. And what's with all the barbs in your tone today? Rehabilitation wasn't easy. Tuko showing up unannounced was, in a way, a pleasant surprise. But it also came with its share of pressure and sweat. There were still many things to discuss, but before that, they'd insisted he shower first. In his current condition, he could look but not touch. Still, the ordeal had taken over an hour. As a form of subtle torment, the three women's coordination was almost impressive. Nothing much. I'm just feeling a bit melancholic, Tuko said casually. After all these years, drifting around, we spent, what? Less than a week together, if you add it all up. Especially when the world ended once without anyone even noticing. Being magi, both of them had long lifespans. Tuko had never been too concerned about how often they saw each other. As long as they were alive, there was always the chance to meet again. But after witnessing the incineration of humanity incident firsthand and losing over a year of time, Tuko found herself thinking about certain things. Like, if the world were ending tomorrow, who would you want to spend your final day with? Tuko already had her answer. And during that time you disappeared, you saved the world, Tuko said with a lazy smile. It doesn't feel real at all. It was all of us. I didn't do it alone. Shiomi gave a faint, bitter smile, his brow slightly furrowed. Whether it feels real or not doesn't matter. Being able to deny the end of the world, to see you again, and old faces from the clock tower, that's enough. You're right. Tuko set the lighter down. Shiomi noticed it and was just about to ask why she was still using that antique he'd given her, when Morgan abruptly tugged his face toward her. My husband, I know you're happy to see an old flame, but if you keep ignoring me while you catch up, I'll get lonely, Morgan said bluntly. Shiomi winced and quickly gave in. It's not like that. But the fact that heroic spirits are still lingering in Chaldea, if that gets back to the clock tower, it won't be easy to deal with, Tuko said seriously, frowning. No need to worry. I entered this observatory under the title of wife. It's not hard to scrub my status as a servant from the reports, nor to separate the identities of Esk and Morgan. Morgan was clearly well prepared for this. Tuko chuckled. Isn't it a bit risky to admit to falsifying the report right in front of a clock tower envoy? Then feel free to report it as is, Morgan said with a raised brow. It'll be a good lesson for my husband. Betrayal comes from those closest to you, not your enemies. Could we not fight? Shiomi interjected. If there's blame to go around, take it out on me. It's my responsibility. That was just a poor joke on my part, Tuko said, showing a rare moment of apology. She never had any intention of betraying Shiomi's trust. To her, regardless of role or title, Shiomi was a unique and irreplaceable presence. He was strong, someone Tuko never thought she'd need to worry about. But now. I admit, seeing him like this, weak, does bring out a protective instinct. Still, please try to control yourself. After all, the puppeteer lady is already part of the past, Morgan said with a cheerful smile. And the past can become the present again, Tuko replied smoothly. Is that so, my husband? Morgan asked sweetly. Shiomi gave up. He slumped his shoulders and stared blankly at the table. They seemed to be enjoying this back and forth, and anything he said would only fan the flames. Well. He pulled out a handkerchief and wiped his forehead. This time, the cold sweat was real. Only when the door to the conference room opened again was the stifling yet oddly compelling tension finally broken. Sorry, Shiomi-sensei, I was a bit delayed organizing things, Olga Marie said as she entered, unaware of what had just transpired. She didn't even notice the tension in the room until she saw Tuko. Is that Miss Tuko Aozaki? Just acting as a special envoy sent by the clock tower and my teacher to inspect the situation in Chaldea, Tuko said, rising to shake her hand. A pleasure. Yes. A pleasure to meet you, Olga Marie replied nervously. After all, Tuko was one of the few, grand, figures acknowledged within the clock tower. Someone of her caliber being sent as an envoy, it was enough to make anyone worry about Chaldea's future. No need to be nervous. Tuko isn't our enemy, Shiomi reassured her. Come, have a seat. Let's talk. For more chapters, feel free to follow me on Patreon. 100 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/pinksnake Chapter 469, Volume 7, Chapter 22, Trouble in Chaldea. This meeting was originally meant to be a private one between Tuko and Olga Marie. But at their joint request, it became what it was now, with Shiomi and Morgan also in attendance. As far as the outcome goes, the response from the clock tower hasn't exactly been encouraging, Tuko said, looking at Olga Marie. Even though Chaldea was founded by the former Lord Animosphere, and all authority here has always been held by the Department of Astromancy. But personnel restructuring is now unavoidable, Olga Marie said grimly. Because of the explosion caused by Professor Lev Laner, over 200 staff members have died. And 46 masters are still trapped inside the coffins due to the control room blast, their fate remains unknown. With a vacancy that large, even from my limited understanding of the clock tower, I'd say the Magi will come swarming in, Morgan said calmly. Do you have a specific list? Shiomi asked Tuko. Before I left, I heard from Professor Inorai that the candidates include Crost René Wegner from Mineralogy, the entire Department of General Fundamentals led by Valia Cyclophi, Misaria Krolam from Zoology, and Augustus Henrik Asplund from Creation, Tuko replied. Shiomi gave a cold chuckle. As expected, Lord Valuelita and Lord Trambilio know exactly how to hedge their bets. They promised to help ease the pressure the clock tower is putting on Chaldea and the Animosphere name, yet still obediently made arrangements to move their own people in. No surprise, this kind of double-dealing was standard fare for clock tower politicians. The departments of Creation and General Fundamentals were under the control of those very two lords. And that's not even the worst of it, Tuko sighed. The Department of Policies is also planning to intervene. They're aiming to analyze the data and restructure Chaldea entirely. I've already raised objections to that, Olga Marie added, but stuck here in Antarctica, I can't travel to the clock tower to negotiate directly. Relying solely on Rhaenys Elmeloy's help just isn't enough. Thankfully, the Lords of Creation and Fundamentals both expressed their opposition to the Department of Policy's ambitions. So for now, the clock tower's internal debate over how to handle Chaldea remained at a stalemate. But the biggest threat is still Lev Laner, Morgan said. That man was a consultant here, and played a key role in helping Marisberry Animosphere build Chaldea in the first place. Olga Marie's grip on her documents tightened. The disappearance of the final singularity doesn't mean Lev Laner is dead. Among the 46 masters, 38 of them are exceptional magi. In short, Lev Laner had inflicted tremendous damage on the clock tower. Now, the clock tower intended to carve up Chaldea and dismantle Animosphere's authority to appease the various factions. In the end, it all came down to a struggle for power and interests. That's why the aristocratic, democratic, and neutral factions had all joined the fray, each one looking to claim a share. But none of them wanted to be the first to act. If things went wrong, the others would seize on it as a pretext to retaliate, and the risks would outweigh the rewards. But you're still alive, Shiomi said. Which means the Animosphere name and the Department of Astromancy aren't leaderless. As long as you can endure the pressure, there's still room to turn things around. Olga Marie lowered her gaze. But in my current state, can I still serve as the head of the Animosphere family? By all rights, she should have died in the explosion, or been tossed into Chaldeas and vanished by Lev Laner. But she'd survived. She lived on, by taking on a new body. I've heard about that. Tuko raised her hand slightly. But your situation is quite unique. That doll was specially adjusted to fit Tenkei's condition, making it a custom piece. It could be used by others, but there's one problem. The magic crest transfer, Morgan shook her head. If it were just a straightforward transplant, she would have done it for Olga Marie long ago. However, the issue now was that because the doll had been tailored with a specific bias, Olga Marie's capabilities as a Magus had become unstable. She had gained compatibility with Rayshift but lost her ability to synchronize with the family's inherited crest. This was another major issue Morgan discovered when she was asked to assess the feasibility of the crest transplant. Fortunately, even without the crest, Olga Marie was still an outstanding Magus and master. That was what allowed her to temporarily avoid the issue until the restoration of the human order was complete. What forced them to address it now was the fact that a lord without a family crest would immediately be questioned from within. Normally, even a doll shouldn't have trouble adapting to a crest, Tuko said, frowning slightly. Unfortunately, there's not enough time or freedom to investigate you and your original body in depth without drawing attention. More importantly, what Tuko truly cared about was how Shiomi had managed to bring Olga Marie's soul back from Singularity F and ensure a smooth transfer into the doll's body, even after her original body had died. This part wasn't in the report, but Shiomi had told her about it directly. So this matter needs to remain confidential for now. Only Marie has access to where the original body is stored, Shiomi said. Otherwise, just the procedures to select a new head of the family would give someone enough time to seize control of Chaldea. In the worst-case scenario, the clock tower might consider freezing Chaldea's functions and sealing it off, Tuko added. That's why your top priority now is to protect everyone in Chaldea as the head of the Animosphere family. As she said this, her gaze landed on Shiomi. Olga Marie misunderstood Tuko's words, thinking she was being told to protect Shiomi. Her posture straightened immediately. Yes, that's right. If I, as the director of Chaldea and the Lord of Astromancy, can't protect our teacher, then who else could? She stood up excitedly, only to realize she was overreacting. Embarrassed, she quickly sat back down, lowering her head and avoiding eye contact. It feels like Lord Animosphere has misunderstood something, Tuko said with a helpless smile. Morgan gave a faint smile as well. A kind thought nonetheless. Just accept it, husband. Let's move on to the next issue, Shiomi said awkwardly, trying to steer the conversation away. Among the masters who took part in the ray shift, only Ritsuka is an ordinary human. But she's come into contact with top-level secrets of the Magus world. We need to take some action. For now, let's erase her activity records, Tuko suggested. Chapter 470, Volume 7, Chapter 23, Farewell Kiss. According to the original plan, when the message came from the clock tower about sending an investigation team to Chaldea, Shiomi and the others had already decided to play it vague and brush them off. If necessary, they were even prepared to have Morgan and Scáthach step in and use suggestion magecraft to disrupt the investigators' perceptions. The idea was to send them back with a pile of useless but discussion-worthy material, stalling the clock tower's actions. But when Tuko showed up, Shiomi immediately changed the plan and reached a secret agreement with her. Even Professor Inurai wouldn't have imagined the relationship between us, Tuko said as she supported Shiomi while they walked down a corridor in Chaldea. I didn't expect it either at first, Shiomi replied with a hint of nostalgia. Back then, I just claimed to be your student for convenience, never thought the real deal would come knocking. After all, if a Magus claims to be the disciple of Scáthach, Queen of the Land of Shadows, and it's fake, that's one thing. But if it's real, it'll only attract a parade of sealing designation enforcers, Tuko chuckled. I only looked into it because I heard someone was calling themselves my disciple, and I happened to be under a sealing designation at the time. I was just curious. In the end, she was no match. That was Tuko's honest impression. Shiomi possessed a complete set of primordial runes. Even if he wasn't as refined as Tuko in using rune magecraft, sheer magical output alone left her far behind. Honestly, I thought I'd killed you, Shiomi said, half laughing, half exasperated. There wasn't any hostility when they met, but the moment he saw Tuko, he instinctively knew a fight was inevitable. Neither of them were the combative type, yet a battle still broke out. And since he'd only heard about Tuko's reputation, he went all in, cautiously but with full power, and nearly lost control. As a result, he ended up nursing the severely injured Tuko back to health for 3 months. It was only later that Shiomi learned even if Tuko had died, she would have survived through one of her doll backups. He never fully understood her easygoing attitude, but eventually he learned to treat each of her backups as the real Tuko. Even she couldn't tell which one was the original anymore. It was all so reckless, but thinking back now, it just feels like time flew by, Tuko said with a touch of emotion. Yeah, Shiomi nodded, gazing out at the frozen mountains beyond the corridor window. By the way, aren't you worried those magi who came with you might rat you out for openly talking to me like this? Though Tuko had finished her work in Chaldea and was scheduled to leave soon, she didn't seem concerned. The clock tower never fully trusted me. Professor Inurai only put me in charge because it served her interests. Besides, I already met privately with Lord Animosphere, just that alone is enough to stir up suspicion among the factions. On Shiomi's suggestion, they had provided an extra report to Inurai, deliberately giving the Democratic faction a slight advantage. It wasn't enough to provoke outright conflict, but it did introduce some tension among the 3 major factions, who had only come together temporarily in their attempt to carve up control over Chaldea. Even your own teacher is like that. The world of magi really is cruel, Shiomi remarked honestly. Tuko looked at him. That's why I find someone like you so rare. If you simply lived like a magus, establishing your own faction in the clock tower would only be a matter of time. Rather than becoming the kind of magus who'd give up his humanity for the sake of magecraft, I'd rather stay human. Otherwise, when I meet a former lover like this and can't even reminisce, isn't that just sad? Shiomi said. Tuko gave a faint smile and nodded slightly in agreement. Judging by the current situation, I probably won't be in the next group the clock tower sends, she said. But I'm not sure when that'll be. I'll contact you as soon as I find out. I'll leave the clock tower to you, Shiomi said. Since you're independent, you won't draw as much attention as Rhaenys or El Meloy too. At that moment, Tuko seemed to recall something. She tapped the side of her forehead with a finger. Look at me, I'm so happy to see you, I mixed up personal and official matters and almost forgot about this. What is it? Shiomi asked, surprised. Tuko reached into the inner pocket of her coat and pulled out an envelope, handing it to him. About half a month before I left, a letter came to me through certain channels. One was addressed to me, and another was tucked inside, meant for me to deliver to you. Who's it from? Shiomi accepted the envelope but didn't open it right away. Zepia Eltnam Atlasia, Tuko said. Looks like the director of the Atlas Institute knows our relationship pretty well, knew that no one would be more suited than me to deliver it. Him. Shiomi raised an eyebrow. The letter he sent me said that, to thank you for helping recover those things from the Atlas Institute, he decided to return the favor, Tuko explained. Hence, this letter. Ah, that matter, Shiomi said, understanding. Zepia also said he hopes you won't open the letter unless it's absolutely necessary, Tuko added, a bit helpless. The Atlas Institute's ways are so bizarre, even I find them hard to comprehend. A clever scheme, huh? Shiomi joked, but he carefully put the letter away. That dead apostleman wouldn't do something meaningless. Well, with that, I've done everything I came here to do. Tuko let go of Shiomi's arm. Even without her support, he stood steadily with his cane. This is far enough, it's almost time for the helicopter to depart. Take care of yourself. Shiomi's lips moved slightly, but in the end, those were the only words he managed to say. You too. One of the reasons the clock tower is wary of Chaldea is because of you, Tuko said with a smile. Recover quickly. Shiomi gave a silent nod. Tuko then took his arm and kissed him goodbye. It was a kiss tinged with the bittersweetness of tobacco. That taste vividly revived memories from over 20 years ago. Even though they had only been together for about a year, it felt like something that would never fade. At least, for him. And Tuko felt the same. After the kiss, Tuko Aozaki let go of his hand, turned gracefully, waved, and disappeared around the corner at the end of the corridor. For more chapters, feel free to follow me on Patreon. 100 chapters ahead. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 471, Volume 7, Chapter 24, One crisis ends, another begins. After the first investigation team from the clock tower left, Chaldea returned to its original rhythm. Olga Marie led everyone in preparing for the next investigation by the Mages Association. Shiomi continued his routine rehabilitation work. However, unlike at the beginning when Morgan and the others would stay and monitor him closely, they had now returned to a shift schedule. Are you sure we should do this? Artoria asked, a little uneasy. I have to try everything, or my body will forget, Shiomi replied, letting go of his cane. His rehabilitation was progressing smoothly. He could already walk without using the balance bars, though he still relied on a specially crafted cane mystic code to help with stability. It wasn't ideal, but it wasn't terrible either. Then, 10 meters at most. Artoria stood 10 meters away from him. That's enough. Shiomi stretched out his arms to keep his balance and took step after step toward Artoria. His legs felt like they were sinking into the ground. Each time he lifted one, it took his full concentration and strength. Walking without a cane, something that should come naturally, now felt so foreign, as if he had to relearn it from scratch. 5, 4, 3. Artoria softly counted the distance between them. She watched closely as Shiomi's steps grew less steady the closer he got. Even a slight breeze might have thrown him off. When he was less than 2 meters away, Shiomi's face twisted with strain. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to keep moving, but his next step threw him off balance. Tenkei. He didn't fall. Artoria caught him just in time, holding him upright with her body. I couldn't even manage 10 meters today. This is terrible, Shiomi muttered with a heavy sigh. That's good enough. It's only been half a month since you regained physical sensation, Artoria said gently. Pushing too hard won't help your recovery. But if things stay like this, I won't be able to hold you like I used to, Shiomi joked, masking his frustration. 10K. Even knowing it was just a joke, hearing those intimate words whispered so close to her ear made Artoria's ears burn. Her body reacted before her reason could catch up. That instinctual response was the same reason she had unconsciously reached out to him when she was still the Lion King. Ah, no. I've got something else today. Someone's coming over. Shiomi patted Artoria on the back, signaling her to let go. I think, it's a meeting with Ritsuka, right? Artoria released him, supporting his weight as she looked up at him. Do you need me to leave? It's nothing private. You might even have some useful input. Shiomi shook his head and explained. Just then, the video intercom at the door rang. Ritsuka Fujimaru had arrived. Shiomi sat down, and Ritsuka entered the room, taking the seat across from him. Did Shiomi-sensei ask for me? Ritsuka said. My future. Ritsuka paused for a moment. Shiomi gave an apologetic smile. You're a member of Chaldea, brought in after they discovered your aptitude for ray shifting, under rather coincidental circumstances, I'd say. To be honest, knowing what I do about the situation, I think the whole process was full of deception. No, I don't think it was that bad. Ritsuka replied, unsure. Everyone in Chaldea had been kind. Over the past year or so, it was only because of everyone supporting each other that they had made it through the human order incineration crisis. But Da Vinci should have told you already, despite not having any magical background, you've been exposed to secrets that many magi never get to see in their entire lives. Chaldea's existence alone violates the secrecy rules that protect the mystery, Shiomi explained gently. Now, Chaldea finds itself in direct confrontation with the heart of the magecraft world. As a non-magus, you have every right to stay out of it. Are you asking me to leave Chaldea? Ritsuka asked quickly. No, that's not what I mean, Shiomi said, shaking his head and motioning for her to hear him out. I just want to lay out your options. First, you could choose to return to your hometown, but not yet. At the very least, wait until Chaldea has weathered the current storm and we have the resources to protect you from the Mages Association's notice. Only then would it be safe for you to go back. I understand. Ritsuka nodded. Another option is to try entering the world of magecraft. You've already awakened your magic circuits. While your aptitude may be average, many of the Magus families that emerged during the Industrial Revolution in the Clock Tower started from nothing and built up over generations, Shiomi said carefully. Of course, stepping into that world doesn't mean cutting ties with your old life. But it does mean that your life will always be bound to magecraft. You'll need to approach many things the way a magus would, and that won't be easy. But I don't even know how to use proper magecraft. Without Chaldea's mystic code, I can't even fight, Ritsuka said shyly. That's why it's only one suggestion. In the end, whatever path you choose is something to consider for the future. I'm telling you this now so you'll have time to think and come to your own decision, Shiomi said. More importantly, you've already carried burdens no ordinary person should have been asked to bear. No, I've just followed the director, my seniors, and my teachers into battle. I've only done what I could, the girl said, waving her hands, honestly denying the weight of the claim. No, what I mean is. Shiomi paused, pressing his lips together. I just want you to take it easy while you're in Chaldea. Try not to. Suddenly, the alarm blared, cutting him off. He immediately opened a connection to the control room. What happened? Shiba has detected a new singularity reaction. We can't pinpoint the exact location, it appears to be confined to a very small area. Similarity with singularity F is at 74%. Ah, confirmation just came in. It's Shinjuku, Tokyo, Japan. The year is 1999. 1999. Shiomi hadn't left Japan yet in that year, and he couldn't recall anything significant happening then. Ritsuka was already on her feet, preparing to head to the control room. Wait, Ritsuka. Shiomi called out. Let Sakura and the others handle the singularity. You don't need to. But I'm still a master. Even if I can only help a little, I can't just sit in Chaldea and do nothing. You. Shiomi let out a helpless sigh. Artoria tugged at his sleeve. She's made her choice. We should respect her will. The desire to fight for what's right, that's everyone's freedom. Then go, Shiomi said with a sigh. He understood her feelings better than anyone else, and he knew better than anyone that he couldn't stop her. Thank you, Mr. Shiomi, Miss Artoria. Ritsuka gave a deep, respectful bow and ran out. Chapter 472, Chapter 472, Volume 7, Chapter 25, Restored State. The hot water in the bathtub rippled slightly, splashing over the edge and slowly draining through the floor funnel. Scáthach lay limply in Shiomi's arms, clinging to her beloved disciple as if she couldn't bear to part. Her body trembled faintly, basking in the final waves of afterglow. You really don't hold back, master. Aren't you worried you'll wear me out? Shiomi whispered softly by her ear. It's not often we get time alone, and my dear disciple has finally recovered. Let's just say I'm making the most of this opportunity, Scáthach replied, her fingers gently brushing the back of his neck. I've put in quite the effort checking on your condition every day. Still feels like we're the only ones slacking off. Shiomi muttered. Not long ago, Chaldea had reconfirmed the Shinjuku singularity. Though it wasn't as massive as the 7 singularities during the incineration of humanity, it was eventually classified as a subcategory singularity. Unable to join the front lines, Shiomi remained in Chaldea, continuing rehabilitation and handling matters related to the clock tower. Morgan and Artoria had gone with the girls for ray shift operations, while Scáthach stayed behind to care for Shiomi and defend Chaldea. That had been the result of drawing lots among the three. Shiomi checked on the singularity restoration daily from the control room, but most of his time was spent on physical therapy and restoring his magic circuits. Of course, that included Scáthach's half-mischievous, half-concerned treatment. As a man, recovering quickly is part of your responsibilities, Scáthach said, shifting slightly away, though her chest remained pressed against him. Besides, you don't want to stay like that forever, do you? Soaking in the tub, the contrast between the water's heat and their body temperatures made every sensation more vivid. Fair enough, Shiomi nodded honestly. He held Scáthach's shoulders, glancing down at his hands resting on her smooth skin. Instinctively, he activated his magic circuits. Mana flowed through his body, connecting with Scáthach's through their physical contact. Your magic circuits are finally back to normal, but don't push them too hard, Scáthach said, letting his hands wander across her shoulders and neck. You may like to act on impulse, but you still know your limits. You care about me, Master, Shiomi murmured, leaning in. Scáthach's ruby-like eyes shimmered with a tenderness she'd never show to outsiders. She parted her lips in anticipation, but then a communication alert rang from the room outside the bathroom. They really don't know how to pick their timing, Scáthach quipped, pulling away from Shiomi. As she stepped out of the tub, droplets trickled down her soaked hair, gliding over her firm curves and long legs before splashing onto the tiles. She gathered her dripping hair, wrapped it in a towel, then grabbed another to cover herself and walked out ahead. Shiomi's body had recovered enough for daily life, though his movements still lacked agility and carried a faint sickliness out of sync with his build. The Shinjuku singularity has been restored. They're returning now. Romani Archamon said if you want to greet them, you can head over, Scáthach told Shiomi as he emerged from the bathroom. It's been about 10 days. We expected it to take just a couple, Shiomi nodded. The Shinjuku singularity had been simpler than previous ones. Even communications remained stable, with uninterrupted contact with Chaldea throughout. After helping Shiomi change quickly, Scáthach accompanied him to the control room. Before they reached the ray-shifting chamber, they ran into Artoria and Morgan in the hallway, already back from the operation. Artoria looked completely worn out, like she'd just come out of a fierce battle. Of course, that wasn't the case. Tenkei. As soon as she saw Shiomi, she instinctively opened her arms and walked straight into his embrace, letting out an even deeper, wearier sigh. She didn't even bother hiding it from the others. Luckily, no one else was coming in or out of the control room at the time. You've worked hard on the singularity repairs, Shiomi said, gently stroking her back and hair. No, fixing the singularity wasn't that bad. Everyone worked together, and we got through it. Artoria sighed. It's my sister. Morgan was the real headache. Ah. Shiomi let out a dry, understanding laugh. He got the picture right away. There had been two strange developments in the Shinjuku subcategory singularity. First, Gene Dark Altar, originally created by the Holy Grail in Singularity I from Gillis to Rice Delusions, had somehow returned again, this time under the Avenger class. Second, there was Artoria herself from Chaldea, who was also the goddess Rangaminiad. She and another Artoria altar, both existing within proper human history yet representing different possibilities, had appeared together. Despite some initial misunderstandings, the two altar servants had formed a cooperative relationship with the Chaldea girls, which should have made the repair efforts smoother. That was the theory. The problem is that Black Artoria absolutely refused to drop my name from the true name of her noble phantasm, Morgan huffed. As a result, during most of the exploration and restoration work, Morgan clashed constantly with that Artoria, except when they had to deal with external threats. This left the Chaldea side Artoria stuck awkwardly between the two, unable to side with either. Physically and emotionally, she was completely drained. After all, what could be more absurd than watching an alter version of yourself argue with your not-quite-human history sister? Whether it was Artoria herself or the others around them, all anyone could do was smile wryly. Ugh. Shiomi couldn't bring himself to blame Morgan. Her reasoning was perfectly valid. Unfortunately, Artoria Alter's attitude was pure tyrant. If Morgan disagrees with me, that means I'm right. If she agrees with me, that just proves I'm even more right. All Shiomi could do now was try to soothe Artoria's exhausted heart and mind. I've got some good news, my dear disciples fully recovered, Scáthach said, cool and composed as ever. But I can't take the lead this time. You'll have to put in the effort yourselves. Artoria shivered involuntarily, feeling her body suddenly flush with heat. Tenkei. We're go, Shiomi began to reply, but Morgan tugged at his sleeve. She gave him a pitiful, slightly lonely look. Don't leave me behind. Of course not. Shiomi took her hand, feeling an inexplicable dryness in his throat. Then, at Scáthach's suggestion, the three of them headed back to the room together. For more chapters, feel free to follow me on Patreon. 100 chapters ahead. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 473, Chapter 473, Volume 7, Chapter 26, Tenderness. Shiomi lifted his arm and rested it on his forehead, breathing lightly. He had just come out of the bath, and now he'd have to go back in for another wash. His skin was probably going to end up wrinkled from all the soaking. Still feeling tired? Morgan asked. No, not really, Shiomi gave her a small smile. After all, you two are feeding magic back into me. It was strange, sure, but not unpleasant. The intense physical contact, the arousal, it brought his magic circuits into an active state, making it easier to accept mana that wasn't originally his. Morgan leaned down, resting her face against Shiomi's neck and gently bit him. It hurt a little, but to him, it felt oddly satisfying, like he'd found his place again. Shame I'm not a vampire-type fairy. I don't have the power to save her blood, Morgan whispered seductively into his ear. If you bite through an artery, I'm dead, Shiomi muttered in return. Honestly, he wasn't even sure how well his healing ability worked right now. At that moment, Artoria's hand slid across the bed, her fingertips brushing the bite mark Morgan had left on Shiomi's neck. Thinking of leaving your own mark too? Shiomi asked with a teasing smile. No need, Artoria murmured with a small shake of her head. She was lying on her side, just in the right position to see the mark. It was fading before her eyes, already healing at a visible pace. Within a minute, it would be gone entirely. In the end, making a mark like that was just a fleeting act of intimacy. The authority hasn't vanished. Otherwise, you wouldn't be recovering this quickly, Morgan said as she lay on Shiomi's chest, her gaze unfocused and drifting. If I'd known we'd have this much time after getting back from the subcategory singularity, we wouldn't have needed to draw lots at all. If you'd done that, you'd just look like a woman with a bit too much libido, Shiomi joked under his breath. Would that really be so bad? Morgan laughed, clearly in better spirits. For 2 months after their return from the Temple of Time, she'd been on edge. Even though she'd known the outcome, knew that even a near-fatal injury wouldn't break Shiomi, seeing him in that state with her own eyes had left her anxious day and night. It wasn't until today that she finally felt that weight lift. Artoria shifted closer, nestling into Shiomi's arm until it was almost buried beneath her. Her hand slid beneath the covers, gently intertwining her fingers with his. By the way, what was it like, meeting another version of yourself? Shiomi asked, his voice curious. The sudden shift in topic made Artoria pause. She instinctively leaned closer to his head, answering softly but clearly. Just one look, and I could tell, she was carrying the same burdens as I was. Realizing that, it hurt more than I expected. But at the same time, there was a strange, overwhelming sense of pride. So, the two of them had ended up sharing a drink, just a simple beer from one of Shinjuku Singularity's vending machines. Even so, seeing that cold and unfeeling side of Artoria, I suddenly don't find it strange that you could do what you did in the sixth singularity, Morgan teased. At your core, you're a ruthless queen. It just takes something like black mud or the Holy Lance to bring it out. Artoria had no comeback. Morgan had struck a little too close to the truth. Still, the Artoria in Shinjuku seemed to have no memory at all of Singularity F, Morgan added, her tone suddenly shifting back to serious. Shiomi nodded. Yeah, I caught that too when you were reporting back to Chaldea. By contrast, Jean Dark Alter clearly remembered what happened in the Orleans Singularity. Even though it's strange for me to say this, Artoria murmured thoughtfully, I get the feeling the black me is deliberately hiding something. Obviously, Morgan chuckled. The Artoria from Shinjuku knows exactly what fairy eyes are. She'd rather say nothing at all than risk a lie that can be seen through. With the string of incidents that needed attention in the Shinjuku Singularity, this particular issue had unintentionally been overlooked by everyone. What do you think her reason might be? Shiomi asked. Artoria propped herself up with one hand, the other supporting her head, looking genuinely puzzled. I'm not sure, but she's definitely not acting aimlessly. Sorry. It's ridiculous that I can't figure out someone who's supposed to be me. Just as she began to apologize, Shiomi gently pulled her back down and stroked her head. You don't need to blame yourself. Servants appear in singularities for all sorts of reasons, maybe the counter-force called them, or maybe some divine hand is pulling the strings, Shiomi said gently. You've already done more than enough. Tenkei. Because of how she'd moved, Artoria's face was now nestled against his neck. His scent lingered at the tip of her nose, making her dizzy and lightheaded. Her body was already satisfied, but deep inside, a faint thirst remained, one that only warmth and closeness could ease over time. Seeing how helplessly dazed she looked, Morgan let out a sigh. You've completely turned into a debauched monarch addicted to men. Good thing your loyal knights of the Round Table couldn't possibly imagine this, or witness it. Though, truth be told, Morgan thought she wasn't much better herself in that regard. If they did see it, would we be looking at something like Assistant Commander Agravain leading the knights in a royal purge? Shiomi added with a chuckle. There's a phrase for that, isn't there? Something like righteous rebellion. Morgan said. You know a lot more than I expected, Shiomi blinked in surprise. I've read nearly every historical text and legend in this human history, she said proudly. Reading had always been something she loved, it was just a part of herself she kept hidden. Morgan hadn't wasted the past 20-some years. Hey, maybe you could get off me now? Shiomi asked. You're not heavy, but it's kinda hard to breathe. Hopeless, Morgan muttered with a smile as she rolled off and lay down on his other side. We're all exhausted today, and it's still early for dinner. How about just staying like this and napping with me? That was my plan from the start. Shiomi gently shifted his arm, pulling Morgan close by the shoulder. Morgan reached out, grabbing the fallen blanket and pulling it up to cover all three of them. Their entwined bodies radiated warmth, and as the comfort of their closeness settled in, Shiomi's eyelids began to droop. Before long, he slipped into peaceful sleep alongside them. Chapter 474, Chapter 474, Volume 7, Chapter 27, Muncel's New Directive. According to the intelligence provided by the servant whose true name is Holmes, who assisted Chaldea in Shinjuku, there's more than one subcategory singularity, said Romani. In Shiomi's room, he was discussing the matter of the subcategory singularities with Romani. That man once showed up at the Atlas Institute. For some reason, he was investigating our backgrounds, yours and mine. Shiomi rested his chin on one hand. That still hasn't been made public. Are you really going to believe what Holmes says? He's a detective who represents justice, after all. I don't think he'd do anything shady, Romani said with a grin, sipping his coffee. Shiomi gave him a deadpan look. Even as a joke, that's not funny. But according to Holmes, the ones who created the subcategory singularities are the demon pillars who escaped from the collapsing Temple of Time when Goetia was defeated, Romani said. And in Shinjuku, the demon god Baal also appeared. So you're planning to believe him? Shiomi raised an eyebrow. Romani shook his head. You're right. His motives are unclear, and he keeps showing up at various singularities. Unless he has something like the independent manifestation ability that Queen Scáthach or the Lion King possess, there's definitely someone backing his actions. We can't trust him completely. Looking at the results, it's clear not all of the demon pillars accepted defeat. Shiomi sighed as he glanced down at the documents compiled after repairing the singularity. Romani gave a wry smile. Seems like it. Chaldea's doing everything it can to search for distortions in history using Shiba, but since subcategory singularities barely affect history, they're harder to detect. As he said that, his expression unconsciously turned gloomy, until a slice of untouched cake was pushed in front of him. Romani had already finished his own, while Shiomi hadn't touched his. You've been fighting to save the world for 10 years now. It's time you took a break, Shiomi said. Since this isn't a crisis that'll end the world, why not take it easy? That may be true. I've actually thought a lot about how I'd use my time once we made it through the end of the world crisis, Romani said, looking down at the cake with a wry smile. But maybe I've gotten too used to working in Chaldea. I don't know how to handle life when I'm not busy anymore. At the very least, it won't be as tough as it used to be. Chaldea isn't completely cut off from the outside anymore, we're getting supplies now, Shiomi said. But the emergence of the subcategory singularities has forced Chaldea to resume emergency ray shifting. The Mages Association is under a lot of pressure again, Romani shook his head. He wanted to truly relax, but reality never quite allowed for that. We're in the clear for now. The investigation report Tuko brought back has eased the clock tower's hard stance toward Chaldea to some degree, Shiomi said with a smile. However, it's still uncertain how long Chaldea can continue existing as private property under Animosphere. Shiomi frowned. Lorelei from the Department of Policies is still pushing to split Chaldea's authority into shares. The directors got it even tougher now. Romani scratched his head, then picked up the slice of cake Shiomi had slid over to him. I'll just take this with me then. Exactly, go ahead, take it, Shiomi said cheerfully, waving his hand. After seeing Romani off, Shiomi rolled his chair toward the desk and began checking Chaldea's server records. But the moment he opened the director-level access database, his hand froze. Oh my, working late, are we? The voice sounded just like Sakura's, but with a completely different personality. Long time no see, BB, Shiomi replied without turning around. Just as predicted, the incineration of humanity caused by the King of Magecraft ended without requiring any sacrifices. BB leaned against the desk. Well, that is, if we don't count the divine punishment Daddy had to bear. What exactly is Mooncell? Shiomi asked directly. The King of Magecraft only knew it as some ancient relic on the moon. Even my mother only had vague knowledge of its existence. BB put on a look of feigned surprise. Wow, I didn't expect Daddy to dig this deep, even going so far as to seek help from Goddess Tiamat. No, it was my mother who told me, Shiomi said. Mother, huh? BB repeated the word with amusement. If Goddess Tiamat is Daddy's mother, does that make her my grandmother? Call her whatever you like. Shiomi realized BB still had no intention of answering his question. So now that the incineration of humanity is over and the world's been saved, what are you doing here? Come to evaluate everything I've done so far. Congratulations. You gave it your all, resolved the incineration of humanity, passed the trial, and reclaimed your everyday life. I'm sure humanity will move forward undisturbed from here on. BB clasped her hands together and smiled radiantly at him. When you put it that way, it just makes it obvious things are far from over, doesn't it? Shiomi said quietly. Ugh, I really hate humans who are as sharp as Daddy. Just kidding. BB exaggerated a look of disgust before switching back to her innocent smile. But your instincts are spot on. Even if the incineration is resolved and the world returned to normal, this planet's human history has no future. Is that so? Shiomi frowned instinctively. So, as a preliminary test for your next journey, Mooncell plans to assign you a little task, BB said as she leaned in close to his ear. Apparently, there's a singularity out there with traces of an as-yet unformed beast. Shiomi gave her a skeptical look. You planning to throw me, in my current state, in there as fertilizer for the singularity? Of course not. The damage from the divine punishment on your body isn't something that can be wiped away so easily. But as compensation, I'll grant you a little cheat. I'll make sure you can fight at your peak strength within the singularity. Shiomi raised an eyebrow, half in disbelief. You've seen me at my peak. Then I'll be watching, Daddy. Don't let me down. Whoosh. With the swish of the automatic door opening, BB had already vanished. As if she had never been there. Did someone come by, my husband? Morgan asked, glancing at the empty plate and coffee cup on the table. Well. Shiomi considered whether to tell Morgan the whole story. Never mind, we'll talk later. Caren asked me to take you for a checkup. Ah, all right. And with that, Morgan took Shiomi by the hand and led him out of the room. On the still active computer, an email was quietly delivered to Shiomi's inbox. For more chapters, feel free to follow me on Patreon. 100 chapters ahead. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 475, Chapter 475, Volume 7, Chapter 28, Seraphic's Offshore Oil Rig. At the final stage of the Fifth Holy Grail War, during negotiations with Shiomi, Marisberry had frankly admitted that he didn't have the funds to complete Chaldea's. In truth, as a Magus family with a lineage spanning over 2,000 years, the Animosphere family possessed considerable wealth. But even that legacy couldn't cover the cost of building Chaldea's. Now, aside from the operational Antarctic Observatory, Chaldea, the Animosphere family still owned two other significant assets. One was a nuclear power plant in France, which supplied electricity to Chaldea. The other was an offshore oil rig known as Seraphic's. Many of Chaldea's current surviving personnel had friends or relatives working at Seraphic's, so the oil platform maintained regular contact with Chaldea every 3 months for personnel updates and intelligence sharing. Even after the resolution of the incineration of humanity, Seraphic's re-established its connection with Chaldea and continued its routine communications. Located in the North Sea between Britannia and the Eurasian continent, the oil rig had become Chaldea's most vital source of income after suffering heavy losses elsewhere, making Olga Marie more invested in its status than ever before. With sufficient funds in hand, they could better defend Chaldea's authority in its ongoing power struggle with the clock tower. Yet Olga Marie herself had never been to Seraphic's. After Marisbury's death, managing Chaldea alone had already driven her to the brink of physical and mental collapse. So the oil rig's affairs had always been handled by Chaldea's senior staff. But the explosion in the control room had killed nearly all of those experienced personnel. Now, none of the current staff had ever visited the offshore platform. The employees who were now in contact with the oil rig were all new hires who had built friendships with Seraphic's personnel through communication over the past few years, their connections more like pen pals than co-workers. With one side based out at sea and the other in a snowy mountain range, both were isolated work environments, making it easier to find shared topics of conversation. As one communications officer put it, these precious, screen-bound acquaintances were just like Romani's Magi Mari. Though Romani insisted Magi Mari was nothing like that. How is it? What's the situation at Seraphic's? Inside the control room, Olga Marie paced restlessly as she urged the staff to operate the near-future observation lens, Sheba, to check on the oil rig. But after initiating their routine contact, Chaldea had instead received a choppy voice transmission from what sounded like a final, desperate survivor, like a message sent moments before total destruction. After that, Sheba lost all ability to observe Seraphic's. Though the offshore oil platform was mobile and Sheba searched the nearby sea, it found no trace of Seraphic's. Any other anomalies? Oil leaks. Signs of fire. Space-time distortion. What about a singularity? Olga Marie rattled off questions like a machine gun. None. Nothing at all. No singularity response either. Romani's fingers flew across the controls. The source of the earlier transmission can't be confirmed, and the images came from an unidentifiable zone. Olga Marie's face had gone completely pale. She was so tense that she unconsciously began biting her thumbnail. Biting your nails when you're nervous isn't a great habit. Shiomi gently pressed down on her hand. His calm voice made Olga Marie feel like she'd found a lifeline. Sensei. Weren't you supposed to be at your routine checkup? I finished it already. Shiomi let go and patted Romani on the shoulder. Mind if I take over? I think I know what to do. Romani turned back with a questioning look. After locking eyes with Shiomi for a moment, he gave a nod. All right, it's yours. The two swapped places, and Shiomi immediately began adjusting the near-future observation lens. Time, AD 2030. Location, Mariana Trench. As soon as those parameters were corrected, the lens finally responded. Seraphix is at a depth of 200 meters. And, the staff member pulling the data suddenly exclaimed, we're detecting a singularity. Olga Marie slammed her hand on the director's desk in shock. How is this even possible? If the oil platform had just drifted into the deep Pacific, that'd be one thing. But ray-shifting can only be done into the past, Romani said, clenching his fists. Proof of existence for the future can't be established unless the quantum time lock has already been fully secured. After all, Chaldea's core mission was to ensure the continuation of human history for the next 100 years. Verifying that humanity could survive a century into the future was Chaldea's upper limit. Trying to validate the existence of something beyond that. It's possible, Shiomi said, still composed. Or rather, he was in a unique position that allowed him to stay calm. After returning to his room, he'd found an anonymous email, and it was obvious at a glance that it had come from BB. Using the data in that email, Shiomi, who was technically a layman when it came to ray-shifting, had managed to do something even the professionals couldn't, establish proof of existence for Seraphix, which had drifted to 2030. It was support, straight from Moon Cell. But who's going to ray-shift to the future? Olga Marie asked. It wasn't that she didn't have anyone in mind, just that, seeing the data, she understood this journey would be anything but easy. I'll go. Shiomi stood up. His declaration left the room stunned. Hold on. Your body still hasn't fully recovered. Even if you can withstand a ray shift, Olga Marie was the first to object. But her protest lost momentum against Shiomi's unwavering gaze. Who are you planning to take with you? Scáthach asked after a moment of silence. Shiomi turned to look at Morgan, Scáthach, and Artoria. Of course, all of you. By all, he meant just the three of them. As usual, careful, but daring, Morgan said with a knowing smile. She clearly wasn't against it. Artoria gave Shiomi a formal nod. If it's our master's decision, then even if the singularity lies in the depths of hell, I swear as a knight to follow you there. Despite their day-to-day bickering, when real danger appeared, the three of them always stood by Shiomi's side. With that kind of unified resolve, no one could say a word in opposition. Then it settled. Shiomi stared at the words, AD.2030, on the screen and made the quiet declaration. Chapter 476, Chapter 476, Volume 7, Chapter 29, Serial Phantasm and the Holy Grail War. Welcome, visitors from another world. This is the spirit and constructed realm known as Serial Phantasm, a digital space simulated as se.ra.ph, the new, blissful paradise. You've gathered here to prevent the world's collapse, alongside 128 masters and servants summoned within se.ra.ph. We commend your noble mission. However, human desire knows no bounds, and nobility alone won't satisfy the audience. Thus, an additional condition has been added, become the last one standing by eliminating the other 127 masters. If you succeed, the all-powerful Moon Cell will be yours. That said, be aware, there is no exit from se.ra.ph. There is no such thing as doing nothing. Whether fighting or killing, your own survival must come first. After completing their ray shift to the sunken oil field, Seraphix, Shiomi, and the others opened their eyes to find themselves in a vast blue spirit in space. Though submerged beneath the sea, they stood on a transparent grid-like floor made of unknown material, with winding paths extending in all directions. Yet despite this, they could breathe effortlessly, there was no sensation of drowning. More troubling than that, however, was the broadcast that began the moment the transfer completed. A battle to the death among 128 masters and servants, Morgan confirmed as she took stock of the situation. Setting aside whether this suspicious place is truly the sunken Seraphix oil field. Scáthach moved aside, observing their surroundings. True or not, we don't even have the most basic intel. Just like before, we'll have to start from zero. Artoria then spoke up. But, that strange broadcast just now sounded like something out of a Holy Grail War. Moon Cell. Morgan murmured, deep in thought. Do any of you know anything about it? It was one of the few things she didn't fully understand. Well, I've heard it's some ancient relic sleeping inside the moon, Scáthach replied, closing her eyes in mild confusion. Other than that, I know nothing. My teacher Merlin mentioned it once in a dream lesson, Artoria added. But he only said it was something not worth understanding in this era. After confirming their communication status, Shiomi joined in. I asked Romani about it too. His answer was more or less the same as Master's. Even the king of magecraft doesn't know the full picture, huh? Morgan mused. More importantly, Shiomi continued, since this is like a Holy Grail War, and there's a system of masters and servants in place. He glanced at the three of them. We might as well blend in. Morgan set aside her thoughts and smiled. You mean we pretend to be master and servant pairs, like in a proper Holy Grail War, to handle whatever comes next? Not just that. From now on, I won't use your true names. I'll refer to you by class, and you should address me as your master. Sound good? He gestured toward each of them in turn. Berserker, Lancer, Ruler, how about it? Putting aside how odd it is to have a ruler in a Holy Grail War, I have no complaints, Morgan said, confidently brushing back her hair. After all, I've assisted my husband in 2 Holy Grail Wars already. I'm quite experienced. Oh, pulling this trick, are we? Well, if it's my beloved disciple asking, I've no reason to refuse, Scáthach said with amusement. Artoria nodded. Given how little we know of this place, hiding our true names is definitely wise. Shiomi raised a hand, forming a mock receiver shape as he turned to them. Then let's not waste time, give it a try. Is that really necessary, Master? Artoria asked, though she'd always called him that during their time together in Uruk. You're not a kid anymore, Master. Still acting like one. Scáthach chuckled. Morgan gave him a sly, half-lidded look. Perhaps you've realized your own combat power is lacking, and decided to fully embrace the Holy Grail War approach, Master. Shiomi, clearly pleased, clenched his fist. All right, this feels good. Then, realizing he was getting overly excited, he quickly coughed twice to cover it up. Sorry, I got a little too excited at the mention of the Holy Grail War. This really isn't the time for that. More importantly, communication with Chaldea's been completely severed, right, Master? Morgan wrapped her arm around Shiomi's and leaned in close, whispering the word Master right by his ear. Back during the 4th Holy Grail War, Morgan had barely manifested for a day before taking the opportunity to call him my husband. Instead, she rarely addressed him directly otherwise. So now, 20 years later, hearing her suddenly call him that again nearly made Shiomi's bones melt. See, could you give me a little space, Berserker? Not great for the heart, Shiomi muttered awkwardly. He didn't pull away, but quickly returned to a serious tone. Yeah, communication's completely cut off. That means we're not getting any support from Chaldea at all. Scáthach stepped forward and moved toward the road ahead. Either way, we can't stay here. We've all been a bit off since the ray shift, she said. This area looks like a boundary zone. Just lingering here will drain our spirit and structure bit by bit. Before she could finish, a cold gleam flashed from behind. Though her back was turned, Scáthach didn't even glance. She instantly spun around and swept her crimson spear across the space behind her. 2 Japanese swords, as if possessed by their own will, were knocked aside by her spear. They didn't fall, but wobbled back into the shadows further down the road. They returned to the side of a girl who strolled forward at a measured pace. Seriously, isn't this a bit of a cheat? A master walking around with 3 servants. The servant, dressed like a Japanese high school student, carried a backpack on one shoulder and held a sword pointed directly at them with the other hand, eyes sharp and alert. If you're going to launch a sneak attack, you should at least keep your presence hidden until the hit lands. Scáthach tilted her head and looked over at the girl. Unlucky for me, I'm a saber, not exactly built for stealth like an assassin. The saber grinned, openly radiating killing intent. Saw some weird lightning and came to check it out. Didn't expect to run into a master this shameless. 3 servants at once. That's just overkill. Can't argue with that, Scáthach said with a nod. Well, he is a master. I suppose we'll have to let this one slide. Morgan's tone was tinged with subtle jealousy. Shiomi could only slap a hand to his forehead. For more chapters, feel free to follow me on Patreon. 100 chapters ahead. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 477, Chapter 477, Volume 7, Chapter 30, The Enemy's a Schoolgirl. The only one who didn't speak up against Shiomi was Artoria, not out of shyness, but because she had sensed 2 servants emerging from the shadows behind the young saber. When their faces came into view, Artoria froze in disbelief. Gawain. Tristan. Hearing her speak their true names, the young saber raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh. So they're acquaintances of yours? In that case, there's no point hiding behind our class names anymore, is there? It would seem so, Gawain said solemnly. To think we've fallen so low in this Holy Grail War that we now stand in opposition to our king. Tristan slightly lowered his head, his expression grim. As much as I wish to defect and return to the king's side, it's no longer possible. I've even been stripped of the freedom to take my own life in atonement, just to avoid opposing our king. You too. Artoria clenched her fists tightly, pain written all over her face. From their words, it was clear their consciousness hadn't been taken, but something was restricting their actions. Someone was pulling the strings behind them, treating the two as pawns. To think even the Knights of the Round Table could be manipulated. This saber really isn't to be underestimated, Morgan said as she stepped in front of Shiomi protectively. The young saber grinned. It's not like I'm the one controlling them. But hey, turning enemies into allies to fight others. That's a win in my book. I mean, having these handsome knights follow my orders. Super cool, right? She arrogantly raised her sword and pointed it straight at Artoria. You should understand this better than anyone. Utter nonsense. Turning proud knights into puppets for your use. Whether as a king or as a comrade, I will never forgive such a disgraceful act. Artoria snapped, her voice low and fierce. The holy lance appeared, stirring the wind. Gawain let out a heavy sigh. To hear such words from our king. I'm truly grateful. But a fight is inevitable. Forgive us. Tristan's brow furrowed as he plucked his harp string. Arrows rained in from all directions. Vertiadigung, Shiomi whispered. It wasn't a command, but an invocation, a declaration of magecraft. Using several runes as a base, he released a barrier of magic energy that expanded outward, shielding the group from the incoming arrows. You can already use magecraft at this scale. Morgan exclaimed in surprise. According to the pre-departure assessment she and Scáthach had conducted, Shiomi's condition and combat potential as a master were about on par with Ritsuka. That was why she had helped fine-tune the Chaldea Mystic Code for him, to better support combat from a master's position. Yet even so, being able to use his signature rune's magic without relying on the Mystic Code was beyond anything the three of them had anticipated. Not too shabby, Shiomi said, placing his hands on Artoria's and Morgan's backs. I'll back you up with rune's magic. I'm counting on you for the fight. With no signal, the battle erupted instantly. Empowered by runes, Artoria and Morgan burst forward, dashing past Scáthach and clashing head-on with the advancing Gawain and Tristan. The young saber didn't even glance at the skirmish, nor did she intend to help. Instead, she raised the katana in her hand. More swords began to float around her, their numbers growing by the second. Swayren. Oh. So we're having a weapon count contest now. Scáthach widened the gap and stepped forward to shield Shiomi in Morgan's place, swinging her arm sharply. Spears of crimson materialized one after another, matching the number of sabers' floating blades. Whoa, nice moves. You're good. Despite the compliment, the girl looked thrilled as she and Scáthach simultaneously swung their weapons. Katanas and red spears collided and clattered to the ground. Neither side needed to micromanage, their weapons moved on their own, engaging each other midair. At the same time, their wielders clashed directly. I'm talking to you. That weapon's a lance, right? You really like your master, huh? Saber grinned, flashing a set of white teeth. Scáthach gracefully swung her crimson spear, clashing with Saber. That much is obvious. So why bother asking? Scáthach sidestepped the incoming slash. The blade didn't even come close to grazing her hair. Though this saber clearly had her abilities enhanced, her overall level comparable to Lancelot when he received the gift from the Lion King, her agility still lagged behind Scáthach's. After a dozen or so exchanges, Saber began to fall behind, hindered by the shorter reach of her weapon and the gap in skill. That was likely why the young Saber brought it up. I mean, if someone you care about dies, especially your master, that'd be a real hassle for you, right? She abruptly sheathed her sword, then lashed out in a wide, elegant arc. The blade struck Scáthach's spear but was just a feint. With a mischievous giggle, Saber let two katanas slip around the spear and shoot toward Shiomi's back. At that speed, no human master could possibly react in time. She had used this move to take down several masters before. Scáthach noticed, but didn't turn around. Because Shiomi had already told her via mental transmission not to worry. Focused entirely on her counterattack, Scáthach caught the look of surprise on Saber's face. The two blades aiming for Shiomi's back missed, avoided by him leaning forward barely half a second in advance, his motion aligning perfectly with Scáthach's backward leap. TCH. Clang. Clang. Caught off guard, Saber didn't have time to control them separately and could only knock away the two blade copies. Master. By the time Scáthach landed, Shiomi had already prepared a magic circle. Nice enchantment. So this is the Holy Grail War, huh? The array rose from the ground, sweeping over Scáthach's body. Her mana flared, growing even more intense. Berserker, ruler. Scáthach shouted a warning to Morgan and Artoria, telling them to fall back. 6 crimson spears materialized again, but any servant could tell at a glance. These spears radiated mana of a completely different scale than before. Just as the two women began to retreat, and Gawain and Tristan had no choice but to continue their pursuit. A shadow loomed behind them. Its landing was so heavy that the ground trembled violently. Ugh. The figure let out a groan, seemingly incapable of speech. Huh. The young saber whipped around, her eyes wide with fear. Gawain, still facing forward, called out. My king. Please retreat with your allies, now. And then the terrified voice of the young saber rang out. Why? Why are you here? This isn't even your jurisdiction. Passion lip. Though truthfully, it wasn't hers either. Chapter 478, Chapter 478, Volume 7, Chapter 31, Emergency Retreat. The purple-haired girl referred to as Passion Lip by the young saber was a servant. She wore a restraining helmet that concealed her face, letting out only pained, inarticulate whimpers. What is that? Even someone as experienced as Scáthach was momentarily stunned. Passion Lip had a petite frame, yet her chest size was enough to put even Artoria to shame. That alone wouldn't be an issue, she'd just be another servant with a striking figure. The real problem lay in her unnatural golden claws. Instead of hands, everything below Passion Lip's elbows was replaced by massive, golden talons. Careful. Don't let that thing touch you, Shiomi warned Scáthach. Her hands are both weapons and noble phantasms. She's extremely dangerous. Even without knowing what Passion Lip really was, Shiomi's instincts screamed that she was a serious threat. Stranger still, despite never having seen her before, he felt an odd sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered her somewhere before. But reality gave him no time to think. Passion Lip, who had suddenly appeared, began attacking everything around her indiscriminately. Whether it was the young saber and the two knights of the Round Table, or Shiomi and the rest, she didn't differentiate. Her claws moved with a deceptively light motion, yet everything around her, even the ground itself, began to shatter. Worse yet, ever since the ray shift into this digital world, Shiomi's body had started to break down. In any case, we need to retreat, get out of this area. Morgan quickly decided, with no time to analyze the cause. Even if they managed to win, there was no telling whether the servants would fall first, or Shiomi would disappear. Without hesitation, Scáthach picked up Shiomi and dashed away from Passion Lip. Wait. Master. He wanted to run on his own feet, but Scáthach's judgment was spot on. In his current state, Shiomi couldn't keep running for long, and there was a high chance he'd be caught by the newly appeared servant if he tried. That steel gorilla. Barging in at the worst possible moment. This is seriously pissing me off. Though she clearly recognized Passion Lip, the young saber still turned and fled. Only Gawain and Tristan held their ground. With Passion Lip's sudden intrusion, their priorities had shifted, now it was all about self-preservation and withdrawal. How exactly to survive and retreat was left to the judgment of the two knights. Gawain. Tristan. Artoria called out in alarm. Just then, countless threads coiled around Passion Lip, temporarily restricting her movements. My king. Please leave this place at once. Gawain called out without looking back. We cannot undo the sin of raising our blades against you. This is the least we can do. Tristan gave a light laugh. No need to worry, my king. This is our duty. What are you hesitating for, ruler? Morgan urged. Artoria followed closely behind Scáthach and Morgan. While the terrifying young servant sowed chaos, she took the chance to pull away the moment the two knights blocked her path. She really just left her comrades behind, Shiomi muttered, watching Saber maintain her distance but flee in the same direction. They're strong enough. No way Passion Lip's ghostly self could kill them, Saber replied confidently. Soon, the path ahead forked. But Saber suddenly stopped and turned around. Planning to die? Scáthach asked, coming to a halt. It wasn't necessarily a bad thing for their group, after all, they'd been enemies until the third-party intrusion disrupted the battle. No point in sticking with the enemy. And after thinking about it, I should go help those two out. They're my subordinates, after all. Saber declared with a bold laugh, pointing her katana at the three. Besides, I'm still pissed about getting interrupted. Morgan raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh. Then good luck to you. The sounds of battle were drawing closer. Gawain and Tristan were clearly fighting a retreating battle. Staying here would only delay things and risk getting caught. Saber didn't seem concerned. With a flourish, she turned and strode off. Don't underestimate me. I'm the daughter of the demon king of the fourth heaven, the radiant and brilliant J.K. Saber, Suzuka Guzan. With no intention of hiding her true name, Suzuka Guzan introduced herself grandly and turned back the way she came. J.K. Shiomi rubbed his temples, already feeling a headache. But there was no time for banter or analysis, the path ahead had split again. Master, which way should we go? Artoria asked. Shiomi hesitated, then looked toward the fork. Come this way. I'm waiting for you at the church. A voice suddenly echoed in his mind. This way. There's a church we can use for shelter. He pointed toward one of the paths. The three women were clearly surprised, but none hesitated. They stepped in the direction Shiomi indicated. How did you know there's a church? Scáthach asked. You'll understand when we get there, Shiomi replied quietly. I once said I didn't know where I came from and had no memories of my past. That wasn't entirely true. Morgan said, yet my fairy eyes tell me you've shown no signs of lying. Exactly. I only told you what I could. Shiomi let out a sigh. I wasn't supposed to be part of this race shift. The reason I insisted on going alone, bringing only you three, is because of this. Master's origins. Artoria murmured thoughtfully. Even she hadn't been able to uncover the truth. But now, it might be close at hand. I have a feeling the other party might not be willing to tell me everything, Shiomi said, shaking his head. After weaving through the winding roads, the silhouette of the church finally came into view. But more importantly, prepare yourselves, so you won't be too shocked when you see who's inside, he added. That only deepened their curiosity. When they reached the front of the church, Scáthach gently set Shiomi down. As they moved farther from the battlefield, his spiritual state stabilized. The disintegration effect ceased, for now. Is this another old flame? Scáthach asked while smoothing the wrinkles on his clothes. Morgan raised a hand. I'm nearing my limit. If any more pop up, we may need to start restraining our master. It's not that kind of thing. And rather than an old flame. Shiomi pushed open the church door. Calling her my daughter might be more accurate. A secret child? Artoria asked flatly. Shiomi nearly lost his balance, letting the open door swing back and shut with a thud. You'll understand when you see her. If his instincts were right. This was a secret he'd long wanted to share with the three women closest to him, but had never found the words. You arrived faster than I expected. Perhaps I should commend your decisiveness. In front of the church altar, a girl in a black trench coat stood with her back to the entrance, idly toying with a cane in her hand as she slowly turned around. Dad. For more chapters, feel free to follow me on Patreon. 100 chapters ahead. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 479, Volume 7, Chapter 32, BB. In the dimly lit chapel, the girl standing before the altar addressed Shiomi. Sakura. Scáthach asked, puzzled. She really does look like Sakura, Artoria nodded. Morgan let out a cold snort and stepped forward first. Even if our strength is weakened in the present world, we're still heroic spirits recorded in history. Has your judgment dulled so much that you'd mistake her for Sakura? That's impossible. As she spoke, Morgan had already reached the girl who resembled Sakura and was now looking down at her. As expected of mother. You saw through it right away, the girl beamed with a bright, respectful smile. Well, she really does look like her, Morgan muttered, turning her head with a touch of embarrassment as if admitting her initial judgment to Shiomi had been wrong. That child, Morgan had raised her from a young age, personally teaching her magecraft and grooming her to become one of the top magi of this era. The smile on the girl's face, clever and obedient, was unmistakably reminiscent of Sakura. Enough with the jokes, BB, Shiomi said as he walked over. I carried out the race shift alone, just as you asked. Well, you did bring 3 servants along, BB huffed. But I'll overlook that rule violation just this once, for Dad's sake. After everyone sat down on the church pews, Scáthach spoke up. So, are you going to introduce her? Who exactly is she? More importantly, why are you all sitting like this? Shiomi muttered. Morgan and Artoria were seated snugly on either side of him, each holding onto one of his arms, while Scáthach stood behind the bench, wrapping her arms around his shoulders and resting her chin lightly on his forehead. To protect your safety, of course, Morgan said matter-of-factly. Even if she looks almost exactly like Sakura, BB, you and Sakura are on completely different levels. BB puffed out her cheeks and pouted. I wasn't planning anything bad. But mother says things like that about me, it's not fair. There. Don't cry, Shiomi said, trying to console her. BB immediately switched back to a cheerful smile with a playful hey, making Shiomi regret being so soft. Can you give us an explanation, he asked. Well then, let me start by explaining se.ra.ph's current state. No, I mean, within reason, tell me about my own situation, Shiomi cut in. The one who first sent me to the land of shadows to survive, where I was found and became Master's disciple, that was you, wasn't it? Or rather, Moon Cell, right? For the first time, Shiomi asked the question without holding back. So you're more interested in that than the situation right in front of you? BB seemed slightly surprised. She placed her hands on her hips, tilted her head, and looked at him. Still, under the circumstances, I guess it's fine to share a little. Tapping her palm lightly with the tip of her pointer, she began pacing slowly along the chapel aisle, trailing one hand along the wall. Mooncell needed you to become strong enough, so it had to pick a suitable teacher. Among the historic figures known for training heroes, Queen Scáthach was the most compatible with you. That's why you were sent to the Land of Shadows. And physically compatible too, Scáthach added with satisfaction, whispering into Shiomi's ear. Ah. Shiomi was at a loss for words. As if that remark had lit a competitive spark, Morgan slipped her hand under his clothes, gently caressing a particularly sensitive spot on his back, forcing Shiomi to steady himself. So, why exactly does Mooncell need me to become so strong? He asked loudly, using the question to shift his focus. Don't you already know? BB said with feigned confusion. You've made it all the way here, why bother asking something so redundant? Artoria, focused on listening to BB and unaware of any oddity, slowly responded. To save the world. Correct, King of Knights. BB smiled. Dad here is the chosen Messiah. There are countless people in the world, why choose me? Shiomi asked calmly, attempting to slip free from Morgan's grasp. I don't even believe in any god. How could I possibly be a savior? Well, that part's classified, BB replied, making it clear she couldn't go into details. Mooncell imposed a lot of restrictions. This is all I'm allowed to say for now. As BB approached the side aisle near Morgan, Morgan pulled her hand back. Then who exactly are you? Why do you look so much like Sakura? Me. I'm an advanced AI created by Mooncell to guide Dad on his path. I was modeled after Sakura, using data from an incident that's now fallen into the realm of imaginary numbers. An AI. So you're not human? Scáthach was taken aback. BB gave off no mechanical impression, in fact, she looked completely human. Exactly. Unlike humans who are organic lifeforms, I'm an informational lifeform. BB proudly placed a hand on her chest, flaunting her identity. My personality, thoughts, and everything else were modeled after Sakura, who's currently in Chaldea. My appearance is locked at 17. I'm an eternally youthful and beautiful AI. You're even more troublesome than Sakura, Shiomi muttered. Oh. BB was genuinely surprised this time. Morgan, unusually sympathetic, said, Are you really unaware, or is it just the blinding bias of fatherly love? That girl's scheming nature is no less than Karen's. That's a good thing, isn't it? Scáthach smiled. She might look delicate, but she's more than capable. That should put her master at ease. Ahaha. Shiomi gave a dry laugh, weighed down by the guilt of being a less-than-perfect father. So then, what exactly is Mooncell? After the rayshift, we heard an announcement saying that this Holy Grail War, where 128 masters and servants are pitted against each other, would reward the victor with Mooncell. Isn't Mooncell supposed to be the Holy Grail? BB's expression grew more serious. To be precise, this space known as se.ra.ph isn't the real se.ra.ph. And this so-called Holy Grail War between 128 masters and servants is just a crude imitation of the actual Moon Holy Grail War. Clearly, if they wanted a real answer about what Mooncell was, they needed a full understanding of this singularity's circumstances. Then please, Shiomi said sincerely, meeting BB's gaze, start from the beginning and explain everything to us. Chapter 480, Volume 7, Chapter 33, Grasp the Situation. Seeing Shiomi's expression as he spoke, BB perked up, thoughtfully tapping her palm with her pointer. Then let's start with the conclusion. This place. se.ra.ph will sink into the Mariana Trench, 10,000 meters below sea level, in 2.5 hours. She got straight to the point. The weight of that statement hit Shiomi hard. He almost sprang up from the bench, ready to rush out and continue investigating for a way to fix the singularity. Fortunately, Morgan and the others were seated in just the right positions to keep him grounded. The moment he started to rise, they pushed him right back down. Calm yourself, Scáthach said, ruffling his hair. Everyone understood why Shiomi was so on edge. If he were here alone, he might have remained composed enough to listen to BB's explanation patiently. But with his companions involved, things were different. Shiomi didn't fear dying himself, but he couldn't bear the idea of dragging others down with him. It might have sounded romantic in theory, but he wanted nothing to do with that kind of ending. There's only 2.5 hours left, yet you're so relaxed. That must mean the remaining time refers to how fast this singularity is sinking, as observed externally from Chaldea. Morgan asked. BB nodded enthusiastically. Correct, Mother. Time in the real world flows 100 times faster than here in se.ra.ph. To be precise, 1 minute outside equals 100 minutes inside. Then, the communication cut off between Chaldea and here might have been for the best, Artoria said, beginning to piece it all together. With the massive difference in time flow, Chaldea would receive 100 times more data per minute than expected. Such an overwhelming surge of information could easily push their systems beyond capacity, possibly crashing all of Chaldea. A bit over 10 days, then, Shiomi concluded. Not ideal, but far better than just 2.5 hours. So what happened at the Seraphic oil field? How does a North Sea oil rig end up relocating to the Pacific and sinking, he asked, lightly brushing Scáthach's arm. She responded in sync, hugging him a little tighter. Is this the work of a beast? A beast. Scáthach blinked in surprise. She'd helped Chaldea deal with the calamities of both Beast 2 and Beast I, but that didn't mean she could stay calm when it came to other beasts that had yet to appear. Except for Beast 4. That one had already revealed itself, and had consistently stood on the side of Chaldea, or rather, on the side of those working to restore humanity. No wonder I felt like more than just the doctor had come looking for Master when I got back to my room, Morgan said, eyeing BB. Since you were already here, why didn't you show yourself? BB raised a finger. Because it's a restricted action. As the exclusive AI assigned to guide Dad, I'm not allowed to appear freely in front of others or reveal my existence. You mean like that time at the Twin Face Tower, where you used the Primordial Runes Foundation as bait to trick Tuko into fighting me? Shiomi narrowed his eyes. I hold grudges, you know. Hey. BB stuck out her tongue, pretending she didn't remember. Then, without missing a beat, she brought the conversation back on track. It's true that Seraphix ended up like this because of the beast. But by the time Mooncell detected something was wrong and sent me here, this place had already transformed into a newborn electronic metropolis, se.ra.ph, completely beyond Mooncell's ability to monitor. You said earlier this se.ra.ph is a fake. Then what's the real one? Shiomi pressed. The real se.ra.ph is a spiritual construct world installed inside Mooncell. It's a city engine that drives the moon, built by Mooncell to sustain its own operations. BB paused, then summarized, that's all you need to know for now. According to Mooncell's schedule, it's not yet time for Dad to visit it, so let's leave the rest for later. A growing unease crept into Shiomi. It wasn't fear of danger, but rather a sense of disquiet, of being adrift in uncertainty. Like everything had been predetermined from the start, yet every step felt like his own choice. He believed he had free will, but in truth, maybe he'd only ever been choosing among pre-selected options. Maybe that's why BB had stopped giving him directions after the Fourth Holy Grail War. I see. Then we'll talk about it later, he said, readily accepting BB's answer. Shiomi considered his greatest strength to be never wasting time on things that could be dealt with later, especially not at the expense of more urgent matters. And right now was exactly one of those times. But if Mooncell can interfere with the land of shadows beyond the outer world and even send Master to me, Scáthach said, why can't it observe a singularity located just 200 meters beneath the sea surface? Because the beast in control of this place deliberately blocked Mooncell's observation, BB replied, pointing at Shiomi. It doesn't want any interference during its metamorphosis into its completed form. The failures of Beast 2 and Beast I serve as critical lessons, it won't take the same risk. Then just like before, we defeat the beast, Shiomi said calmly. Isn't that exactly what Mooncell wants? That determination makes even me proud to be your daughter, BB said with a sweet smile. But don't forget why we were able to defeat those other two. Tiamat had simply let go of her original intentions. She accepted everything Shiomi conveyed to her from the perspective of a child and chose, as a mother, to watch over the future of a planet. Goetia, on the other hand, had only been defeated because Shiomi happened to obtain the Ten Commandments, an artifact with critical power against him. That spell was originally created by the king of magecraft, Solomon. As long as Solomon continued to exist, Goetia couldn't truly die. His defeat marked not the destruction of his existence, but the collapse of his 3,000-year-long plan to incinerate humanity. He merely fell from the throne of Beast I and returned to being a magecraft entity. The failure of the incineration of humanity was now a fixed point. The seat of omnipotence had crumbled, there was no longer a way to start over. So what you're saying is, we don't have what it takes to defeat this unknown beast. That's why we need to act fast, before it fully matures. Exactly. BB said, giving a playful thumbs up, though her tone remained deadly serious. She swept her pointer through the air. A moment later, a holographic image of se.ra.ph unfolded before them. A woman's body. Shiomi stared at the map in disbelief. For more chapters, feel free to follow me on Patreon. 100 chapters ahead. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 481, Chapter 481, Volume 7, Chapter 34, Beast Subjugation Mission. Unlike what Shiomi had expected, the map of se.ra.ph wasn't a neat square or some irregular layout, it was the silhouette of a voluptuous female body. Her facial features were obscured by her hands, positioned just right to conceal her entire face, making it impossible to discern her appearance. The church they were currently in was situated on the upper thigh of this woman's right leg. So, up until now, we've been fighting and moving around on the body of some giant, unknown woman, ow ow ow. The sheer absurdity of it made Shiomi instinctively relax and blurt out the joke, only to have Scáthach tug at both sides of his cheeks from behind. Well, that's one way to put it. Crude, but accurate, BB sighed. Everyone from Chaldea, do you understand what this means? The Seraphix offshore oil field has been consumed by something, and fused with it, Morgan replied calmly, watching Shiomi's sorry state with faint amusement. It sounded ridiculous, but there was a certain logic to it. Artoria immediately thought of something relevant. In later myths, it said that Marduk slew Tiamat, split her body in two, and used it to form the lands of Mesopotamia. Could this woman merged with se.ra.ph be a being of that nature? Not quite right, but very close, BB said. According to Muncel's calculations, se.ra.ph is currently undergoing assimilation by the beast. The fake Holy Grail War being held here is merely a means to facilitate that process, gathering the necessary resources through the battles between servants. Calculations. Scáthach immediately picked up on the term. Is this Muncel some kind of Spiritron calculation device, like Chaldea's Trismegistus? BB gave Scáthach a slightly aggrieved look, as if she were pouting over the topic veering off course. Master, you always zero in on that stuff. But yes, you're right. Muncel is indeed a computation system, but compared to it, Chaldea's engine is basically a minimalist teen edition. Oh. Shiomi paused as Scáthach's actions gave him just enough space to interject. Put simply, Chaldea's Spiritron calculation device proves a master spirit-based existence within the era of a singularity. But if Muncel ran a similar operation, it could prove the existence of an entire planet. BB delivered this earth-shattering fact with casual ease. Then, she turned obediently to Morgan and asked. Is that sufficient, Mother? Morgan's fairy eyes had remained fixed on BB the entire time, and BB knew full well that even as a top-tier AI, she couldn't lie in front of her. Which meant that every word she had said so far had been nothing but the truth, albeit selectively filtered truth. Go on, Morgan said with a smile, motioning for BB to continue. What exactly is this false Holy Grail War? Artoria asked. BB shook her head. It's just as the name implies. Aside from Dad, who was transferred here from the outside world, all the other masters died the moment they summoned their servants. Only the servants remain, left to fight and kill one another. I see. Shiomi turned the information over in his mind. Then what about Gawain and Tristan, who seemed to be under Suzuka Guzen's control? Were they taken over by the beast? That one's a bit complicated. Once everyone starts the real exploration, your adorable BB will explain everything properly. BB pointed to the chest area of the map, the chest of the female figure. From what we've gathered, this area used to be the control room before Seraphix was swallowed. If we want more detailed intel and to understand what really happened, we'll need to head there. Why not just go straight for the beast? Shiomi asked. BB blinked, then pouted helplessly. Dad, you really are a battle maniac, huh? Never mind whether your team could even defeat a beast that hasn't finished its transformation, your own condition isn't exactly stable, is it? Yeah. Not long after the ray shift, my body started dissolving. Shiomi recalled the awful sensation of fading away. No, decomposing is a better word for it. That's one of the beast's abilities. In this place, the closer you get to the border, the faster you break down. If you leave se.ra.ph entirely, you'll vanish in an instant. Not even life-granting authority can stop it, BB explained. It's designed to keep masters and servants trapped here, turning them into the beast's nourishment. Even though the masters were already long dead. But as long as you don't wander off toward the border, and you leave this world using non-standard methods, you'll be fine. BB reached out and handed Shiomi a golden double pyramid. This is a single-use item Muncel prepared for Dad. Until this singularity is resolved, it'll temporarily protect your body in this digital world from divine punishment and let you fight at full strength. Even knowing it was a one-time, time, and location-bound item, Shiomi couldn't help but mutter. How convenient. Just what kind of entity was Muncel? Maybe he'd only find out when he could finally visit it in person. If you want to begin the investigation, it's up to you. I'll stay here, and here. As BB handed over the item, she suddenly collapsed backward, but Shiomi caught her just as she was about to hit the ground. Hey. Are you okay? He asked, genuinely worried. I'm fine. When Muncel sent me here, the beast noticed and ambushed me. BB smiled weakly. Right now, I'm just back to the state I was in when I was with Dad in Chaldea. The only reason I was holding together until now was thanks to that special item. Maybe you should get some rest. Or, do AIs even need to rest? Shiomi asked with concern. It doesn't help much, but going into hibernation can restore me a bit, BB said, her voice growing faint. I've converted this church into a no-combat zone. So don't worry. If you need me for the investigation, I'll be awake in 6 hours. With that, BB closed her eyes and nestled into Shiomi's chest, entering a state of sleep. Let's get some rest ourselves. In 6 hours, we begin the official investigation of this singularity, Shiomi said. Morgan crouched down and gently took BB from his arms. There should be a rest area somewhere in the church. Let's take her there. Scáthach and Artoria both nodded in agreement. Then it's decided. Morgan carried BB toward the back of the chapel to find a place where she could rest. Chapter 482, Volume 7, Chapter 35, Scáthach's Melancholy. Just as BB had said, the church located on se.ra.ph's leg truly had become a combat-free zone. While patrolling outside, Shiomi confirmed this for himself. The monsters, se.ra.ph's hostile attack programs, never came within a dozen meters of the church. At first, seeing those monsters in this digital world, he thought they were about to attack and got ready to fight. But in the end, he'd been overthinking it. Still, the moon cell item BB had given him worked perfectly. After a moment of hesitation, Shiomi, not wanting to be a burden, had made up his mind to use it. His condition gradually returned to what it had been before the battle at the Temple of Time. His magic circuits and physical abilities were both fully functional, just as he remembered. Even so, Shiomi remained uneasy about BB's so-called non-combat zone. If the beast was in the middle of its transformation, and se.ra.ph was essentially its feeding trough or pasture, then based on BB's intel, se.ra.ph would eventually be fully assimilated into the beast. Chaldea couldn't offer any support, and their own mana perception wasn't enough to track changes across the entire singularity. We'll just have to wait for BB to wake up, Shiomi muttered to himself, turning to head back toward the chapel, when the sound of the door creaking open stopped him. He turned to see Scáthach stepping out from inside. Even if you're able to fight, going out alone without a servant, was that how you operated during the Holy Grail War? Scáthach asked. I didn't go far. Even if a fight broke out, you guys would get there right away, Shiomi replied, shaking his head. With no enemy servants or attack programs nearby, isn't it boring out here alone? Scáthach asked again. I just got my control over magic back, it's hard to sit still. I figured I'd at least scout the area a bit for everyone. Shiomi smiled sheepishly. He knew he was acting like a kid, his magic and circuits felt like a cherished toy that had just been fixed. Even though he never really cared about being a magus, regaining it all made him a little too excited. Besides, speaking of boredom, didn't you feel the same when you were alone in the land of shadows, he added. Oh. You're going to throw that at me? Scáthach chuckled, clearly surprised by his remark. So, did you come out here to call me back in? He asked. Scáthach shook her head. I just came to check on you. And I won at rock paper scissors. You're really pulling that move, huh? Shiomi said, mimicking her tone with a grin. Humph. Scáthach raised her hand and gave him a light chop on the head. So light it was barely noticeable. Which is why Shiomi could clearly sense the emotion behind the gesture. Master, are you disappointed? That all the years I spent in the land of shadows had been planned out from the start. Shiomi held her hand still pressed to his forehead, then gently wrapped his own hands around it. Scáthach simply watched his movements in silence. Hard to say. Whether it was all by design, or just coincidence. Her voice trailed off, as if unsure how to continue. I've always felt truly lucky to be your disciple, Shiomi said sincerely, looking straight at Scáthach. Though. I should also apologize. I always knew it wasn't just coincidence, but I kept pretending I didn't. That's not your fault. Don't shoulder responsibilities that don't belong to you, Scáthach sighed. That kind of habit will only crush you under the weight, sooner or later. Yeah. I'll try, Shiomi replied with a faint laugh after a moment of pause. Out of all the disciples I've taught, you've stayed by my side the longest, and you're the only one who learned everything I had to give, she said with a soft smile. But at the same time, you're also the only one whose fate I've never been able to see. She'd foreseen the ultimate end of every disciple she'd trained. She knew from the start that none of it could be changed, which is why she simply watched over them from the land of shadows. And because of that, the one fate she couldn't see brought her an entirely different kind of anxiety. Even after Shiomi left, she couldn't help but track his condition as best she could. She didn't have clairvoyance, so she couldn't see every detail, but knowing where he was and that he was safe was enough to ease her mind, if only a little. Maybe I accidentally overcame death, and turned into someone like you. Shiomi offered, trying to lighten the mood. Scáthach's gaze turned sharp. I don't have the authority you do. You've already become someone I can't even match. Didn't expect to hear you say something so gloomy, Master, Shiomi said in surprise. When I became immortal, everything about me froze. I stopped growing. But you, not only did you master everything I could teach, you've stepped into a realm I can't even touch. She paused here, gently placing her other hand into Shiomi's, letting him hold them both together. So feeling a little lonely is only natural. Especially now, after finally confirming part of her beloved student's origins, it was unavoidable. She tried to hide that feeling behind ambiguous words at dinner. But in the end, she couldn't keep it from showing, and he picked up on it. Do you regret it, master? Regret ever taking me in as your disciple? Shiomi suddenly let go of her hands, pulled her gently into his arms, and whispered the question near her ear. You idiot disciple, don't ask questions with such obvious answers, Scáthach said, using a nickname she hadn't in a long time. Then say it. Even if we understand it inside, some things need to be spoken aloud, or they'll never feel whole, Shiomi insisted gently but firmly. Scáthach felt his embrace tighten, as if he wanted to draw her completely into himself. She let out a quiet sigh. No, I don't regret it. Having a disciple like you, even emotions dulled by time have become clear again. Shiomi softly stroked her waterfall-like hair, carefully holding the weight of the emotions she entrusted to him. And I'm really glad, too, that you were my first woman. Why don't you say that in front of the others next time? That'd start a war, wouldn't it? Shiomi shivered. Then don't ruin the mood with dumb comments like that, you idiot disciple, Scáthach murmured as she rubbed his back. Alright. For more chapters, feel free to follow me on Patreon. 100 chapters ahead. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 483, Volume 7, Chapter 36, The Road to the Control Room. 6 hours later, the exploration of Singularity SE.RA.PH resumed. BB awoke looking refreshed, as if she'd just had a long afternoon nap. She also took the opportunity to temporarily pair with the Chaldea communication device Shiomi had brought along, enabling communication and data analysis across any distance. SE.RA.PH's environment was eerily monotonous, like a maze stripped of color. The roads were as wide as 4-lane highways, but there were no signs or indicators. Without navigation, even with a little over 10 days, Shiomi felt it would be nearly impossible to conduct an effective search and locate Beast. To make matters worse, SE.RA.PH was shaped like a woman. Without knowing that, it was easy to wander in circles without realizing it. The group moved swiftly along SE.RA.PH's expansive paths. Aside from the uniform enemy programs, there were all sorts of servants roaming about, some familiar to Shiomi, others not. But their goal wasn't to defeat the other servants or win the Holy Grail War. As long as they pushed past any servants that got in their way and continued forward, that was enough. So the incident with Seraphix happened in January? Shiomi asked. Along the way, BB explained the situation using records retrieved through Mooncell. To be precise, it occurred shortly after you thwarted the King of Magecraft's plan to incinerate humanity. Just as the world returned to normal from the incineration, this offshore oil rig mysteriously exploded and was then transferred to the Pacific Ocean. Everything after that became unknown. Shiomi asked, catching on. BB replied, Beast clearly understood the nature of Mooncell and anticipated interference. So after turning Seraphix into the digital city SE.RA.PH, it cut off all data flow. But it wasn't without warning, Morgan added. Mooncell detected something and immediately sent you in. And then once you entered SE.RA.PH, Beast sprung the trap, right? Ugh. BB let out a sound that could only be described as awkward. Shiomi figured she was probably feeling a bit ashamed. Despite claiming to be an all-knowing superior AI, she hadn't managed to guard against a beast that had only just begun to evolve. Beyond the seemingly transparent roads and walls stretched the color of the sea. Here and there were structures resembling arenas, where servants were locked in fierce combat. From their frenzied movements, it was clear they had already lost their minds, reduced to beasts who knew only battle and bloodshed. Then what about that girl Saber who commands Sir Gawain and Sir Tristan, Suzuka Guzan? What's her deal? Artoria asked. She doesn't seem like she's just continuing the Holy Grail War without a master. I remember Suzuka Guzan said something like, we're all comrades fighting together against others. In other words, she's serving someone else. Gawain and Tristan are probably just helping her because they're being controlled. Scáthach recalled their previous encounter and carefully pieced together the clues. Master guessed right. Suzuka Guzan isn't like the other servants, her role is a guardian, BB explained. Guardian. Shiomi narrowed his eyes. You mean Beast selected her from the fighting servants to carry out some special task? Exactly. Beast anticipated that SE.RA.PH would become a singularity before its full assimilation, which would naturally attract Chaldea's attention. So the Guardians were set up as a security measure to stop Chaldea. Morgan let out a cold chuckle. Sounds like Beast knows Chaldea pretty well, already planning countermeasures. But why choose Suzuka Guzan over Gawain or Tristan? They're both stronger than she is, weren't there better options? Artoria asked. Because she's easier to control, BB answered. Even with the freedom to act, she won't get in the way of Beast's plans. Stronger servants are harder to handle, and if they're just treated as weapons, they tend to go berserk. So even Gawain and Tristan were just muscle, picked from the ranks of combat-driven servants to be used as enforcers. Treating servants like convenient tools. Shiomi muttered, then suddenly recalled something. Then what about Passionlip? That servant's not only restrained, she's emitting magical energy on a divine spirit level. This time, BB didn't answer immediately. She went silent for a moment. We're almost at the lower abdomen. To get to the control room in the chest, this route is unavoidable, she said. Which means to move forward, we'll have to defeat the guardian posted here. Right as BB finished, a familiar tremor hit. Everyone stopped. A shrill, scraping noise, like nails on a chalkboard, rang out. For an instant, the air itself felt frozen. Above us. Shiomi shouted, and the group immediately scattered. Passionlip plummeted like a meteor, her massive claws clenched into fists as she slammed into the ground, sending out a powerful shockwave. Even though they dodged in time, the force nearly knocked them off balance. Just that one strike reshaped the entire area. The nearly transparent but incredibly durable floor and walls shattered, then began reconstructing themselves. In the now spacious battlefield, broken structural pieces floated midair, forming obstacles guided by some kind of autonomous repair process. So Passionlip is the guardian here, Shiomi said, steadying himself as he gripped Gungnir. Right. Once we defeat her, we can reach the control room. BB's voice wavered slightly. If possible, I hope you can incapacitate her instead of killing her. Why? Just one glance was enough. Shiomi could tell that this servant, despite the meek and tortured aura she gave off, was dangerously unlike the others. Because she's a high-level AI modeled after me. She should have been categorized under imaginary numbers, but somehow she was salvaged, restrained, and turned into a guardian under Beast's command. BB's tone sounded distant, like she was talking about someone else, but there was a hint of conflict, as if it were personal. You really love throwing people impossible choices, Shiomi muttered as he quickly checked on Morgan and the others. Passionlip seemed to be watching them all, gauging the threat levels of each, her gaze constantly shifting due to their scattered positions. No, it's your decision, Dad. BB said, surprisingly without insisting for once. Then, Passionlip gritted her teeth and let out a muffled roar, charging straight toward Shiomi. As expected, she chose him as her first target. Just before Gungnir clashed with her claws, Shiomi launched forward and responded with a shout. Then I'll give it a try. Chapter 484, Chapter 484, Volume 7, Chapter 37, Composite Divinity. A sense of wrongness. Ever since the battle with Passionlip began, Shiomi had been feeling it, an unsettling incongruity. It wasn't just the strange aura she gave off, so different from ordinary servants. It was also those enormous, menacing claws. They were noble phantasms. But Shiomi couldn't recall any hero from legend or history who might possess weapons like those. And what made the claws truly dangerous wasn't just their size or brute force. His space, being compressed. After a few clashes, Shiomi realized not only was he unable to deal effective damage without killing Passionlip, but his movements also felt constantly restricted, like he was seconds away from being captured. That's Passionlip's unique ability, ID_ES. Its trait is trash and crush, BB's voice came through the communicator. She can compress whatever she sees into cubes and throw them into the imaginary number space in her chest. You could have mentioned that sooner. Shiomi widened the distance again. It seemed to function like a conceptual noble phantasm. Once the conditions were met, the compression would trigger. But those conditions weren't as simple as BB made them sound. Though her mask suppressed both her voice and her reason, Passionlip could clearly see Shiomi. But to physically compress him in defiance of spatial laws, he had to remain in a fixed spot for a certain amount of time. Based on his own sense of time, Shiomi estimated she needed more than 2 seconds for a precise lock, and likely 3 to begin the compression process without allowing escape. Now that the singularity in this digital realm had stabilized, his speed gave him a clear advantage over Passionlip, whose abilities leaned more toward power. As she was, she couldn't capture him. Focusing too much on Shiomi alone meant neglecting the other 3, and risking a coordinated counterattack. The others hadn't jumped in immediately for a reason. Shiomi wanted to analyze her abilities firsthand. Too dangerous up close. Then let's keep it ranged. Morgan raised a hand, dark mana gathering in her palm. More than 10 meters away, a matching pulse of mana flared at Passionlip's chest. Ugh. Passionlip let out a startled whimper. She tried to compress the incoming magic into her chest's imaginary number space, but, just as expected, she was a moment too slow. As Morgan crushed the condensed spell, the matching surge of mana detonated at Passionlip's chest, forcing her back 2 steps under the surprising, focused impact. Magic resistance, probably somewhere between C and B. Scáthach murmured, lifting a hand to inscribe runes. The activation of magecraft always triggered a surge of mana. Passion Lip immediately sensed it and snapped her head towards Scáthach. She clenched one of her hands into a fist and aimed it at Scáthach's position. Huh. Shiomi blinked in surprise. At first, he thought she'd miscalculated, but then, that hand suddenly detached from her arm and launched like a cannonball. It collided with the spell that had just completed but hadn't yet fired. The ground rumbled violently, as if it might collapse at any second. From the thick smoke, the severed hand shot back and reattached itself to her arm without resistance. That hand, it's no ordinary weapon. More like a divine construct, or better yet, a divine spirit's noble phantasm, Scáthach muttered, stepping calmly from the smoke. She dodged just in time, unscathed. Only her hair had been tousled by the blast, and her clothes were dusted with debris. Brushing herself off, Scáthach looked toward Artoria, who was locked in close combat with Passion Lip. Though Artoria had the edge in technique, Passion Lip's sheer strength was slightly overpowering her. Even with mana burst, she was struggling to keep up. She fought while retreating, not fully committing to the battle. Scáthach and Artoria alternated in engaging Passion Lip at close range, keeping her distracted and off balance, buying time for Morgan to unleash her spells. After all, they needed to bring her down without killing her. But keeping her alive isn't exactly easy, Scáthach said, her expression devoid of any ease. Shiomi pressed BB, you planning to keep hiding this? Passion Lip isn't a normal servant. Even I can feel the divine response from her spirit origin. To be exact, it's a divine core, something only goddesses possess, BB explained. She's a composite servant, created from Muncel's database by fusing 3 goddess-type servants. Her class is alter ego. As for those arms she fights with, they're physical manifestations of the 10 divine weapons of Durga, one of the goddesses incorporated into Passion Lip. Alter ego. It was the first time Shiomi had heard of such a class. Put simply, it's the result of illegally modifying a spirit origin, BB said. It's not exclusive to high-level AIs, either. I see. Shiomi tapped the ground with the butt of his spear. A cluster of runes lit up, releasing chains that shot out and wrapped around Passion Lip's upper arms, pulling her in the opposite direction of her exertion. Scáthach and Artoria seized the moment and struck hard at the massive arms, which together weighed at least a ton. The arms were pushed back over her head, sending Passion Lip toppling. As her body lost balance and hit the ground, more chains erupted from all directions, latching onto her limbs and body, completely locking her down. Her tremendous weight, far beyond that of a standard servant, was both her strength and her fatal weakness. With Morgan applying wide-area gravitational pressure through magecraft, the arms that could have broken free moments earlier could no longer even lift. The masked girl's face remained hidden, but she let out a pained, muffled cry. That should count as neutralized, at least she's not dead yet, Shiomi said cautiously as he approached. So what now? Are we formatting her and retrieving the core? No need for that. Before BB could respond, Morgan cut in. Only part of her spirit origin is corrupted, it's something artificial, implanted after the fact. That mask is the physical expression of it. You can see all the way to the root of a spirit origin with fairy eyes. Shiomi asked, a little envious. Morgan rubbed her temple with practiced elegance. Only because of you. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to use them right now. Huh. In any case, now that I know the source of the issue, removing it is simple surgery. It'll hurt a bit, just help me keep her restrained. Morgan was just about to begin purging the foreign element from Passion Lip's spirit origin when a surge of noise erupted around them, making her pause. Hundreds of hostile program monsters surged in like a pack of wolves, surrounding the group. And that wasn't all. A familiar katana flew toward them, Shiomi casually raised his hand and deflected it. Looks like we meet again, huh? Suzuka Guzan appeared once more, flanked by the 2 knights of the Round Table. For more chapters, feel free to follow me on Patreon. 100 chapters ahead. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 485, Chapter 485, Volume 7, Chapter 38, Sword of Manjushri, Greater Communion. What's going on? This isn't your jurisdiction, is it? Shiomi raised his spear and questioned her. Well, you guys are just too unfair. Having 3 servants is one thing, but the master being as strong as a servant. Come on, Suzuka Guzan replied. So I had to step a bit out of bounds. Besides, she crossed the line first. Her point was simple, since Passion Lip had interrupted her fight with Shiomi's group earlier, she was now returning the favor and interfering with Passion Lip, even if, in doing so, she was technically helping another guardian. If you're calling yourself a high school girl, then at least act the part. Shiomi leveled his spear at Suzuka. We're at a critical juncture here. Try reading the room for once. Ugh, how lame. What are you, the head teacher or something? Suzuka sneered. Sorry, sensei, but I've got no time to worry about your little drama. Is that so? Shiomi knew there was no talking her down. Then let me ask one last time, why are you doing this? The Holy Grail War here is already twisted beyond recognition, and se.ra.ph has become a singularity. But the war's still ongoing. Servants are still clashing. Once we beat you guys, the result should be just around the corner. Suzuka's words sounded absurd, but her goal was clear. Then I'll take out the other guardians and claim the Grail as the victor. Those two knights are here for the same reason. Why would Gawain and Tristan obey you? Shiomi pressed. What do you mean, why? It's the perk of being a guardian. Otherwise, I wouldn't even bother with this gig. Suzuka replied with a smirk. Is that so? Shiomi remained unconvinced, responding with a vague hum. Beast was assimilating this singularity. Whether guardian or servant, all would eventually be turned into precious mana resources, ingredients for Beast's complete incubation. This countermeasure had only been triggered when Shiomi and the others approached the control room to gather more intel. And unlike Passion Lip, Suzuka Guzan was likely. Enough chatter. It's time to move. Suzuka pointed her tachi at Shiomi, mirroring his stance with his spear aimed right back at her. I brought a whole batch of hostile attack programs with me today, we've got the numbers on our side. Shiomi tilted his head slightly, casting a glance at Morgan. It was clear she intended to leave the surrounding skirmishes to Shiomi and the others while she took care of Passion Lip herself. After all, if Morgan joined the fight, the restraints on Passion Lip would collapse, returning the situation to square one. I see. Then let me witness the strength of the daughter of the Demon King of the Fourth Heaven. Her abilities might not be as troublesome as Passion Lip's, but as a guardian, she still couldn't be taken lightly. Caution was essential. The battle erupted instantly. Gawain and Tristan were already clashing with Artoria. This was their second time fighting the king they revered. Even with their movement restricted, they threw everything they had into restraining their own attacks, allowing the King of Knights to hold her own against two Knights of the Round Table without faltering. Meanwhile, Scáthach was clearing out the relentless wave of hostile attack program monsters. After all, letting those small fry swarm them could easily turn the tide into a brawl that overwhelmed even the strongest warriors. Whoa, you can control weapons like that too. The Tachi and Gungnir collided, each strike sending out a burst of sparks. Suzuka's smile, framed by the flickering firelight, turned razor-sharp, her schoolgirl facade falling away to reveal pure killing intent. Just like she controlled her sword to attack from every angle, Shiomi's twin red spears circled around, intercepting her strikes and preventing her from reaching Morgan. Suzuka tried to summon more swords to press the attack and throw him off, but Shiomi gave her no opening. His speed was far beyond anything she had expected. One strike after another, each spear thrust came faster and harder, with lightning-quick dodges in between. More than once, the tip nearly pierced Suzuka's heart or slashed her throat, she only barely managed to evade each time. Clang! The spear came crashing down. Caught off guard, Suzuka had no choice but to raise her tachi to block. But the blow felt oddly light. Was he going easy on her? As she wavered, Suzuka sensed a surge of high-speed mana flow. At the end of the blue sea lies the wind that stirs not in any direction. Panta Ray. No line skipped, he completed the full chant. In a flash, the Grand Magecraft exploded outward, transforming into countless blades that engulfed the entire area around them. He'd cast the spell during the lull between attacks. At this distance, not even a saber-class magic resistance could fully withstand it. Especially not against magic on the scale of the Age of Gods. But the Tachi in Suzuka's hand, Dataran, had its own unique ability. No true name release required. Call out, Rurin. In an instant, Suzuka summoned a tornado. It wasn't magecraft. Her golden blade shifted shape, becoming a whirling vortex that knocked Shiomi's spear aside. Gripping the hilt with both hands, she swung forward forcefully. Two wind currents collided and burst outward, buying her just enough time to spawn more tachis and circle around behind Shiomi. These new blades weren't targeting Morgan. They were aimed straight at Shiomi's blind spot, his exposed back. Sensing danger purely through instinct, Shiomi turned to intercept the blades, but in doing so, left an even greater opening for Suzuka Guzan. The gust hadn't fully died down. Enemy attack programs caught in the vortex had been reduced to spirit particles, which Suzuka then converted into flame using her own mana. Himawari. A flash of light burst into a blazing tachi, hot enough to melt gold, as Dataran slashed toward Shiomi's back. TCH. Shiomi narrowly avoided a fatal hit, but still took the blow and was sent flying. Twisting midair, he landed with a firm stance and patted out the flames clinging to his clothes. With just a short activation phrase, Suzuka could shift the tachi freely into whatever form she needed. And on top of that, there was the Swayren she'd shown in their previous fight. Wind, fire, water. These were the grand magecraft types Shiomi favored. A master fighting at this level. Were you just faking weakness last time? Suzuka muttered in frustration. That decisive counterattack she'd pulled off had only managed to singe his clothes. Who knows? Just a temporary return to form, that's all. Shiomi spun Gungnir in hand, his gaze sharp and focused. There was nothing left to say. The spear and the tachi clashed again on the battlefield. Chapter 486, Chapter 486, Volume 7, Chapter 39, Heavenly Demon Reign. After becoming a guardian tasked with defending a designated area in this digital realm, Suzuka Guzan, who was never considered among the top-tier saber-class servants, was able to fully capitalize on her class's strengths. As a result, the battle lasted longer than Shiomi had anticipated. Not only did enemy attack programs keep rushing in to interfere, but more critically, even after taking several direct hits from Shiomi's relentless and suffocating onslaught, Suzuka Guzan still showed no signs of faltering. She defended most of the blows effectively, but her resilience remained unshaken. Of course, Suzuka herself had similar thoughts. Ugh. What's with you? Are you some kind of freak? How are you still going? Her hand gripping the Dataran sword trembled slightly as she shouted in frustration. He was clearly human, yet his sheer strength was more terrifying than most servants. Even with magical reinforcement, it was absurd, far beyond what she could comprehend. You're one to talk. How about giving up already? I'll make it quick. Shiomi yanked his spear from the skull of one of the digital beasts. The monsters of this computer world looked vaguely like quadrupedal mammals, but it was hard to say whether they resembled wolves or hippos. Thankfully, while their exteriors were sturdy, they weren't tough enough to withstand Gungnir. Who'd want to just lie down and die? Suzuka stuck out her tongue. Servants are heroic spirits who've already died once. I don't know about the others, but I'm not going out like that. So you're just going to follow Beast's orders without question? Shiomi raised an eyebrow. Beast. What are you? The retort slipped out before she could stop it, but she abruptly fell silent. She clutched her head, her expression twisting in discomfort like she'd been hit by a sudden migraine. Shiomi quietly watched her. This Holy Grail War is warped. Servants without masters, senselessly fighting each other. Don't be ridiculous. Of course I had a master, I really did. Suzuka swung her sword hard and charged again. Becoming a guardian wasn't my choice. I belonged to the master who summoned me. Oh. Shiomi didn't rush to counterattack. He simply stood his ground and met her charge. I heard it, when I was summoned here. A faint, yet unmistakable voice. Suzuka's eyes clouded over with sorrow. I want to win. I don't want to die for nothing. It was just muttering, the kind of thing people say on their deathbed, but I heard it. And I swore I'd fulfill that wish. Even if I've never seen their face, even if I don't know if they're still alive. How loyal of you. Shiomi suddenly sidestepped, redirecting Suzuka's sword strike, and slammed the shaft of his spear into her shoulder. Caught off guard, Suzuka cried out and tumbled across the ground before landing on one knee. It's not loyalty. That trembling, desperate voice reached me. It was a final wish, entrusted to a stranger like me by a stranger. That's why I have to win this Holy Grail War. If I turned my back on that plea, I'd be nothing but a cowardly woman. Clutching her injured shoulder, she slowly rose. The privileges granted to a guardian allowed Suzuka to quickly recover from minor wounds. Well said, Shiomi murmured, visibly moved. Even under immense pressure, Suzuka Guzan showed no intention of backing down or giving in. He had underestimated her resolve. She wasn't fighting for her own desires. She was fighting to fulfill the wish of a master she had never even met. That alone was enough to earn Shiomi's respect for this opponent. And now, the battle would be decided. Written work, if one unties a pillow by its string, be known far and wide, Dataran. Suzuka tossed her golden sword into the air. It hovered above her head, radiating an intense light. The overwhelming surge of magical energy, her noble phantasm, bared itself without restraint. Shiomi immediately braced himself to meet the attack. Many clouds shall rise and cover the skies like roof tiles, and evil spirits shall swarm, spearing the sparrow. She chanted like reciting a poem. Behind Suzuka, a red torii gate appeared. In an instant, the golden sword Dataran split into 4 concentric circles, blades aligned in neat formation. This was Suzuka Guzan's noble phantasm, the manifestation of legend. Sword of transcendent wisdom and knowledge Daishintu, love blast, demonic sunshower. Unlike the usual dozens, this time her beloved sword split into a staggering 250 blades all at once. It was said she could go up to 500, but this was her current limit. However, thanks to her personal skill, blessing of wisdom, Suzuka could control the trajectory so that the blades fell around her without ever striking her. In other words, while it looked like an indiscriminate area attack, she alone remained untouched. The noble phantasm wasn't a single burst, it sustained as a focused area of effect targeting one enemy. That enemy was Shiomi, standing right in front of her. If she could defeat him, those three troublesome-looking servants wouldn't be easy to handle either, but they'd be without their master. However, Suzuka hadn't anticipated what happened next. Just as the swords locked onto Shiomi, instead of trying to escape the barrage, he charged straight into the storm of blades. Fast as lightning, thunder in motion. Shiomi nimbly dodged the falling swords but refused to let even a single one land near Morgan behind him. His spear danced up and down, Gungnir's gleaming edge flaring like pear blossoms in full bloom. Seeing there was no time to hesitate, Suzuka released the rest of the unlaunched blades all at once. The air thickened with steel, the swords nearly encasing Shiomi completely. If even a few struck, he'd be reduced to a mangled mess on the ground. But just as the blades were about to pierce him, a blinding light exploded from Shiomi's body. The surge of mana from his noble phantasm erupted in full force, scattering the incoming swords in all directions. Ugh! Suzuka flinched, nearly blinded by the blast. In the middle of the light, Shiomi shot forward like a comet. His spear gleamed coldly, already at her front before she could react. Realizing the danger too late, Suzuka raised her sword to block the unavoidable thrust, but her judgment slipped in that instant. Their figures crossed. Amid the sea of fallen blades, Suzuka clutched the wound on her chest and fell to her knees. Why, didn't you kill me? The blow she took hadn't struck any vitals, but the injury was severe, enough to leave her unable to fight. Because I figured it out. You're not like Passion Lip. You weren't being controlled, you were deceived. What? The one who tricked you is the mastermind behind this fake Holy Grail War, the disaster known as Beast, the one making servants kill each other. Chapter 487, Volume 7, Chapter 40, Expanding Combat Capabilities. At nearly the same time as Shiomi, Artoria and Scáthach had also finished their battles with the two Knights of the Round Table, temporarily disabling their combat abilities. The massive swarm of hostile attack programs had caused considerable trouble, but in the end, they were all swept away by the combined force of Suzuka and Artoria's noble phantasms. After Shiomi explained the situation to Suzuka Guzan and broke down how she had been deceived, she accepted the truth without hesitation. That's surprisingly straightforward. I thought you'd put up more of a fight. Shiomi put away his spear, resting a hand on his hip as he looked at Suzuka kneeling on the ground. Because if you were lying, there would have been no reason to hold back. Suzuka glanced down at the wound on her chest. An injury this serious couldn't be healed immediately, even for a guardian. And, you didn't even invoke your noble phantasm's true name, yet you still countered mine. Not exactly, Shiomi said with a shrug. That move that deflected your love blast, demonic sunshower, was actually an imaginary noble phantasm, a form of magecraft. Suzuka's expression twisted in disbelief as she snapped, Huh? Magecraft. Imaginary noble phantasm. You really are a freak. Who the hell can imitate a noble phantasm with just magecraft? Well. Shiomi had no good comeback. Calling me a freak is a bit much, don't you think? He folded his arms. So, can I take this to mean you're giving up your guardian role and agreeing to cooperate with us? If it's all true, then I've got to track down that damn beast who tricked me and avenge my master, who died before I ever even met them. Suzuka's face darkened, her mood clearly sour. But this time, it wasn't directed at Shiomi. I see. But like the Knights of the Round Table, there are impurities in your spirit origin too, right? Shiomi asked. That's just part of being a guardian, Suzuka replied. Then we'll talk about healing you after Berserker clears those impurities from your spirit origin, Shiomi said. That all right with you? Yeah. Suzuka agreed without fuss. Though her injuries were serious, they weren't fatal. All she needed was time, or some healing magecraft. Shiomi turned and walked back to Morgan's side. When he saw Passionlip's true form revealed after the bindings on her spirit origin had been removed, he was taken aback. Sakura. Shiomi froze for a moment, then contacted BB through the communicator. What's going on, BB? Passionlip and the other child were both created as derivative AIs based on me, BB's image appeared on the projection. To put it simply, I'm the first-generation model. Passionlip is a second-generation unit, specialized in a particular trait derived from the first-generation features. This is getting more and more convoluted. Shiomi crouched down. Does Mooncell really have that much of a thing for Sakura's appearance? While Passionlip resembled BB in looks, her build and presence felt entirely different. Well, it's Sakura. Everything's just easier that way, especially for Dad, BB explained casually. That makes no sense. Shiomi muttered, then asked, You said, the other child, earlier. Are there more servants like her? Yes. Like Passionlip, she was also salvaged from imaginary numbers and repurposed. She's a high-level servant with composite divinity, BB answered. Mooncell sent me to the singularity not just to help with repairs but to recover the two of them. You make it sound like recycled trash. Shiomi frowned at her choice of words. But we're just higher-level AIs, creations made in imitation of humans. That Dad treats us as more than just machines or tools is what makes him special, BB said with a laugh on the other end of the call. We don't really mind. After all, ending up in imaginary numbers pretty much equals being discarded. Then where's the other child? Shiomi looked over at Passionlip. Even though he knew they weren't Sakura, weren't his children, Shiomi couldn't just turn his back on them. Because if he did, the next time he saw Sakura, he'd remember their faces, and feel like something was missing. I suspect it's been assigned as the guardian of the core observatory, but the route to that chamber has been hidden. So first, you'll need to head to the control room and reveal the path from there, BB explained to Shiomi. Then there's no helping it, Shiomi nodded. Saving one is saving two is still saving. As he finished, he looked up, only to meet Morgan's smile. Suddenly, something stirred in his chest. It wasn't desire. It was the way her gentle gaze seemed to pierce through Tenkei Shiomi himself that made him feel awkward. So, are you alright? Burned through too much magical energy. Shiomi clumsily shifted the topic. Using magecraft to manipulate a spirit origin with that much precision must be exhausting, right? Not really. If anything, I feel guilty for leaving all the fighting to you and the others, Morgan shook her head. A queen doesn't belong on the front lines, Shiomi replied, trying to justify it. They're queens too, Morgan said, clearly seeing through his attempt to change the subject, and refusing to let it go. As expected, Shiomi quickly ran out of things to say. His usual tact and eloquence deserted him. Well, if you're fine, then I'll leave things here to you. He raised his head, looking at Scáthach and Artoria standing about 7 or 8 meters away. Master and I will head to the control room to check the situation. Artoria will stay here to support you. That gives us even more firepower to use against the beast. Morgan's smile faded as she handed something to Shiomi. This water mirror is for regrouping. I've configured it as a one-time use mystic code. That way, if either side runs into trouble they can't handle alone, we can link up immediately. Got it. Shiomi stood up again. BB, I'll be counting on you for intel support on both fronts. Yup. Leave it all to BB. BB sounded full of energy, so much so that Shiomi started to wonder if she'd intentionally stayed behind on purpose. But that was a minor detail. With the plan decided, Shiomi set off for se.ra.ph's control room with Artoria. This place used to be the central hub for managing offshore oil fields. Normally, there should be people here at all times, but now, there's not a single. He was in the middle of explaining the situation to Artoria when she suddenly grabbed his wrist. Then, he noticed it too, something inside the control room. I thought we'd never see one again after the Temple of Time vanished. A demon god pillar was writhing. The moment the two stepped into its attack range, it launched its assault. Chapter 488, Volume 7, Chapter 41, Control Room. That's odd. Shiomi muttered as he watched the demon pillar's body gradually disintegrate after its defeat. What's wrong, Master? Artoria, who had been scanning the control room for any remaining enemies, turned back to ask. Maybe it's just me, but this demon pillar felt pointless. Shiomi poked at the creature's eye, which hadn't yet dissolved into data. It's like an empty shell. Its attack patterns and movements felt artificial, as if being controlled, nothing like the demon pillars Shiomi had encountered before. It lacked the self-awareness and intellect typical of them. It was like it had no soul. Now that you mention it, yeah. Artoria had sensed it too. Though it had caught them off guard with an ambush, the actual fight lasted only a few exchanges before they took it down with ease. So easy, in fact, that Shiomi felt unsettled. There was no question that the transformation of the offshore oil field base into a singularity had something to do with the demon pillars. But BB had also mentioned signs of a beast being present. Shiomi had initially assumed it was something related to Goetia, but now that didn't seem to be the case at all. This singularity is more complicated than it looks. Even the demon pillars are just tools. Shiomi looked around the control room again. Once a hub filled with seats and electronic consoles, the room was now in shambles. The few undamaged monitors only displayed signal loss. He checked the control systems. They still had power. No good. All the terminal data has been wiped. We're not going to find a path to the observatory from here. Shiomi stared at the blank computer screen. Not necessarily. Deleting data isn't that simple. The most effective method is to destroy the storage hardware entirely, BB suddenly cut in. Daddy, please plug the USB drive in your jacket pocket into the main terminal. Huh. Shiomi reached into his pocket, and sure enough, there was a USB stick. When did this get here? I asked Master to slip it in for me, BB replied. Was it really necessary to keep that a secret? Shiomi muttered, glancing at Artoria. Artoria looked a little guilty. They said not to tell you. In case it distracted you. Because if Daddy had known he was carrying something important, he wouldn't have gone all out against Miss Suzuka, right? BB added. What are you even talking about? Muttering to himself, Shiomi plugged the USB into the control room's main computer. In any case, they'd made the right call. If he'd known he was carrying a critical item, he probably would have held back in that fight. Okay, the intrusion program's connected to the system. BB murmured thoughtfully. This was wiped very thoroughly. Whoever did this clearly knew the system inside and out. So, we can't recover it? Shiomi asked. It'll take a little time, BB replied. In the meantime, Daddy can investigate the other rooms. There probably aren't any survivors left, but it's still worth confirming. With that, Shiomi took Artoria and headed toward one of the side doors in the control room. The room they entered appeared to be a changing room. It was a mess, scattered needles and medicine vials littered the floor, but there wasn't a single trace of any people. What is this? Artoria frowned slightly. Chaldea had a routine communication scheduled with the offshore oil field today. Shiomi crouched down to examine the labels on the medicine bottles. According to the intel BB provided, the incident here happened not long after the battle at the Temple of Time ended. That's when the demon pillars invaded this place. Shiomi couldn't say for sure what 4 or 5 months in the outside world translated to here. Maybe at first, they just lost contact and drifted out into the open sea, eventually beginning to sink below the surface, only recently becoming a singularity. Either way, after so long cut off from the outside world, internal chaos was inevitable. Chaldea had faced a similar threat once. But thankfully, they had him, Romani, and the director. Everyone worked together to hold things together. While many had mental breakdowns and needed counseling, Chaldea managed to stay stable and made it through to the day the incineration of humanity was resolved. But as we just saw, the demon pillars are empty shells now, Artoria said thoughtfully. So then. Shiomi glanced toward the back of the locker room, about to answer, when unfamiliar images suddenly flooded his vision. Moments of despair. A sense of isolation. Inability to reach the outside world. A warped flow of time. And eventually, the inevitable descent into internal conflict and madness. Life on an offshore oil field, like Chaldea, was isolated. Workers of different ranks had different levels of access to information. As exhaustion wore them down and they reached their mental limits, the staff relied more and more on the one and only therapist for counseling. But soon, rumors began to spread that the therapist was using her body to relieve their stress. Factions began to form. Some admired the therapist, others loathed her. The disputes grew more intense. Violence broke out again and again. Master. Artoria's hand gripped Shiomi's shoulder, her clear and steady voice snapping him out of the chaotic vision. I'm fine, just residual thoughts left behind by the dead. Shiomi let out a long breath. Magus like us often deal with spirits and such. It's not unusual to experience hallucinations in places saturated with lingering energy. What did you see? Artoria asked, concerned. Many people struggled to survive here, and died in agony. The one who sent Chaldea the final distress signal vanished in this very place. Shiomi gestured around them. But even more died because of infighting. It doesn't make sense, something's seriously wrong. Could this be the beast's doing? Artoria asked. At the very least, we have to assume that as the worst-case scenario. Shiomi tapped his temple with a finger. A single demon pillar might be strong for human Magus, but it's not the king of the demon gods. Suddenly, alarms blared throughout the control room. Shiomi broke off mid-sentence and bolted with Artoria. Get out of the control room, Daddy. It's rigged to self-destruct. The moment someone tries to recover the core data, it triggers the explosion. Countdown, 10 seconds. 9. 8. With BB's panicked countdown in their ears, Shiomi grabbed Artoria's hand and dashed through the exit. Behind them, the explosion engulfed the control room in a blazing inferno. For more chapters, feel free to follow me on Patreon. 100 chapters ahead. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 489, Chapter 489, Volume 7, Chapter 42, Unexpected Gain. My king, we are relieved to see you unharmed. The explosion from the control room had startled everyone on standby outside. But when they saw Shiomi leap through the smoke and fire with Artoria in his arms and land safely outside, Gawain and Tristan, now free, dragged their still recovering bodies forward and knelt before Artoria to welcome her return. Please, rise. I'm no longer a king. I'm just a servant like the rest of you, Artoria said calmly. Tristan frowned deeply. But we raised our blades against you. Such a crime, please, your majesty, punish us. That wasn't your fault. I have no intention of punishing you, Artoria replied with a sigh. Your Majesty's magnanimity humbles us, Gawain said with heartfelt reverence. Shiomi quipped, she really is. Knowing what Shiomi was actually implying, Artoria pretended not to hear. But since they're begging so earnestly, Shiomi added, stirring the pot, why not do as you did with Mordred and Camelot, reward each of them with a strike from the Holy Lands? Absolutely not. Artoria rejected the idea immediately. The two knights, who had no memories of the Camelot singularity, exchanged confused glances before standing up at Artoria's gesture. You must be the master of Chaldea, under our king's command, Gawain greeted Shiomi. We were disrespectful earlier. From now on, we'll atone with our strength. Your king never said she serves me, Shiomi replied with diplomatic grace. The King of Knights is simply concerned about the future of humanity and chose to help of her own will. The title of master is just a procedural role. After all, Artoria's decision to join Chaldea was driven more by personal reasons than duty, though it wouldn't be appropriate to spell that out. I understand, Tristan nodded slightly. Even if it's only for this singularity, we'll fight as servants by your side, master. I'm grateful. Since you rarely get the chance to reunite with your king, feel free to catch up a bit here. Shiomi looked toward Morgan. I'll speak with the others about what comes next. I'll go with you, Artoria said. Personal matters can wait. It's more important we deal with this singularity as soon as possible. She followed Shiomi and rejoined the rest of the group. Tristan was just about to follow when he noticed Gawain still standing there, silently watching the retreating figures of Artoria and Shiomi with a thoughtful expression. What is it, Sir Tristan? Gawain asked. What do you mean? Tristan replied. Just seeing the king and Queen Morgan working together is already shocking, Gawain said, resting his chin in his hand. But don't you think the king and the master seem unusually close? Tristan looked startled and lowered his voice. So you noticed it too, Sir Gawain? Gawain nodded solemnly. Of course. But that's Her Majesty's business. Still. Sir Tristan, about that girl, Passionlip. Yes, quite the sight. I imagine you're itching to strike up a conversation, but you're holding back in front of the king, aren't you? Tristan said. Wouldn't you want to, too? Gawain responded, as if it were obvious. The two began whispering to each other about wildly off-topic things. Shiomi sensed he was being watched. While it felt strange, there was no malice, just an uncomfortable sense of being scrutinized. So, he simply pretended not to notice. After all, there were more pressing matters to deal with. Nice to meet you, everyone. I'm an alter ego, Passionlip. I know I've been fighting against you all up to now, so even saying hello might just make things awkward. Passionlip introduced herself, nervously fidgeting. Don't worry about it. It's not your fault, you were restrained and forced to fight by someone else, Shiomi said, studying her face before glancing at Morgan and the others. She doesn't really look like her, huh? It's mostly the eyes, Morgan said with a small smile. But overall, there's definitely a resemblance. She's more reserved than that girl, though. Seems like the type who's easy to push around, Scáthach remarked. Resemblance. Passionlip tilted her head, confused. No need to worry, my lady. We were merely speaking amongst ourselves, Artoria said with knightly grace. You just happen to resemble the master's daughter. The master's daughter. Passionlip blinked in shock, then it clicked. Wait, are you saying you're related to BB? No, related to her prototype. That's right, BB's face appeared on the comm screen at just the right moment. Because you look like Sakura, Daddy chose to save you instead of taking you down. In his eyes, you're just a little girl too. I see. Passionlip looked a little flustered, a little pleased. But I'm an alter ego, and my hands are still so. Her words trailed off as Shiomi gently placed his hand on her head, softly ruffling her hair. It felt unfamiliar, but also deeply comforting. A warmth that could only come from a father's presence made Passionlip smile without thinking. You're you. Not more, not less. As long as you use your strength with a clear heart, and never to hurt others, there's nothing wrong with that, Shiomi said gently. Passionlip clenched her fists with determination. I know it might be hard to trust me right away, but please, let me fight alongside you. I'll do my best to help. If that's truly what you want, I won't stop you, Shiomi replied, withdrawing his hand. Then he turned to BB. Any luck with the data recovery? Can we find a way to the observatory? Sorry, no. It's a bust. Looks like we'll have to find another way. BB sounded just as frustrated. Didn't think they'd pull something like this. Guess they really don't want us getting there. At that moment, Passionlip shyly raised her oversized hand. If the observatory is the place Melt is guarding, then I know how to get there. Huh. Everyone reacted at once. It's just, Melt and I can sense each other. I don't know why, but... Under their stares, Passionlip blushed and lowered her gaze again. Before anyone could respond to that unexpected development, Suzuka's voice rang out in an impatient tone. So are you guys gonna make me an ally or finish me off already? Come on, make up your mind. This half-dead state is seriously uncomfortable. Oh, Morgan nodded, a little apologetic. We were just about to check on you, then the control room exploded. Shiomi shook his head, signaling that it was fine. Really, thanks for hanging in there. Chapter 490, Volume 7, Chapter 43, Intelligence Consolidation. After finishing their exploration of the control room, the group temporarily retreated to the church to rest and further organize the information they had gathered. When we came back, we checked out a few other spots too. Everything was basically spotless. Aside from the residual mana left after the servants' battles, there was nothing, Shiomi said. We searched this church as well, there wasn't a single thing out of place. It's clear someone cleaned up. As he said this, he glanced at BB, making her look rather aggrieved. I did take over the church and turned it into a non-combat zone, immune to attacks from hostile programs or servants, but I didn't clean anything, BB said with her hands on her hips. It was probably done by whoever was originally in charge of this place when it was still managing the offshore oil field. In charge of the church? Artoria looked surprised. Wasn't this place created in the Spiritron world? BB shook her head. Nope. Just like the control room and the observatory, this church was originally part of the Seraphic's offshore oil facility. That was certainly unexpected, but thinking about it, it did make sense. Same with Chaldea, Shiomi said with a shrug. There are plenty of non-Magus staff there, and many of them have religious beliefs. Chaldea just doesn't have the facilities to accommodate that. That's probably why Animusphere allowed holy church elements to be established within a Magus base. Morgan gently stroked her palm. Religious faith is an important emotional support for people in isolated communities. There were likely staff here responsible for mental health care, similar to Romani. At those words, Shiomi's eyes suddenly narrowed. He recalled that the lingering thoughts he'd encountered in the control room had also mentioned the presence of psychological therapists. Could there be a connection? More importantly, Gawain, Tristan, Suzuka Guzan, did you notice anything strange while acting as guardians? Shiomi asked. I'm ashamed to say, I never even saw my master after being summoned. At some point, I just lost control and ended up as Lady Suzuka's subordinate, said Gawain. Tristan's account was different. I was gravely wounded in a battle involving several servants and lost consciousness. I thought that was it for me, but my injuries healed, and when I came to, I was in the same situation as Gawain. Everyone's attention naturally shifted to Suzuka, who looked clearly annoyed. I'd like to know too. These two just showed up out of nowhere, and then some broadcast said they were reinforcements for me. Then why did you become a guardian? Was it that same broadcast that changed your authority? Shiomi asked again. Of course it was. Suzuka suddenly paused and instinctively touched her head. Huh. That's weird. Why can't I remember how it happened? She had clear memories of being summoned and acting as a guardian afterwards. But the moment she became a guardian, she couldn't recall it at all. It's impossible to figure out, no matter how hard you think. SE.RA.PH might look like a purely digital city hosting a fake Holy Grail War, BB said, but its core has already fallen into the hands of a beast who's been hiding its identity all along. Shiomi shared a similar view. Looks like the beast went to great lengths to erase any trace of itself, ensuring a smooth transformation without any interference. Who exactly is this beast? Shiomi couldn't help but dwell on the question. But the beast had seized the upper hand, sealing off SE.RA.PH in a short span of time, avoiding Muncel's observation, and anticipating Chaldea's ray shift and restoration efforts. Its response had been nearly flawless. The church, the control room, and the celestial room, 3 places not yet converted into digital space, stood out as particularly important. But then, why weren't those areas also transformed to match the rest of SE.RA.PH? A trap. The thought made Shiomi wary. Then he sat up straight and looked at everyone. After the exploration of the control room and the intense battle, everyone's worn out. Especially those of you who were originally part of the Guardians, even if servants don't need sleep, you still need to rest. The truth was, the pressure on them had been immense. Without Shiomi's intervention, they likely would have been wiped out in that fight. Artoria had even faced the harsh choice of striking down her former comrades. Even so, neither Gawain nor Tristan would have blamed their king. In 8 hours, we'll follow the intel from Passionlip and look for the path to the celestial room, Shiomi continued. If the beast went so far as to hide the route, it means the place is critical. Even if we don't encounter the beast directly, we should at least find some clues it left behind. No, we're not that. Gawain tried to decline and offered to take watch outside with Tristan. After all, with 2 guardians lost already, the beast pulling the strings behind this fake Holy Grail war wouldn't stay quiet. Gawain, Tristan, this is a command from the master. You'd best follow it, Artoria reminded them. Exhausted knights have no place on the battlefield. Or do you intend to stay behind and guard the church instead? Gawain was rendered speechless. In that case, we'll follow the will of the king and the master and get some rest, Tristan said with a faint smile. BB pointed to the back of the church. There are plenty of empty rooms on the 2nd floor. Everyone can go pick one. Ah. I'm dead tired, I'm going to sleep. Suzuka Guzan vanished through the church doors first, followed by Gawain and Tristan. As expected of the king of knights. Their loyalty to their king clearly outweighs their loyalty to master, Scáthach teased. That's not true, Artoria quickly responded. Besides, I never made a temporary contract with them, Shiomi added, crossing his arms. It's not about loyalty. We're just working together to fix the singularity, same as we've done with everyone before. Morgan then asked, aren't you going to rest, master? No. That last fight was just a warm-up. Shiomi shook his head with a smile. And you don't have to call me master anymore. I thought we were in for a real Holy Grail war, guess I was wrong. Is that so? Personally, I think things are just fine as they are. Scáthach's comment earned nods of agreement from the other two. Chapter 491, Volume 7, Chapter 44, The Value of a Soul. I see. So Mooncell was actually something created by aliens. 7 hours later, Shiomi returned to the chapel and saw BB there. Naturally, he brought up the topic of Mooncell again. Although BB had explained it before, now that Shiomi was alone, she offered a more detailed explanation. That's right. Mooncell was originally a construct left on the moon by ancient aliens to record information about Earth. It doesn't have artificial intelligence because it concluded that, as a recording medium, it didn't need one. Instead, superior AIs like me were created as terminals to observe humanity more efficiently. Then the Holy Grail War on the moon. Shiomi continued. The moon's interior, which is structured by Mooncell, is itself a boundless Holy Grail. So the moon itself is the Grail. Shiomi instinctively looked up at the ceiling. The thing Fuyuki's magi spent their entire lives chasing, it's just sitting up there. That may be true, BB said, but Mooncell has determined that the time hasn't yet come to open itself to Earth. So even the king of Magecraft can't make direct contact with the Mooncell. The Holy Grail War on the moon is a system it uses to select its own user. Of course, that system hasn't been activated in this world yet. If it's not open to humans, then why choose me? Why send you to reveal its existence? Shiomi asked. BB hesitated, unusually at a loss. I'm sorry, that part is classified. Mooncell hasn't granted me access to that information. How mechanical. Well, it is a machine, Shiomi muttered, then asked, if I win, Mooncell's Holy Grail should be far more powerful than the Fuyuki system, right? Of course. Unlike the Fuyuki system, constructed by human magi under the observation of the second magic and based on the third magic, Mooncell's Holy Grail draws its power from its own astronomical computational capacity. The winner of the Holy Grail War only gains the right to use it. Whether altering the past or predicting the future, the user can reshape the world as they desire, BB replied. Shiomi blinked. Altering the past, wouldn't that create a singularity? Of course not. Mooncell calculates outcomes that can continue to develop without being pruned, BB said matter-of-factly. That's seriously impressive. Shiomi crossed his arms. The original BB was also a superior AI, created with a soul to manage the Holy Grail War, BB added. But I'm a bit different, I exist to guide Dad along his path. The original. Don't worry about it. Just a record that's fallen into an imaginary number event, BB said. But Dad has already met the people involved in that incident. Shiomi froze for a moment, then quickly pieced it together from among the people he knew. Hakuno Kishinami and Gilgamesh. Yeah. Their appearance in Fuyuki and later in Uruk was arranged by Mooncell, BB said. But letting outsiders interfere too much with this world isn't ideal. That's why they can only show up in crises on the scale of the incineration of humanity. Then Fuyuki. Of course, Mooncell foresaw the king of Magecraft's potential wish, so it handed the Holy Grail over to you all to interfere. Still, since Gilgamesh was just a contractor, he chose to side with the king of Magecraft. BB puffed up angrily, clearly displeased. BB's so mad she wants to step in herself, but Mooncell won't let her. Ahahaha. Shiomi could only let out an awkward laugh. Given Romani's situation now, and since things hadn't ended in disaster, he didn't feel like nitpicking over the past anymore. So, passionlip, Shiomi turned to the girl standing beside him. Because she was aware of her unique weight, she didn't sit on the bench but used her massive claws to support herself in a seated position. Just call me Lip, she said nervously. Dad. You don't have to force yourself to call me that. BB only does it because of her weird sense of humor, Shiomi said with a sigh. BB immediately objected. I'm being totally serious. Who knows, Shiomi shrugged with a teasing grin. So Lip, you're actually different from BB, you weren't sent here by Mooncell. Yeah. I thought I had disappeared. But now, I've come back like this. Lip glanced at BB. Melt must be the same. But this version of Mooncell seems to have noticed some growth in your mental states and decided to reassess your value, BB said proudly, giving Lip's cheek a playful pinch. That's why I was sent to retrieve you both. I see. Lip's expression grew a little complicated. She looked both happy and lost, unsure of what to do next. Seeing that, Shiomi gently said, Lip, maybe you were originally created as a weapon, meant only to fight. But, you've already developed a soul of your own. And whether you're an organic life form or an informational one, a soul's value doesn't come from what you're made of. Really? Lip's eyes sparkled with curiosity. She didn't understand humans or their emotions, so Shiomi's words meant everything to her. It's your future choices and actions, and your willingness to take responsibility for them, that define the value of your soul, Shiomi said seriously. Whether you want to have a noble soul or a lowly one, that's entirely up to you. But isn't that just how humans live? BB said in a slightly correcting tone. At this point, there's no real difference between humans and superior AIs, only a difference in capabilities, Shiomi replied calmly. At least, that's how I see it. You're free to laugh at my naive view. Sigh. BB didn't laugh. Instead, she pressed her lips together and let out a soft, understanding sigh. Passion Lip followed with a smile. And finally, even Shiomi couldn't help but smile too. Just then, Artoria pushed open the small door from the inner room to the chapel. I was wondering why it was so lively in here. So it's the master chatting with you too. Her usual gentle smile was as radiant as moonlight. Feeling rested? Shiomi asked with concern. Very much so. I rested so well, in fact, that they sent me out to check on Master. Artoria nodded and added with a teasing smile. Chapter 492, Volume 7, Chapter 45, Fatal Compatibility. The path to the observatory had been deliberately sealed off, turning it into a grueling obstacle course. Not only were there strange obstructions that made the passage much narrower than elsewhere, barely wide enough for 1 or 2 people to walk side by side, but the path was also full of twists and turns, with a bend every few steps. On top of that, there were countless misleading forks. Take one, and you'd find yourself facing more branches, creating a maze seemingly designed to keep intruders out. In this labyrinth, where only a single path led to the observatory, numerous hostile combat programs manifested as monsters. They frequently jumped out from corners and launched preemptive strikes against Shiomi's group. Though these battles weren't particularly intense, Shiomi could often resolve them with a move or two, they were still a constant annoyance. The biggest threat at the moment was the Guardian standing in their way, blocking the only route to the observatory. Designed alongside Passion Lip, and resembling a sister to her, she was a high-level AI possessing composite divinity. Alter ego, Meltrillis. Tall and lithe like a ballet dancer, she was the complete opposite of Lip. Her legs were constructed like stilts, both deadly weapons and venomous stingers. According to the intel Lip provided, Meltrillis wielded an ability called the Melt Virus, which she could inject into targets through her sharp legs like a bee's sting. Anything with physical form, whether organic or inorganic, could be absorbed by it. In doing so, she'd drain her target's power and eventually devour them completely. On top of that, Meltrillis possessed incredible speed. Only Shiomi and Scáthach could keep up with the aggressive, dance-like rhythm of her attacks. The others had formed a defensive formation with Morgan as the temporary core, waiting for the right moment to break in and interfere. Whoa! Scáthach twisted her body sharply, dodging a kick aimed directly at her face. After the failed strike, Meltrillis pursued immediately. With elegant precision, she shifted her weight onto the opposite leg, spun midair, and lunged, her spiked knee aimed squarely at Scáthach's abdomen. Clang! The descending blow was intercepted by a sweeping strike from Guy Balg, its sheer force sending Meltrillis flying. She spun several times in midair before hitting the floor with a sharp, clean sound. Though a restraint mask similar to Lip's covered her face, making communication impossible, her movements were clearly more agile and fluid than Lip's. Neither Morgan's magecraft nor Tristan's arrows could corner her for long. Even if they managed to halt her momentarily, Meltrillis would instantly detect any threat from behind and break free with lightning speed. This is a real problem. Never mind everything else, just her speed alone surpasses any servant I've seen until now. After widening the gap again, Scáthach offered her evaluation. She is a high-grade servant, after all. In terms of sheer ability, Her speed probably ranks among the top even within the countless heroic spirits, Shiomi said, leveling his spear. We need to find a way to pin her down. Just then, from one side of the formation, Tristan gave them a hand signal. Catching it from the corner of his eye, Shiomi nodded to Scáthach, then moved first, becoming a flash of cold light as he charged into Meltrilus, who had just launched another assault. He deliberately exposed a gap in his defense to draw Meltrilus in more aggressively, then began retreating step by step. Spotting what looked like an opening, Meltrilus spun into a kick, knocking Shiomi's spear aside. She danced forward like a black swan, twirling closer and closer. Her figure moved so quickly that her limbs and face became indistinct blurs, but anyone could tell, contact with that deadly dance would be like being thrown into a meat grinder. But such overwhelming speed came at a cost, a brief drop in momentum. And an all-out offensive wasn't the same as having real defense. Shiomi unleashed magecraft, sending a gale between them that blew him and Meltrilus apart. In that moment, Scáthach leapt high and launched her crimson spear through the air. Soaring spear of kick-piercing death, Gi-Balg alternative. The spear split into dozens, raining down like a storm of red lightning. Meltrilus was forced to halt her steps and dodge while retaliating, trying to move beyond the strike zone. In this form, the true name-released spear lost its sure hit property but gained wide-area devastation. Meltrilus evaded on instinct, only to suddenly feel her body brush against something. She reflexively looked back. Dozens of threads snapped tight in an instant, binding her where she stood. Though powerful, Meltrilus lacked brute strength and was instantly immobilized. "I'm sorry, Melt." Lip called out from a distance, stretching her hands toward Meltrilus in apology. She ignored the physical distance, collapsing space further to restrict Meltrilus's movements. Lip carefully controlled the compression speed and scale to make sure it only restrained movement. Her aim was to completely neutralize Meltrilus, giving Morgan time to reach her Saint Graph and purify her, freeing her from the role of guardian. But Lip had overlooked a crucial fact, until BB warned her. No good. That's not enough to hold Meltrilus. In the next instant, the trapped Meltrilus suddenly dissolved, her body splitting apart into colorless liquid and spreading outward to escape. Her body is a vessel made entirely of fluid. Purely physical restraints can't hold her. I get it now. Shiomi suddenly rushed forward, striking at Meltrilus's reforming body barehanded, just as her knee, reformed into a stinger, brushed past him in a counterattack. Blood sprayed from his arm and mixed into the liquid gradually taking shape. He pulled back quickly, injured arm trailing. Both sides disengaged again. Within seconds, Meltrilus had reformed her fluid body completely. Shiomi glanced at his wrist. The wound was healing. Just a graze. Some venom had entered, but it wasn't serious. What a reckless move. Gawain muttered in disbelief. Shiomi had fought with such discipline before, why had he suddenly gone in barehanded, risking a direct hit? No, you're mistaken, Sir Gawain, Artoria said, preparing to resume the pursuit. Master already accomplished his goal. At her words, Shiomi casually raised his hand toward Meltrilus. Well, that was a bit rough. I'll patch you up properly in a moment. Meltrilus, still unaware of what had just happened, froze in place. Then, her expression twisted beneath the restraint mask. The girl instinctively clutched at herself as vines and flowers burst from her body. With a cry of pain, the fluid-bodied girl was overtaken by plants in an instant, collapsing in a bed of flowers, completely immobilized. Chapter 493, Volume 7, Chapter 46, The Truth of the Observatory. As Shiomi said, this method of combat was rather brutal. Using his own blood as a catalyst, he infused it into Meltrilus' body and activated it with his life force, turning her body into a kind of hydroponic medium to generate plant life. It was the worst possible compatibility given the unique composition of the girl's body. Only a liquid medium could integrate the blood quickly enough, but no one had considered that it wasn't a nutrient to be absorbed, it was a non-toxic toxin, even more lethal than the poisons already within her. A normal servant wouldn't have survived it. After entrusting Meltrilus to Morgan's care, Scáthach remained behind with Suzuka Guzan and Passionlip to guard them. Shiomi, meanwhile, took Artoria and 2 of the Knights of the Round Table into the unsealed observatory. This is... The moment they stepped inside, Artoria was the first to react in surprise as the dim light revealed the interior. Chaldea's control room. Are those coffins along the walls? Even Tristan, seasoned by countless battles, was shaken. Inside them, children. What kind of monster would commit such inhuman acts? Gawain clenched his fists in outrage. Shiomi, however, wasn't particularly surprised. So it's true, SE.RA.PH is powered by these 128 masters. He stared at the massive device in the center of the room, resembling a giant magical energy reactor. You know what's going on, Master? Artoria asked, clearly shocked. Strictly speaking, this fell under Marie's jurisdiction. Shiomi folded his arms. She was already overwhelmed managing Chaldea and dealing with the Mages Association, so she handed off some responsibilities to me. In a way, Shiomi was one of Olga Marie's most trusted confidants. That's why he had access to part of the secret behind the seraphic oil field, specifically, the confidential research being conducted there by Animosphere. Masha's case alone had nearly pushed Olga Marie to a breakdown, so Shiomi chose to temporarily suppress the information about the seraphic oil field and not report it further. Chaldea, Animosphere, the Mages Association, everything had piled onto Olga Marie. By the time she finally had the space to handle affairs at the offshore oil field base, the incineration of humanity had already begun. You could call it a cruel twist of fate. With my authority as director, the report I received only hinted at the core of it. The research wasn't made public, not even the Mages Association knew about it, Shiomi said, staring at the reactor. Because this was inhumane research, using human magic circuits to connect with the Earth's ley lines and forge colossal mystic codes. Unlike Marisberry, who had abandoned any trace of humanity, Olga Marie, for all her faults, still retained a relatively normal moral compass as a magus. Large-scale human experimentation using magic circuits from within the human body. Gawain could no longer hold back and stormed over to confront Shiomi. But Shiomi met his glare calmly. It's more than that. This experiment also involves a form of human trafficking. Candidates with ray shift compatibility who weren't quite suitable as masters were sent here under the pretense of performing other duties. If not for her exceptional ray shift adaptability, even the girl named Ritsuka Fujimaru might have shared that fate. Don't you feel anything when you see this horror, Master of Chaldea? Tristan pressed. Artoria quickly stepped in to defend him. That's not it, Master already. I'm furious. So furious I want to destroy this place right now. But I have to stay calm, Shiomi said through clenched brows. Especially after confirming it with my own eyes, any last shred of hope I had for this place is gone. At that moment, Gawain and Tristan realized their anger shouldn't be aimed at Shiomi. Even though he was part of Chaldea and knew what was happening here, he hadn't been involved. My apologies, Gawain said quietly. You've probably noticed it too, the observatory is still cycling on and off. There's no moon cell here. This Holy Grail is something else entirely, constructed from components of the human ecosystem. Shiomi looked around the entire observatory. If we unleash the holy swords of both King Arthur and Gawain here simultaneously, we should be able to obliterate this place completely. Once the Holy Grail is gone, no matter how far the beast has evolved, this singularity can't be sustained. His words jolted Artoria. She gripped her holy sword. Gawain, the masters in those coffins are still alive, but they're enduring a pain worse than death, Artoria said. Lend me your strength. Gawain drew his holy sword from his waist. As the king commands. Such evil must not be allowed to exist a moment longer. But before they could act, a voice called out from the darkness. Whoa now, isn't this all a bit too much? I mean, this place is Animosphere's private property. Are you sure it's okay to destroy it without informing the head first? A woman with wavy brown hair, dressed in a staff uniform, stepped out of the shadows and adjusted her glasses. Tristan's heart skipped. None of them had sensed her presence until she spoke. Well, I'm the one writing the final report anyway, so we can just pin everything on the demon pillars. It's technically true. And as for you, stop wearing that human disguise. The stench of beast coming off you is suffocating this whole observatory. Shiomi turned, Gungnir in hand, and joined Artoria and Gawain in a ready stance, prepared for battle. Wow, no wonder you're the savior of humanity, the one chosen by the moon cell. It was the right call not to reveal myself from the start. Even after erasing all accessible intel and posting guards, your response time still exceeded expectations. You made it here in just one day. Black magical mist began to envelop the woman's body, and her tone shifted, sanctity and seduction now interwoven. Looks like Zepar's intel was spot on. He has fought you before, after all. The beast revealed her true form, a young woman in her 20s, clad in a nun's habit, her every gesture radiating a potent feminine allure. I am a psychotherapist employed by the church, Kirei Sessioin. The woman chosen to be the vessel of the demon god Zepar. But I am neither a demon pillar nor a demon god. As you can see, I am one of the 7 evils of humanity, the third beast of pleasure, Beast 3. Chapter 494, Volume 7, Chapter 47, Beast 3. Beast 3. Kirei Sessioin. The moment Kirei Sessioin confidently declared her name and identity, both Artoria and Shiomi reacted with surprise. Although they had already detected signs of a beast's transformation within this singularity, unlike Tiamat or Goetia, Sessioin stood there in the form of an ordinary human woman. Even though an overwhelming non-human aura emanated from her, it was clear that this form wasn't a disguise or transformation. I know that name. A psychologist dispatched to Seraphix. a practitioner of Ienten Ryu, a side branch of Japan's esoteric Shingon Buddhism from the Tachikawa school. Shiomi narrowed his eyes, gauging the timing to strike. Despite standing there seemingly without a care, Sesioin didn't reveal a single opening. Striking blindly would be unwise. More importantly, Shiomi knew he lacked the means to effectively counter this beast. No grand servant had been summoned in this singularity, making it all the more crucial to proceed with caution. "Oh my, I didn't expect to be so famous," Sesioin said cheerfully. "I just saw the personnel transfer records for Seraphics in documents only the director has access to," Shiomi replied. "There aren't many Japanese working at the offshore facility, it wasn't hard to remember. But, where's the demon god Zepar? That thing left behind in the control room is just his remains, isn't it?" "Of course. He's become one with me," Sesioin answered with a bright smile. "Originally, I was just a pitiful woman whose body had been possessed by Lord Zepar, waiting to die. I was supposed to vanish, just like the others in Seraphics, dissolved into ase.ra.ph. Mirage. But Zepar wasn't satisfied with merely possessing your body. That demon pillar did something more, didn't he?" Shiomi subtly gestured to the three behind him, signaling them to spread out. "Yet in the end, you turned the tables and devoured him." Sesioin lit up with joy, as if delighted to be understood. "Oh my, I didn't expect you to be so sharp, able to see right through me. But devoured isn't quite right. Under Lord Zepar's design, I merged with se.ra.ph, and across stretch time, I was attacked, destroyed, and abandoned over and over in the repeating Holy Grail Wars." As she spoke, her face flushed with a strange mix of shyness and bliss. Ah, it was like a dream. That kind of ecstasy, one could never obtain it, no matter the cost. Shiomi arched an eyebrow. Something was off. Though this was only a conversation, Sesioin's words and demeanor seemed to erode his will, bit by bit. "I've heard enough excuses, Sesioin." Shiomi steadied himself with a hand to his face, breaking free from the seductive haze. "You talk like you were just a pawn of the demon pillar, but you've clearly come to enjoy it. And now you want to keep playing the victim. If you truly had any remorse, you would have stopped using this holy grail built on human sacrifice long ago." Sesioin immediately wore a mix of mock anger and sorrow. "I know it's disgraceful to have been at the mercy of a demon pillar, but the way you servants fight, it's so intoxicating, so delicious. Especially someone like you, who's defeated a beast twice already. I can't help but wonder how you taste." She spoke with a disturbingly calm certainty, as if human life meant nothing to her. "That's why I figured, before their bodies are ruined beyond use, there's no harm in making the masters dance for a while, right? So, sorry, I stopped counting after 70. She smiled like a merciful bodhisattva, but to Shiomi, it was the smile of a demon. Demonic. From head to toe, this woman radiated an unholy mix of Buddhist serenity and unhinged depravity. "Is that so? Then let this be the final time, Gungnir." At last, spotting a slight crack in her defense, Shiomi didn't hesitate. He unleashed the true name of Odin's spear. The unerring spear pierced through Sesioin's chest. "I didn't expect that you, who saved an entire world, standing on the boundary between humanity and divinity, would still deem me evil." Sesioin remained motionless. The spot where she had been pierced didn't even bleed. What a pity. If you could have understood me, I'm sure that after becoming part of me, you would have reached a higher state, transcending even the concept of a beast. What are you spacing out for? Attack already. I won't die, take me down with her. Shiomi didn't hesitate. Using his spear as a medium, he activated the primordial runes binding magecraft and gave the others their orders. This sword is a replica of the sun. Its flame shall cleanse all the impurity of this world. Excalibur Gallatin. Redeem yourself in death. Bring closure through slaughter. The sin and price of arrogance will be paid here. Fail not, phantasmal music of the painful lament. Sheathed in the breath of the planet, a torrent of shining life. Feel its wrath. Excalibur. Following Shiomi's command, the three hesitated only briefly before unleashing their prepared noble phantasms. Although their target was Kiera Sesioin, Shiomi was inevitably caught in the blast as well. Light swallowed them both, along with the observatory. A wise choice. Once se.ra.ph sinks into the ocean, I'll become one with this planet. No, this planet will become my body. This time, I'll save humanity, relieve all suffering and pain, and use all 7 billion for salvation. Amid the radiance, Sesioin remained composed. The observatory, bathed in the mana of the noble phantasms, shifted into a strange new realm blooming with lotus flowers and golden auspicious clouds. Too late for everything. To be interrupted by ants at the most crucial moment, how disappointing. Her appearance transformed again. Gone was the nun's robe. Now, she stood in a revealing white vestment, horns rising from her head, an embodiment of the lust she symbolized as a beast. I'm sorry, but you'll all slumber peacefully in my paradise. Sessioin looked down at Shiomi. The combined noble phantasm barrage hadn't harmed Sessioin, and Shiomi had only taken minor damage. Kneeling with his spear, he couldn't get back on his feet. How can this be? Not a scratch. Even knowing how troublesome a beast could be, Artoria was still shocked by how little damage they'd done. There's no time, fall back, now. Just then, Shiomi thrust his hand up. A water mirror opened behind the three, pulling them in before vanishing. It was a ceremonial artifact Morgan had given him to regroup, but with everyone too far apart now, Shiomi had no choice but to stay behind alone. To think you'd still prioritize your comrades at a time like this. Don't worry. Sessioin cupped Shiomi's face in her hands. I'll swallow you whole, and slowly make you a part of me. He could barely move. Just as he prepared to trigger a detonation in his internal magic circuits, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Don't be afraid. Chapter 495, Volume 7, Chapter 48, Don't Go Swallowing Things at Random. When everyone rushed back to the observatory, transformed by Kirei Sessioin into a paradise-like lotus land, only she remained. Your master risked his life to send you away, and now you're charging back like moths to a flame. Or, is it that you just can't forget me? Sessioin looked thoroughly pleased, clearly having just indulged in a feast. Where is my husband? Morgan raised her hand and unleashed a wide-area magecraft blast, mercilessly bombarding the space, but it didn't harm Sessioin in the slightest. Husband. So that master was your husband. No wonder he looked so delicious. Sessioin licked her lips. Among the men I've seen, he was the most delectable. Standing between humanity and divinity, wielding power. Ah, if only I could have another taste. But sadly, that chance is gone. Hearing this, Morgan's pale blue eyes flared with fury, blazing hot enough to scorch everything in sight. Wait, something's not right, Scáthach said, placing a hand on Morgan's shoulder. He's still here. Artoria's eyes widened in surprise. There was no doubt that Tenkei Shiomi had been swallowed by Kirei Sessioin, only Gungnir remained, lying silently among the lotus flowers. They had still been one step too late. Even Sessioin herself had calmly concluded this, as if the outcome had already been sealed. Until her body began to change. Suddenly, Sessioin felt her movements grow heavy, her fingertips refusing to move. As they say, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Then again, sometimes, you really can't eat whatever you want either, BB's voice echoed in the void. You got greedy for what Daddy had, thought you could swallow him whole and make his power your own. But you never considered the consequences, did you? Just moments ago, Sessioin had been composed, confident everything was under control. Now her pupils contracted sharply as she clutched her body. But her abdomen swelled uncontrollably, ballooning like she was heavily pregnant, expanding rapidly to its limit. No, this can't be. My body is already the universe itself, a pure land of ultimate bliss. Anything absorbed should vanish from reality, be freed from the self, even have its reason dissolved, Sessioin muttered in disbelief. No matter how strong the body or how sturdy the armor, it meant nothing inside Sessioin. Everything became powerless, like a newborn, utterly neutralized and released. But Tenkei Shiomi was the exception. What now filled her insides and caused her body to swell was a sea of life, so vast, not even she could fully consume it. Ugh. Guh. Unable to contain her now rounded belly, Sessioin instinctively opened her mouth as black and red mud spewed out. Then her abdomen burst from within, and a black tide surged forth, washing over the clear water up to their ankles. The lotus flowers blooming atop it ignited instantly, vanishing like a fleeting dream. Morgan and the others, veterans of the seventh singularity, recognized it at once. Chaos Tide. The very power Tiamat used to erode worlds and reshape planetary ecosystems. Why is it here? No one could make sense of it. As the chaos tide spread, the group began to retreat, only to see the tide, as if conscious, flowing around their feet, deliberately avoiding them. Let me reintroduce myself. I am one who holds a fragment of the authority of life, and the child of the primordial mother, the goddess Tiamat. Shiomi's voice rose steadily. Everyone looked up toward the sound. Sessioin, kneeling in the chaos tide with her arms wrapped around her swollen belly, also looked up, her gaze fixed on the figure floating in the air. Child of Tiamat. Sessioin repeated the words, mulling over their meaning. Seems the universe in your belly isn't as boundless as you thought. It couldn't even contain the sea of life that belongs to my mother for long. Shiomi slowly descended to the ground. They say that when the Buddha achieved enlightenment atop the snowy mountain, he was once swallowed by a peacock. Later, he broke free from its belly and honored the peacock as the mother of Buddha. Despite the agony of her body being burned by the chaos tide, Sessioin's beautiful face twisted into a strange smile. So, you two have been reborn from my womb, like the Buddha himself. Tiamat's authority could reconstruct life down to the cellular level. Even if Sesioin wasn't eroded and reshaped outright, soaking in the chaos tide wouldn't leave her unscathed. That's why Mother is furious right now, Shiomi began, then abruptly corrected himself. Oh, actually, she's not that mad. Tiamat had just rebuked him. After all, it wasn't as if he had literally been born from Sesioin's body. From across the sea of imaginary numbers, the primordial mother used only a spiritual link, with Shiomi as her vessel, to send forth the chaos tide. Right now, the goddess Tiamat was watching this battle unfold. If they still failed to destroy Beast 3, she would step in to protect her child. Shiomi slowly walked toward Sesioin. With each step, pure white lotus flowers bloomed in the chaos tide beneath his feet. When he stood before her, he had taken exactly 7 steps. Lotus blooming with each step. Trying to play Buddha now. Sesioin chuckled. Not at all. Just mocking you. Shiomi spread his arms, and Gungnir flew back into his hand. I was going to recite a sutra, but it doesn't really fit the mood. Hee. Sesioin let out a long, lewd, and delighted laugh. I alone am honored above all, in heaven and on earth. Among all the humans in this world, I alone am human. The rest are just beasts. So long as I remain, humanity needs no other. Without that truth, this world is beyond saving. Her tone was arrogant, even while chanting like a scripture, declaring it as if it were self-evident. Shiomi thrust his spear at Sesioin again, but this time, an invisible force stopped it. It was a mistake to swallow you, indeed. But had I not, I wouldn't have tasted the joy I would have otherwise missed. A torrent of magical energy surged from Sesioin. It may be premature, but allow me to show you my true form as a beast. My body is the paradise of ecstasy, the heavenly realm like an open maw, to devour all life as if they were fruit. This time, even the boundless life of the original mother will become mine. The overwhelming mana pushed Shiomi back, forcing him to retreat in front of the others. Even within the ankle-deep chaos tide, blood-red spider lilies bloomed, jarring against the field of white lotuses. Kiera Sesioin's form shifted again, her white robe turned golden, and the twin horns on her head transformed, resembling the torsos of demon pillars. Yours. Keep dreaming, try again in the next life. Shiomi pointed his spear at Sesioin's forehead, while the others behind him prepared to strike. Chapter 496, Volume 7, Chapter 49, Paradise of Ecstasy, Sesioin. Heh, I'm getting tired of playing the divine libertine. Since you've brought in the power of the second beast, allow me to show you what true beastliness looks like. At Sesioin's feet, the chaos tide parted. Mana surged and formed a black swamp, from which a pair of pale, glowing hands emerged, lifting her into the air. Though she spoke with indifference, Sesioin didn't dare underestimate the chaos tide that goddess Tiamat had sent. Being immersed in it might only burn the flesh momentarily, but to be swallowed completely meant even one's cells would be restructured, transformed into something subservient to another. Sesioin wasn't reckless enough to face this many enemies while still standing atop the chaos tide. Her first step was securing a safe foothold. Then, she would annihilate the pests before her. Come forth, child of Tiamat. What appears next is a spawn of the Sea of Pleasure. Once possessed by demon gods, it devoured them instead, becoming a singularity unto itself, a catastrophe striving to ascend as a beast. Beast 3/Rapture. Let this blissful, unrestrained paradise grant you the ultimate joy. Shiomi remained unfazed by Sesioin's provocation. The chaos tide beneath his feet bloomed not only with pure white lotus flowers, but also countless trees and vines, sprouting wildly and growing toward Sesioin, surrounding her. Sorry, but you can feed that thing to the dogs. Shiomi raised his hand and closed it slowly, an order for the newly born life to tighten their encirclement around Sesioin. In theory, he could have summoned Lamo from the chaos tide. After all, Tiamat had lent him her power to support this battle. But such lifeforms could fall under Sesioin's sway before developing any consciousness, ending up beneath her heel. Besides, the birth of these trees served another purpose: they provided footing. Gawain, Tristan, Suzuka Guzan, and Meltrilus leapt forward, bounding across the tree trunks, launching an assault from all sides. Ah, the heroic spirits, risking everything to defeat me, Sesioin murmured with her hands pressed together, letting out a compassionate sigh like a bodhisattva. But this was merely a facade. Sesioin did see herself as a merciful bodhisattva, convinced that everything she did was righteous. Yet in her world, only she was truly human. Everyone else existed to be used, devoured, and erased. A demonic bodhisattva. Her hands shifted, fingers weaving rapidly into complex mudras. Sorrow and joy are the same, both colors of life. In that instant, all the servants who had drawn near suddenly froze. Black cords of mana snaked out from between the trees and branches, wrapping tightly around their bodies. What is this? Even someone as powerful as Gawain couldn't break free. Black thread of Skanda, BB's voice echoed. A technique of Sessioin. It binds the target by anchoring their desires, turning them into shackles. The stronger the 5 desires in the heart, the easier it was to trap the target. In a way, it was like an alternate version of the chains of heaven. All the servants present were legendary figures from history. Their desires were greater than those of ordinary people, only tempered and channeled by their reason. And that made them especially vulnerable to Sessioin's binding spell. For alter egos like Meltrillis, born from a singular, amplified desire, not even fluidizing her body was possible now. It'll take too long to analyze this spell. Let's find a way to disrupt the beast's actions first. Staying in the rear, Morgan used her fairy eyes to examine Sessioin's spell. It wasn't large, but it was intricately woven. A different type of spell than conventional magecraft. Even at the fastest, it would take a full minute to completely dismantle, far too slow for this battle. No need for you to act, mother. I've already prepared for this. As BB spoke, the black thread of Skanda vanished in an instant, startling even Sessioin. You even dispelled my black thread of Skanda. Looks like Mooncell had already devised a countermeasure. Still, the black thread of Skanda was only the prelude. The fact that you overcame it proves your skill. As Suzuka and Gawain's blades drew near, the tentacles of the demon pillars suddenly burst through the barricade of branches and trunks, flooding the digital space. Having let the servants test the enemy first, Shiomi led Morgan and the others behind the front lines, waiting for the next wave. He glanced around. An overwhelming number of demon gods, and magical energy identical to what he felt in the Temple of Time. The ascension of human reason absorbed Lord Zepar, used him as raw material, and is nurturing him within itself, Sessioin explained thoughtfully. It's just like, yes, like that Goetia. What we're seeing here is an infinite demon god. After all, I can't allow myself to be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. The numerous demon pillars tangled with the ever-growing plants, as if vying for territory. Shiomi finally made his move. In that moment, the original battle plan was scrapped. He launched an assault on Sessioin, leaving the demon pillars for the others to handle. Though they were demon pillars, their power was on par with the demon gods Shiomi knew, and their numbers far exceeded 72. But they had a fatal flaw. They had no names, no personalities, just clones of the demon god Zepar, cultivated to wield the same power. Which meant the current force was enough to handle them. Boom. With a crash powerful enough to split mountains, the descending Gungnir was caught by Sessioin with both hands, the shockwave radiating outward. Your opponent is me. Womb Realm, Badianji Mudra. Sessioin wasn't having an easy time either. She formed a spell to block Shiomi's strike. Don't underestimate me just because I'm a woman. I know a thing or two about martial arts. Thunder Rain. Shiomi didn't waste time, he followed up his mighty strike with a grand magecraft spell. Ah. So rough. Electricity coursed through her body. Sessioin moaned seductively, her flushed face deepening in color. It was clear the injuries didn't matter. Pain only brought her pleasure. TCH. Shiomi clicked his tongue. Seems like becoming a beast is just too enjoyable for you, Sessioin. Because I was jealous. After reading Lord Zepar's memories, the battle at the Temple of Time felt like a dream to me. That's why I'm doing everything I can to recreate it here. Sessioin spoke with raw emotion, uttering words incomprehensible to most. I too long to be tormented like that, to be killed again and again by countless heroic spirits. For more chapters, feel free to follow me on Patreon. 100 chapters ahead. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 497, Volume 7, Chapter 50, The Worst Beast. Her mind was no longer normal. Or rather, she was normal, but only in a way that applied to Kiera Sessioin alone. Especially you, Mr. Shiomi. Sessioin's gaze shimmered with intent, her tone like a confession. To use a God-given ring for an attack so close to self-destruction. If possible, I'd like to taste that pleasure too, just like Goetia. Too bad the 10 Commandments are gone. If you want it so badly, go ask Yahweh yourself. Shiomi replied, his face twisted in disgust. He couldn't fathom how anyone could see that as pleasurable, much less want to experience it firsthand. Even if he could recreate it, Shiomi would never waste it on someone like Sessioin. The chaos tide beneath him suddenly surged upward, crashing towards Sessioin, but she easily dodged, as if it were routine. But it was only a feint. The instant the chaos tide fell back, it transformed into thick vines that shot out from behind, wrapping around Sessioin. Ah. You really do like to bound people, don't you? Sessioin tightened her pulled-back arms and brought her hands together in a seal. Then as a gesture of reciprocity, I won't fall behind. Diamond Realm, Vajra Mudra. The technique that came for him resembled the black thread of Skanda, though it lacked the same level of threat. In a blink, Shiomi's spear split into 4 glints of icy light, tearing apart Sessioin's binding spell. He then darted around her, seeking the next opening to strike. There were simply too many demon pillars. No matter how hard the others fought, some always slipped through the defenses and fired mana blasts toward Shiomi, disrupting the battlefield. It's pointless. No matter how fast or fierce you are, every move you make is within my grasp. Sessioin lifted her hands. Where Shiomi was about to land, a pair of giant palms, mirroring her own, broke through lotus blossoms and trees, closing in to trap him. That's so. With lightning speed, Shiomi evaded the attack. She didn't seem eager to kill him. Instead, she spoke aloud, as if confiding her inner thoughts to the only prey worthy of hearing them. I remember, the demon king Goetia. Sessioin's fingertips brushed her moist, rose-colored lips. He was strong, but that's all. Goetia was just a broken beast. True enough, Shiomi responded, raising a hand. A sudden frost storm howled forth, swallowing Sessioin in ice. The evils of humanity are also expressions of human love. But Goetia never understood that. A beast that can't comprehend love is destined to lose. In that sense, Goddess Tiamat had a slight edge. But even she gave up everything she had within reach, because one person helped her remember a forgotten love. Sessioin scattered the frost storm with a sweep, the ice coating half her body melting rapidly from the intense heat. You think you're qualified to speak of a mother? Shiomi sneered. Someone like you, who sees only yourself as human and treats all others as insects, could never understand the sorrow and deep love of Goddess Tiamat. I have no intention of understanding, Sessioin replied with a serene smile. My power is still weak. As a beast, I'm an incomplete larva, broken from its cocoon too early. But I'm different from the others, I became a beast from a human. Every sentient being holds desire, and with just my fingertips, I can pluck their souls. She raised her hand, plucked a white lotus, and smiled gently. Anyone with desire is no match for me. Especially a man like you, overflowing with it. She let the lotus drift from her hand, the flower floating before Shiomi. Come, take my hand. I'll give you a pleasure deeper than any woman ever could. You'll merge with me, no pain, only bliss. Before Shiomi could answer, her words enraged the three women beside him. The Holy Lance, Magecraft, and Crimson Spear struck in rapid succession, forcing Sessioin to defend herself. The assault only lasted a moment, interrupted by the pressing need to deal with the remaining demon pillars, but Sessioin seemed even more delighted, having tasted their fury. I didn't love them for pleasure, Shiomi said as he raised his hand and scattered the lotus flower, I became happy because I loved them. But you who only love yourself, you'll never understand. Yet Sessioin remained utterly fixated on seducing Shiomi. No matter how he rejected her, she continued her bold and suggestive provocations. To heroes, trials. To saints, temptation. Just imagining the moment Shiomi would finally succumb made Sessioin's body shiver with anticipation, on the verge of ecstasy. All phenomena are empty. Mere chatter. This burning house is meant to be ravaged. So go on, drown yourself in the 6 desires. Sessioin spread her arms wide, then slowly brought her palms together. Strange magical energy gathered from every direction, converging at the center. Another spell was taking form. The condensed mana floated like an orb of light above her head. Shiomi considered releasing Gungnir's true name again. But it would only repeat what had happened before. Useless. He needed a way to land a fatal blow. A moment. A method. Daizushi Chiakanpo. The yakan refers to a creature between fox and jackal, a manifestation of Dakini in esoteric Buddhism. Daizushi spell. Not happening. Realizing what technique Sessioin was preparing, Shiomi immediately reached out his hand. The surging chaos tide responded, erupting from the ground and engulfing her before the Dakini ritual could spread. The sphere formed by the chaos tide shuddered, then shattered. Sessioin emerged unharmed, having shielded herself with the tentacles of the demon pillars. You may as well give up. No matter how much you use the beast's power, you're still only human. You can't even touch me. She looked at Shiomi with a trace of pity. Yet despite all that talk, you've been careful not to let the chaos tide touch you, Shiomi said, lowering his spear. Just as I thought, this false spirit-ron city of yours, built on devouring countless lives and heroic spirits, can't stand against something that can give life, yet isn't alive. He raised a finger, pointing straight at Kiera Sessioin. There are no grand servants here. No 10 commandments to nullify your existence. But your natural enemy is here. The one you should fear most, your mother. Beast 3 Rapture. Then show me. Sessioin answered lightly, though her brows unconsciously furrowed. Show me the power that gives birth to all life. Chapter 498, Chapter 498, Volume 7, Chapter 51, 10,000 Colored Stagnation. Although she spoke lightly, Sessioin remained vigilant, watching Tenkei Shiomi's every move. Among those fighting her, if anyone could pose a real threat to Sessio Kirei in her transformation into a beast, it could only be him. Despite her current appearance, only Sessio herself knew, she had yet to fully gather the mana necessary to complete her transformation into a beast. In other words, she wasn't at full power. Shiomi's group was advancing too quickly. Neither Passionlip, Meltrillis, nor even Suzuka Guzan could slow them down. They would just end up becoming allies instead. This was exactly why she avoided calling more servants to attack. Doing so would only further tip the balance against her. Shiomi kept calling Tiamat mother. Sessio couldn't get a solid grasp on the situation, she had no idea what exactly had happened to him. There was no doubt he was still human, yet he was clearly wielding the power of the second beast. The Chaos Tide was just one part of its manifestation. Had he summoned the beast? Or was there another reason? Whatever the case, this battle had already shifted to another level entirely. With weapons discarded, it had devolved into a brawl. Sessio, who excelled in close combat, wasn't at a disadvantage in this kind of fight. Instead of trading punches, I'd much rather connect with your body directly, Sessio teased, continuing her provocation. This woman radiated wicked charm, every word, every gesture, even the scent of her body was enough to tempt and corrupt most servants who let their guard down. No need. Shiomi kicked away Sessio's palm strike. I'm not desperate enough to crave rotten meat. How heartless. Faced with another flat rejection, Sessio sighed with regret. I was genuinely curious, you know. As fellow beasts, wouldn't you like to see what comes from our union? So that's how it is. In your eyes, I already carry the aura of a beast. Shiomi wasn't surprised. He was directly linked to the mind of the goddess Tiamat, receiving her support from the sea of imaginary numbers. If not for Sessio already existing as a beast, the outside world might have mistaken him for an unhatched beast himself. Oh my. Sessio blinked in slight surprise. But she didn't have time to dwell on it. The Chaos Tide surged again behind Shiomi, rising rapidly. From within it emerged a massive dragon-like head. Though only the head, its neck was formed from the Chaos Tide, and the gaping maw lunged toward Sessio. What is that? Sessio hurriedly formed a hand seal and raised a barrier, but the attack shattered it like fragile glass. The beast's jaws clamped down on her in an instant. She struggled violently, but it was no use. A dozen demon pillars swept in to strike the enormous dragon head, larger than Sessio herself, but just before they hit, the head dissolved back into the Chaos Tide and collapsed. Caught off guard, Sessio once again felt the Chaos Tide wash over her. Previously, her body's unique connection to the cosmos had protected her from excessive corrosion. Now, the effect was reversed. Not looking good, Sessio. Shiomi charged in, aiming to press the advantage. But the demon pillars blocked his path. They couldn't stop him outright, but they did slow him down. You think attacks like needle pricks can accomplish anything? Sessio taunted, undeterred. At the same time, she began healing herself. Matter is eternal. This technique could repair her physical injuries to the greatest extent, but it had no effect on the poison of the Sea of Life. It wasn't a real toxin, it simply rewrote the life it touched. Even as a beast, Sessio had not yet transcended death. She was still a living being, and her spell could only suppress the damage from the Chaos Tide to a minimal degree. By the time the demon pillars vanished and Shiomi closed in, the external wounds on Sessio's body had completely healed. Salvation of Bodhisattva, Fist of Cannon. Ignoring the incoming punch, Sessio raised her palm and struck straight at Shiomi's chest. The impact pierced through him and even briefly displaced the air behind him, creating a momentary vacuum. Blown away by Shiomi's punch, Sessio was torn from the pale hands anchoring her to the ground and sent flying. But Shiomi couldn't follow up. Her counterattack had effectively halted his momentum. The time for salvation has come. Let me deliver you to heaven. Suspended in midair, Sessio gradually steadied herself and began to ascend. Though traces of Shiomi's punch still marked her face, they did nothing to diminish the peerless beauty of this demonic bodhisattva. The surrounding light collapsed inward as if swallowed by a black hole, and the digital space was plunged into pitch darkness. Yet despite the blackness, Shiomi could still see Sessio's figure, and the figures of others battling the demon pillars. But Sessio saw only him. Right now, Shiomi was the only one that mattered. She didn't know why, but she could feel it. Beast 2's power had an overwhelming compatibility with her own. The primordial mother. No being born of this planet could defy their original mother. She had to sever Shiomi's connection to the goddess Tiamat. The only way was to strike at his mind. She slowly raised her hand, touching thumb to ring finger in a sacred mudra. Tranquil stagnation of myriad lusts, welcome back to the lotus. A crushing wave of mental pressure descended as Sessio launched a full-scale assault on Shiomi's psyche. Humans are immature beasts, devouring desire, drowning in it. Like bubbles of fruit melting into lust. She extended the hand sealed in the mudra toward Shiomi. If a bodhisattva-like goddess could embrace that beastliness, how could you possibly reject such vast and boundless love? Enlightenment and liberation both lie at your fingertips. If you claim all humans are beasts, then you're one of them too, beast. Shiomi roared. Somehow, everyone else had vanished, only he and Sesioin remained in the void. The time of salvation has come. Once again, Sesioin unleashed her noble phantasm. For more chapters, feel free to follow me on Patreon. 100 chapters ahead. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 499, Chapter 499, Volume 7, Chapter 52, Oh, child, abide the laws of creation. Having previously swallowed Shiomi with her noble phantasm, Sesioin hadn't erased his existence immediately. She needed that power. This time, she would act with more caution. As tranquil stagnation of myriad lusts interfered with Shiomi's mind, she activated her noble phantasm. Heaven's whole. Having experienced being swallowed once, Shiomi was well aware of its true nature. It was a conceptual space everyone possessed, used to discard the worthless and the useless. With this noble phantasm, Sesioin had become a literal whole within reality, aiming to merge with the planet and become the vessel for all the evil information generated by humanity's 7 billion souls. In a way, it was salvation for mankind. But at the same time, it meant devouring them all. Deliver to me the pain and suffering of all living creatures. I am the only human being in all the world, I alone am this world itself. Let this become the foundation of nirvana. As that voice echoed, Sesioin herself vanished, leaving only endless darkness, and the demon pillars lurking within. The shift between inside and outside occurred in an instant. Last time, I hesitated. This time, I'll crush you from the inside. Shiomi lowered his hand. He was starting to adapt to the mental interference of tranquil stagnation of myriad lusts. His mind was linked to his mother's. Sesioin could never fully erode it, doing so would mean eroding the spirit of the goddess Tiamat as well. The moment she touched Tiamat's essence, Sesioin would be hit with a mental backlash from tranquil stagnation of myriad lusts. Of course, even if complete erosion was impossible, the mental pressure and pain it brought Shiomi were immense. The chaos tide continued to pour forth from imaginary number space, surging up from beneath Shiomi's feet. No matter where he stood, Tiamat would sense him and keep sending it forth. Know the limits of life. Right now, your mother is angry, for her child. Shiomi couldn't help but smile. She is the wave of creation, the crust of the primordial earth. Even if only for a moment, this is my mother's true will. Sensing something was wrong, Sesioin invoked the true name of her noble phantasm. Sukhavati, heaven's whole. At that moment, Shiomi's voice was replaced by a foreign one, emerging from the massive dragon spirit origin that rose slowly from the chaos tide. Let's go, my child. Namu Duranki, oh, child, abide the laws of creation. As Sesioin's noble phantasm closed the internal universe, the power of the primordial mother ravaged her from within, merciless and overwhelming. But it wouldn't last forever. Such a noble phantasm couldn't be maintained indefinitely. So long as Shiomi remained trapped inside, victory was within her grasp. Sesioin was sure of it. She focused entirely on suppressing the turmoil within her, knowing the moment the noble phantasm ended, the tide would turn in her favor. So, how long will it last? BB's voice rang out again. Sesioin flinched. She had forgotten that this AI from Mooncell hadn't joined the battlefield directly, she was lurking in the background, quietly sabotaging Sesioin's black thread of Skanda. BB. Sesioin muttered, sensing things were going wrong. The correct answer is, until everything inside Miss Kiera Sesioin is thoroughly destroyed, BB replied cheerfully. If it were just Daddy and the goddess Tiamat, the noble phantasm wouldn't hold up for long. But with the power of BB, the almighty superior AI, it's not impossible. Corrosion and destruction. The primordial mother's power could reshape an entire planet into her own ecological system. If it's just a universe, I could probably manage it if I really try. That's what Tiamat told Shiomi. Driven by her craving for the agony and ecstasy of being killed by heroes, Sesioin had crafted se.ra.ph as her stage, for the sake of one human, to ascend into a catastrophic existence that threatened all of humanity. I don't understand. Why? As her body began to collapse from within, Sesioin finally felt something she had never truly known before. Fear. Even when faced with the hatred of her followers, she had smiled and accepted it. But now, she was gripped by a feeling foreign to her even in her human days. No. Maybe not entirely foreign. Back when she was still a saint, a healer who cared deeply for the safety of everyone in Seraphix, she had once feared the transformation and corruption brought by demon god Zepar. Feared that she would no longer be herself. So she had felt this once before, hadn't she? Why? You're a beast too, just like me. Why go this far for a human? She could see the dragon's spirit origin tearing her apart from within. Sesioin directed her question to Tiamat. Give her a proper lecture, for mother. Unable to communicate directly, Tiamat left the answer to Shiomi. The evil of humanity is also part of human love. You, who see only yourself as human and love no one but yourself, could never understand that, Shiomi answered in her place. Mother loves every human being in this world equally. How could she just sit back and let you destroy it? That would make her choice meaningless. Well, there is, just a bit of favoritism. Tiamat then added to Shiomi. To love all of humanity. That's your reason. A being like a mother, whether god or human, is utterly irrational. Sesioin felt her consciousness slipping away. She was a beast who had emerged without proper preparation. But even if everything had gone according to plan, Tiamat would likely have interfered even more directly than she had now. It hurts. It hurts. My body, it's falling apart. It's breaking down, from the inside, bit by bit. Life and death cycled in an instant. The chaos tide devoured her body, yet simultaneously gave it life. Her noble phantasm was being steadily unraveled. Pleasure surged past the threshold Sesioin could endure. I can't take it. Someone, save me. Stop, no, don't stop. No. Let me do it over. I want to start over. Because I haven't had enough yet. Trapped between ecstasy and agony, Sesioin's screams rang out, endless and raw. As her body collapsed, se.ra.ph, long since fused with her, crumbled along with her. The defeated demon pillars could no longer regenerate. Light engulfed everything. Chapter 500, Volume 7, Chapter 53, BB Channel, not yet live. When Shiomi opened his eyes again, he didn't see the transparent glass of Chaldea's ray-shift coffin, but a pink-themed room. It looked just like a live TV show set, with BB Channel written across the LED screen. Oh, I'm still dreaming. Shiomi shook his head, closed his eyes again, and lowered his head, hoping it was just a nightmare, that everything would be fine once he woke up. Wait. Why are you going back to sleep after waking up, Dad? BB snapped, grabbing his shoulders and shaking him awake. Shiomi swayed like a giant pillow under her grip. All right, I'm awake. Where is this? Your channel. Yes, of course. BB replied smugly. A celebration for the defeat of Beast 3/R. Beast. So Kiera Sesioin was defeated. Shiomi glanced around. Morgan sat beside him on a row of two-seater benches, watching him with concern. But se.ra.ph, as a singularity, had already fused with Beast. Destroying Beast meant destroying the singularity too, Morgan explained. It was BB who forcibly transferred me here, saving me from being swallowed by the ocean trench. I see. Shiomi looked up, taking in the room that resembled a TV studio. People were scattered around the space. Artoria was catching up with two of the Knights of the Round Table, Scáthach was chatting with Passionlip and Meltrillis, while Suzuka Guzan looked utterly exhausted, clutching a cake she'd somehow gotten and devouring it for a sugar boost. Shiomi had no idea when his master had grown so close to the two alter egos. Then again, it was Scáthach, dealing with two young girls wouldn't be a challenge for her. Thanks a lot. Speaking of which, BB, just what exactly is Beast 3/R? Shiomi pinched the bridge of his nose, about to ask something critical. The two alter egos noticed he was awake. Passionlip immediately gave Scáthach a slight apologetic bow, then hurried over. You're finally awake, Dad, Passionlip said cheerfully. Heartbeat and pulse are stable, now I can relax. Wait, Lip, why are you calling this man Dad? Meltrillis asked, baffled. Not that she could be blamed. After all, she had been controlled by Sesioin and used as the guardian of the observatory. Following a grueling battle, she had barely recovered before charging into the fray with the others to face Sesioin. Meltrillis had joined the fight to get revenge on Sesioin. Even so, she had fought hard, helping wipe out the empty demon pillars released by Sesioin, and played a significant role in the battle against Beast. I heard from BB that he's the original's father, Passionlip said with a cheerful smile. Meltrillis felt her thoughts scrambling. Huh? He's Sakura's father. A guy in his 20s. That's rude, I'm nearly 50, you know, Shiomi replied, deliberately putting on an old man's tone. His physical time had long been fixed. Age had lost its meaning, and it was only natural that people mistook him for a guy in his 20s at first glance. Liar. Humans don't age. Meltrillis took 2 steps back, her face full of disbelief. That's how magi are, Shiomi said casually, then turned to BB. They're both back to normal. Are you taking them back to Mooncell? BB nodded. Yep. One of Munsel's assignments for me was to retrieve them after they were dredged up from the imaginary numbers. Huh? Why do I have to go with you? Meltrilus looked thoroughly annoyed. You don't have to. You could always sink alone to the Mariana Trench instead, BB replied indifferently. Passionlip quickly stepped in to mediate. We really don't have anywhere else to go. It's better to return to the Mooncell. You're okay with that, Lip? Meltrilus was surprised. Yeah. I want to accept Mooncell's evaluation and rethink how an advanced AI like me should live in a way that honors my soul, Passionlip said. Meltrilus gave her a long, meaningful look. Wow. The crybaby Lip is actually saying stuff like, a way to live that honors the soul. I just copied what Dad said, Passionlip declared, puffing out her chest, causing quite the ripple effect. BB also puffed out her chest. Whether it's me or you two, even though we're superior AIs, better than humans, we're still just kids in front of Dad. We have to learn to listen to him. TCH. Meltrilus clicked her tongue. Whether it was BB's words or the passive-aggressive chest competition that got to her, it wasn't clear. As the three of them seemed ready to start bickering, Morgan simply smiled and turned to Shiomi. More importantly, I didn't expect my husband to be able to wield Tiamat's power. You mean the Chaos Tide and the Noble Phantasm? Shiomi leaned back in his chair. I mentioned it before, my mother and I are spiritually linked. If we reach out, we can always communicate. At that moment, Scáthach grabbed Shiomi's shoulders from behind and gave them a firm squeeze. So when Sesioin swallowed you, you connected with Tiamat, and she sent the Chaos Tide from the sea of imaginary numbers to counterattack from within. Yeah. That final Noble Phantasm is, in a sense, a limited materialization of my mother's spirit origin, Shiomi said with a wry smile. She knew what kind of impact her return to the world would have, so she chose that method instead. Thinking about it filled Shiomi with a bittersweet warmth. If humanity were to one day leave Earth behind and set off for the stars and seas beyond, truly ending the species' childhood, would the goddess Tiamat then be able to return to the planet? Even his mother didn't know the answer. That's why she made this choice. Once the mother of life who brought catastrophe to the seventh singularity, this time, she chose to appear in her own way to help her child, Artoria said. Even as an incomplete beast, without a proper countermeasure, we wouldn't have been able to defeat it easily, Shiomi added with a self-deprecating smile. Relying on my mother's power, maybe it just shows I'm still not mature enough as a living being. Of course, no one actually believed Shiomi was immature. Using a beast's power to defeat another beast, that was an idea only he could have come up with. Then everyone around him laughed, and he joined in, laughing along with them. For more chapters, feel free to follow me on Patreon. 100 chapters ahead. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 501, Volume 7, Chapter 54, The Blessing of the Knights of the Round Table. According to BB, the transfer from this special space back to Chaldea would begin in no more than 5 minutes. For now, they were just making sure everyone was in good condition. Alter Ego would return to Mooncell with BB. Gawain, Tristan, and Suzuka Guzan would return to the throne. Only Shiomi and his group, who had originally come as part of Chaldea's staff, would return to Chaldea. That was the natural course of things. However, despite having left the singularity, Shiomi still felt unusually light. Just as he was about to find BB and ask why, 2 knights of the Round Table surrounded him. Excuse us, Master of Chaldea. May we have a word? Gawain looked up slightly at Shiomi, who was a bit taller than him. His posture was upright and confident, neither deferential nor arrogant, he carried himself like the knight he was. Of course. Is this about Morgan? Or about your king? Gawain glanced over at Morgan, she was currently speaking with Artoria and Scáthach, then replied, I don't know the full background of Chaldea's Morgan, but one thing is clear, she is not the mother of Gareth, Agravain, or me. So please, you need not worry about how we feel regarding her. Shiomi hadn't been concerned about that anyway. What we wish to ask is something related to our king, Tristan said. Before you woke up, we asked BB about what happened during the restoration of human order. We apologize for having stood in your way back then, Gawain added. It's in the past. You've already atoned for those actions in the Temple of Time, during the battle against the demon king Goetia, Shiomi said, frowning slightly. Even if the two of you here don't remember it. Gawain and Tristan had already heard that from BB. So this small talk had just been a prelude. May I ask, Master of Chaldea, do you harbor special feelings for our king? Gawain asked seriously. Tristan, standing beside him, was just as solemn. There was no hostility in their voices, but Shiomi felt more uneasy now than when he had once been surrounded by several knights of the Round Table pointing their weapons at him. My respect for your king is no less than that of any knight of the Round Table, Shiomi said honestly. Once, she devoted her entire life to Britannia. Unable to die, she wandered the world. After becoming a goddess, she took on the role of a merciless king for the sake of humanity's future and committed many wrongs. I understand that King Arthur very well. No, what we want to ask is about romantic feelings between a man and a woman, Tristan said, lowering his voice. It was clear they had come prepared, they wanted answers before returning to the throne. After all, we can all see it. The king has special feelings for you, Gawain said thoughtfully. What about you? Having experienced marriage in life, he naturally understood matters of the heart. Shiomi remained composed on the outside, but inside, his thoughts were in turmoil. After all, he was guilty. If they found out that their king had already, in private, begun to resemble a ruler intoxicated by male affection because of him, Shiomi had little doubt a fight would break out right here. And what exactly are you hoping for? Shiomi asked calmly. For someone who gave up her humanity to lead Britannia as a non-human king, would her loyal knights truly wish to see her dream as a woman? His question struck at the core. To Gawain and Tristan, their king was a shining figure, so radiant that it was easy to forget she was still human. The king's responsibilities ended long ago. I believe she has the right to pursue happiness as an individual, Gawain said softly. If you, master, can bring her happiness, Tristan said with a bittersweet smile, then please, don't betray the purity of our king's feelings. After all, she doesn't understand human emotions. Shiomi interjected jokingly. A sharp accusation indeed, Tristan sighed. That was my slip, and it brought upon our king a curse she never even realized. Whether it's a warning or a blessing, make sure to tell your king yourself, this current version of her, is the eternal king destined to reach the end alongside this planet, Shiomi replied with a gentle smile. Even if these memories don't carry over to the next meeting, they should still be spoken. Then let's leave it for next time, Gawain said with a sighing laugh. You truly understand our king. I suppose Tristan and I no longer need to worry. Yes. Tristan smiled. May you bring everlasting happiness to the eternal king. Then, the two of them began to fade. Oh, looks like it's time to go, Gawain said. I'm sure the king already said her goodbyes after the battle, so please convey them for her this time, master. All right. Shiomi nodded. Until we meet again, then. As Tristan's voice echoed, the two vanished from the special room. The servants have all withdrawn, BB said as she approached. It's about time to send Dad back. This time, everything was too special, it involved Muncel's existence, so the whole incident will be classified as an imaginary number phenomenon. Aside from you, no one will remember any of it. Huh. In Chaldea, all that'll remain is the fact that the offshore oil field collapsed several months ago, BB explained. Everything tied to the discovery of this singularity will be erased. If that's Muncel's decision, I'll accept it. I suppose. Shiomi sighed. As for the other matter, earlier you mentioned Beast 3/R, was that an abbreviation, or? Dad, you're as sharp as ever. BB nodded. Beast 3 is different from the previous beasts. It exists in pairs. Kiera Sesioin is just the R, L hasn't shown up yet. Shiomi's head started to ache. Seriously, it never ends, does it? When Beast I appeared, the final beast was already born somewhere. That's an unbreakable rule, BB told him. What about my body? That's a little bonus BB managed to pull from Muncel using my access privileges, BB said smugly. Your body's back to normal now, but don't push yourself too hard. Recover step by step. Yeah. Shiomi had already guessed as much. All right. It's about time to send Dad and the others back, BB said. One last note, ray shifting to the future isn't impossible. It's just that Chaldea can't access human history beyond 2017. Shiomi quickly grabbed BB's arm. Wait, what does that mean? So don't forget to read the letter from the Atlas Institute's director, BB said solemnly. Open it before the end of the year, at least. Zepia's letter. Huh. Before Shiomi could finish processing BB's warning and information, his vision was once again swallowed by light. Passionlip stood quietly behind BB, politely bidding him farewell. Chapter 502, Volume 7, Chapter 55, Imminent Crisis. Chaldea, Medical Room. You can come out now. The tests are finished, the report will be ready soon. Romani's voice echoed from the intercom inside the infirmary, reaching into the examination room. Shiomi stepped down from the full-body scanner, slipped his hospital gown top back on, and pushed the door open to head out. How did it go, Doctor? Morgan asked immediately. Ever since the singularity formed from the Seraphix oil field had been resolved, Shiomi's body had been recovering steadily, just as BB had said. He had regained basic motor function and was recovering more smoothly by the day. The entire incident involving the deep-sea singularity had been classified as an imaginary number phenomenon. Chaldea knew nothing about what had truly happened. All they knew was that Shiomi's recovery was going well. Everything's normal. As a master, your condition is almost identical to when you were actively participating in ray shifts and repairing singularities. Even if combat breaks out, you should be able to fight freely, Romani nodded, then looked toward Shiomi. Just don't push yourself too hard. If you run into an enemy that's too powerful, take caution to avoid any secondary injuries. Shiomi nodded. Sorry for troubling you, Romani. It's Christmas Eve, everyone else is off, and here you are doing a health check on me. It's fine. I didn't have anything else going on. Besides, you bore the brunt of the fighting for me. Helping out like this is the least I can do. Romani pulled his chair over and sat at his desk. I'll organize your health report and get it archived. If there's nothing else, you two can head out first. Leave the report for later, yeah. The Christmas party's about to start, Shiomi said, patting him on the shoulder. If we're late, there won't be any food left. You're right. Romani promptly abandoned his paperwork and dashed out. Time really flies. It feels like the battle in the Temple of Time just happened yesterday, Morgan said, leaning against the wall while watching Shiomi change behind the curtain. Yeah, Shiomi nodded. But once Christmas is over, Chaldea's ray shift system will be fully frozen. You've all worked hard. He was referring to the 4 subcategory singularities besides the deep sea one. Unable to go to the front lines himself, Shiomi could only watch from the rear. Just minor skirmishes, nothing worth fussing over, Morgan said as she walked over and lifted her hands to straighten his collar. Shiomi gave a wry smile, then looked thoughtful. Still, 4 demon pillars escaped from the Temple of Time, yet we've had 5 subcategory singularities. And that one without a demon pillar, it stands out. That's probably a case of a parallel world or a pruning phenomenon, Morgan said softly. Got it, Shiomi nodded. Once he finished changing, the two of them left the infirmary together. With Christmas here again and no new missions on the horizon, Chaldea felt more peaceful than it had in the past few years. Festive decorations were everywhere, and people on their way to the party chatted excitedly about how they'd celebrate. Among them were a few masters who had just been unfrozen from their coffins and regained their ability to move freely. Seeing the other group's masters, Shiomi suddenly thought of something else. By the way, Group A's coffins, still no way to defrost them. That's right, Morgan nodded. So far, aside from the 6 remaining masters from Group A, all the others caught in the control room explosion have been safely rescued. That's really strange. Shiomi frowned. He couldn't shake the unease, even though there was nothing he could do. Originally, he should have ended up the same as Group A's masters. It was only because Sakura and BB had intervened from both sides that he was spared. Sakura thinks it's strange too. She's tried to intervene in the imaginary number space whenever she has the chance, but it's nothing like how smoothly she was able to retrieve my husband. Morgan spoke plainly, just stating facts. More than once, Shiomi had wanted to ask Morgan if she knew something, but a gut feeling always stopped him. Something inside warned him not to ask. He wanted to save those masters, but some things were simply out of reach. That lingering helplessness made the unease sit heavy on his heart. How's the Mages Association doing? Morgan asked. Meh, just holding together, Shiomi sighed. With El Meloy's support, and with Valuelita and Trumbelio stepping in to mediate, Lorelei from the Department of Policies couldn't push through her plan to split up Chaldea. But Chaldea still suffered heavy losses. Between handling the aftermath, paying compensation, and the loss of the offshore oil field, there's been a lot of internal backlash within Animosphere. So they're still planning to take Chaldea away from that girl? Morgan asked. No. The current consensus within the Mages Association is that dividing up Chaldea would offend about a third of the Clock Tower's factions, not a smart move, Shiomi replied. But to ensure future oversight and control, Chaldea does have to give up part of its authority. That portion will be auctioned off by the Clock Tower. And who got it? Morgan asked, clearly interested. The other lords knew better than to get involved directly, so the prestigious alchemy house, the Music family, bought everything that was put up, Shiomi recalled. According to the report, Chaldea was split into 7 shares, and Marisberry gave up 3. In other words, the Music family's representative would serve as Chaldea's deputy director. From there, a proxy war within the Clock Tower was practically inevitable. After all, the Music family was under the Department of Policies. Lorelei would surely use this deputy director to slowly chip away at Animosphere's power in Chaldea. The deputy director, huh? Morgan nodded knowingly. Well, that's something for my husband to worry about. Shiomi was just about to continue when that single comment from Morgan made his shoulders slump, cutting him off. Don't say that, I was hoping to brainstorm a plan with you, he complained, half joking. It's Christmas. You should be in a good mood, Morgan said softly. Have you decided what you want for your Christmas present? Anything's fine. As long as it's from you, I'll love it, Shiomi answered honestly. Morgan gave him a slightly teasing smile. Then after the Christmas party, come back to your room a little later. Huh. We'll need about 30 minutes to prepare. Morgan raised a finger and pressed it gently to Shiomi's lips. It's a gift we've had planned for a while, I'm sure my husband will like it. Shiomi felt both curious and a little nervous. There was no doubt in his mind, his master and Artoria were probably in on it too. Well then, I'll be looking forward to it. For more chapters, feel free to follow me on Patreon. 100 chapters ahead. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 503, Volume 7, Chapter 56, Christmas Eve, Gifts, and the Bunny Girl. The Christmas party was lively, but tinged with melancholy. The reason wasn't complicated. Chaldea was about to undergo restructuring. With the deputy director who had purchased Chaldea's relinquished authority coming in, it was inevitable he'd bring in his own personnel. That meant a large portion of the old staff would be reassigned elsewhere. So at first, everyone was cheerful and festive, but gradually, the atmosphere turned sentimental. It became a farewell gathering, followed by an exchange of Christmas gifts. Quite a few staff members ended up wiping away tears in secret. By the time the celebration dispersed, it was already 11 p.m. Following Morgan's instructions, Shiomi waited about 20 minutes after the three of them had left. But when he couldn't wait any longer, he finally returned to his room. Clearly, even his early return had been within their expectations. So when he entered the door code and stepped inside, the three of them showed no signs of surprise. It was Shiomi who froze in place, eyes wide in shock, then quickly closed the door and locked it behind him. The reason for his surprise was simple, Morgan and his master were both dressed as bunny girls. This is my Christmas gift. Shiomi's heartbeat instantly sped up. Morgan sat on the edge of the bed, legs crossed, lightly swinging her feet. Do you like it, my husband? Anyone who says they don't like this should be banished to imaginary number space. As he spoke, Shiomi drifted toward Morgan like a man possessed, dropping to one knee before her. My husband. Morgan blinked in surprise. He knelt down slowly, took hold of Morgan's raised foot, slipped off her high heel, and leaned in toward her stocking-covered foot, clearly about to kiss it. Calm down. Morgan couldn't help but laugh, though she made no move to stop him. That is, until another hand reached out to intervene. Scáthach, lying across the bed behind Morgan, reached forward and pinched her disciple's cheek, halting his advance. Honestly, just a change of clothes and you lose all sense, she said, displeased. And on top of that, all your attention's on Morgan, you don't even glance at your master. No, of course not. Shiomi quickly came back to his senses. It's just. Master was blocked from view, and Morgan is kind of stealing the spotlight right now. So it's my mistake then. Morgan tilted her chin up slightly, hooking a finger under Shiomi's chin. He obediently lifted his face, letting her interrogate him. A mistake called being too beautiful, Shiomi replied earnestly, meeting her gaze. They held each other's gaze for a solid 10 seconds before Morgan finally released him, clearly satisfied, letting his eyes freely trace her figure. The black low-cut outfit clung to her curves, perfectly outlining her voluptuous figure. Her ample chest looked ready to burst from the tight fabric. The matching black stockings hugged her thighs in a way that made it hard not to imagine burying one's face against them. Well, it's Christmas, Scáthach chimed in, rising from the bed's edge and sitting beside Morgan. And I've always been curious about this whole bunny girl thing. Seeing how thrilled my disciple is, I'd say it was worth it. One of her feet dangled a purple high heel as she lazily swung her leg, clearly inviting Shiomi to come and kiss it. Still holding one foot from each of them in his hands, Shiomi studied them with greedy appreciation, then suddenly thought of something. Where's Artoria? Don't tell me she got too embarrassed and decided not to join in. At his question, Morgan and Scáthach exchanged subtle smiles. Following the direction of their glances, Shiomi finally noticed Artoria. No wonder he hadn't seen her earlier. Part of it was because Morgan and Scáthach had completely captured his attention. The other part was that Artoria's bunny girl look was completely different from theirs. It wasn't the provocative black of Morgan, nor the mysterious dark purple of Scáthach. Instead, it was a pure white low-cut top paired with blue fishnet stockings, much more in line with the image Artoria usually gave off. In a way, her outfit blended so well with the room's white interior that it was no surprise Shiomi hadn't noticed her right away. A fluffy cape draped over her shoulders added an unexpected touch of allure to the look. And, well, just thinking about what that outfit could be used for was enough to make his blood race. Whoa, so that's the design. Compared to Morgan and Master's outfits, this feels less traditional, Shiomi said, rising to his feet, only for his legs to give out beneath him. He stumbled forward, knocking Morgan and Scáthach over onto the bed. Tenkei. Artoria hurried over. Are you all right? I'm fine, totally on purpose, Shiomi laughed as the two women helped him back up and sat him on the edge of the bed. Artoria now stood directly in front of him. Her white low-cut outfit was lined with gold thread that shimmered faintly, and the part Shiomi had called, less traditional, was a narrow strip of exposed skin running from her chest down to her navel. Suddenly struck by a mischievous impulse, he reached out and lightly poked her belly button. Artoria didn't pull away, though her cheeks turned red as she endured the ticklish sensation. Please, don't tease me too much. Let's sit down and talk, otherwise it's going to look like we're bullying you. Though, I guess it kind of already does. He withdrew his hand, then gently took hers. But with just a little pull, Artoria lost her balance and fell forward, landing on top of him and smothering his face. Sorry, she said quickly, pushing herself up. Shiomi grinned, completely unbothered. No worries. This Christmas gift is amazing. Thank you, all of you. So, is my husband really satisfied with just that? Morgan lay on her side, gazing at his face with sultry affection. The night is still young, you know. Of course not. Before Shiomi could finish, the sound of clinking glasses caught their attention. In the corner of the room, Scáthach stood holding a large bottle of red wine in one hand and 4 crystal goblets in the other. With a mood like this, how can we not have a drink? I refrained during the party for appearance's sake, but now I say we indulge a little, she said with a smile. Her ruby-red eyes shimmered with warmth and affection. Then I'll gladly take you up on that, master. Shiomi sat up, while Artoria remained seated, straddling his lap face to face. The 4 of them took a glass each, and Scáthach poured the wine. Should we make a toast? Morgan asked. Shiomi looked flustered. Honestly, with all of you in my head right now, I can't come up with a single decent line. Artoria shook her head. No need to say anything. Tenkei is here, with us. That alone is the best toast. As expected of a king. Always knows what to say, Scáthach teased. Then, to us. Morgan's voice was soft but carried clearly through the room. Shiomi raised his glass. The other 3 met his, producing a crisp chime. Cheers. Wait, hey. Why are you stealing the wine from my lips? And with that, the room descended into chaos. Chapter 504, Volume 7, Chapter 57, The Audit Committee. December 27, 2017. The review and reception team, which had arrived in Antarctica a month prior and made their way to the base of the snowy mountain where Chaldea was located, had finally reached their destination today, after being trapped in a blizzard for an entire month. As the director, Olga Marie gathered everyone in the Chaldea control room to welcome their arrival. So, who exactly is this new deputy director, Gordolf Muzik, the one coming to divide Chaldea's authority? Asked Ritsuka Fujimaru, while the group stood on high alert. Although she had gone through a fair amount of material in the past few days, the others had intentionally kept her away from anything too confidential. She understood, it was their way of protecting her. He's from a distinguished alchemy family under the Department of Policies. According to the file, he's only 28, slightly younger than the director, Romani explained. That said, while the Muzik family does have a long history, they haven't made any notable contributions to magecraft. They're just older than most families, and considerably wealthier. Shiomi crossed his arms. In short, a mid-tier lineage at best. If I started a Magus family in the clock tower from scratch, it'd take no more than 3 generations to outdo the Muzik family's achievements. Well, considering you're an unaffiliated Magus, it's not surprising you're unconventional in every way, Da Vinci quipped. She was the only servant present. As for Morgan and the others, some adjustments had been made. In Chaldea's official records, Morgan and Esk were listed separately. The former was registered as a summoned servant who assisted in the restoration of human order, while the latter was only identified as a direct relative who had entered Chaldea alongside Shiomi. Given the unpredictable composition of the incoming review group, there was a real chance that Morgan's true identity might be exposed. To keep her identity hidden and serve as a hidden trump card, she remained in her room, observing the situation through magecraft. Additionally, while Chaldea's records showed that Scáthach and Artoria had departed, the truth was that both of them were still covertly present within the facility. Revealing your full strength too early only invites unnecessary suspicion. But Dad, I do plan to take on students at the clock tower in the future, but I'm not planning on getting married, Sakura said with a pitiful look. I was just making a comparison. Shiomi waved it off. Besides, marriage isn't the only path in life. If you don't want to settle down, I'll take care of you for the rest of your life. Caren flashed a sharp, knowing smile. That's reassuring. Once everything with Chaldea is wrapped up, I don't want to keep working. Hey. Shiomi sighed, then cleared his throat. Anyway, there's no way I believe some rich kid just happened to get the portion of Chaldea's authority that Marisberry ceded, unless Lorelei was working behind the scenes. Romani scratched his head. They're all part of the aristocratic faction, and yet this is how it ends up. Lorelei may be the leader of the aristocratic faction and a strong contender for the next director of the clock tower, Olga Marie explained, but right now the democratic faction is riding high. Animusphere and El Meloy haven't really been involved in that conflict in recent years. So it's only natural Lorelei would try to seize this chance to gain some leverage. Lorelei has always aimed high, Shiomi said offhandedly. Among the aristocratic faction's lords, only the previous Lord El Meloy was someone they respected. The only one who could ever stand on equal footing with them would be someone capable of manifesting the first magic. She's one of the most hardline aristocrats among the aristocrats, Olga Marie added with a sigh. Truth be told, she'd grown up with both aristocratic and commoner values ingrained in her through her education. She'd once believed that was simply the way things should be. But her time in the El Meloy classroom at the clock tower, and especially her experience overseeing the restoration of human order at Chaldea, had shaken those convictions. And Shiomi had even half-jokingly invited her to lead Animusphere into the democratic faction. If she ever said yes, he would back her completely, of that, she had no doubt. Now, watching Lorelei's blatant moves to assert control, Olga Marie had already made up her mind. But this wasn't the time to discuss it. As Chaldea's broadcast system announced the arrival of the review delegation, the visiting group entered and was guided by staff to the control room. I didn't expect much from a workshop in such a remote wasteland, but I must say, this is far more modern than I imagined. No, even more advanced than anything you'd find in London. What a stroke of luck. A pompous, slightly nasally male voice rang out as the automatic doors slid open. The speaker was a rotund man in an overly extravagant white suit. Though the files listed him as only 28, his pointed goatee gave him the air of someone pushing 40, or even older. Shiomi raised a hand, signaling the others not to speak. He and Olga Marie would handle this. What a flashy way to make an entrance, Shiomi said bluntly. At the clock tower's social banquets, you used to get weak in the knees just seeing me, and now here you are raising your voice like you own the place, Gordolf Music. He knew the man wasn't a bad person, but that didn't stop him from wanting to tease this posturing aristocrat a little. And sure enough, once Gordolf recognized the speaker, his face instantly drained of color. He looked as if he'd just seen a ghost. After being dazzled by Chaldea's high-tech interior the entire way in, he'd completely forgotten that this facility housed one of the most dangerous individuals around. Mr. Shiomi. Gordolf immediately turned cautious. Standing next to Shiomi, Romani looked at Gordolf with sympathy. Inwardly, he couldn't help but mock how Shiomi complained about the nickname, Noble Slayer, yet wielded that very reputation to intimidate one of the clock tower's elite. Mr. Gordolf, no matter how uneasy you feel around older men, you really shouldn't let it show this much, said the pink-haired woman beside him, feigning disappointment. It's not great for your reputation, you know. That line hit like a shot of adrenaline. Gordolf immediately straightened up and regained his composure. Next time, say that in my ear, Koyanskaya, he said, regaining his bluster. Besides, I simply respect top-tier magi like Mr. Shiomi, this isn't fear. Not at all. Then can we move on to the actual business at hand, Gordolf Music? Olga Marie said, lifting her chin. I'm the Lord of the Department of Astromancy, the Director of Chaldea, and, once you take over a portion of Chaldea's authority, your superior. Olga Marie Animusphere. For more chapters, feel free to follow me on Patreon. 100 chapters ahead. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 505, Chapter 505, Volume 7, Chapter 58, An Empty Shell. The original plan, led by the Department of Policies, was to place all Chaldea personnel under complete isolation and subject them to individual reviews. However, thanks to the intelligence brought back by Tuko Aozaki, who had previously served as a special envoy, and the behind-the-scenes mediation by the Lords of the Clock Tower ultimately backed down from implementing overly harsh measures. After all, if things were mishandled, it could have escalated into a large-scale magecraft war between the 12 lords within the clock tower. No matter how powerful the Department of Policies, who held the greatest authority, was, they couldn't risk allowing their initiative to spark a full-blown internal conflict that would severely weaken the organization. Such a blow would not only tarnish the clock tower's standing within the Mages Association, but also give the Holy Church, who had long viewed them as heretics, an excuse to shed their diplomatic pretense and attack outright. As a result, the reviews carried out over the following days were relatively lenient. Each individual was assessed, but no restrictions were placed on anyone's personal freedom. How strange. Shiomi stood in the hallway, observing the steady stream of personnel coming and going. In addition to those from the Mages Association and Gordolf's own escort team, several members of the Holy Church were also present. What is? Romani asked. Those Holy Church guys, you noticed them, right? Shiomi gave a subtle nod. Based on what I know, they're just low-ranking clergy. Not even executors. Chaldea's prior notice had clearly stated that the Holy Church would be sending a delegation led by an executor. Romani gave it some thought. I did try asking around. Apparently, the priest in charge of those clergy fell ill and stayed behind at the camp at the foot of the mountain to recover. An executor getting sick? Shiomi's tone sharpened. Those guys are practically made of steel. Something's definitely off. Even so, we can't leave the facility for now, Romani replied cautiously. If it comes to open conflict, that'll be a different matter. Given the current tension, along with the arrival of Gordolf and his armed personnel, Shiomi was already prepared to make the first move if it came down to it. How's that thing coming along? He asked. I know you and Da Vinci have been working on it since the start of the year, meant to serve as a mobile stronghold if war breaks out with the clock tower and we need to evacuate. The containers are ready, Romani said, rubbing his chin, a serious expression on his face. But if it really comes to that, getting everyone into them quickly won't be easy. So we wait and see, huh? Shiomi nodded. By the way, have they started thawing the other 6 members of Tima yet? We didn't have much choice. The rest of the masters have already been evacuated. They're being taken down the mountain over the next few days and flown back to their hometowns, Romani said with a shake of his head. Team A, though, every one of them is a clock tower elite. Whether out of political necessity or simple courtesy, they need to be revived as soon as possible. Shiomi glanced at his watch. 8 hours left in the year. Antarctica's polar day made it nearly impossible to tell the time naturally, especially with the winter solstice only about 10 days past. Who's in the control room right now? He asked. The director and Da Vinci, Romani answered. Since the association requested the thawing of Team A's coffins, both the director and the technical advisor have to be present. Let's go check it out, Shiomi said. He recalled his last conversation with Kirsteria, back before the ray shift to Singularity F. Back then, Kirsteria had expressed interest in witnessing firsthand the experience-driven combat style of a veteran. Shiomi had readily agreed. Among Team A's members, aside from MASH, Kirsteria was the one Shiomi had interacted with the most. Unfortunately, Kirsteria had been deeply trusted by Olga Marie and often tasked with responsibilities that had little to do with his duties as a master, so the two still didn't know each other well. Shiomi couldn't help but look forward to seeing their faces when they finally stepped out of the coffins. When Shiomi and Romani arrived at the ray shift control room, they made it just in time to witness the completion of the thawing process. As expected, aside from the director and Da Vinci, several members of the Holy Church were also present. Sensei. The moment Olga Marie saw Shiomi arrive, her tense expression finally softened. With only Da Vinci by her side, she hadn't felt secure at all. Are they about to open? He asked. No, still 3 minutes to go, Da Vinci replied. You people really have to stick your noses into everything, don't you? Gordolf muttered with some annoyance, but there was little he could do about it. After all, he was only the deputy director. He had some authority, but not enough to reign in either Shiomi or Romani. Shiomi raised an eyebrow. Are you here alone, Gordolf? Where's that fox-like secretary of yours? She had other matters to attend to, Gordolf answered offhandedly, clearly not concerned. Oh. Shiomi let out a meaningful hum. Over the past few days, he'd done a bit of digging on Koyanskaya. The so-called NFF services company she claimed to represent had been founded around March, while Koyanskaya herself had started operating in the economic sector earlier in the year. It was due to her persuasion that Gordolf had invested in acquiring a stake in Chaldea's authority. This woman of unknown origin didn't emit any magical energy, yet her overwhelming combat ability couldn't be concealed. By conservative estimates, she was at least on par with a first-rate servant. Unfortunately, she had spent the past few days socializing throughout Chaldea while taking great care to avoid any direct contact with Shiomi or anyone associated with him. Of course, that wasn't unique to her, everyone in the review team was avoiding Shiomi. Mostly because they were afraid of dying. And honestly, that was reason enough. My father's Chaldea has come to this. Olga Marie murmured, a little forlorn. You've done everything you could, Shiomi said gently. No one could have known about Lev's scheme. There's no blame in that. Just then, one of the technicians announced. 3 minutes are up. Proceeding to open the coffin of Team A's first master, Kirsteria Wodheim. With that familiar mechanical hiss, the hatch of the coffin slid open. But inside, beneath the lingering frost, was nothing. Not a single trace of anyone. And it wasn't just Wodheim's. One by one, the other 5 coffins opened, each one just as empty. No sign of any of the masters who were supposed to be in cryogenic sleep. This can't be. I personally verified their condition 4 days ago. Olga Marie cried out, panicked. Shiomi's first instinct was to suspect that someone had tampered with the coffins during the past 4 days, perhaps without Chaldea's knowledge, to frame them. But before he could say anything, Chaldea's alarms began to blare. Warning, warning. Current observation results indicate the occurrence of... What the? Romani, who had been inspecting the coffins, jerked back in alarm, along with everyone else present. Chapter 506, Chapter 506, Volume 7, Chapter 59, Pursuers. Observation results, no corresponding records in the past. Unable to formulate a response, forecast, or prediction based on statistical data. Observation values, no anomalies detected. Unable to fully detect electromagnetic waves. Cosmic rays directed at Earth cannot be detected. Visual feed from artificial satellites has been lost. Contact with the Mauna Kea Observatory has been severed. At present, Earth can no longer observe any other celestial bodies. Amid the string of eerie system broadcasts, the operating Chaldea celestial sphere suddenly halted, froze in place, and cracks began to spread across its surface. Wah! I didn't do anything, I swear. Before Shiomi could even question him, Gordolf panicked the moment he was grabbed by the collar and blurted out his defense. He was well aware of the value of that device. Judging by his panic, it was clear he truly didn't know what was happening. Shiomi had only intended to question him on instinct due to the sudden development, but seeing no need to push further, he let go. Intruders confirmed. Magical energy detected at the main gate, third gate, and sixth gate. What is this? It's increasing. It's still increasing. A technician in the control room reported after confirming the situation via radar. However, the observation mirror Shiba had also ceased functioning. Romani immediately ran back to the command console and activated Chaldea's surveillance system, projecting the footage onto every available screen. What they saw was an army of human soldiers, clad in bizarre uniforms and wearing medieval plague doctor masks, completely surrounding Chaldea, led by a silver-haired girl. Security at each gate radioed in, reporting they were under attack. One by one, the guards Gordolf had brought began to scream. The transmissions went silent. TCH. Shiomi clicked his tongue, grabbed Olga Marie's hand, and started running. Whatever the enemy was, the attack on Chaldea had already begun. They had to prepare for immediate evacuation. As they fled, Shiomi shouted toward Romani. Doctor. Stop watching the monitors and get out, now. Romani didn't hesitate. He gathered the few staff still in the control room and made for the exit. Hey! Where are you all going? Gordolf stood frozen, shouting frantically. What's happening? If you don't know, then just run, unless you want to die here. Shiomi didn't wait for a response. He took Olga Marie and ran, meeting up with Romani and the others in the corridor. From here on, we follow the plan. Da Vinci called out. But Chaldea. Olga Marie hesitated. And my body. Shiomi stopped and held her shoulders firmly. Staying alive comes first. Chaldea, the magic crest, none of it matters if you're dead. Don't let what I did to save you be for nothing. I understand. His words brought her back to her senses. They dashed through Chaldea's corridors, heading for the hangar where Da Vinci had stored the mobile fortress. Da Vinci, take the lead. We're heading to the container. Romani, contact the others, whether it's Lady Esk or the Grandmaster, tell them to bring everyone there right away. But the speed of the invasion had been far beyond expectations. The halls of Chaldea, pristine just moments ago, were now in ruins. Unremoved Christmas decorations lay scattered, trampled and mixed with shattered glass and debris. Stop. Shiomi suddenly called out. Gungnir appeared in his hand, spinning. A flash of fire streaked forward, and bullets clattered to the ground in front of them. The enemy soldiers had already breached the facility and were advancing toward the control room, suppressing all resistance in their path. Dead bodies of both review team members and Chaldea staff littered the way. These soldiers, clearly, had no affiliation with the Mages Association. Da Vinci, keep everyone safe. Shiomi took a deep breath as his mostly recovered magic circuits began to flow again, mana surging through his body. The enemy soldiers were just about to reload when a flash of cold light tore through them. Their bodies crumpled to the floor in an instant. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Shiomi gave his spear a quick flick. It was still spotless. The strike had been so fast, not even blood had time to stick. He turned back and motioned for the others. They immediately resumed their dash toward the hangar. The number of enemy soldiers was clearly limited, too few to secure Chaldea effectively. Splitting into separate squads to suppress different areas had worked against them. Once one team went dark, reinforcements couldn't arrive in time. Soon, the hangar doors came into view. Outside lay the bodies of countless soldiers, most appearing to have been slain by spears or long swords. The doors were wide open, revealing a container nearly as large as the control room. Standing guard outside were Scáthach, Morgan, and Artoria, all on high alert. The moment they spotted Shiomi and the others, visible relief washed over their faces. Any survivors? Olga Marie asked. When we received the signal, the soldiers had already breached Chaldea, Scáthach replied, shaking her head. We did what we could while heading here, but only managed to find 17 survivors. Including the ones with you, that makes 19 staff members total. Of course, that number didn't include Shiomi's family, Olga Marie, Romani, or the other top-level personnel. Hey! Don't leave me behind, wait for me. Gordolf stumbled into view at the hangar entrance. He looked completely disheveled, covered in blood and grime, but miraculously free of any serious wounds. Why are you alone? Where's everyone else? Shiomi turned to question him. Those soldiers, they killed them all. Gordolf panted, legs trembling. If he hadn't known a bit of magecraft, he probably wouldn't have made it this far. Behind him, a dozen or so bird-masked soldiers approached fast. Shiomi quickly made a decision, yanking Gordolf up and throwing him into the container. Lock him up. We'll question him after we get moving. Scáthach and Artoria immediately pinned him down, one with a spear, the other with a sword, and shoved him inside. What about Sensei? Olga Marie called after him. I'll cover the rear. Start the container, now. Shiomi reached for the hangar door and slammed it shut, then charged straight at the soldiers that were closing in. There were dozens of them, stronger than typical troops, but still no match for him. After cutting down the last of the immediate pursuers, he turned toward the corridor window. Once the container starts sliding down the slope, I'll break the window and jump onto it. He didn't even finish the sentence. A sudden chill swept over him. He spun around, spear in hand, and blocked a strike just in time. Unfortunately, this is where your journey ends. As Shiomi laid eyes on the attacker, he realized he wasn't all that surprised. Chapter 507, Chapter 507, Volume 7, Chapter 60, Retreat from the Snowy Mountain. Kirei Koto Mine. At the climax of the Fourth Holy Grail War, that man was killed from behind by the very greater grail he had summoned. Afterward, Shiomi tried investigating Ryuta Temple through both the Holy Church and the Mages Association, but found nothing, no corpse, not even a trace of remains. So now, over 20 years later, seeing him again here in Chaldea, at the edge of Antarctica, Shiomi couldn't help but feel, it was always bound to come to this. It's been 23 years since we last met face to face, Kirei Koto Mine said, hands folded behind his back, wearing a shameless smile. I've only grown older, but you, Shiomi-kun, you look exactly the same. How nostalgic. Compared to 1994, Kirei's appearance had grown far more weathered. So you're the mastermind behind this attack. Shiomi gripped his spear tightly. A mechanical hum came from behind the door. In just a few minutes, the container would burst through. He couldn't allow anyone to get close or interfere with the escape. No. I'm merely one of the agents dispatched for this mission, Kirei replied, still speaking like they were catching up after years apart. Originally, I was assigned here as a representative of the Holy Church for the review process. But since you're here, I had no choice but to remain in the shadows. And the Holy Church now allows rogue executors to sneak back in. Shiomi scoffed. That's thanks to Miss Koyenskaya, Kirei explained, calm as ever. She helped me acquire a new identity through the Russian branch of the church. That's how I made it here. Honestly, I couldn't care less what happens to the rest of Chaldea, but you must be left behind. Then come and try. Shiomi furrowed his brow, the murderous intent pouring off him unrestrained. You seem stronger than before. I'd like to see for myself just how much. His failure to kill Kirei last time had been a mistake. This time, for Caren, and for others, he would finish the job. Kirei's robes had clearly been reinforced. Even when Shiomi struck him with the shaft of his spear, the impact rang with the sound of metal. There was a strange aura radiating from him, something reminiscent of a living servant. Yet unlike most of them, he didn't feel weak. In fact, he felt close to how Divine-era heroes might have been in life, though not quite as troublesome as Kinga had been. After dozens of probing exchanges, Shiomi had more or less figured out Kirei's condition. He tightened his grip on Gungnir, ready to unleash its true name. Then, his feet suddenly felt heavy. Ice. Before he could react, an intense chill surged around him, instantly sealing his entire body in ice. Through the solid crystal, he could just make out the one who cast the spell, the silver-haired girl leading the slaughter of Chaldea. She was a servant. I didn't expect Her Highness herself would need to intervene. Forgive the disgrace, Kirei said, stepping forward. This man is extremely dangerous. Rasputin, the silver-haired girl, referred to as Princess, also stepped forward, addressing Kirei by another name. You can't beat him on your own. She didn't get to finish. Before her eyes, the supposedly unbreakable ice spell began to twist and fracture. Kirei's expression changed subtly. In the next instant, the ice exploded from within. The shockwave tore down the corridor, shattering even the reinforced glass. Lowering his arms from shielding himself, Kirei glanced toward the princess, who had raised an ice wall to block the blast. Oh ChatGPT-Ds. Yar yar, what a troublesome man. Not even Her Highness's magecraft could do anything to him, Kirei said flatly. He escaped. What now? The silver-haired girl stepped up to the window, the cold wind rushing in around her as she looked out toward Shiomi, standing alone atop the snow-covered mountain rocks. Kirei shook his head. Leave it to me and the other alien apostles. For now, your highness must focus on sealing the pseudo-celestial sphere, and confirming whether they took your body with them. Fair enough. The princess turned and walked back toward the control room. Far below, Shiomi stood on a craggy ridge, watching the figure vanish from Chaldea's corridor and noting that Kirei still hadn't given chase. On the opposite side, the hangar doors burst open. The container launched out like a cannon shell, sliding over the rocky slope without resistance. With gravity pulling it, the speed quickly shot past 200 kilometers per hour. Shiomi immediately leapt down onto the slope behind it, landing on a thick patch of ice and riding it downhill, using runic magic to accelerate and keep pace. Worst-case scenario, he'd regroup at the bottom. That is, unless a hailstorm of blades suddenly rained from above, cutting off his path. His instincts kicked in. Shiomi swung his spear behind him and met a pair of black and white twin blades head-on. What is it with today? Old faces keep showing up one after another, he said as he forced back the red-coated man. Nameless Guardian. Even you're doing this kind of dirty work now. The same Nameless Guardian who once served as Rin's servant during the Fifth Holy Grail War was now standing as his enemy. We servants never had much free will, Nameless replied, facing Shiomi from across the snowy hill. Whether it's the counterforce or something else, once an order comes down, we follow it, even if it means fighting someone we know. Kirei Kotomine had already begun his pursuit, and now, yet another had joined in. In addition to Nameless, the caster known as Limbo, who had appeared and vanished during the subcategory Singularity, also made his entrance. Quite the lineup, Shiomi muttered, spear tilted in front of him. 3 servants just to deal with me. Retreat was possible, but only if there was one pursuer. With 3, now 4, Shiomi couldn't guarantee he'd lose them all. Boom. A sniper shot rang out, but before it could hit, a thick layer of ice rose to shield him, conjured by magecraft. Koyanskaya, crouched atop the Chaldea structure, had attempted a snipe, only to be foiled. Didn't I tell you to go on ahead? Shiomi faltered when he saw who had appeared. Scáthach, Artoria, and Da Vinci are all with the homunculi. They'll be fine. Morgan landed beside him, voice firm. As your wife, I stand with you. They've even got backup. What a pain, Limbo muttered with a chuckle as talismans flew from his hands. Shiomi quickly inscribed runes. The spell clashed with Limbo's Shikigami, setting off another explosion. Amid the chaos, Shiomi wrapped an arm around Morgan's waist and leapt again, landing atop another massive sliding chunk of ice and riding it down, following the trail left by the container. He glanced back. Behind him were not 3, but 4 pursuers. Koyanskaya had joined the hunt. No way we're taking them all out. Let's lose them all at once. Chapter 508, Chapter 508, Volume 7, Chapter 61, Imaginary Number Submersion. The container in Chaldea's hangar was only a facade. Inside was a massive special vehicle known as the Shadow Border. From the outside it resembled an armored carrier, but its interior could comfortably hold 20 people without feeling cramped. At that moment, the armored vehicle broke free from the sliding container at the mountain's base and sped across the jagged Antarctic ice fields. How's it going? Where's Professor Shiomi? And what about Lady Morgan, who was supposed to meet him? In the cockpit, Olga Marie pressed Da Vinci, who was operating the instruments from the co-pilot's seat. Although the Shadow Border was designed and secretly built by Da Vinci, even a genius couldn't handle both seats at once. Driving duties had therefore fallen to Artoria, whose riding skill made her the natural choice. The vehicle tore across the ice at high speed, yet its ride remained remarkably steady. The situation is dire. Master Tenkei Shiomi and Lady Morgan have been confirmed to be engaged with 4 enemies, though the details are unclear, Da Vinci reported. The magical energy readings from those enemies are abnormally strong, estimated at servant class, top tier. Servants. Olga Marie pressed. What about their classes? No class signatures detected. They don't match any servant class we've encountered before, Da Vinci replied. Romani pushed in beside her, reaching for the controls. No, this is an extra class, something that almost never appears in a Holy Grail War or even in a counter-force summoning. It's the result of illegally tampering with the spirit origin, fusing multiple divinities into one. A special class, called Alter Ego. Even though Shiomi and the others hadn't reported anything about a subspecies singularity in the deep sea, Romani could still immediately analyze the anomaly. Clearly, as the former king of magecraft, he knew more than he let on. Alter Ego. Olga Marie felt a headache setting in. Then what about the professor and the others? For now, we can only trust them, Scáthach said. Artoria and I have been tasked with protecting your safety. That was our master's order. Shiomi had distrusted the Mages Association's oversight and had prepared contingency plans in case Chaldea faced an emergency. Scáthach and Artoria were to handle evacuation support. Even so, the assault had far exceeded expectations, forcing a hasty retreat that led to considerable casualties. After the containers slid to the base of the mountain, Chaldea went dark. Chaldea's shut down, the air systems ceased, and the interior temperature plummeted to below -100 degrees Celsius. Olga Marie accepted that Chaldea had been forced into closure. Now, her priority was leading the survivors out of Antarctica and regrouping to rethink their strategy. But Shiomi, who was covering their retreat, was being held back by enemies beyond servant standards. Father, his body hasn't fully recovered yet, Sakura said anxiously. Why hasn't Mother used the water mirror to leave the battlefield? There's probably no time, Caren replied with a frown. Fixing our coordinates for a water mirror transfer while in the middle of battle, even if it only takes seconds, would open up a fatal weakness. Silence fell over everyone. Whether it's the professor or Chaldea itself, we have to take them back, Olga Marie broke off mid-sentence, her voice snapping in alarm. Hey! Look outside. The Antarctic sky, which should have been bathed in daylight, had been swallowed by darkness. Against the deep blue canopy, 7 luminous objects were descending straight toward Earth. These weren't the fiery arcs of meteorites, they were invaders, arriving from the void of space. The shadow border immediately drew the only conclusion it could. The army of masked soldiers that had attacked Chaldea had only been the prelude. Wait, we're receiving an external transmission. Da Vinci quickly adjusted the instruments, clearing the static into an audible signal. Hear this proclamation. We hereby declare to all humanity, from this moment, this planet shall be reborn into an ancient yet brand new world. The voice was eerily familiar. Olga Marie was sure she'd heard it before. Human civilization is wrong. Our development is wrong. Thus, I have resolved to rise against human history, against proper human history itself. Once more, let this planet be filled with the mystery of the non-human. Let it return to the age of the gods. For this purpose, the gods have descended from the farthest cosmos, bearing 7 seeds to choose new leaders. These leaders will reshape the planet. The most exceptional of these anomalous leaders shall renew the world. This contest is not open to the lives of proper human history, nor will they even be granted a seat to watch. That calm voice declared a merciless reality. The root of fantasy still clings to the soil, and the tree of creation has already spread across the land. From this moment, all endeavors of the old humanity will be frozen. Your sins shall be judged through this decree. Proper human history ends here, in the year 2017. Then, the voice revealed its identity. My name is Wodime, Kirsteria Wodime. On behalf of the 6 cryptors, I deliver this proclamation to you survivors of Chaldea, no, to you, the last remnants of the old humanity. The history of this planet shall be inherited by us. Olga Marie was struck speechless. Kirsteria. How could it be him? There's no time to dwell on that. We've detected thousands of spirit origin signatures ahead, those soldiers who attacked Chaldea, Da Vinci warned. Director, you must decide. But, where can we go? Olga Marie turned to Artoria. Should we ask the King of Knights to sweep them away with the Holy Sword? But their numbers were endless. It was impossible to annihilate them all in one stroke. At that moment, Scáthach placed a hand on Olga Marie's shoulder. My disciple once received a letter from the director of the Atlas Institute. It said that if all paths were cut off, we should head for the Wandering Sea. At the same time, he granted permission to use the Atlas's paper moon in such a moment. I see. Olga Marie understood at once. Now was the time. Initiate imaginary number submersion. Set the coordinates for the Wandering Sea in Scandinavia. If that letter was real, there must be allies waiting to receive us there. Even if the success rate is only 30%, it's better than being surrounded like this. The Wandering Sea, huh? Romani gave a weary sigh. Looks like our work isn't finished after all. Da Vinci's fingers flew across the controls. Coordinates for the Wandering Sea uploaded to the Borders server. As expected of him. And what about Father? Sakura pressed anxiously. Scáthach clenched her fist. Don't worry. My disciple said that if he couldn't return immediately, he would still regroup with us later. Because Tenkei Shiomi had said so, Scáthach could only continue to place her trust in his judgment. After all, right now, everyone could only believe in the fate carried by Tenkei Shiomi. For more chapters, feel free to follow me on Patreon. 100 chapters ahead. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 509, Chapter 509, Volume 7, Chapter 62, Refusing to Become the 7th Cryptor. At the same time, on the far side of the Antarctic ice field. Kirei Kotomine and his 3 companions had already seen through Shiomi and Morgan's intent to regroup with the surviving Chaldea members. They kept intercepting them, refusing to give them the chance to use magecraft to retreat. No one could bring the battle to an end quickly. The enemy, however, had the time to gradually push Shiomi and Morgan further away from the border's path. Did you hear that, master of proper human history? Koyanskaya tossed aside the small radio in her hand. Your history has ended. It's not too late to come with us. Kirshteria's speech had been deliberately broadcast by Koyanskaya for Shiomi to hear. Go with you. And why should I trust you? Shiomi deflected the twin blades of Nameless and countered with a sharp kick that knocked aside Kirei's punch. The survivors of Chaldea have already begun imaginary number submersion. You've been abandoned, Kirei explained with a slow, almost mocking smile. Kirsteria made it perfectly clear, there are only 6 cryptors, yet 7 seeds exist. Limbo gave a low hum. I don't know how you slipped free of your path, but you, who were chosen by the alien god, were the first to break free of the coffin. You're saying I was meant to be a cryptor too? Shiomi's heart sank. He remembered how, when he first escaped from imaginary number space, BB had mentioned there were other competitors. So it wasn't the king of magecraft in the Temple of Time, nor the still slumbering Tiamat, it was the so-called alien god. The order was to capture you. But it never said how. If we have to beat you into the ground and drag you back in pieces, so be it. Koyanskaya's smile was cruel. Shiomi's refusal was immediate. You want me to side with you? To destroy the world together? Forget it. What you're asking is nothing less than denying every effort, every sacrifice that I and everyone else have made up until now. As expected of Chaldea's pillar, Kirei said, unfazed. The men who defied the Lord's will, endured divine punishment, and still stood up again. You may reject betraying proper human history, but what about the witch at your side? Morgan, who had silently fought alongside Shiomi against the 4, remained quiet. Back to back, she faced them with him. So now you try to provoke Morgan instead, to drive a wedge into our marriage? Shiomi let out a proud laugh. I've long known Morgan doesn't belong to our history. I don't know the details, but I know it's her burden, and it has nothing to do with schemers like you. He had known it for a long time. That was why he had always kept the proper distance from that secret. He understood all too well that prying into it too soon would only end in bitter loss, losing her entirely. That's exactly what you'd say, Morgan replied, pressing her back lightly against his, her voice carrying both helplessness and quiet joy. I knew you would. So, you want me to surrender to them? Shiomi asked lightly, his gaze never leaving the enemy ahead. If that's truly what you wish, I'll lay down my weapon. Morgan let out a low laugh. Don't be absurd. My husband bows to no one, not even so-called gods. Such high standards, Shiomi teased. Then I suppose the answer is obvious. Kirei held a black key in hand, its long, slender blade glinting cold in the snow. In the end, it comes to this. Very well. Everyone, strike. Don't hold back. This man won't die so easily. As for the witch, she's only intruding into this history in the form of a servant. Kill her, and she'll simply return to her rightful place. So. With that, he hurled the black key. It was fast, precise, aimed straight at Shiomi's throat. But because it was too precise, Shiomi read his intent easily and knocked it aside. The throw was only a feint. A dozen grenades rained down like hail. Shiomi grabbed Morgan, pulling her with him as they rolled down the snowy slope, landing on their feet below. Grenades laced with explosive magecraft, Shiomi muttered, watching as the blast sheared away the mountaintop. Pretty up to date. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows cut through the smoke. Grunting. Once released, this noble phantasm would pursue its target relentlessly until it struck. The only way to stop it was to completely destroy each arrow. Another explosion erupted. Nameless detonation tactics once again drove the 2 further back. We don't have much time. We need to find a way out of Antarctica. Morgan looked toward the mass of soldiers gathering at the foot of the mountain. The bird-masked soldiers were closing in from all sides. Under the combined assault of Kirei and his group, switching between blades, firearms, and yin-yang magecraft, Shiomi and Morgan were soon forced down the slope and into a tightening encirclement. It wouldn't be long before the 4 bizarrely powerful servants and the countless soldiers drained them of their last drop of mana. Morgan would be killed and forced to retreat, and Shiomi, left powerless, would be captured, turned into the 7th cryptor who betrayed proper human history. What do you think will happen to us? Shiomi summoned trees bursting through the ice to block the incoming gunfire, giving them both a moment to counter with magecraft. I'm sorry. I don't know, Morgan said suddenly, her voice tinged with regret. But I won't betray you. Don't say something I've always known. Shiomi slammed his spear into the ground. A blizzard spread outward in the Antarctic cold, instantly freezing the soldiers nearest to them. But the effect weakened with distance. To capture tens of thousands like this was nothing more than wishful thinking. At least give me enough time to set up magecraft on that scale, Shiomi muttered coldly, casting a glance toward Kirei and the others. The four had been observing quietly, watching them weather this battle of attrition with calm amusement. Just as Shiomi was weighing whether to risk a breakthrough at the weakest point of the formation, a voice rang out. Ready. Time to retreat. BB. Shiomi recognized it instantly. I knew it, Morgan said, her face softening into a smile of relief. And then, just like that, the two who had been fighting so fiercely vanished, leaving only the bewildered soldiers glancing about for their lost prey. Oh my, now this is. Kirei let out a detached smile. So they had a means of escape after all. Seems I underestimated them. Koyanskaya scowled. They slipped away over there, and now here too. In the end, we achieved nothing, Mr. Rasputin. We're done here, Nameless said flatly, turning to leave. I too have pressing matters. I'll take my leave. Already calling it a day, Mr. Nameless. And you as well, Mr. Limbo. Koyanskaya gave her parting words before walking off. Only Kirei lingered where the two had vanished, quietly surveying the empty encirclement. Chapter 510, Epilogue, Toward the Year 4000 of the Age of Fairies, Part 1. Once again, Shiomi found himself in BB's special room that resembled a broadcast studio. This time, his state of mind was much calmer than before. After all, there were more pressing matters he needed to face. First, let's go over the current situation on Earth. With a wave of her pointer, BB conjured a projection of the Earth. 7 locations on the globe were marked with special symbols. During your battle in Antarctica, you saw those 7 meteors fall from the sky. Of course, Dad, you should already know from the enemy's words that those weren't meteors, but seeds. BB clasped her hands behind her back. Those seeds have already taken root and sprouted on Earth. Humanity's history on this planet is coming to an end. Shiomi looked at her. So it's something like the incineration of humanity. You can think of it that way, but it's not quite the same, BB replied. If Goetia incineration was the bad end of human history, then what's happening now, the bleaching of human history, is the dead end. Morgan started to speak, but Shiomi gently pressed her hand, calming her, before continuing his question. Then what exactly is the purpose of this bleaching? Of course, it's for rewriting human history, BB said. You heard the Cryptor's speech, didn't you? They intend to erase everything humanity has achieved so far and write an entirely new history on a blank Earth. And to make that possible, the alien god has prepared 7 different plans. She twirled the globe with her pointer. This universe allows infinite possibilities, giving rise to countless parallel worlds and divergent histories. But endless possibilities would eventually drain the universe's lifespan. So, at fixed intervals, exceptional worlds that stray from the strongest and most stable path are harvested, preventing the universe's energy from being wasted. Around the globe, a branching tree diagram appeared. Some branches continued to extend, while the others were cut off midway. Human history constantly faces branching points. The proper human history we know is the result of countless choices, forming the most stable yet most full of potential outcome. Paths that lacked promise were cut away by the universe itself. Munsell's conclusion is that while the universe is inherently unstable, it maintains stability through this very cycle of harvest and recording. I see. So that's what you'd call the management of parallel worlds, Shiomi mused. I've heard a little about it. They say the second magician's magic is related to this. BB smiled in satisfaction, though her tone remained unusually serious. And now, the 7 seeds that have landed on Earth are recreating 7 different eras and regions, each one a history that was once pruned away. As the globe rotated, she pointed out each marked region. South America, Russia, China, India, Greece, Northern Europe, and Britannia. These will become the 7 lost belt that take root and develop on a bleached Earth. 7. Surely they won't just coexist peacefully. Shiomi's gaze sharpened. Kirsteria said the cryptors would be competing against each other. Exactly. In a sense, Dad, you can think of it as a Holy Grail War between 7 different worlds. BB extended her hand. And what you must do is resolve these crises and decide the future of this planet. Shiomi narrowed his eyes. So it's not about simply fixing the bleaching, or just cutting away the lost belt, you're saying it's up to me, to decide the planet's future. It's about time you recognized your role, BB said proudly. Dad was never an ordinary person. Mooncell chose you as the saver, this planet's very messiah. Saver. Morgan softly repeated the word. Is that what you are? Saver, ruler, call it what you want. Dropping such a grand title on me all of a sudden isn't something I can just swallow. Shiomi's thoughts were settling into shape. He turned to BB. What about the others in Chaldea? There were so many strange soldiers in Antarctica, According to the current trajectory, things should have gone as you hoped. Through imaginary numbers submersion, they've likely reached the Wandering Sea near northern Europe, BB replied with a smile. Then what am I supposed to do next? Or rather, what does Mooncell want me to do next? Shiomi asked. No, Mooncell has no plan for your next move, BB said. Whether you want to head to the Wandering Sea to reunite with your companions, or go somewhere else, your lovely daughter BB can send you wherever you wish. Shiomi raised a brow. Somewhere else, you say? Leaning back in his chair, he turned to Morgan at his side. Tell me, where do you think we should go? My husband, always so decisive, actually asking me. Morgan hesitated slightly. Even as your wife, I shouldn't interfere in the path you choose for yourself. I only want to know if my wife will accept the choice I make, Shiomi asked sincerely. Morgan fell silent for a moment. She already knew Shiomi's answer, because this man had realized the time had come to reveal that secret. I'm going to the Lost Belt that has taken root in Britannia. Shiomi stood up, turned back to Morgan, and held out his hand. Will you come with me? Morgan answered softly, her eyes shimmering with tears that she quickly blinked away. It's dangerous to enter a Lost Belt so recklessly. If something happens, BB won't be able to support you, BB said helplessly. This is a one-way ticket. I know. That's why I'm asking you to send us. Shiomi clasped Morgan's hand and helped her rise from the sofa. BB gave a small nod, then raised her pointer toward them. Very well. Destination set, the Lost Belt that has just taken root in Britannia. BB's exclusive imaginary numbers submersion, begin. She gave a light hop and tapped the air with her pointer. A glow wrapped around Shiomi and Morgan's bodies. In the next instant, when their vision cleared, they stood in open fields beneath a sky locked in eternal twilight. So this is the Lost Belt of Britannia. Shiomi spread out his mana, probing their surroundings. Why can't I sense any life here apart from plants? What he didn't say was that it felt utterly lifeless, like a land of the dead. Because it's already been destroyed, Morgan said, holding her limp left arm with her right. In truth, the history of this place was severed 2,000 years ago. Destroyed. Shiomi was struck with shock. Chapter 511, Epilogue, Toward the Year 4000 of the Age of Fairies, Part 2. If Britannia has been destroyed, then there's no civilization left. Shiomi lost his composure, gripping Morgan's shoulders in desperation. Does that mean you're no longer alive? Servants, after all, were beings who came into existence only after death. One of the rare exceptions was Artoria Pendragon during the Holy Grail War. But Shiomi knew Morgan was different. She was still alive, yet had used some method to become the servant he summoned. Morgan, however, remained calm. Originally, yes. As a fairy of paradise, I should have died 6,000 years ago. Originally. Shiomi grew even more confused. But someone from the future changed that. Morgan raised her face, locking her gaze with his. Was it me? He was stunned. He had crossed time before. But ray-shifting with Chaldea had already proven extremely difficult just to reach Uruk over 4,000 years ago. To reach Britannia's Lost Belt 6,000 years past. Who else could it be? Morgan asked with a faint smile. But if that's true, why is this island still stuck in the state it's been in for 2,000 years after its destruction? The only ones who can reach the next quantum time lock are those who lived in that era, Morgan explained patiently. As my husband in the present, every action you take from here on will affect this entire age, whether in the Lost Belt or proper human history. So, what we see now is only because I'm still here, without having gone to the past, so history hasn't yet changed. Shiomi thought aloud. But if history already has a result, then even if I go back, that would be history already fixed as a time lock. The clearest example is proper human history. The reason Demon King Goetia chose to burn history through singularities, turning the planet's past into fuel, rather than rewriting it directly, was exactly because of this. Morgan resolved his doubts. But when a pruned history resurfaces, it does not immediately become fixed. I see, yes, that makes sense. Shiomi's grip loosened. He lowered his head, burying his face in Morgan's shoulder. If nothing has been decided yet, then that's enough. His voice trembled faintly with tears. Morgan simply embraced him gently. She knew well enough that their relationship was a taboo among taboos. A human and a fairy, beings from different histories, had fallen in love. A fate even more forbidden than a bird loving a fish. And yet, Morgan did not regret it. Nor did Shiomi. After a long silence, Shiomi lifted his head, smiling bitterly. Thinking about it now, even if I refused to become a cryptor, it wouldn't have mattered to the alien god. Are you truly going? Morgan asked seriously. To borrow BB's words, I only have a one-way ticket. Once I go, there's no coming back. Can you tell me your real age? Shiomi asked instead. Over 6,000 years. Morgan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she glared at him. I guess that makes me. Shiomi swallowed back the teasing words with a suppressed laugh. Never mind. 6,000 years old, then I'll try to live as long as you. Morgan's reply was soft, yet utterly certain. So, you have a way for me to meet you? Shiomi asked earnestly. I didn't waste my time in Chaldea. I've already analyzed the ray shift system. Using the water mirror and ice coffin, I can reproduce it. Though in truth, I'll have to send you together with the ice coffin itself. Morgan explained, but it's an enormous spell, calling it magic wouldn't be an exaggeration. Once it's cast, my spirit origin will collapse completely, and I'll return to where I belong. Everything has its price, I suppose. Shiomi smiled bitterly, cupping her face with both hands. All these years, you've never once been hurt. And now, you'll have to experience death. Only by understanding death can one grasp the value of life, Morgan said calmly. Besides, it's only a false death. Maybe so, but it still hurts. Shiomi held her tightly, memorizing the warmth of her body, the fragrance of her hair, and her voice, clear as water, yet carrying a hidden warmth. Only by holding on to these would he be able to find her again in the past. Time is precious. I must begin preparing the ritual, Morgan whispered into his ear. Take care of me of the past, my husband. To be honest, I'm worried the past you might not like me. She will. She might even, Morgan stopped herself, then smiled faintly. Never mind. My husband will discover that himself. Shiomi muttered in mild protest. Morgan pushed him back, and the ice coffin began forming at his feet. Once the ice coffin is complete, your consciousness will be cut off. For you, it will feel like only a blink. Morgan spoke with deliberate clarity. I'll send you directly to Orkney, in northern Britannia, 6,000 years ago. That's your homeland. Yes. A small country where it rains for most of the year. Poor, but peaceful. Morgan's eyes softened with nostalgia. So that's why they called it the land of rain, Shiomi mused. Right, when I meet you of the past, how should I introduce myself? Should I just say, I'm your future husband? That wouldn't be bad. Morgan didn't object, in fact, she looked as if she was quietly looking forward to it. The ice coffin slowly encased most of Shiomi's body. Drowsiness overcame him, and he knew his consciousness was about to fade. As a farewell, I thought long and hard about what I should say. And now. I know. Morgan gazed into his eyes. It doesn't matter if you don't say it. I already know. Shiomi tried to smile through the stiffness of his face, but before he could finish, Morgan kissed him once more, just as she had in the past. A fleeting yet eternal kiss, and with it, parting. I'll be waiting for you in the future, my husband. Consciousness slipped away. The sky darkened. Heavy clouds spread across the heavens, and a single beam of light descended, striking the ice coffin. Space and time twisted briefly, and then the place where Morgan had stood was empty. Looking down at her own body turning transparent, Morgan smiled in quiet satisfaction. A breeze swept across the wasteland, making the weeds sway. But the witch's fluttering dress was gone. Chapter 512, Volume 8, Fairy Britain, Prologue, Esk of the Rain Clan, Part 1. Northern Britannia, Orkney. Morning snow drifted down, wrapping the gloomy winter dawn in a thick veil and burying the northern isles under heavy flakes. Orkney seemed to slumber beneath it all, like a long-forgotten corner of the world. The crunch of footsteps pressed into the deep snow echoed through the still forest. Two figures walked in single file along the snow-covered path. Hey, Esk, was it really necessary to come all the way into the forest this early? The girl following behind brushed the thin snow from her cloak as she spoke. There's something here that caught my attention. I want to investigate. If you're cold, Vivian, you can head back first. Esk slowed, stopped, and turned to give the girl behind her a small smile. But if the two of us come into the forest on a snowy day like this without telling Mother first, we'll get scolded, won't we? Her meaning was clear, she hoped Vivian would return. Vivian was the biological daughter of Esk's foster mother, and thus her sister, though not by blood. Their foster mother was often stricter with Vivian than with Esk. Then I'd better stay with you. If Mother gets angry, at least you'll have someone to share the scolding with. Vivian sighed, quickening her pace to keep up. I doubt it'll come to that. At worst, we'll just be forbidden from going out again until winter ends. Esk tried to soften the outlook. Vivian thought it sounded reasonable. But really, you usually prefer staying in your room reading. Why suddenly decide to run off into the forest today? Good question. Why indeed? S gave a vague reply and pressed forward, Vivian following closely behind. Just before dawn, S had dreamed something strange. The dream was fragmented yet vivid, like scattered glimpses of a prophecy. She had thought it was nothing but chance, yet when she awoke, those fragments lingered, persistent, impossible to shake off. They kept urging her toward the snow-covered forest beyond the Rain Clan city, whispering that something was waiting for her there. She couldn't ignore it. She had to see it for herself. The deeper she went into the forest, the more she turned the dream over in her mind. Slowly, a realization formed. That dream hadn't been her own, it was a message. From someone in the distant future. But what exactly? Esk was convinced that the answer awaited her in the forest's depths. She followed her intuition, sensing the flow of mana in the air, singling out the one foreign current. Step by step, she pressed toward it. Then the trees opened up, and the forest gave way to a clearing at its heart. Mirror Lake. Vivian gazed at the mist-shrouded waters, where snowflakes fluttered down onto the surface. Did we take a wrong turn? In the dead of winter, the lake had frozen over, its surface dusted with snow. No. We're in the right place. Esk removed her hat, shook off the snow, and set it back on her head. She lifted a hand, pointing toward the center of the frozen lake. Is there something there? Vivian squinted into the distance. With the rain fairy's innate vision, she pierced through mist and snowfall. At the wide lake center, something faintly took shape. That must be it. Esk tightened her grip on the wand in her hand. She had taken the mystic code with her out of habit. It was the same relic that had drifted with her to Orkney when she was just a baby. Eh? Are we really going over there? Vivian's voice tensed. Even if Mirror Lake is frozen, look, the ice is already cracking. Before she could finish, Esk rose gently into the air. Channeling mana into her wand, she cast a levitation spell with practiced ease. As long as you don't step on it, you'll be fine. Esk smiled confidently. Wait here for me, Vivian. Wait. It was clear that Esk had already decided to see for herself. Vivian couldn't stop her and could only wait anxiously at the shore. Esk drifted slowly toward the center of Mirror Lake. As she drew closer, the presence at the lake's heart came into focus. Ice. And someone's frozen inside. A human. She widened her eyes in disbelief. Suspended before the massive block of ice embedded in the lake, she hovered in astonishment. The refraction of the ice kept her from seeing the figure clearly. Could this be some fairy's punishment, leaving them here like this? But even as she whispered the thought, she dismissed it. This wasn't ordinary ice. It was the form of a magecraft she herself had been studying, though she had yet to complete it. A coffin. Esk freed one hand and reached toward the ice coffin with hesitation. Her fairy eyes had already seen through the magecraft structure. Who could have used such a flawless coffin magecraft? Lost in doubt, her fingertips brushed against the surface of the coffin. Cracks spread instantly across the ice. Disorderly fragments of information hidden within the coffin's magecraft surged into her mind all at once. Before she could make sense of it, the shattering of the coffin sent a ripple through the frozen surface of the lake. Esk had chosen to approach while floating precisely in case of accidents like this, but even so, things had gone awry. The flow of mana, it's disrupted. What? Her levitation spell collapsed. With a startled cry, she plunged into the fractured ice. Spending most of her days in her study and rarely going outside, Esk had little talent for physical activity. While she could walk across water with magecraft, she had never learned how to swim. Any stone probably had more buoyancy than she did. Her disrupted mana left her thrashing helplessly in the freezing water. After a few desperate splashes, she failed to seize a floating shard of ice and sank toward the depths. Vivian's frantic cries grew fainter and fainter. As the cold stole her strength and consciousness began to fade, Esk felt only sorrow, regret toward Vivian and her foster mother. Her recklessness would surely bring them grief. When she next awoke, her thoughts were hazy. It wasn't the brush with death that unsettled her, but a pair of strikingly beautiful eyes. Dark as ink, streaked faintly with silver, they resembled Orkney's winter sky, endless flakes of snow drifting down until the world turned silent and white. Are you all right? The man holding her knelt on the ground, clothes soaked through. His expression was filled with worry, yet his gaze carried a brilliance impossible to put into words. I'm fine. Esk murmured her reply. For more chapters, feel free to follow me on P@Trian. 100 chapters ahead. P@Trian.com/pinksnake